In a world dominated by martial prowess, one awakens to a low-level martial system. What might such an experience entail? Unlocking low-level achievements yields substantial rewards. Yet, in a world of high martial arts, I can easily reach the limits of low-level martial prowess with but a slight exertion. System, reveal to me your utmost limits. Thus began Jiang Ye's exhilarating journey through the realm of high martial arts. As he embarked on his path of cultivation, your punching force has reached 200 kilograms, achieving the system's limit. Achievement unlocked. Martial arts master. Reward. Physical transformation. Upon breaking through his first realm, your strength has surpassed 99 of warriors in the low-level martial world. Unlocking achievement. Grandmaster of martial arts. Reward. Reforging of the Dao Bone. Just when Jiang Ye thought he would continue on this steady path, one day, he boarded an aircraft. Your speed has surpassed the entirety of a low-level martial world. Achievement unlocked. Martial God. Years later, Jiang Ye stood at the pinnacle of the cosmos, revered by countless powerful beings as the strongest martial god. Yet upon hearing this title, Jiang Ye could not help but shake his head in dissatisfaction. Martial god? I have been one since I first stepped into the realm of martial arts. Chapter 1. The Low-Level Achievement System. In February of the year 2325 of the Blue Star calendar, in Xishan Province, at Anqingno, 3 High School, feathers of snow drifted from the sky, blanketing the campus in a pristine white, with temperatures plummeting. Inside a classroom of the teaching building, however, a group of youths clad only in thin garments stood in horse stance, continuously swinging their fists. Jiang Ye was among them, perspiration steaming from his body, utterly unfazed by the chill of spring. The Xingwu cultivation method is the first step towards martial cultivation. A young and beautiful female instructor, donned in a pristine martial arts uniform, yet possessing an icy demeanor, moved among the students. With a stern voice, she admonished, "You are all in the second semester of your second year. You should have mastered this method by now. Yet not even half of you have succeeded. A winter break has passed, and the progress is negligible. Some claim the cold weather impedes their practice. I ask you, why not reflect upon your own shortcomings? You have only a year and a half until the college entrance examination. Ask yourselves, can you truly gain admission to a martial arts university?" At this juncture, the instructor paused briefly, casting her gaze toward a nearby boy. Jiang Ye is doing fairly well. The beautiful instructor nodded slightly. After a winter break, his progress is evident. He is nearing mastery of the Xingwu cultivation method. The other students turned to look at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye's appearance was striking. He was handsome and tall, exuding the vitality and determination unique to youth. "Keep up the good work," the beautiful instructor encouraged him. "Yes," Jiang Ye replied with a respectful nod. Achieving a minor mastery in class was not particularly remarkable, especially considering he had yet to break through. However, this outcome was a reflection of his relentless dedication to training throughout the winter break. "Yi is as diligent as ever," remarked a boy with brown skin beside Jiang Ye. "If only your talent were a bit better, you might have already achieved great success." Hearing this, Jiang Ye shook his head. Why place so much emphasis on talent? It can distort one's dedication. Indeed, the brown-skinned boy nodded in agreement, smiling. "Those with excellent martial talent have long since entered elite classes. For us in the regular class, persistence and hard work are what truly matter. In martial cultivation, talent is paramount, followed by comprehension and then effort. While comprehension is elusive, effort is solely dependent on the individual, and talent is the only aspect that can be measured. Students in the regular class uniformly possess inferior talent. Having arrived in this world for a year, Jiang Ye was well aware of his mediocre martial aptitude. His commitment to practicing martial arts stemmed not from mere interest, but from the reality that in this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, the threat of Yinghua looms, endangering the lives of ordinary people at any moment. In Blue Star, nearly 10 million people perish each year due to this crisis. Embarking on the path of martial arts and strengthening oneself is the best means of self-protection and safeguarding one's family. Martial arts, Jiang Ye murmured to himself. He understood that the first consideration in martial cultivation is indeed talent. Having come to terms with his lack of talent after a year in this world, he was suddenly presented with a revelation a few days ago. Low-level achievement system not activated. A panel appeared before Jiang Ye, visible only to him. This panel had materialized unexpectedly a few days prior. In that moment, he realized that the long-awaited golden finger had finally arrived. However, it was accompanied by a wave of disbelief. This is clearly a high martial world. What on earth is a low-level achievement system? Historically, hundreds of years prior, Blue Star had connected with the cosmos, ushering in the era of cosmic martial arts. Cosmic martial arts, a fusion of ancient martial techniques and technology, had evolved over centuries to reach an unparalleled zenith. Some have emerged unscathed from nuclear explosions. Others have moved mountains and seas, creating vast plains. Some have shattered colossal starships with sheer physical strength. These martial powerhouses, standing beneath the stars, with their supreme will, defend their homeland and become immortal monuments that instill fear in malevolent forces. Undoubtedly, this is a high martial world where one can withstand nuclear blasts and obliterate planets with a single punch. Jiang Ye gazed at the words not activated on the panel, feeling utterly speechless. In a high martial world, to be given a low-level system is nothing short of absurd. Fortunately, throughout the past year, he had relied solely on his perseverance, even without a golden finger. Nothing could deter his martial aspirations. Of course, he was acutely aware that achieving success in cosmic martial arts with inferior talent would demand several times the effort. Moreover, Jiang Ye's martial aptitude could only be considered average among the regular class. Historically, no more than 15 students from the regular class have gained admission to martial arts universities, and this number fluctuates. Jiang Ye pondered, this means I must rank within the top 10 of my class to have a chance of being admitted. Students in the top 10 had already achieved minor mastery of the Xingwu cultivation method by the end of their first semester. As Jiang Ye progressed, so too did they. Surpassing these individuals would not be an easy feat. One step at a time, as long as I put forth sufficient effort and sweat, opportunities will arise. Gradually, Jiang Ye's mind settled into tranquility. Meanwhile, after finishing her admonitions, the beautiful instructor remarked, "Everyone, adjust yourselves, we will soon conduct a preliminary assessment." Upon hearing this, the students' expressions shifted in anticipation. The preliminary assessment is one of the most significant events at the start of the academic year. Another ranking, I wonder if I can break into the top 10 this time. The students buzzed with a mix of anxiety and excitement as they began to stir. Jiang Ye too felt a twinge of anticipation. This assessment would reveal how many peers he had surpassed during the winter break. Before long, the instructor stepped to the center of the classroom and pressed a button on the floor. Buzz! A silver metallic testing device emerged from the ground. This was the punching force testing apparatus. The preliminary assessment closely mirrored the martial arts examination undertaken during the college entrance exam, consisting of physical fitness evaluations and combat simulations. The first element of the physical fitness assessment was the punching force test. As the instructor began to call names, students stepped forward to undergo their tests. Wen Yuehui, 351 kilograms. Lig Chao, 475 kilograms. Zheng Yo, 235 kilograms. Time passed. Finally, it was Jiang Ye's turn. Jiang Ye, it's your turn. The beautiful instructor regarded him with a few extra glances. She had a lasting impression of this exceptionally diligent and handsome youth. Yes, Jiang Ye replied, taking a deep breath as he stepped up to the punching force testing apparatus. He gazed intently at the testing apparatus, slowly raising his right fist. Ha! Jiang Ye planted his feet firmly on the ground, his spine undulating like a soaring dragon, channeling all his strength into his right punch. With a powerful blow, he struck the circular punching target. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, and the numbers on the display flickered rapidly. 100 kilograms, 150 kilograms, 200 kilograms. Soon, the display stabilized at 245 kilograms, just a bit shy of the standard for minor accomplishment. Jiang Ye was not surprised by this outcome. 250 kilograms was the benchmark for a minor accomplishment in the Xingwu cultivation method. His punching power was considered above average within his class, neither the highest nor the lowest. Ding! Detected host's punching power. Low martial achievement system activating. Returning to his original position, Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned by the floating text before him. System activation. Could it be that the low martial achievement system had actually activated? Warning! Warning! Your punching power has reached the upper limit of this system, surpassing 90 of the global population. Conducting strength assessment. Upon reading these lines, Jiang Ye felt an existential crisis. Me? Have I reached the system's upper limit? Surpassing 90 of the world's population? This must be a mistake. His 245 kilograms of punching power might have been commendable in his previous life, but in this world, even an average high school student could easily surpass that. He had merely made a slight effort to hit the upper limit of the system. Assessment complete. Your punching power has reached the standard of martial arts master. Unlocking title, Martial Arts Master. Martial Arts Master? Jiang Ye was once again taken aback. After such a lengthy assessment, this was the conclusion? Low martial. Could it be that the system has mistakenly classified this environment as a low martial world? Yet even in a low martial world, a punching power exceeding 200 kilograms qualifies one as a martial arts master. How low-dimensional could this world be? Just as Jiang Ye was grappling with disbelief, another line of text appeared before him. Unlocked Martial Arts Master Achievement. Assessment indicates your physique is below average. Reward, Physique Enhancement. Chapter 2, Practical Assessment Name. Jiang Ye Physique. Ordinary Body D Rank. To C Rank Technique Xing Wu Cultivation Method. Beginner, 99 Achievement. Martial Arts Master. A panel materialized before Jiang Ye. Quickly regaining his composure, he began to examine it. Physique enhancement? Does that mean my physical condition has improved? Indeed, he could see that his physique had elevated from ordinary body D rank to ordinary body C rank. Upon reflection, he realized that in that brief moment, his body had indeed undergone some changes. First, his senses had become markedly sharper. Secondly, his body felt considerably lighter. It was as if the stagnant energy within him had been purged, leaving him feeling invigorated. These changes were subtle, not overtly pronounced, yet Jiang Ye could distinctly perceive them. It seems the enhancement isn't dramatic, but transitioning from D rank to C rank is still a significant improvement. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. An enhanced physique should positively impact his performance in practical assessments. The extent of this change would soon be revealed in the upcoming evaluations. Meanwhile, in Class 9 of the second year, all students had completed their punching power tests. The electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom immediately displayed the punching power rankings. Jiang Ye glanced at his position. His punching power of 245 kilograms placed him 35th in the class. This winter break, I surpassed 5 people. That a smile crept across Jiang Ye's face during the previous semester's final exam. His ranking had been 40th. With a total of 100 students in the class, this ranking was not insignificant. However, the punching power test was merely the beginning. Next, there would be speed tests and practical tests. The final ranking of the foundational assessment would combine the results of all 3 tests for an overall score. With his physique enhancement, he anticipated that his rankings in the subsequent tests might improve. Speed assessment begins. The female teacher at the podium spoke calmly. She pressed a button on the wall, and the punching power testing apparatus slowly descended. Simultaneously, a silver treadmill rose from the ground. First up, Li Jichao, a boy with a sharp head, stepped out from a line to begin the speed test. Soon, other classmates followed suit. The rankings on the electronic blackboard were continuously updated. Li Jichao, 14.9 meters second, 1 Yuehui. 12.7 meters second, Zheng Yo. 10.9 meters second. Next, Jiang Ye, the female teacher announced. Yes, Teacher Chun. Jiang Ye rose and walked toward the treadmill. The teacher, Chun Zilu, was the martial arts instructor for Class 9, young and exceptionally beautiful, and well-liked by the boys. Jiang Ye stepped onto the treadmill, which was set to a 100-meter mode, where his peak speed would determine his score. Start. Boom. As Jiang Ye took his first step, the treadmill roared to life. The track glimmered with lights as his strides were precisely measured for speed. Before long, the 100-meter test concluded. The electronic blackboard updated to display Jiang Ye's data, 12.0 meters second. Did I really reach 12 meters per second? Is this for real? Many in the classroom expressed astonishment. 12 meters second was the standard for a minor accomplishment in the cultivation method. Yet, Jiang Ye had clearly not reached that level. Chunzilla looked at Jiang Ye with a smile, saying, "It seems Jiang Ye is engaged in diligent speed training over the winter break, hasn't he?" Jiang Ye remained silent. Did everyone see? This is the result of perseverance and effort you all should learn from Jiang Ye. Chunzilu turned to the others, lavishing praise upon Jiang Ye. Only Jiang Ye understood that surpassing the 12-meter-second threshold was likely due to the recent physique enhancement. It seems my control over my body has become much better. Is this what physique enhancement feels like? Indeed, it is rather extraordinary. At this moment, the rankings for the speed assessment were released. 30th place. What a pity. If I had achieved this ranking in the last semester's final exam, I could have applied for financial aid this year. While Jiang Ye felt elated, he also felt a twinge of regret. As an orphan raised by adoptive parents, his guardians were both grassroots workers with modest economic means. In such circumstances, one could apply for school assistance, provided their grades placed them in the top 30 of the class. I.e., Congratulations on breaking into the top 30. A boy with brown skin exclaimed beside him. After a winter break, you've improved by 10 places. That's incredible. Jiang Ye looked at him and smiled, saying, compared to you, I still have a long way to go. The brown-skinned boy, named Wen Yuehui, was Jiang Ye's friend and also ranked among the top 10 students in Class 9, having already achieved a minor accomplishment in the Xing Wu cultivation method. Compare to me? Wen Yuehui shook his head and remarked, you better keep pushing yourself. Catching up to me won't be easy. Though he was pleased to see his friend progress, he felt uneasy at the thought of Jiang Ye surpassing him. However, he firmly believed that as long as he worked diligently, Jiang Ye's ranking would be nearly impossible to catch up to. Jiang Ye also silently resolved, he'll set a small goal, to enter the top 10 of the class by the end of my second year. This had once been his goal for the college entrance examination. But now, with the system, everything was bound to be different. Next, we shall proceed to the practical assessment. The practical assessment for the Gao Cao consists of both the arena combat and the virtual starry sky evaluation. Given the limited conditions, we shall only conduct the arena combat assessment this time. Chun Zilu stated matter-of-factly, I will suppress my strength to the entry-level standard of the Xing Wu cultivation method to engage in combat with you. But remember, when the martial arts Gao Cao arrives, you will face opponents who have mastered their cultivation. Mastery of the Xing Wu cultivation method is the minimum standard for the martial arts Gao Cao. If students from the ordinary class can reach this requirement before the exam, they generally have a 50% chance of being admitted to a martial arts university. Of course, martial arts universities are stratified. Among them, the top 10 prestigious schools stand out, followed by the 25 School Alliance, and finally 100 ordinary martial arts universities. For students in the ordinary class, gaining admission to an ordinary martial arts university is already quite commendable. Buzz! Chun Zilu pressed a button on the floor, and instantly, a radiant light illuminated one corner of the classroom. A silver, circular arena, 10 meters in diameter, emerged from the ground. Chun Zilu ascended the arena, her gaze sweeping over the students below. Soon, the practical assessment commenced. Although Chun Zilu had constrained her realm to the entry-level standard of the Xing Wu cultivation method, she decisively determined the outcome within 10 moves, even against the top 10 students in the class. Next, next, next. The arena echoed with her cool, crisp commands. The teacher's foundational skills are remarkably profound, Jiang Ye thought, his gaze fixed on Chun Zilu, filled with longing. Practical combat constitutes the most vital aspect of martial arts, and foundational skills form the crucial first step in practical combat. With her entry-level prowess, Chun Zilu effortlessly defeated her opponents, thanks to her exceptionally solid foundation, remaining steadfast against their fervent assaults. I wonder how much my practical abilities have improved with this physical enhancement, Jiang Ye mused, harboring a flicker of anticipation. Time passed. At last, it was Jiang Ye's turn to take the stage. What he did not anticipate was that an unexpected incident would occur when he began his practical assessment. Chapter 3. The friend of the master on the arena, Jiang Ye and Chun Zilu stood facing each other. Suspended in the air around the arena were two devices resembling cameras, designed to assess their combat scores. Let the match begin. Chun Zilu assumed a fighting stance and beckoned Jiang Ye with her hand. Very well. Jiang Ye nodded, adopting a combat posture in return. Just as he prepared to make the first move, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Warning, warning. Detection of limit breach detected. New achievement unlocked. Sparring with a martial arts master. Jiang Ye was taken aback by the system's unexpected notification. Another limit breach? And a martial arts master? According to the system, Chun Zilu, a high school teacher, had somehow become a martial arts master. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ye could hardly believe his eyes. However, he quickly pondered, if I complete this achievement, what rewards might await me? Sparring with a martial arts master must yield substantial rewards, right? Meanwhile, seeing that Jiang Ye had yet to make a move, Chun Zilu seized the initiative. She swiftly advanced, her long legs propelling her like a bolt of lightning, her pristine fist hurtling toward Jiang Ye. Boom! A fierce aura surged forth. Jiang Ye's heart tightened. He knew that martial arts masters always exuded a potent energy with their strikes. The higher the mastery, the more intimidating the aura became. Although Chun Zilu had suppressed her level to the entry stage of the cultivation method, her presence still left him breathless. Jiang Ye immediately raised his left arm to defend while striking with his right elbow. Bang! Chun Zilu seemed to anticipate his move, expertly countering with her palm, saying, elbow strike? Not bad, but your technique is flawed. In the Xing Wu cultivation method, the fist technique is crucial. The elbow strike is a classic move. The legs, waist, shoulders, and elbows must generate power in unison, striking with precision. With that, she executed an elbow strike aimed at Jiang Ye. Boom! The force of her blow was nearly equal to his, yet the impact was worlds apart, creating a resounding echo in the air. Jiang Ye crossed his arms defensively. Thud! He felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing him to stumble back several meters, nearly stepping out of the arena. In the blink of an eye, Chunzi Lu closed in once more, delivering a powerful punch. At that moment, Jiang Ye had retreated to the edge of the arena. For an ordinary person, victory seemed impossible. Thankfully, having undergone physical enhancement, he possessed far greater control over his body than before. Otherwise, he would have already lost. Jiang Ye breathed heavily, feeling grateful yet pressured. Despite both being at the entry level of the cultivation method, Chunzi Lu's combat capabilities and techniques far surpassed his own. At the same time, Chunzi Lu, noticing Jiang Ye's evasive maneuvers, experienced a flicker of surprise. She stepped forward again, launching an onslaught of punches, strikes, lunges, jabs, all accompanied by a flurry of sharp fist shadows, like a tempest enveloping Jiang Ye. Incredible! Jiang Ye evaded and blocked continuously, his arms growing numb from the impact. Soon, he found himself cornered at the edge of the arena. Steadying himself, Jiang Ye cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance." This sparring session had indeed provided him with invaluable insights, significantly enhancing his practical skills compared to the previous semester. It was evident that he had put in considerable effort over the winter break. Chunzi Lu smiled. Indeed, keep up the good work. As a teacher, she appreciated such diligent students. Yes. Chunzi Lu observed Jiang Ye's retreating figure, her gaze flickering with a hint of contemplation. She knew that this student had worked exceptionally hard since the first year of high school, his diligence surpassing even the top 10 students in the class. What a pity. If only this child had stronger innate talent, perhaps he could have the opportunity to enter the alliance of 25 schools. Such hard work, hindered by a lack of aptitude. With mediocre talent, merely gaining admission to an ordinary martial arts university is already commendable. As for the alliance of 25 schools, nearly impossible. In the classroom, the surrounding students were astonished. Jiang Ye's performance in this sparring match had lasted as long as those in the top 10 of the class. It was important to note that each of the top 10 had already surpassed the minor achievements of the cultivation method for half a year, while Jiang Ye was still at the entry level. Such practical skills were truly remarkable. Simultaneously, the electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom displayed Jiang Ye's practical scores. 25th place, Jiang Ye. Seeing his ranking, Jiang Ye was not surprised. The practical ranking was determined by a comprehensive assessment of his combat skills, awareness, and physical condition. He had managed to prolong the match through repeated evasions, yet his combat skills were still inferior to those in the top 10. 25th place in practical skills? Ah, yeah. You truly are a hidden gem, remarked Wen Yuhui, astonished. Jiang Ye shook his head. You've also made significant progress, rising from 10th to 8th place. Have you secretly practiced while claiming to slack off? I would never stoop to such things, Wen Yuhui denied. Jiang Ye chose not to engage further, as a system message had popped up before him. You have unlocked a new achievement, sparring with a martial arts master, managing to keep your composure despite the disparity in strength. Title unlocked, Friend of the Master, reward. The martial arts master has shown leniency. Your comprehension increases by 30. Upon reading the notification, Jiang Ye's expression darkened slightly. Was this implying that Chunzi Lu had gone easy on him during their spar? That was hardly the case. She had clearly suppressed her strength. This foolish system, never mind. It was no surprise that the system could misinterpret the worldview. Jiang Ye quickly set his mind at ease. Soon after, his eyes brightened. An increase of 30 in comprehension. In martial arts cultivation, innate talent and comprehension are paramount. Some individuals, even with average talent, can achieve remarkable feats in Xing Kong martial arts through exceptional comprehension. An increase of 30 in comprehension is undoubtedly significant. As for the condition that she must impart martial arts, this afternoon, she would conduct her martial arts class. The specifics would become clear later. Jiang Ye felt a sense of anticipation. At this moment, the preliminary assessment had concluded. The electronic blackboard revealed the comprehensive rankings from this semester's preliminary assessment. 25th place, Jiang Ye, 206 points. 25th place? Jiang Ye nodded slightly at his ranking, not surprised. Logically, he wouldn't even make the top 30 this time. However, the physical enhancement had greatly improved his abilities. On the arena, Chun-Zi Lu cast her gaze over everyone. In this preliminary assessment, I would like to commend Jiang Ye, who has risen from 40th place last semester to 25th place this time. Chun-Zi Lu stated calmly, "He, like all of you, possesses ordinary innate talent. Such improvement is a testament to his persistent and diligent training." As her words echoed, many students discreetly glanced at Jiang Ye. His expression remained composed. Compared to the final assessment of last semester, he had indeed made significant progress, aided by the physical enhancement. Yet the most crucial factor was his perseverance and effort. Without sufficient diligence over the winter break, he wouldn't have activated the system, let alone improve his ranking by so many places. Jiang Ye thought to himself. At the podium, Chun-Zi Lu concluded, "This afternoon, I will teach the advanced techniques of the cultivation method. After lunch, remember to arrive at the classroom early." With that, she turned and left. Understood. Students eagerly rose and rushed out of the classroom as it was time for lunch. Advanced techniques? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Previously, the teacher had never taught such skills. This was the first time. He was curious to see how much his enhanced understanding would assist him. Chapter 4. Enlightenment in this world, martial arts training has become an integral part of life. Starting from high school, students undergo frequent martial arts training, with an average of at least 5 days a week, dedicating entire days to martial arts classes. By now, many in the classroom were practicing on their own. Wen Yuehui spotted Jiang Ye and immediately approached him. Have you heard? Starting next year, the college entrance examination will be reformed, and the admission standards for universities will be raised." The reform of the college entrance examination? Jiang Ye was taken aback. Wen Yuehui nodded. The admission requirements for many ordinary universities have increased. One must achieve a complete mastery of the Xing Wu cultivation method. It seems daunting for us. He sighed deeply. The saying, "the rich in martial arts, the poor in literature," was not merely a phrase. To advance swiftly in martial arts, one cannot do without wealth. Jiang Ye expressed his astonishment. Is it that students from Chengdu cannot enter ordinary martial arts universities? They can, but only the lowest-ranked ones. Wen Yuehui shook his head. Being among the lowest-ranked ordinary martial arts universities is no different from being in a vocational school. Jiang Ye inquired, "What about the 25 School Alliance?" "The 25 School Alliance?" Wen Yuehui casually remarked, "The standards are likely elevated as well, but that has nothing to do with us." "Why do you ask? Do you wish to apply to the 25 School Alliance?" "One must have dreams," Jiang Ye replied playfully. "Is that a challenge?" "Then I concede." Wen Yuehui laughed, not taking it to heart. "I once had dreams too. When I was in elementary school, I aspired to attend one of the top 10 prestigious schools. Unfortunately, reality is too cruel." In the midst of their idle chatter, class time arrived. At the doorway, Chun-Zi Lu, adorned in a pristine martial arts uniform, white shoes, and white socks, strode in confidently. "From the first to the 36th form of the Xing Wu cultivation method's fist techniques, I will demonstrate advanced skills this time. Pay close attention," Chun-Zi Lu stated in a cool voice. Jiang Ye's eyes brightened as he quickly focused. Advanced techniques are typically reserved for students who have attained a certain level of mastery, making this opportunity rare. Chun-Zi Lu, with an expression of tranquility, began to perform the punches before the audience. The principles of grasping, pouncing, shaking, and intercepting were vividly showcased in a seamless flow of movements. In an instant, Jiang Ye felt as if he had entered an ethereal state. Was this the enhancement of his understanding by 30%? His mind jolted as he observed Chun-Zi Lu's graceful figure, her slender waist and abdomen elegantly revealed. He fixated on her form, noting every subtle detail. Although the Xing Wu cultivation method's fist techniques comprised only 36 forms, completing a full set required an hour of practice, demanding considerable physical stamina. With a powerful punch, Chun-Zi Lu released energy akin to a dragon soaring through the air, concluding her demonstration. "Next, practice on your own. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me," she said coolly. As the class began to practice, Jiang Ye remained stationary, hesitating to move. Unbeknownst to others, his mind was racing. "Surprisingly, I had so many mistakes in my previous practice." Jiang Ye closed his eyes, visions of inspiration flashing in his mind. In the next moment, he slowly began to assume a punching stance. With each strike, his movements became increasingly fluid and coherent. The practice of the fist techniques transcended mere punching. Recalling Chen Zilu's previous advice, Jiang Ye remembered that while practicing punches, one must engage the shoulders, waist, abdomen, hips, and legs, activating the strength of every muscle in the body with each punch. The Xing Wu cultivation method consists of 36 forms, each containing 36 techniques. If one can correctly mobilize the muscles for each technique and complete the 36 forms, perfection is within reach. This signifies ultimate control over every inch of the body. It is said that those who achieve mastery in the Xing Wu cultivation method can even control their physical prowess with utmost precision. Jiang Ye had not yet reached that level, but he had made significant progress, with minor success now within his grasp. Meanwhile, Chen Zilu's gaze wandered through the martial arts classroom. This was her first time demonstrating advanced techniques to Class 9 in the second year. However, if a student possessed decent aptitude, they could gain insights and improve significantly. Chen Zilu scanned the room, but did not find any such students. The ordinary class students were mediocre in both martial arts talent and understanding. She was not surprised and felt a twinge of disappointment. Just then, her attention was unexpectedly captured by a particular direction. This student seems to have grasped some insights. Her gaze settled on a slender boy, whose sharp hairstyle made his head appear somewhat pointed. As she observed him, a name flickered in her mind. Li Jichao. His parents are martial arts experts. Though his talent is low, he is still superior to others. Chen Zilu pondered briefly before shifting her gaze. However, when she inadvertently glanced at Jiang Ye, her eyes paused once again. Jiang Ye, is he also on the verge of a breakthrough? Chen Zilu mused thoughtfully. Meanwhile, not far from Jiang Ye, Wen Yuehui had been practicing for 3 hours and, drenched in sweat, finally stopped. Seeing Jiang Ye still punching beside him, he couldn't help but think, what's with this guy? How is he enduring for so long? Though it was merely 3 hours, it required full body engagement, equivalent to 3 hours of intense exercise. Suddenly, Wen Yuehui realized something and thought he must be on the brink of a breakthrough. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of crackling sounds echoed from his shoulder blades, resembling the sound of popping beans, as his spine undulated like a dragon's back, and he executed a punch. With a resounding thud, his fist struck out, and a muffled sound reverberated through the air. He has broken through to the minor success of the cultivation method. Jiang Ye awakened from his trance-like state, gazing at his fists with joy swelling within him. Just moments ago, he sensed a significant improvement in his control over the muscles in his shoulders and waist, as if they were extensions of his will. This meant that with each punch he threw in the future, he could fully harness the power of his shoulder and waist muscles, potentially doubling his previous strength. This was the essence of minor success in the Xing Wu cultivation method. On the progress panel, the status of the Xing Wu cultivation method shifted from beginner, 99, to minor success, 1. I never anticipated such a leap. Jiang Ye was filled with elation. Initially, he had expected it would take at least another week to achieve this breakthrough, yet he had accomplished it in a single class. Was this the result of the lineage of the ancestors? Remarkable. Jiang Ye felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He recognized that his rapid advancement was closely tied to the enhancement of his understanding by 30%. Congratulations on achieving minor success. When Yuehui approached him, genuinely pleased. From now on, you are one of the top students in our class. Seeing his friend succeed brought him joy as well. Suddenly, he exclaimed, throwing a punch that landed with a sound akin to clashing metal, causing a painful ringing in the ears. Wow! When Yuehui exclaimed, shocked. Li Jichao, he has reached great success. Jiang Ye turned to look. He had just reached minor success, and someone in the class had already achieved great success. It was quite remarkable for an ordinary class student to reach great success before the college entrance examination. Li Jichao, Chen Zilu commented, to attain great success in the cultivation method in the second year shows you are exceptionally gifted. However, the transition from great success to perfection is the most challenging step in the Xing Wu cultivation method. Do not become complacent. Understood, Li Jichao replied to Chen Zilu, his expression neutral. Chen Zilu added, we should procure some enhancement potions. They are highly beneficial for breakthroughs. Li Jichao furrowed his brow and inquired, will taking these potions harm one's body? Chen Zilu replied, the Li Long potion has minimal side effects. Li Jichao nodded in understanding. Li Long potion? Jiang Ye echoed. Although Chen Zilu was not addressing him, he felt compelled to remember anything that could aid in a breakthrough. Wen Yuehui cast a glance at him and softly remarked, "The Li Long potion costs 3,000 yuan each. We might as well forget it." 3,000 yuan? Jiang Ye was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. His foster mother's monthly salary was merely 3,000 yuan. Of course, that's why we say the scholarly are poor while the martial are wealthy, Wen Yuehui lamented. Rich people are truly despicable. If only I had such wealth. Jiang Ye couldn't help but gain a clearer understanding of the martial world. He silently vowed, "It seems I can only rely on my own efforts from now on." Meanwhile, Chen Zilu's gaze shifted to Jiang Ye. She recognized him as one of the two in their class who had grasped the technique of advancement. She smiled gently and remarked, "Jiang Ye is quite impressive. He has finally achieved minor success." Achieving minor success in the second semester of sophomore year is rather ordinary, especially considering that his aptitude was evidently inferior to that of the top 10 students despite sharing a similar low in talent. However, she refrained from discouraging him at that moment. "Jiang Ye, if you have any questions, feel free to come to me," Chen Zilu said with a smile before turning to leave. In the classroom, many cast envious glances at Jiang Ye. He was the only one whom Chen Zilu had offered special instruction. Even Li Jichao did not receive such treatment. But what could they say? After all, Jiang Ye was diligent in his training and quite handsome, just as the boys were feeling envious. A girl had already approached Jiang Ye with a bottle of water as the martial arts class concluded. Chapter 5. A Family of 4 Thank You. Jiang Ye accepted the water bottle without hesitation, noticing the shy girl scurrying away with a hint of delight on her face. He realized he would indeed need to seek guidance from his teachers more often. According to the system, his comprehension would only increase by 30% when Chen Zilu was teaching. Whether in class or during special sessions, these would be opportunities for his enhancement. While contemplating his future, Jiang Ye concluded his day of training and set off home under the setting sun. Taoyang Community, Building 12, Apartment 606. In the kitchen, his foster mother, Li Onping, greeted him with a smile, "Come sit down and eat." After washing his hands, Jiang Ye joined the dining table. "Brother," a little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, rushed over, her delicate features illuminated with a mischievous glint as she clung to Jiang Ye's leg, pouting adorably. "Brother, do you have any candy?" Li Onping admonished. "Ting Ting, it's time for dinner." Jiang Ting, Jiang Ye's younger sister, was a charming little girl not yet 12. Jiang Ye retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and said, "You can have candy after dinner. Otherwise, I won't buy you any in the future." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Ting beamed as she accepted the lollipop. The family of 3 gathered around the dining table, and Li Onping casually asked, "Xiao Yi, how did your school entrance exam go?" Jiang Ye had been working overtime at the factory these past few days, and Li Onping did not elaborate further. His foster father, Jiang Dehai, worked at the Anqing Bionic Mechanical Factory, a place specializing in the production of bionic prosthetics. Due to the existence of the shadow calamity, even in the city, danger lurked everywhere. Each time a calamity struck, the injury rates soared, prompting rapid growth in the bionic industry. According to the news, last night in Qingyang City, Xishan Province, a secondary shadow calamity occurred, resulting in 15 injuries and 2 fatalities. The police, in conjunction with the Qingyang City Shadow Hunting Bureau, successfully quelled the calamity, urging residents to limit nighttime outings and avoid going out if below the martial arts first realm. The wall-mounted television in the living room broadcasted the evening news. Qingyang City? Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback upon hearing this news. Qingyang City, adjacent to Anqing, ranks among the top 5 cities in Xishan Province. It also houses a martial arts university, boasting a significantly higher level of public safety compared to Anqing. Nevertheless, once a calamity occurs, casualties are unavoidable. Jiang Ye's brow tightened slightly. Only by reaching the martial arts first realm can one possess a modicum of self-defense against the calamity. Martial arts comprise 7 realms. Each breakthrough signifies the shattering of life's shackles, propelling one toward a new pinnacle of existence. During this process, various extraordinary abilities emerge. The first humans to break these life shackles are referred to as Shinkong Wudao Jia, also known as the first break. Only upon reaching this level does one gain the confidence and strength to confront calamities. The Xingwu cultivation method is a foundational practice established by the Blue Star Federation, serving as the initial step toward the realm of Shinkong Wudao. Mastery of this method signifies proximity to the first life shackle. However, Merely mastering it is insufficient to enter the martial arts' first realm. One must undergo several rounds of Shinkong Shilian to truly transform. Of course, these goals are still far from Jiang Ye's current reality. He glanced at his status panel. Low martial achievement system. Name, Jiang Ye. Physique, ordinary body, C grade. Cultivation method, Xingwu cultivation method. Minor success, 1. Achievements, martial arts grandmaster. Friend of the ancestor reflecting on the benefits brought by these two achievements, Jiang Ye sincerely remarked, "It feels wonderful to have an advantage." He felt no shame in utilizing such advantages. In the vast multiverse, which powerful being does not rely on advantages? Having an advantage does not conflict with hard work. Striving while leveraging one's advantages is the true path of strength. To swiftly grow stronger, he realized he must unlock new achievements. Jiang Ye mused that these achievements were akin to individual enhancements, and their effects could stack infinitely. However, how to unlock new achievements remained a dilemma. The two achievements he had unlocked seemed to stem from the system's misjudgment. Jiang Ye's expression became peculiar as he considered this. To put it plainly, the system struggled to accurately discern his environment, mistaking a high martial world for a low martial one, and mistaking assessments for sparring. The outcomes were correct, yet the processes were entirely chaotic. The current question was whether the system would continue down this path or eventually correct itself. All of this remained uncertain. He resolved to focus on diligent cultivation. For him, the most prudent course of action was to strengthen his abilities and unlock higher martial achievements. Once he unlocked more achievements and discerned patterns, perhaps he would find clarity. Achieving mastery of the cultivation method would herald a transformation in his body. Perhaps then, new achievements would be unlocked. Jiang Ye gradually became immersed in his training, losing track of time. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the creaking sound of the door signaled the arrival of a middle-aged man home. "Did you find a new job, dear?" Li Anping approached him, inquiring softly. Jiang Dehai shook his head gently, his expression weary. "It's quite difficult. Many companies reject me upon learning I am over 40. Middle-aged individuals face the threat of unemployment. And Jiang Dehai was among those caught in this wave. Tomorrow, I plan to apply at the Shadow Hunting Bureau. I heard they have openings for night security." Jiang Dehai sat on the sofa, making plans. However, Li Anping's expression changed slightly. "The Shadow Hunting Bureau? ISNT, that where they deal with shadow calamities? ISNT that too dangerous? Don't worry, it's just a security job. There's no real danger. But working at night." Li Anping looked at her husband with concern. The news had warned against going out at night. Although shadow calamities could occur during the day, they were more frequent at night. Jiang Dehai had practiced martial arts, yet he had not even reached the first break, making it difficult for him to protect himself in the face of danger. While they both understood this, Li Anping struggled to find the right words to persuade him. Jiang Ting is in the phase of growth, while Jiang Ye is at a critical juncture in his martial arts training, requiring substantial nourishment. Both children are in need of financial support. The considerable family expenses leave her at a loss for how to continue persuading. "All right, resta sourd, jankada oirea sourd. I am merely guarding the door, and besides, it is the Hunting Shadows Bureau, the safest place in the city. Furthermore, I am on the verge of breaking through myself. I'm not as weak as you might think." Li Anping nodded in agreement. She chose not to dwell on this topic any further, and instead remarked, "Xiao Yi ranked 25th in his entrance examination. Is that so?" Jiang Dehai's face lit up with a broad smile. "Huh? I knew he could do it. This progress is remarkable." He was aware of Jiang Ye's diligence. However, after the initial joy, Jiang Dehai sighed softly. If only this child were not born with inferior talent, how much better it would be. Otherwise, with his efforts, he could have been admitted to a prestigious martial arts university, and his future would not have followed the same path as ours. Both he and Li Anping possessed inferior talents, making him acutely aware of the limitations such endowments impose on martial arts. Jiang Dehai slowly clenched his fist, regardless. "Xiao Yi works so hard. As his father, I cannot let him down. Although Jiang Ye is adopted after all these years, he has long been regarded as my own son. Even if it means exhausting our resources, I shall ensure he attends a martial arts university." Jan Guda, I spoke solemnly. Chapter 6, a special provision. "So, father has been coming home late these past few days because he is job hunting?" Jiang Ye stood before the wall. Due to his enhanced physique, his hearing had improved, and given the poor sound insulation of their old house, he could vaguely hear conversations from the next room. His father is actually applying for a night security position at the Hunting Shadows Bureau? Jiang Ye furrowed his brows. The Hunting Shadows Bureau is a particularly unique institution in this world, existing solely to combat the Shadow Calamity. The Shadow Calamity has a long history. Centuries ago, after the blue star connected with the cosmos, people discovered a peculiar breed of beings that could attach themselves to shadows, feeding on the life essence of their hosts. These strange creatures are referred to as the Shadow Clan. Once targeted by the Shadow Clan, unless one possesses formidable martial prowess, escape from death is nearly impossible. The Hunting Shadows Bureau is an organization dedicated to hunting the Shadow Clan. The majority of martial artists in the city are stationed there. Just as Jiang Ye said, it is the safest place in the city. However, if a Shadow Calamity were to occur, the Hunting Shadows Bureau would also become the most perilous location. Jiang Ye understands his adoptive father's predicament. In middle age, with responsibilities towards both his elders and children, one cannot afford to be unemployed. Especially since Jiang Ye's martial training incurs substantial expenses. Not to mention, he requires meat daily. The Shadow Calamity not only threatens humanity, but also impacts animals, causing meat prices to soar year after year. Ordinary pork has reached 50 yuan per gene, while martial arts designated pork costs at least 200 yuan. Specialty beef and lamb can exceed 500 yuan. Yet, martial arts training is inseparable from consuming meat, as dietary supplements are crucial for martial advancement, and meat constitutes merely the foundational component of nourishment. Jiang Ye sighed internally. He had heard that students from affluent families not only enjoy meat at every meal, but also partake in rare martial ingredients, such as wu run shun, whale eyes, and tiger gallbladder, all of which are exorbitantly priced, often exceeding 1,000. The phrase poor in literature, rich in martial arts, is not mere rhetoric. Jiang Ye does not hail from such a background. His adoptive parents' combined annual income barely surpasses 100,000 yuan. Nevertheless, they ensure he has meat to eat daily. I must gain admission to a martial arts university. Jiang Ye's resolve grew ever stronger. Setting aside notions of gratitude, he at least did not wish to disappoint his parents' expectations. His current objective is to achieve perfection in the Xing Wu cultivation method before the college entrance examination. He continued his training, typically practicing until 1 in the morning before succumbing to sleep. Today would be no exception. The following morning, Jiang Ye awoke with a heavy head. Did I have a nightmare again? He rubbed his head, dismissing the thought. He glanced at his status panel. Cultivation method. Xing Wu cultivation method. Minor achievement, 2. Surprising. He noted, one night of training had yielded a 1 improvement. Such efficiency far exceeded his previous progress. Has my training speed accelerated? Could this be influenced by the enhancement of my physique? It appears that this so-called physique might indeed refer to martial talent. This revelation was astonishing, indicating that Jiang Ye's martial endowment had unexpectedly improved. After reaching minor achievement, the difficulty of further advancement increases exponentially. However, I shall surpass my expectations and achieve major achievements sooner than planned, Jiang Ye mused. The leap from major achievement to perfection would be even more challenging. Initially, Jiang Ye believed he would only reach major achievement in his senior year, but now he felt it feasible before the conclusion of his sophomore year. Time for breakfast. Jiang Ye rose and headed outside. After breakfast, he escorted his sister, Jiang Ting, to school. Upon arriving at the entrance of a city primary school, his little sister looked up at him with longing eyes and said, "Brother, I will miss you." Jiang Ye patted her head and replied, "I'll bring you some candy after school." "Okay, thank you, brother." Jiang Ting bounced happily into the school. Jiang Ye then proceeded toward city number 3 middle school, embarking on another day filled with training and study. Time flew by, and before long, a month had passed. Day in and day out, Jiang Ye repeated the cycle of life. Aside from eating, sleeping, and attending cultural classes, he dedicated himself entirely to relentless training. He speculated that only upon reaching a certain level of strength or triggering specific conditions could he unlock new achievements. For instance, the Friend of the Ancestor achievement was one such condition. Yet, to date, Jiang Ye had not managed to trigger any new accomplishments. Fortunately, his strength was rising swiftly. Following the enhancement of his physique, Jiang Ye's martial talent improved, and his training speed accelerated slightly. Additionally, his comprehension in Chunzi Lu's class increased by 30. Of course, the most critical factor remained his tireless practice day and night. Jiang Ye's martial prowess was visibly advancing. March 30th. In the cultural classroom, Jiang Ye, Ranked first in cultural scores, sat at his desk. He examined his status panel. Cultivation method, Xing Wu cultivation method. Minor achievement, 40 in just 1 month. He was nearly halfway to major achievement. Jiang Ye felt a sense of satisfaction. Previously, he would have struggled to achieve even a 10 improvement in a month. Such is the reality of possessing inferior talent. Over 70 of individuals on Blue Star fall under the category of inferior talent. The innate endowment not only pertains to the strength of one's physique, but also significantly influences the cultivation of the Shinkong Wu Dao. For those possessing a primordial endowment, embarking on the path of Shinkong Wu Dao becomes considerably more arduous. A flicker of realization stirred within Jiang Ye's heart. According to his teacher, the martial arts endowment cannot be wholly equated with physical constitution, thus overturning some of his previous conjectures. At that moment, Jiang Ye suddenly noticed an additional line of text appearing on the panel. Low Martial Achievement System. Name, Jiang Ye. Physique, Ordinary Body, C grade. Endowment, Primordial. Technique, Xingwu Cultivation Method. Minor Success, 40. Achievement, Martial Arts Grandmaster. Friend of Ancestors. The system indeed differentiated between physique and endowment, confirming their distinct nature, Jiang Ye mused. The second level of endowment is termed newborn. A bespectacled female teacher clad in a black fitted dress explained that newborn signifies a rebirth of martial essence, with a physique far superior to that of a primordial endowment. Individuals of this caliber typically possess formidable martial talent, allowing them to cultivate with remarkable efficiency, akin to students in an elite class who predominantly exhibit this endowment. Jiang Ye was learning for the first time what students with a newborn endowment were like. It was astonishing to realize that those with a newborn endowment could attain complete mastery by their second year and potentially become Shinkong Wu Dao practitioners by their third year. The notion of becoming a Shinkong Wu Dao practitioner who must break free from the shackles of life felt exceedingly distant for Jiang Ye. No wonder the school differentiated between ordinary and elite classes. The disparity was immense. If a newborn endowment was already so formidable, what about those with Dao bones and the extraordinary? Jiang Ye silently pondered. The satisfaction he felt moments ago was swiftly eclipsed by the daunting reality of the martial path, which was fraught with challenges and length. The low martial achievement system merely served as a tool to aid his advancement. Ultimately, to surpass those prodigies and become a true martial powerhouse, he would rely solely on his own diligence. In the blink of an eye, it was time for martial arts class. As Jiang Ye stepped into the classroom, he spotted Li Jichao not far away, injecting himself with the L-Ling potion. How affluent he must be, Jiang Ye reflected. Over the past month, Li Jichao had undergone this procedure 10 times, at a cost of 3,000 yuan per vial. That amounted to 30,000 yuan, a staggering expense for Jiang Ye's family. As Jiang Ye contemplated this, he remained focused on his studies. For his greatest progress occurred during martial arts lessons. Hours slipped by, and after finishing lunch, he was summoned to the office. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded affirmatively. Chun Zilu gracefully departed. Meanwhile, his classmates cast envious glances in his direction. Was teacher Chun now inviting him for private instruction? Chun Zilu treated him exceptionally well. Could it be he held some leverage over her? Jealousy brewed among his peers, as they lamented Jiang Ye's good fortune, attributing it to his handsome appearance and diligent training. Wang Yi chimed in, "I have an early class." Chapter 7. Awakening of Martial Essence. Jiang Ye felt a twinge of confusion. Although he had indeed sought Shinzila's guidance several times recently, he had never approached her privately. This was the first instance of her reaching out to him. As he pondered this, a girl approached him, handing him a bottle of water. "This is for you," she said shyly. Jiang Ye recognized her as Xia Qing, the girl who often offered him water. After a brief, blushing nod, she hurried away. Jiang Ye reflected on her retreating figure. Was this the advantage of being handsome? Alas, in this world, good looks alone do not suffice to sustain one. Not far away, Wan Yuehui approached, gazing at him incredulously. "Wait, buddy, did you switch partners?" Jiang Ye turned, puzzled. "What is the matter?" Wan Yuehui, a close friend, had noticed Jiang Ye's significant progress over the past month, which others might overlook. However, it was glaringly evident to him, especially now that Chun Zilu had personally invited Jiang Ye for special guidance. Jealousy consumed him, leaving him feeling despondent. Jiang Ye couldn't help but smirk at Wan Yuehui's disheartened demeanor. Are you worried your friend is struggling, or that your friend is driving a luxury vehicle? At that moment, Wen Yuehui exclaimed, Yi, have you hit a jackpot? Don't forget your brother if you find something good. Jiang Ye shook his head, exclaiming, could it not be attributed to my perseverance and hard work? Wen Yuehui paused, then replied, if persistence and effort were all it took, the world's wealthiest would surely be donkeys. This remark left no room for rebuttal. As Wen Yuehui prepared to continue his lament, Jiang Ye interjected, let us head to the cafeteria. If we delay, there won't even be soup left. Wen Yuehui suddenly realized and rushed out of the classroom, Jiang Ye trailing closely behind. They swiftly arrived at the cafeteria, where an electronic scrolling screen displayed, efficiency is life. Please adhere to meal duration. The allotted time for each grade was displayed. First year, 30 minutes. Second year, 20 minutes. Third year, 15 minutes. Wen Yuehui, upon seeing this, couldn't help but curse, what the heck? Why has the time been shortened again? Weren't second years previously allotted half an hour? Jiang Ye felt equally exasperated. He understood this was the school's attempt to maximize students' training time. Yet the meal duration had been further reduced to a mere 20 minutes. For martial practice, a substantial appetite was necessary. How could one expect a cow to run without allowing it to graze? With lingering grievances, they entered the cafeteria, observing students devouring their meals in silence, the only sound being the hurried swallowing of food. Jiang Ye stole a glance at the second floor, where the elite class students dined in their exclusive booths. Although both ordinary and elite classes shared the same school, the disparity in treatment was stark. The meal duration regulations applied solely to the ordinary class, sparing the elite class, who enjoyed preferential access to nutritional supplements and various resources. Jiang Ye found solace in the fact that in Chung Sanzhong was not like that. After lunch, he hurried to Chen Zila's office. The office was empty. Evidently, she had not yet finished her meal. Jiang Ye decided to practice in place. Half an hour later, he turned to see a strikingly beautiful and cold young woman seated at her desk. Teacher, Jiang Ye greeted as he approached. Chen Zilu glanced at him and remarked, you've made considerable progress in recent days. Have you been taking supplements? Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that she would broach such a topic first. Had his remarkable advancement raised suspicions of substance use? Immediately, he shook his head in denial. Chen Zilu responded coolly, using supplements prematurely is not advisable. You have yet to achieve full mastery. If you resort to them now, breaking through to perfection will become more challenging. I allow Li Jichao to use them because his parents are martial experts, capable of mitigating some side effects. If you take them too early, you will only exhaust yourself further. Chen Zilu, as a teacher, could discern Jiang Ye's abnormal progress over the past month, which was evident even to Wen Yuehui. Jiang Ye, feeling somewhat helpless, insisted, Teacher, I truly have not taken any supplements. He had no intention of feigning innocence. He merely wished for her to recognize his potential and be willing to teach him, thereby granting him greater opportunities for advancement. Chen Zilu smiled and said, why are you in such a hurry? I know you haven't taken any drugs. Jiang Ye looked at her in confusion. Chen Zilu continued, however, if you ever decide to take drugs, you can come to me. I have access to more affordable channels with fewer side effects. Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned. A wave of astonishment surged within him. Was she really trying to sell him drugs? Could it be that Li Jichao's lighting potion was also purchased from Chen Zilu? Teacher, didn't you just say not to take drugs? Jiang Ye finally said after a brief silence. Chen Zilu replied, I said not to take them prematurely, not to avoid them altogether. If you wish to ascend in the martial arts of the starry sky, taking drugs is a necessary part of the journey. However, generally speaking, you must perfect the Xing Wu cultivation method before you can endure the side effects of the potions. Jiang Ye questioned, but Li Jichao. He remembered that Li Jichao had already mastered his fist technique, and Chen Zilu had recommended he take drugs. Chen Zilu replied nonchalantly, Li Jichao has exhausted his potential. He only has hope of entering a better martial arts university by taking drugs in advance. As for you, she cast a discerning glance at Jiang Ye and said, I truly did not sense any signs of you taking drugs. So does this mean your martial bone has awakened? Martial bone awakening? Jiang Ye displayed a look of bewilderment. Chen Zilu explained, apart from innate talent, one's martial arts aptitude is also determined by their martial bone. Naturally, the higher the talent, the stronger the martial bone is by nature. Generally, both martial bones and talents are unchangeable. Chen Zilu continued, however, There have been rare cases where martial bones undergo subtle changes postnatally, leading to a surge in talent, known as martial bone awakening. I see. Jiang Ye nodded, beginning to grasp the concept. The so-called martial bone must refer to one's physique. He realized he was not experiencing a martial bone awakening, but rather a strengthening of his physique. Nevertheless, this explanation could indeed clarify the issue of his accelerated cultivation. Jiang Ye immediately asserted, then I must have experienced martial bone awakening. I did feel changes within my body before. He recounted the alterations he sensed during the enhancement of his physique. Upon hearing this, Chen Zilu approached Jiang Ye. As he was pondering, he felt a delicate hand resting on his cervical vertebra. Is that all right? Chen Zilu inquired. Please proceed, teacher, Jiang Ye responded calmly. In the next moment, he felt a mysterious energy coursing through his entire being along his spine. A tingling sensation instantly stimulated Jiang Ye's nerves. This made Jiang Ye's heart stir. He had heard that those who break the shackles of life would give birth to extraordinary energy within. Could this be the extraordinary energy? It filled him with an inexplicable pleasure, and every cell in his body felt invigorated. Soon, Chen Zilu released her hand and nodded. It seems you have indeed awakened your martial bone. She gazed at Jiang Ye, smiling, with your current state. You might have a chance of entering a slightly better martial arts university. Jiang Ye clasped his hands in gratitude. All thanks to your guidance, teacher. Chen Zilu chuckled, clearly pleased. No need for modesty. The master opens the door, but the cultivation is up to you. Your own effort is the most crucial. Chen Zilu then added, since you have awakened your martial bone, there are certain things you should understand. Jiang Ye displayed a puzzled expression. Please, teacher. Chapter 8. The path to wealth. Have you ever considered entering the elite class? Chen Zilu looked at Jiang Ye. Elite class? Jiang Ye was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. I have never thought about it. Students in the elite class are all endowed with exceptional talents. Although they attend the same school, the worlds of these two types of students are entirely different. As someone with lower-end talent, Jiang Ye had never contemplated entering the elite class. However, Chen Zilu said, then let me ask you, do you wish to attend an ordinary martial arts university? Or do you aspire to join the 25 School Alliance? The 25 School Alliance, Jiang Ye replied without hesitation. Previously, he had only regarded an ordinary martial arts university as his goal. But now, with the system in hand, his aspirations had naturally elevated. There was even a flicker of desire within him to enroll in one of the top 10 prestigious institutions. Of course, he understood that such chances were exceedingly slim. Had he received the system in his first year of high school, he might have had a glimmer of hope. But now, as he was in the latter half of his second year, time was too scarce. Thus, he could only aim for a more attainable goal. The 25 School Alliance was something Jiang Ye had to strive for. Chen Zilu said, only by entering the elite class do you stand a chance of gaining admission to the 25 School Alliance. A chance? Jiang Ye looked at his teacher. Chen Zilu nodded. The 25 School Alliance comprises 25 prestigious martial arts universities, each a top-tier institution. Even among our school's elite class, only the top 10 students each year can gain admission. The top 10 of the elite class? Jiang Ye held his breath. The students in the elite class are all endowed with remarkable talents. Most can perfect their cultivation methods by the second year. Among them, those with exceptional gifts may even break through to become martial artists in their third year. According to his teacher's words, does this mean that only after breaking through can one enter the 25 School Alliance? Chen Zilu smiled and said, since you have awakened your martial bone, you should have a chance. However, the prerequisite is to enter the elite class for study as soon as possible. The elite class not only provides more advantageous resource channels, but also offers opportunities to learn advanced techniques and priority participation in various trials. Moreover, students in the elite class can also work as coaches to earn money. Not to mention, just the identity of being a student in the elite class will elevate how you are perceived in various industries. Jiang Ye felt a slight stirring in his heart. He had only had a vague understanding of the distinction between the elite class and the ordinary class before. Yet he had not anticipated there were so many hidden benefits. Students in the elite class could even leverage their status to earn. Being a coach? That sounds appealing, especially as a fitness coach. Hearing his teacher mention it, he felt somewhat tempted. Chen Zilu continued, furthermore, students in the elite class can rent virtual helmets without restrictions to enter the virtual starry sky and hone their skills. Unlimited access to the virtual starry sky. Jiang Ye held his breath. The virtual starry sky is a groundbreaking technology that was publicly released after Blue Star connected with the starry sky, capable of replicating the real world in a one-to-one manner. One of the two practical assessments during the college entrance examination takes place in the virtual starry sky. However, the helmets are exorbitantly priced, starting from over $1 million, and even the school has limited equipment. Ordinary classes have only a few rental opportunities beyond classroom needs. The privileges of the elite class are indeed numerous. Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Teacher, do you teach the elite class?" "I only teach your class." "Class 9. Chunzilu shook her head. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. If Chunzilu were not teaching, he would not be able to receive that 30 boost in comprehension. It was unlikely that another teacher could unlock the same achievements. He continued to ask. Chunzilu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you suggesting that the teaching quality of the elite class surpasses mine?" Jiang Ye's expression turned serious. "In my eyes, Teacher Chen's teaching is the best." "Come now. You haven't even attended an elite class," Chunzilu said, though she was clearly pleased. With a smile, she said, "If you wish to seek my guidance, I will gladly teach you whenever I have time. However, there are conditions for transferring to the elite class. You must fully master the Xing Wu cultivation method before the college entrance examination. If you only break through just before the examination, entering the elite class will hold little significance. So the sooner you achieve perfection, the better." Jiang Ye nodded. Even at his current pace, achieving perfection before the college entrance examination would be quite challenging. After all, the transition from mastery to perfection only becomes more difficult. However, with the low martial achievement system at his disposal, he felt confident. Chunzilu gazed at him with a hint of curiosity and remarked, "You seem quite confident." Jiang Ye replied earnestly, "I am waiting for you, teacher, to reveal the shortcuts." He believed that Chunzilu's words were not meant to undermine him. Chunzilu shot him a disdainful glance. In martial arts, there are no shortcuts to be taken. However, to swiftly enhance one's martial prowess, there are indeed two pathways. She looked at Jiang Ye and extended her two slender fingers, saying, "First, nutritional supplements or medicinal concoctions. Second, participating in the school's trials." "Trials?" Jiang Ye inwarded, puzzled. He was already aware of the nutritional supplements and medicinal concoctions. Chunzilu had previously advised against the latter, leaving only the former as an option. Yet, the notion of trials was entirely new to him. Chunzilu elaborated, "Certain trials within the school offer substantial rewards upon completion. Not only can you obtain advanced techniques, but you can also earn tens of thousands of yuan. Furthermore, these trials serve to hone your abilities, significantly enhancing your strength." Jiang Ye held his breath slightly. The prospect of earning tens of thousands of yuan was a boon for his family, to sustain household expenses, particularly for his nutritional needs. His adoptive parents bore considerable work pressure. Tens of thousands of yuan was indeed a significant sum, capable of aiding his development and alleviating familial burdens. Chunzilu added, "However, there are only a limited number of slots for ordinary classes to participate in the trials each year. Given your current abilities, even if you were permitted to join, you would struggle to succeed. Let's discuss this again once you have mastered your cultivation techniques." Jiang Ye nodded. According to his teacher, the trials were predominantly attended by students from advanced classes. Competing with them required more than just a moderate level of skill. Moreover, if you can rank within the top 10 in this semester's final assessment, there are scholarships available, with higher placements yielding greater rewards. Strive diligently. Chunzilu raised her delicate hand and patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder, saying, "If you encounter anything unclear in your training, remember to ask me without hesitation." "Thank you, teacher," Jiang Ye sincerely expressed. He recognized that Chunzilu's attention towards him was distinctive. She likely would not extend such care to others. "Goodbye, teacher." Once Jiang Ye turned to leave, Chunzilu retrieved a document from her drawer, examining Jiang Ye's enrollment information. Supporting her chin with her hand, she mused, "The awakening of martial bones. Is it? Quite intriguing." What she did not disclose to Jiang Ye was that since the blue star had aligned with the starry skies, there had yet to be a single case of original innate martial bone awakening. Those who could awaken their martial bones were invariably of a higher endowment. Gaining admission to the 25-school alliance was far more challenging than he anticipated. The threshold was to become a starry martial artist. How difficult is it to become a starry martial artist? Take his adoptive father, Jiang Dehai, for instance, although he practiced martial arts. He had yet to break through and attain the status of a starry martial artist. To achieve this breakthrough, one must first perfect their cultivation techniques and undergo several trials in the starry realm. The challenges are not only in the former, but even more so in the latter. Step by step, Jiang Ye maintained a calm mindset, plotting his course. He aimed to attain mastery in the star martial arts techniques before the end of his second year, enabling him to participate in the trials as soon as possible. Additionally, he must strive to place within the top 10 in the second-year final assessments to secure a scholarship, with higher rankings yielding more substantial rewards. To accelerate his cultivation speed, he would need to enhance his comprehension by 30. Jiang Ye had already formulated his plan. Starting today, aside from his academic studies, he would seek counsel from Chun Zilla daily to trigger the effects of the ancestral friendship. Since she did not mind being interrupted, he had no reason to hold back. Even if it meant being somewhat presumptuous, he would extract every ounce of wisdom from teacher Chun. As evening descended, Jiang Ye emerged from Chun Zilla's office, his weary form making its way towards the classroom. The school day had long since ended, and only a few students remained in the martial arts classroom, including Wen Yuehui. Upon seeing Jiang Ye approach, Wen Yuehui's gaze was somewhat peculiar. "Ah Ye, why do you look as if you've been drained?" Jiang Ye glanced at him and frowned. "Do I?" Wen Yuehui nodded. "Why not take a look in the mirror? You seem completely exhausted. By the way, where were you during the self-study session this afternoon?" "I didn't see you. I went to find Teacher Chun," Jiang Ye replied. During the self-study period, he had taken the opportunity to visit Chun Zilla's office, engaging in a thorough discussion on martial arts techniques throughout the afternoon. Chun Zilla was indeed patient and provided substantial guidance. Jiang Ye recognized that such one-on-one instruction was exceedingly rare, hence he approached his studies with utmost seriousness. The afternoon's efforts had nearly depleted his energy, but the progress he made was remarkable. Jiang Ye glanced at his progress panel. The star martial arts technique had seen significant improvement. In just one afternoon, he had achieved what would typically take 2 days. During this time, his comprehension seemed to surpass his usual levels. Could it be that only when teacher Chen taught him in solitude could he fully experience that 30 enhancement in comprehension? While Jiang Ye pondered this, Wen Yuehui, beside him, had already widened his eyes. "The last time I sought her help privately, she told me to wait until martial arts class. How come it's different for you? And you're receiving private instruction?" Wen Yuehui expressed his dissatisfaction. Jiang Ye cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled. "Perhaps your modeling isn't quite up to par." Wen Yuehui dramatically spread his arms, feigning sorrow. "The world is a vast playground for beauty. When will ordinary men ever stand tall?" Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile, choosing not to engage further. He was well aware that Chun Zilla's attention was not due to any superficial reason. The deeper cause lay in his willingness to put in hard work and the awakening of his martial bones. This world was never short of diligent individuals, nor of so-called geniuses. However, hard-working geniuses are cherished wherever they may be. As night fell, Jiang Ye hurriedly embarked on his journey home while the sky had not yet completely darkened. Due to the existence of shadow disasters, he refrained from venturing out at night. In the Taoyang community, room 606 in Building 12. At the dining table, Jiang Ye devoured his meat heartily. Suddenly, he paused, sensing something was off. "This meat tastes different today, not like the usual pork or beef." Li Onping chuckled. "This is leopard gall. Your father bought it today." "Leopard gall?" Jiang Ye looked astonished at Jiang Dahai across the table. Leopard gall is indeed a martial culinary delicacy. While it may not be as precious as tiger gall, its price far exceeds that of ordinary beef or lamb. Beef and lamb cost 500 yuan per pound, and leopard gall, specifically meant for martial supplementation, is several times more expensive than regular meat. Jiang Dahai grinned. "I received my salary today and bought this for you to try. But remember, it's only once a month, so savor it." Half a month prior, he had successfully secured a position at the Shadow Hunter Bureau. Though merely a night security role, his monthly salary reached 8,000 yuan, far exceeding his previous earnings. Beside him, Jiang Ting clung to Jiang Ye's arm, playfully saying, "Brother, I want to eat too." "Your brother practices martial arts and needs to nourish his body. Don't compete with him," Li Onping reprimanded. "Huh?" The little girl shrank her neck and quickly said, "I was wrong. I won't eat it then." Jiang Dahai looked at Jiang Ye, smiling. What does it taste? He had never consumed anything so luxurious in his life. His curiosity piqued. "It feels warm in my stomach," Jiang Ye replied, having only eaten half. Such a nourishing substance, when combined with cultivation techniques, would yield astonishing effects. This opportunity was rare, and it must be paired with cultivation techniques for maximum benefit. In his room, Jiang Ye swiftly assumed a martial stance and began practicing the star martial arts technique. 1 hour passed, then 2. Before he knew it, 5 hours had gone by. Jiang Ye, drenched in sweat, paused his cultivation, finally having digested the essence. He slowly exhaled, instinctively glancing at the panel. Cultivation method, Xing Wu cultivation method, minor accomplishment 4,145. In just 5 hours, he had astonishingly improved by nearly 5 levels. This efficiency was extraordinary, equivalent to a week of arduous training. Of course, this remarkable effect was primarily due to his first consumption of leopard gall. Had he ingested it daily, perhaps such exaggerated results would not have manifested. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that it was far superior to ordinary beef or lamb. Was this the nourishment of martial arts? After the initial joy, Jiang Ye was consumed by an inner longing. Such advancements were truly addictive. Yet he understood that, given his family circumstances, he could only afford such opportunities once a month. Achieving a breakthrough to the peak of cultivation would eventually enable him to earn a living. Gradually, Jiang Ye's heart found tranquility. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 11 at night, granting him 2 more hours for cultivation. He straightened up and resumed his practice. Time passed swiftly. Jiang Ye trained diligently day after day. Before he knew it, it was mid-June. As the final assessments approached, the atmosphere within the second year of high school grew increasingly tense. With the end of the second semester, they were on the brink of entering their third year. Thus, the final assessments of the second year were of utmost importance. Those ranking in the top 10 were destined to draw the attention of the school and teachers, who would allocate more resources and effort towards them. Many students began to burn the midnight oil, striving to enhance themselves. Naturally, Jiang Ye was no exception. During this period, his interactions with Chunzi Lu diminished. After all, she was not his personal tutor and had to cater to other students as well. When he sought her advice privately, he would occasionally be met with polite refusals. Jiang Ye bore no resentment regarding this. If she was willing to assist him privately, it was a kindness. If not, it was her prerogative. Jiang Ye's heart was as clear as a mirror. Chunzi Lu had already offered him sufficient guidance. To press further would only invite discontent. As the end of June approached, one evening, Jiang Ye tirelessly practiced the Xing Wu cultivation method in his room. Cling, cling, cling. During his cultivation, his bones emitted a series of crisp sounds, akin to the resonance of metal and stone. The sound began clear and crisp, gradually deepening until it resonated like the earth itself, vibrating with a powerful intensity. In that instant, a sensation of breaking through, reminiscent of spring thawing, surged forth like a sharp sword. Xing Wu cultivation method. Minor accomplishment 100, major accomplishment 1. After half a year of hard work, he had finally reached a major breakthrough. Jiang Ye halted his practice, examining his body. Yet, before he could scrutinize the changes, lines of text began to materialize. Detected that your strength has surpassed the system's limits. Unlocked title, Martial Arts Grandmaster. Congratulations, you have achieved the status of Martial Arts Grandmaster, joining the ranks of peak warriors. Reward, Physical Enhancement. Martial Arts Ladder function has been unlocked. Chapter 10. The Martial Arts Ladder, Physical Condition. Ordinary body, C grade B grade. Soon, Jiang Ye sensed the transformation within his body. A refreshing energy began to radiate throughout his limbs and bones. It felt as if every cell in his body had been purified, reborn anew. His blood, muscles, meridians, and skin vibrated with rapid intensity. Moreover, he could hear the roaring of his internal organs, as well as the creaking of his bones. My root constitution and meridians are undergoing change. Jiang Ye felt elated as he sensed the transformations. A C-grade constitution had already brought him significant benefits. What would a B-grade entail? The changes would surely exceed his expectations. Martial Arts Grandmaster? Jiang Ye continued to observe the panel. Martial Arts Grandmaster, a master of martial arts, possessing strength far beyond the ordinary citizen. The knowledge of martial arts is unique, capable of establishing a school and passing on the legacy of martial arts. In this era, the Martial Arts Grandmaster stands as a towering figure, revered by countless individuals. You have broken the system's limits, reaching the pinnacle of the mortal realm. To progress further, you must ascend the martial arts ladder. A master of martial arts, at the pinnacle of the mortal realm? Jiang Ye se lipstaichit. The system certainly had a flair for exaggeration. If only he truly possessed such strength. However, he also understood that in a low-level martial world, he might indeed be that formidable. Yet, in this realm, even 10 martial arts grandmasters might struggle against the lightning-fast strikes of a high school student. The martial arts ladder? Could it enable me to reach greater heights? Jiang Ye's expression shifted slightly. Martial arts ladder. The path of martial arts is like a ladder, each step a challenge, each ascent a trial. Beginning from the martial arts grandmaster, one may climb the martial arts ladder and seize immortal achievements. The text faded, and a panel emerged. Low-level martial achievement system. Name, Jiang Ye. Physical condition, ordinary body, C grade B grade. Genius, primitive, cultivation method, Xing Wu cultivation method. Major accomplishment, 1. Achievements, martial arts luminary. Friend of the ancestor, martial arts grandmaster, martial arts ladder, available for ascent. A line indicating the martial arts ladder option quietly appeared on the panel. A new system function? He wondered what rewards awaited him upon climbing. Jiang Ye pondered, glancing at his body. The transformation was not yet complete. Without further hesitation, he silently resolved. Begin the ascent. Buzz. In the next moment, it felt as if his head had been struck, and his consciousness began to spin. Soon, he sank into a deep slumber. Amidst a cloud of mist, Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. Before him stood a magnificent ladder of clouds, entirely golden, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The ladder was composed of layers of steps, reaching towards the heavens. The surface of each step bore inscrutable mystical symbols, radiating a golden glow. Was this the martial arts ladder? After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Ye approached the ladder. He noticed that every 10 steps, there was a large platform, serving as a resting place. Was it as simple as just climbing upwards? Jiang Ye arrived at the foot of the ladder, contemplated briefly, and then raised his foot to ascend. Buzz! As he stepped onto the first step, an immense pressure immediately enveloped him. Thankfully, having achieved a major accomplishment in his cultivation, this pressure was manageable. Jiang Ye climbed step by step. The higher he ascended, the greater the pressure became. By the time he reached the 10th step, the pressure was nearly at its limit. Boom! Withstanding the terrifying pressure, Jiang Ye took another step and finally reached the first large platform. In an instant, the pressure vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a panel appeared before him. You have ascended to the first level of the martial arts ladder. Would you like to immediately commence the first level assessment? Upon seeing the 2 lines of text on the panel, Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. There was an assessment? What had all his efforts to climb here amounted to? It seemed that only those with the strength of a martial arts grandmaster could initiate the first level assessment. Given this complexity, the rewards must be extraordinary. A glimmer of excitement shone in Jiang Ye's eyes. Soon, he resolved without hesitation, silently affirming. Commence the first level assessment. As his thoughts crystallized, buzz. The surrounding environment shifted dramatically. The darkness receded, and Jiang Ye found himself lying on a large bed, soothing music wafting in his ears. Warm light casting a gentle glow over him. Various bottles of essential oils adorned the bedside table, exuding a delightful fragrance. Wasn't this the massage parlor I often frequented? Jiang Ye gazed around in bewilderment. Just then, the door swung open. A stunning young woman with a high ponytail and clad in white silk entered. Good day, sir. Technician number 13 is delighted to serve you. Jiang Ye stared at her in astonishment. Chen Laosher? The breathtaking young woman in white silk was none other than his martial arts instructor, Chunzi Lu. No, could this be right? Chunzi Lu smiled sweetly at him. Her voice soft as she said, Are you wishing to switch roles again? Next time, I shall bring another set of attire. As she spoke, she had already approached, ready to commence her work. Wait, Jiang Ye exclaimed, clutching his head, sensing an unusual disquiet within him. Chun Zilu looked at him, confusion etched on her face. Before suddenly realizing, she chuckled lightly. I remember now, you have a preference for exquisite feet, don't you? Before Jiang Ye could respond, she had already removed her small leather shoes, her delicate feet clad in white silk stepping forth. Jiang Ye felt a dizzying sensation overcome him, as if he had forgotten something of great significance. However, under Chun Zilu's massage, he unwittingly succumbed to its allure, beginning to relish the experience. Time flowed languidly. Half an hour, 2 hours. After an extensive session, Jiang Ye lay on the bed, his body utterly relaxed, his eyes gradually glazing over. Yet at that very moment, His pupils abruptly constricted. This isn't right. This is clearly the massage parlor from my previous life. How could Chinzilla be here? I'm undergoing the martial path ladder assessment. All of this must be an illusion. Just as realization dawned upon Jiang Ye, the surrounding scene dissipated like a fleeting breeze. Assessment time, 3 hours, 7 minutes. Martial will assessment failed, assessment not passed. Would you like to continue with the first layer of the assessment? Upon seeing the panel materialize before him, Jiang Ye offered a wry smile. He had anticipated failure, yet he had not expected to endure for over 3 hours within the illusion. It seemed that the first layer of the assessment was indeed a test of his martial will. Jiang Ye pondered thoughtfully. The essence of martial will is a singular devotion to martial arts, free from distractions. Given his unwavering pursuit of the martial path, he should not be so poor in this regard. He reflected that it was not his martial will that lacked firmness, but rather the illusion itself that clouded his mind. Most critically, the illusion was so vividly realistic, every sense acutely alive, as though he had truly experienced a massage. Even now, he could still sense a lingering fragrance at the tip of his nose. At his age, brimming with vitality, it was only natural for him to become ensnared. Fortunately, there remained an opportunity for reassessment. Jiang Ye exhaled in relief and promptly chose to retake the assessment without hesitation. Upon re-entering the assessment, Jiang Ye found himself back in that massage parlor. Observing this scene, Jiang Ye felt a sense of relief. In the same place, could he truly stumble a second time? Yet he sensed a fog clouding his mind and wondered, what was my purpose here? Before he could ascertain, a stunning beauty clad in black stockings entered through the door. Hello, sir, technician number 5 is delighted to serve you. As he heard that crisp voice, a glimmer of understanding dawned in Jiang Ye's eyes. I recall now. I am here for a delightful experience. Chapter 11, Bountiful Rewards Assessment Time. 2 hours, 37 minutes. Assessment not passed. Upon the grand platform of the first layer, Jiang Ye stared at the panel that appeared before him, momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, he comprehended that once he entered the illusion, he instinctively forgot his own purpose. It was as if an invisible hand had wiped his memory clean. This was quite vexing. Unless his martial will transcended the assessment's threshold, he could not hope to succeed. However, this time, he had completed the assessment half an hour earlier. Jiang Ye mused, did this signify that my martial had progressed? Although he appeared to be indulging within the illusion, his subconscious had been in constant struggle against it. The sooner one awakens, the stronger their martial will. After experiencing 2 illusions, Jiang Ye felt that his willpower had indeed fortified, albeit slightly. If he could continue to improve, there would inevitably come a time when he would pass the assessment. With this thought, he resolutely entered the assessment once more. Assessment time, 2 hours, 11 minutes. Assessment time, 1 hour, 50 minutes. Assessment time, 1 hour, 23 minutes. Enduring the trials of the massage parlor repeatedly, Jiang Ye silently resolved that he was not there for mere pleasure, but rather to temper his martial will through this experience. This approach was indeed effective. With each successive illusion, the time required to complete the assessment diminished. This indicated that his martial will was gradually strengthening. However, the further along he progressed, the smaller the increments of improvement became. Especially when the time fell below an hour, each attempt yielded only a few minutes of advancement. Moreover, the illusion did not always feature Chinzilu. It varied, introducing a plethora of beautiful women with diverse styles to attend to him. Fortunately, Jiang Ye's determination remained steadfast, and he consistently made progress. As the completion time for the assessment continued to shrink, finally, after one particular assessment time, 10 minutes, first layer assessment passed. The first layer of the martial path ladder. A resounding rumble, a golden stone tablet, rose majestically from the grand platform of the first layer, radiating brilliance like the dawn of a new sun. It bore the elegant inscription of 4 bold characters. Martial Path Master. Congratulations. You have stepped onto the first layer of the martial path ladder, obtaining the immortal monument. Calculating rewards, Jiang Ye exhaled deeply, his gaze sparkling. After a night of rigorous training, he had finally passed the first layer of the assessment. What rewards awaited him? He felt a swell of anticipation. In truth, even without rewards, the enhancement of his martial will gained through that night was already a significant boon. The concept of martial will is ethereal and elusive, often beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet now, Jiang Ye's martial will likely surpass that of the average person. You have undergone 47 trials with beautiful maidens to pass the assessment, surpassing the martial path masters of 0001. You love both the realm and the beauty. Unlock title. Red Beauty in Quest of the Way. Calculating rewards. Red Beauty in Quest of the Way. Talent visible. Comprehension enhanced. Red Beauty in Quest of the Way. When encountering an opposite-sex opponent or teammate, attack speed increases by 35, with a 50 chance of additional damage. Talent visible. Martial Path Master. With a discerning eye, you can easily identify others' martial talents. Comprehension enhanced. Permanent increase of 10 in comprehension. As Jiang Ye gazed at the flowing lines of text on the panel, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Surpassing the martial path masters of 0001. Did that imply that other masters possessed such unwavering resolve? Jiang Ye felt no shame in this regard. Throughout history, heroes have faltered before beauty. It is merely human nature to err in their presence. What the martial path masters? Are they forbidden from associating with women? Jiang Ye shook his head and turned his attention to the rewards. Red Beauty in Quest of the Way. Talent visible. The former was easily comprehensible, enhancing attack speed and critical damage upon encountering the opposite sex. However, the latter, the ability to perceive others' talents, raise questions. What purpose does the system have in granting such a reward? Did it truly wish for him to establish a sect and gather disciples? Jiang Ye shook his head in resignation. Nevertheless, he found considerable delight in the rewards. A permanent increase of 10 in comprehension. Jiang Ye's eyes brightened slightly. He had already experienced the benefits of enhanced comprehension. Coupled with his superior physique, he could hardly imagine how rapid his cultivation speed would become. However, within the martial path ladder, he could not sense any changes within himself. Jiang Ye did not rush to leave, but instead glanced at the panel once more. You have passed the first layer of the assessment. You may repeat the assessment, but will not receive rewards. You may continue to ascend to the second layer. As these lines materialized, a golden glow erupted from the second grand platform above him, seemingly indicating that the second layer had been unlocked. The opportunity to repeat the assessment? This meant he could utilize the first layer's illusions to continually hone his martial will. Jiang Ye contemplated the panel. He had resolved to frequently employ illusions for self-improvement in the future. However, for now, he wished to see if he could ascend to the second layer. Jiang Ye gazed at the white jade steps before him and immediately ascended. Upon stepping onto the first stair, he was met with an overwhelming pressure that was utterly terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Ye stood firm, yet he found himself unable to take another step. The pressure was insurmountable. It seemed that only by achieving a perfect mastery of his cultivation technique or breaking through could he challenge the second level. Jiang Ye felt a pang of regret. Even after undergoing a transformation of his physique, he could barely ascend the first step. However, there remained 9 more steps to reach the second level. According to the pattern of climbing the first level, the pressure of each subsequent stair would geometrically increase. Jiang Ye understood that he could only remain at the first level for now. It was time to leave. He turned and walked towards the base of the martial arts ladder. Soon, he exited the martial arts ladder, glancing back at the imposing boundless stairs. Jiang Ye's figure gradually vanished into the mist. In the room, Jiang Ye suddenly sat up with a start. Looking at the time, it was already 4 in the morning of the following day. Could it have been a dream? Jiang Ye rubbed his eyes. Yet, when he gazed at his status panel, he was struck with clarity. Physique, mortal body, grade B. Innate talent, primitive, cultivation technique, Xingwu cultivation technique. Mastery, 1. Achievements, martial arts master, friend of the ancestors. Martial arts grandmaster, beautiful one seeking the path, martial arts ladder, first level. Jiang Ye looked at himself, and his first sensation was that he felt considerably lighter. His entire being was brimming with strength, with an inexhaustible vitality coursing through him. Is this what it means to possess a grade B physique? He could sense that his body felt as if it had been completely reshaped. Even in darkness, the world appeared strikingly clear to his eyes. His hearing seemed altered as well. He could faintly discern distant sounds from outside the window. Jiang Ye stood up and attempted to throw a punch. Bang! Bang! Merely swinging his fist lightly, he produced a series of whistling sounds in the air. Indeed, everything was different now. Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. I feel invigorated, and my strength is likely far greater than before. After the transformation of his physique, his body had undergone a comprehensive metamorphosis. Yet, he was curious about how the cultivation of a grade B mortal body would progress. Jiang Ye was filled with anticipation. Now, not only had his physique advanced to a grade B mortal body, but his comprehension had also permanently increased by 10. He was eager to discover the extent of his martial arts potential now. Chapter 12. Rapid Progress, Combined. Taking advantage of the early morning light, Jiang Ye began practicing his punches in his room. As soon as he assumed the stance, he immediately sensed a difference. My understanding of the cultivation technique seems to have deepened. Is this the sensation of a genius? Jiang Ye quickly immersed himself in the practice. Lost in a state of ecstasy. The saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the journey of cultivation is personal. Thus, the extent of understanding gained from a teacher's demonstration relies entirely on the student. Some concepts, no matter how many times one observes, remain elusive. However, certain martial arts prodigies can grasp those critical points independently and reap immense rewards. Jiang Ye was now one of them. He recalled Chen Zilu, focusing on her vital areas such as the chest, waist, and hips. Between the start and finish, the energy was interconnected, fluid, and tightly linked. So this is how the divine dragon swings its tail is executed. In just a few minutes, Jiang Ye experienced significant benefits. He fell into a trance, lost in the moment, tirelessly practicing the Xingwu cultivation technique. Before he knew it, daylight had broken. Jiang Ye noticed the sun shining outside, realizing it was already 11 in the morning. Fortunately, it was a weekend, and he did not have to attend school. Unbeknownst to him, he had practiced for 6 hours straight. Jiang Ye was drenched in sweat, but felt immensely rewarded. He had heard that after reaching mastery, the difficulty of improvement would far exceed that of lesser achievements. Yet why did it feel easier than before? Jiang Ye had taken 3 days to progress from 99 to 100 in the cultivation technique's lesser mastery. According to Chen Zilu, the difficulty of advancement after reaching mastery was more than 5 times greater than that of lesser mastery. This meant it might take him half a month to make a single step forward. However, that was in the past. How much progress had he made? Jiang Ye anxiously looked at his status panel. Cultivation technique, Xingwu cultivation technique, mastery 3. In just 6 hours, he had advanced by 2. Jiang Ye was astonished at this revelation. Logically, something that would take a month to achieve had been accomplished in just 6 hours. Is this my potential? Jiang Ye understood that such a significant improvement was undoubtedly a result of his recent physique enhancement. Now, his martial bones had transformed into a grade B mortal body, and his comprehension had permanently increased by 10. This signified that his martial arts aptitude had multiplied significantly. Although he still possessed a primitive talent, it was vastly different from before. This was merely the reward for reaching the first level of the martial arts ladder. If the rewards for the subsequent levels were already this astounding, what could they possibly hold? Jiang Ye was filled with eager anticipation. Not to mention, even if the second level offered another transformation of his physique, it would be astonishing. However, to enter the second level, he would likely need to achieve perfect mastery of the cultivation technique, or even break through entirely. Brother, come out for lunch. Just as Jiang Ye was deep in thought, he heard Jiang Ting's cheerful voice from outside. At the dining table, Jiang Ting looked at Jiang Ye and asked, Brother, why didn't you come out when I called you last night? You even locked the door. Were you doing something bad in your room? The previous night, before entering the martial arts ladder, Jiang Ye had locked his door just in case. Where did you learn such things? Jiang Ye shot a glance at his sister. Jiang Ting giggled. My classmate said that if a boy locks himself in his room and doesn't come out, he must be up to no good. Seeing Jiang Ye lost in thought, she couldn't help but drop her playful demeanor. Her little face turned serious as she asked, Brother, what did you do? Are the police going to come and arrest us? Seeing her expression, Jiang Ye playfully tapped her on the head and said, Stop overthinking and eat your meal. Okay. Jiang Ting stuck out her little tongue and obediently began to eat. Jiang Ye glanced at the empty space across the table and thought to himself, Dad and Mom must be off to work. Jiang Dehai, although a night security guard, sometimes had to stand watch during the day. As for Lian Ping, she had taken on an additional part-time job alongside her primary work. After all, Jiang Ye was in a crucial period, and his daily appetite was substantial. Wanting meat with every meal inevitably incurred significant expenses. I have successfully broken through to the mastery of the Xingwu cultivation technique. As my teacher mentioned, I can participate in trials to earn money. But it seems I will have to wait until next semester. Speaking of which, Jiang Ye also recalled that tomorrow marked the day of the final assessments. For the final assessments, I aim to rank in the top 3. Jiang Ye thought to himself, as long as he could secure a spot in the top 3, he would be eligible for scholarships ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, which was of great importance to him. He looked at his little sister, who was diligently eating, and a gentle expression crossed his face. This family, although living a simple life, was quite satisfactory. He hoped it could continue like this. Suddenly, Jiang Ye seemed to remember something. He discreetly opened the low martial achievement panel, attempting to see Jiang Ting's talent. Just as he pointed the panel towards her, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared above Jiang Ting's little head. Physique? Innate talent. Primitive. Jiang Ye nearly thought he had misread. What do these question marks mean? Is it undetectable? Wasn't it supposed to be visible talent? Why was the first person he saw just a bunch of question marks? Jiang Ye was left speechless. However, looking at the question marks above Jiang Ting's head, he recalled something else. The couple Jiang Dehai and his wife, due to health reasons, did not have biological children. For many years, they regarded Jiang Ye as their only heir. However, when Jiang Ye was 5 years old, they encountered a little girl abandoned on the street. At that time, their financial situation was precarious, and Jiang Dehai was initially reluctant to adopt her. Could it be that his mother had stumbled upon a treasure? This girl seemed to possess extraordinary physical attributes. Jiang Ye stroked his chin, pondering that even the system could not detect her abilities, suggesting that her constitution should be impressively formidable. Nevertheless, he recalled that the textbooks mentioned that those martial arts prodigies were born with certain extraordinary capabilities. Yet, Jiang Ting had never displayed any special abilities throughout her life. Jiang Ye could not help but suspect that perhaps the system interface was malfunctioning. He rose and approached the window, observing the passers-by below. He noticed that several people had lines of small characters appearing above their heads. Physique, ordinary, D rank. Talent, primitive. Physique, ordinary, D rank. Talent, primitive. When he looked back at Jiang Ting, the information remained unchanged. Physique, talent, primitive. At that moment, Jiang Ye finally confirmed that it was not a malfunction. She simply possessed a unique physique. Jiang Ye mused that if this girl were indeed a martial arts prodigy, she would not merely be classified as having primitive talent. As he was lost in thought, Jiang Ting was secretly observing him. Resolving herself, she clenched her small, delicate fists, her eyes glimmering with determination. Brother, do not be afraid. If the police come, just say it was me. Jiang Ting mustered her courage and declared loudly. Jiang Ye was taken aback. She insisted, as a little child, even if I do something wrong, the police will not take any action against me. Jiang Ye retorted, what are you even thinking? I have done nothing wrong. He walked over and ruffled the little girl's hair, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. They continued their practice until 1 o'clock the next morning, when he finally succumbed to weariness and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Jiang Ye found himself in a half-dream state, vaguely recalling his younger self at the age of 1, being held by a young man as they approached a resplendent palace. Jiang Ye noticed that the young man bore a striking resemblance to him, with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, as if they were cut from the same cloth. The young man gazed ahead at the palace, with a plaque bore the words Shanghai Shintu. In a fleeting moment, he heard the young man's murmurs, I must succeed. Subsequently, Jiang Ye watched as the young man resolutely advanced. The dream was fragmented. In the next scene, Jiang Ye found a young man had vanished, leaving the 1-year-old version of himself crying in darkness, engulfed by an overwhelming night. Jiang Ye abruptly awoke, drenched in cold sweat. Once again, he had experienced that strange nightmare. He pressed his head in frustration, realizing he had been plagued by the same nightmare for several days. Yet this time, the dream was exceptionally vivid, leaving him with a clear recollection upon waking. Why am I having these dreams? Normally, memories from before the age of 1 should have faded away. He pondered that perhaps his increasing strength had triggered the resurgence of childhood memories. Who was that young man? Jiang Ye was certain it was not Jiang Dehai. Could he be my biological father? This startling conjecture sent a shiver through him. Soon, however, he dismissed such thoughts. As a traveler from another world, the identity of his biological parents mattered little. What was significant were the people around him. After breakfast, Jiang Ye escorted Jiang Ting to Wanqing Primary School. At the school gate, just before parting, Jiang Ting suddenly asked, Brother, can you bring me a hot dog today? Jiang Ye laughed. What made you suddenly crave a hot dog? Jiang Ting replied earnestly, My classmate said that to become stronger, one must eat hot dogs. Jiang Ye looked at her, puzzled. Jiang Ting clenched her small fist and declared, I want to grow up quickly and become strong so I can help mom and dad. Jiang Ye patted her head, chuckling. If there are chores to do, I will take care of them. You need not worry. But I can assist you, brother, Jiang Ting insisted, looking up at him. Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile and nodded. I will bring you a hot dog after school. Now hurry along. Yay, thank you, brother. You are the best. The little girl kissed his arm and skipped joyfully into the school. Upon entering Anqing No. 3 Middle School, Jiang Ye immediately sensed a solemn atmosphere. The campus was devoid of its usual vibrancy. Students wore expressions ranging from tension to anticipation, hurrying towards the classrooms. Today was the day of the final assessments. As he walked, he glanced at his interface. Cultivation technique, Xingwu cultivation method, mastered 5. After a day's practice yesterday, the technique had improved by 4 levels. Achieving such an increase in a single day was impressive, even for students in advanced classes. Was this the benefit of possessing AB rank physique? Jiang Ye could not help but reflect on the hardships he had endured previously. After mastering the cultivation technique, the difficulty had indeed escalated compared to the previous stage. Yet, for him, with his current B rank ordinary physique, it felt even easier than before. It was akin to the same complex mathematics problem. For an average student, it would be a daunting challenge, while for a top scholar, it was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Lost in thought, Jiang Ye arrived at his examination venue. The spacious classroom contained only about 20 students. The morning exam was a cultural assessment. Due to their martial training, students had keen eyesight, and to prevent cheating, the school mandated that each candidate maintain a distance of at least 3 meters apart. As the top student in cultural subjects, Jiang Ye found the exam to be no challenge at all. However, he did not let his guard down. After completing the paper, he meticulously reviewed it several times before submitting it as the bell rang. Even for a martial arts university, a minimum cultural score of 30 was required. Typically, the talented students in advanced classes achieved near-perfect scores. Genius, it seemed, excelled in every aspect. After the cultural exam concluded, Jiang Ye had lunch at the cafeteria before hastening to the martial arts classroom of Class 9. Inside, many were diligently practicing, preparing for the upcoming assessment. Nearby, Li Jichao fiercely jabbed a needle into his arm as part of his pre-exam preparations. This was a permitted substance under the assessment rules, injected 1 hour before the exam, thus not considered a violation. However, it was significantly pricier than ordinary potions. Jiang Ye could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet, he was also aware that Li Jichao's parents were martial artists within renowned enterprises occupying senior positions. In terms of family background, he could not compare. With this thought, Jiang Ye instinctively opened his interface to observe Li Jichao. In the next moment, 2 lines of small characters appeared above Li Jichao's head. Physique, ordinary, C rank. Talent, primitive, he was only C rank. Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised, but understanding Li Jichao's cultivation speed eased his astonishment. Li Jichao had achieved minor mastery of the cultivation technique by his first year and had advanced to mastery by the beginning of his second year. Although this speed surpassed that of average students, it still lagged behind those in advanced classes. Jiang Ye glanced at the others and noted that most were of D-rank physique, with only a handful among the top 10 being C-rank. Mediocrity, it seemed, was the norm. Jiang Ye sighed and shook his head. Soon, he felt a surge of anticipation. He wondered how much his abilities had improved for this final assessment. There were not many exams in the second year. Only 2 were of significant importance: the opening assessments and the final assessments. Particularly, the final assessments offered scholarships for impoverished students to apply for financial aid. Those who ranked in the top 3 would receive a substantial amount. Chapter 13. The Final Assessment. An hour later, a middle-aged man clad in a black martial arts uniform strode into the martial arts classroom of Class 9, signaling that the assessment was about to commence. Everyone prepare yourselves, he uttered in a deep voice. The students, jolted by his presence, halted their training and gathered their focus. Is he the head of the martial arts department? Jiang Ye contemplated as he observed the man. Above his head, 2 lines of information appeared. Physique, ordinary, grade A. Lower tier, talent, freshman, grade A, lower tier. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback, realizing that the classifications of B, C, and D only encompassed a single level. It seemed that grade A was further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Nevertheless, This was the highest level of physique he had encountered thus far. The head of the martial arts department was nearly the strongest expert in the school, second only to the principal, so such a level of prowess was hardly surprising. However, what exactly distinguished talent from physique? Both appear to influence the speed of cultivation, leaving Jiang Ye perplexed. Despite still possessing an original talent, his cultivation rate rivaled that of students with newly acquired talents from the elite classes. Given the world's emphasis on talent, it was reasonable to assume that it had other implications. As Jiang Ye pondered, the assessment commenced. The 4 martial arts assessments begin now, Director Zhang Jianwu announced. The 4 assessments included tests of punching power, speed, practical combat on stage, and virtual combat in the starry sky, mirroring the content of the college entrance examination. As Director Zhang's voice faded, a punching power testing device rose in the center of the classroom. First up, Su Cc, Zhang Jianwu called out. A slender girl with long legs stepped onto the stage. Zhang Jianwu observed the candidate with a glimmer of interest in his eyes, having heard that Class 9 had a promising talent. He mused, I wonder which student has garnered such praise from Miss Chan. Boom! The results for the first candidate, Su Cc, were revealed. 603 kilograms? Zhang Jianwu nodded slightly. It's quite commendable for an ordinary class to achieve such a breakthrough in their second year. The standard for achieving mastery in the Xingwu cultivation method is 500 kilograms. However, for Zhang Jianwu, this level still fell short of being impressive. Her martial arts scores had consistently placed her second in class. After Li Jichao's recent breakthrough, she had quickly followed suit. This time, her punching power exceeded 600 kilograms, marking an unprecedented breakthrough, potentially securing her the top spot. As each classmate took their turn, the electronic scoreboard continuously updated the rankings. Yet, Zhang Jianwu remained unimpressed, waiting for a student who would truly captivate his attention. Just then, a boy with a sharp hairstyle stepped onto the stage. Boom! Li Jichao unleashed a powerful punch, causing the punching power display to skyrocket. 732 kilograms. The classroom erupted in astonishment. 732 kilograms? How terrifying! I only manage over 400 kilograms. How has he cultivated so effectively? Among the crowd, Su Cc sighed in resignation at the sight, realizing she could only settle for second place. Li Jichao's progress exceeded her expectations. In just one semester, his punching power had increased by 300 kilograms. When Yue Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. This Li Jichao is truly a monster, he exclaimed, glancing at the serene Jiang Ye beside him, puzzled. Yi, why aren't you surprised at all? What is there to be surprised about? Jiang Ye shook his head. He trains diligently and takes his supplements seriously. Such progress is quite normal, isn't it? Wen Yuehui nodded, acknowledging the logic in Jiang Ye's words. On stage, Zhang Jianwu's eyes gleamed. Li Jichao, not too shabby, he thought, observing that both of Li's parents were martial arts experts with considerable wealth. He shook his head inwardly. Under such circumstances, such achievements were hardly remarkable. Most students had completed their tests, yet Zhang Jianwu was still waiting for that spark of brilliance, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Next, Jiang Ye. As the words left his lips, a handsome young man strode confidently onto the stage. This student, Zhang Jianwu's keen eye caught something distinctly different about him. Jiang Ye approached the punching power testing device. Clang! His muscles surged, and his bones resonated. As he raised his right fist, his shoulder, waist, and hip muscles slightly bulged, channeling an overwhelming force from below. Boom! The punch landed, and the display numbers soared. 200 kilograms, 400 kilograms, 600 kilograms. A moment later, it stabilized at 610 kilograms. 610 kilograms? Jiang Ye was taken aback, having only just achieved mastery himself. It was evident that a stronger physique directly correlated with greater power. Jiang Ye mused, had I not possessed a grade B physique, my punching power would likely only exceed 500 kilograms. In the same realm, a superior physique translates to enhanced combat capability. This notion had already begun to crystallize during the preliminary assessments, and today's results confirmed it. Although he had just reached mastery, his grade B physique bestowed upon him extraordinary combat prowess. Jiang Ye bowed slightly to Zhang Jianwu and stepped off the stage. The classroom erupted in chatter once more, many students casting astonished glances at Jiang Ye. Su Cc, feeling a sense of unfairness, turned to Jiang Ye. She had initially believed she could secure second place. Yet now she was at risk of losing it. Jiang Ye, wasn't he only at 245 kilograms during the preliminary assessment? Susisi murmuret. In just one semester, he improved by nearly 400 kilograms, even more than Li Jichao. On the other side, when Yue Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. 666 kilograms? That's outrageous. My good brother, where did you acquire such a cheat? Can you sell me a copy? Jiang Ye shook his head, sighing. I told you, it's all about persistence and effort. One Yue Hui frowned. The wealthy rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutations. You must have mutated somehow. Perhaps, Jiang Ye chuckled, acknowledging that in a sense, he had indeed transformed. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianwu scrutinized Jiang Ye. This is the one, he thought. Having already reviewed Jiang Ye's profile, he noted the ordinary background and upbringing. Most importantly, the speed of this student's progress. Last semester, he ranked 40th. Now, he leaped to 25th. And now, he had soared directly to second place. It seemed Miss Chen was correct. Zhang Jianwu imperceptibly nodded, recognizing that Class 9 had indeed produced a remarkable talent. Of course, to him, merely being remarkable was still not enough. As the head of the martial arts department, Zhang Jianwu was acutely aware of the limitations of original talents. Rapid advancements in the second year were not uncommon, but typically, such momentum would gradually taper off by the third year. Soon, the punching power assessment concluded, with Li Jichao, Jiang Ye, and Su Cixi claiming the top 3 spots. Wen Yuehui also made notable progress, achieving 6th place. Zhang Jianwu stood on stage, solemnly announcing the second assessment. The speed test will now commence. First up, Su Cixi. Taking a deep breath, Su Cixi glanced at Jiang Ye, a flicker of determination crossing her fair face. Speed was her focus this semester, rather than punching power. Su Cixi resolved, as long as I surpass Jiang Ye in the speed and subsequent practical combat assessments, I can still secure second place. Surpassing Jiang Ye and chasing after Li Jichao is my goal. With renewed determination, Su Cixi stepped onto the silver treadmill. Boom! The silver treadmill roared to life. Second place. I must secure my position. Only by maintaining this rank can I receive the 1,000 yuan poverty scholarship in my senior year. Should I manage to ascend to first place, I would be awarded a staggering 30,000 yuan. Su Cixi continually motivated herself within. According to federal regulations, families with a monthly income below 10,000 yuan are classified as impoverished. She belonged to such a family. She could not afford to lose. The girl propelled herself forward with her long, slender legs, sprinting like lightning. Perhaps her self-encouragement had taken effect. This time, she felt an unprecedented surge in her speed. The 100-meter test concluded, and the electronic scoreboard displayed her speed. 169 meters per second? Su Cixi's expression brightened with astonishment. Typically, her maximum speed was only 165 meters per second. Other students began their speed tests in succession. Wen Yuehui, 141 meters per second. Li Jichao, 170 meters per second. Zheng Ye, 131 meters per second. When it was Jiang Ye's turn, he instantly captured everyone's attention. All were eager to see if this dark horse of the strength assessment could shine once more. Jiang Ye remained unperturbed by the gazes. For him, it sufficed to focus on his own performance. Boom! He took off on the silver treadmill. Moments later, the treadmill gradually came to a halt, and the electronic scoreboard refreshed with new data. Jiang Ye, 161 meters per second. With a B-grade physique, he had a greater advantage in strength, albeit a slightly weaker speed enhancement. Jiang Ye understood this within. Below, Su Cixi breathed a sigh of relief. In the speed assessment, she had undoubtedly secured her second place. Alas, it was just a little short of surpassing Li Jichao. While Su Cixi felt regretful, she cast a glance at Jiang Ye, who was walking off the stage, and thought to herself, in terms of speed, Jiang Ye is indeed inferior to me. Strength is his strong suit. In the upcoming practical assessment, I must perform exceptionally well to maintain my second place. Is it possible? Absolutely. It is entirely within reach. Su Cixi inhaled deeply, her apricot eyes reflecting determination. 10 minutes later, the speed assessment concluded. Li Jichao still held the first position, followed by Su Cixi in second and Jiang Ye in third. Jiang Ye was not surprised. Su Cixi had broken through to a significant level months ago, and given her specialization in speed, it was only natural for her to surpass him. The first place in the second-year final assessment would earn 3,000 yuan in poverty scholarships for the senior year. Second place would yield 1,000 yuan, while third place would offer 500 yuan, and those ranked 4th to 10th would receive 300 yuan. Jiang Ye also had his own goals. Achieving a higher rank would allow him to secure more scholarship funds. While this sum might be inconsequential to the wealthy, it was of paramount importance to Jiang Ye. The upcoming 2 assessments would be a contest for second place. He mused. He did not allow his B-grade physique to lead to arrogance, as the gap in realms was evident. After all, his opponent was also one of the few with a C-grade physique in the class. The third martial arts assessment was the combat on the stage. Zhang Jinwu's voice rang out. First up, Su Cece. Jiang Ye observed as she ascended the stage. A sudden thought crossing his mind. Would battling director Zhang trigger a new achievement? The strength of the martial arts class's age director far surpassed that of ordinary teachers. If Teacher Chun could be considered a martial arts master, then surely Director Zhang must be at least a martial arts sage? Jiang Ye awaited silently with anticipation. Time passed. Finally, it was Jiang Ye's turn. On the stage, Zhang Jinwu regarded Jiang Ye with a glimmer of scrutiny. This must be the child Ms. Chen mentioned. Let us see how he performs in combat. If he truly holds up, the conditions can indeed be considered. Teacher, please guide me. Jiang Ye offered a slight bow to Zhang Jinwu. He then shifted his left foot forward, assuming a tiger pound stance. Strike when ready. Zhang Jinwu stood with one hand behind his back, exuding a calm aura. He engaged with students at the level of his minor mastery. Yet, even accomplished students invariably fell within 30 moves. In an instant, Jiang Ye lunged forth like a ravenous wolf, his figure darting swiftly. The wind from his punch sliced through the air, crashing toward his opponent like a meteor. Zhang Jinwu slightly sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the strike, while simultaneously driving his elbow toward Jiang Ye's chest. In that moment, the two collided fiercely. The combat style post-achievement often erupted with tremendous sound. The stage resounded with the clash of force, akin to iron striking stone. Jiang Ye, adopting an offensive stance, leveraged his strength to launch a fierce assault, while Zhang Jinwu employed flexibility to counter, his force unyielding and relentless, proving quite challenging. Fortunately, Jiang Ye's martial arts were exceptionally refined, with an array of techniques flowing seamlessly. Engaging strength with strength, Ye's combat skills truly embody Teacher Chen's essence. Meanwhile, Su Cece clenched her fists during the previous stage combat. She had merely performed at her usual capacity. Now, witnessing Jiang Ye's display, she knew her second place was in jeopardy. Not far away, Li Jichao also observed, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. Jiang Ye was forced off the stage by Zhang Jinwu. He steadied himself and offered a bow. The electronic scoreboard displayed his combat ranking. Second place, Jiang Ye. Yet, Jiang Ye paid no heed to his ranking, immediately checking the panel. To his disappointment, this assessment had not unlocked any new achievements. Odd. Could it be that Director Zhang's strength is not on par with Teacher Chun? Or perhaps Director Zhang's strength is also categorized within the realm of martial arts masters? Jiang Ye inclined towards the latter. The former seemed implausible. Half an hour later, the stage combat assessment concluded. The electronic scoreboard displayed the comprehensive scores for the 3 martial arts assessments. Jiang Ye glanced at the board. First place, Li Jichao, 295 points. Second place, Jiang Ye, 260 points. 260 points? Jiang Ye pondered. The final assessment only requires a score of 90 to meet the standards for martial arts university. According to historical trends, the standard for ordinary martial arts universities is 350 points. Naturally, the 25-school alliance far exceeds this, requiring at least 700 points. As for the top 10 elite schools, even the lowest requires 900 points. The maximum score for the 4 martial arts assessments is 1,200 points. Attaining 900 points demands nearly superhuman effort. However, Jiang Ye still has an entire year ahead, with ample room for improvement. The 4th assessment, a practical test in a virtual starry sky, would not take place in the classroom, but rather in a spherical building at the center of the school. Under Zhang Jinwu's guidance, the students of Class 9 made their way to the entrance of the spherical structure. Other classes were already queuing. The school's virtual equipment was limited, causing later arriving classes to endure lengthy waits. Fortunately, Class 9 was among the first to arrive. A group of students had already completed the virtual assessment and emerged from the spherical building. Among them were students from the elite class. Jiang Ye observed them, his expression subtly shifting. The elite students were evidently distinct from the ordinary class. Thanks to their innate endowments, they possessed a spirited demeanor and presence. Leading this group of elite students was a striking young woman, standing at 175 meters tall, clad in a short shirt and hot pants, her legs long and fair. Above her slender waist, she exuded an astonishing aura. The cool young woman turned her gaze towards the students of Class 9, her expression haughty, before striding away with her long legs. Zhao Qingli from Class 1, an alarming presence with a total score of 700 across all 4 assessments. Within the building, numerous students gazed in awe at her tall silhouette. Jiang Ye opened his panel, revealing a look of surprise. Chapter 15, The Shadow Clan, Physique, Common Body, B Grade, Endowment. New student, Jiang Ye regarded Zhao Qingli's profile, contemplating. Like me, she too possesses a B grade physique and is in her 2nd year, yet her total score has already reached 700 points. Her current score of 700 does not guarantee the same for the college entrance examination. There remains an entire year until the exam. Next year, Zhao Qingli will undoubtedly surpass this score. At present, the gap between myself and these newly gifted geniuses remains quite significant. Jiang Ye sighed, yet his mindset remained remarkably calm. Time is on his side. One day he will catch up. Of course, he is acutely aware that even if he surpasses the new talents, it is merely the beginning. In this era, geniuses are as plentiful as fish crossing a river. As the cultural studies teacher has articulated, talents are categorized into 4 levels: primitive, new, Daobone, and extraordinary. Those who excel in the new talent category can break through the first barrier in their senior year, becoming starry sky martial artists. Meanwhile, those with Daobone talent view becoming a starry sky martial artist as merely foundational. Breaking through the 2nd barrier before college entrance examinations is not particularly challenging. Yet, even so, this does not qualify one as a true genius. What constitutes a true genius? One who begins cultivation at the age of 10, breaks through the first barrier at 12, the second at 15, and by 18, achieves the 3rd. This is what is referred to as extraordinary talent, the true pride of this world. Generally, individuals commence their cultivation at 15, but those endowed with such extraordinary abilities begin 5 years earlier, far surpassing ordinary individuals. However, even such geniuses are not the strongest. It is said that there exist even more formidable talents, but that level is too distant from launching. The martial path is an endless realm. The prodigies shine like countless stars. Perhaps someday, I too shall reach such heights. Jiang Ye, having lived 2 lives, remains fervent and filled with yearning. At this moment, the members of Class 9 have already entered the spherical building. Before them lies a vast metallic hall. In the center of the hall, rows of metallic seats are arranged, each equipped with a silver-white metallic helmet. At the front of the hall, a massive screen scrolls the rankings of the entire grade. First place, Zhao Qingli, 710 points. Second place, Lin Miao Miao, 652 points. Third place, Wang Zong. The top 100 are predominantly students from key classes, with only a few from ordinary classes managing to break into the rankings, and they typically occupy the last positions. It is peculiar that the first place is held by Zhao Qingli, who possesses a B-level physique, while there are students of A-level physiques in the key classes. Jiang Ye cast a glance at the surrounding students from key classes, feeling perplexed. Logically, A-level physiques should vastly outstrip B-level ones. However, he recalls that Zhao Qingli has held the first position in the grade since the 1st year of high school. Is it due to her talent or other factors? Jiang Ye pondered. As he was lost in thought, it was already Class 9's turn to undergo the assessment. The numbers began to be called. Zhang Jinwu stood at the front of Class 9's line and spoke aloud. The crowd instantly became filled with anticipation. This was not their first visit here, as they occasionally experienced such assessments during regular classes. The virtual Starry Sky Combat Assessment consists of groups of 5. The assessment entails forming a team to enter a virtual world and combat the Shadow Clan. The scoring for this assessment is determined by the number of Shadow Clan defeated and the casualties within the team. Team formation is not arbitrary. The school system assigns numbers, ensuring that the strength of each team is relatively equal, with class units being the basis for this arrangement. Thus, students from key classes will undoubtedly achieve higher scores in this assessment due to their overall superior quality. Jiang Ye, Xiaqing, Tao Xiaojiang, Hihua, and Li Xian. Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised to hear his team. Xiaqing, the girl who often brought him water. The other three are mid-tier students, not particularly close to him. However, at this moment, the three swiftly gathered around Jiang Ye. Brother Jiang, please carry us. Indeed, Brother Jiang, you are the strongest among us. We will rely on you to lead the way. Jiang Ye smiled slightly and replied, this is a team effort. Each person is crucial. Let's all strive together. All right, let us work hard together, they echoed in unison. Being able to rank second in the class, Jiang Ye's words naturally held weight. Jiang Ye notijet Xiaoing, who was secretly glancing at him, and suddenly said, Xiaqing, be careful. Don't get taken out by the monsters. Huh? Xiaqing was taken aback for a moment, her face flushing slightly, and she quickly nodded, I will be careful. Tao Xiaojiang, witnessing this scene, immediately stepped forward and said, Brother Jiang, don't worry. Xiaqing is the only girl on our team. We will definitely protect her. Jiang Ye nodded, not elaborating further. He certainly aimed to protect Xiaqing, as having a girl on the team grants him a 35 increase in attack speed, with a chance to trigger a 50 damage boost. He wondered if this ability would allow him to secure first place. Jiang Ye cast a silent glance at Li Jichao in the distance. First place comes with a scholarship of 30,000 yuan, which he coveted greatly. With the team assignments complete, Li Jichao remained calm, confident in maintaining his lead. Meanwhile, Su Cece clenched her fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in her almond-shaped eyes. At this moment, Zhang Jinwu announced, each group, please take your seats in order, and commenced the virtual Starry Sky assessment. The crowd swiftly moved into action. Jiang Ye approached his seat and donned a silver-white virtual helmet. The virtual helmet, also known as a neural connector, communicates with the brain through neutrinos and brainwaves, inducing an instant state of sleep. The moment Jiang Ye donned the helmet, his consciousness sank. In the next instant, he found himself in a corner of a virtual city. Alongside him were Xiaqing, Tao Xiaojiang, and the other two. The night was dark and windy, with the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. It felt remarkably real. Jiang Ye gazed at the surrounding environment. Despite it not being his first time here, he couldn't help but marvel. The virtual starry sky can replicate reality one-to-one, even fully recreating sensations of pain. This means that any injury sustained within would directly impact combat capabilities. Just then, from the shadows ahead, a dark silhouette began to coalesce, as if liquid, materializing from the darkness. Accompanying the emergence of a shadow, a chilling, bone-deep wind suddenly surged. A shadow-clad infant body. Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, prepare for battle. The other four tightened their expressions. The Shadow Clan is exceedingly formidable. An infant body stands between 1.5 to 2 meters tall, and if it were a juvenile body, it could reach 5 meters in height. Only martial artists who have broken through the third barrier can handle juvenile bodies. The infant body before them, at merely 1.5 meters, is the weakest of its kind, yet still requires a united effort from all five to handle. A chilling roar escaped the dark figure as it lunged towards them. However, just as Jiang Ye and the others prepared to give their all, the figure abruptly vanished. Tao Xiaojiang and the others were momentarily stunned. Jiang Ye, however, bellowed, watch your backs. The Shadow Clan likes to merge with shadows. Jiang Ye recalled Chun Zilu's repeated emphasis on the necessity of always being aware of the position of one's shadow during combat, ensuring that one's own shadow remains within sight. At the onset of battle, Jiang Ye had already noticed his shadow behind him. He swiftly turned around, only to see a gaping maw rushing towards him. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye unleashed a powerful punch. A 35 increase in attack speed. Farmer's 3 punches. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 16. Rankings. The system inquired. When encountering a male opponent or teammate, attack speed is enhanced by 35, with a probability of increasing damage by 50. Jiang Ye's current punching speed is 135 times his usual rate. He can throw an additional punch each second. While that may seem modest, an extra 10 punches in 10 seconds accumulates to significant damage. In just 3 to 4 seconds, Jiang Ye, like a pile driver, had thrown over 10 punches, each packing nearly 600 kilograms of force. Roar! The humanoid shadow was struck, its face caving in, emitting a howl as it vanished. Whoosh! It did not flee. Rather, it swiftly possessed the shadows of Tao Xiaojiang and the others. The intelligence of the Shadow Clan is remarkably high. It seemed to realize that Jiang Ye was a formidable opponent, thus decisively opting to eliminate the others first. With a roar, the humanoid shadow unleashed a sound that seemed to penetrate the mind, leaving everyone present in a daze, their ears ringing. "Be careful," Jiang Ye shouted. He was the first to regain his senses, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Even the infant forms of the Shadow Clan move at speeds far beyond those of ordinary humans, capable of teleporting through shadows, rendering their movements elusive. This is one of the reasons why the Shadow Clan is so difficult to deal with. Just as Jiang Ye's voice faded, the dark shadow reappeared, lunging menacingly at Xiaqing. Xiaqing was no pushover. With a fierce shout, she delivered a powerful punch to the shadow. However, the impact of her blow was far inferior to Jiang Ye's. Fortunately, Tao Xiaojiang and the others quickly joined in, each showcasing their skills to swarm the infant shadow of the clan. Conventional weapons such as knives, guns, and even firearms struggle to inflict substantial harm upon the Shadow Clan. Ironically, it is the human fist that poses a true threat. This is due to the peculiar magnetic field generated by the human body, which can intimidate even the most fearsome creatures. The practitioners of Starry Sky martial arts harness this cosmic energy to amplify this magnetic field, allowing for the use of specialized weapons that can inflict greater damage upon the Shadow Clan. For those who have yet to reach the first breakthrough, they can only rely on their own fists. Jiang Ye, along with his companions, besieged the shadow. Despite being the weakest infant form, their combined efforts proved to be exceedingly arduous. Each roar from the shadow left them dizzy, struggling to remain upright. Thankfully, Jiang Ye was less affected by the sound, allowing him to timely warn his companions. Had it not been for him, they would have sustained severe injuries long ago. Another roar echoed. This time, Jiang Ye had no chance to alert them. Suddenly, one of them had their arm bitten off, blood gushing forth as they screamed in agony. "Li Xian, are you all right?" Tao Xiaojiang's expression changed drastically, the fierce battle causing him to nearly forget they were in a virtual world. The resilience of the Shadow Clan is infuriating. Their stamina seems limitless, while the humans tire, yet the Shadow Clan is tough and nearly impossible to kill. It must be understood that this was 5 against 1. The thought of facing it alone is simply unimaginable. It is weakening. Jiang Ye observed the shadow and commanded, "Everyone, together, let us finish it." At that moment, the humanoid shadow distorted, resembling a melting popsicle, struggling to maintain its form. This was a sign of weakness. Altogether, Jiang Ye surged forward first, channeling all his strength into a single punch. In that instant, he felt an epiphany, sensing that the power of his strike would greatly increase. A 50 damage boost. After an entire battle, had he finally activated it? Without hesitation, he struck the shadow's head with all his might. Boom! The punch shattered the shadow, sending splattered pools of liquid like darkness flying. Yet, the shadow still had enough strength to disappear once more. In the next moment, it materialized behind Li Xian, clearly intent on taking him down with it. Fortunately, Tao Xiaojiang noticed in time, delivering a swift kick that severed the shadow's head from its body. Finally, it's dead. Tao Xiaojiang exhaled deeply. The Shadow Clan is incredibly troublesome. Jiang Ye's expression remained grave. Thankfully, this was a virtual world. In reality, the danger would be far greater. Just then, from the shadows nearby, 3 more humanoid shadows coalesced. They also stood at a height of 1.50 meters, the lowest grade of infant forms. However, this time there were 3. The second level. The group's expressions turned serious. The assessment in the virtual Starry Sky resembles a game of levels. The first level had only 1 Shadow Clan member. The second level presented 3. The third level would have 5. As they progressed, the numbers increased. Do not let your guard down. Let us strive to pass the second level, Jiang Ye declared. Understood. Tao Xiaojiang and the others naturally fell into formation around Jiang Ye, refraining from further words. Meanwhile, during Jiang Ye's fierce battle, other teams were also engaged in combat. In a different virtual space, Su Cece led 4 others, fiercely battling against 3 shadows at the second level. At this point, 3 members of her team had been injured, 2 of whom had even lost an arm. The overall strength of the team had significantly diminished. Only Su Cece maintained her peak combat power, but she too could not hold out for long. Hold on. Su Cece gritted her teeth, resolving within herself, "You are your parents' only hope. You must pass the 25 school alliance and ensure they live in a 200 square meter home. You cannot fall here. If you cannot even secure second place, how can you aim for first, let alone the 25 School Alliance? Kill. With her indomitable will, Su Cece unleashed astonishing combat prowess. She pierced through one Shadow's head with a punch, but simultaneously, her left arm was torn apart by the Shadow Clan. Gritting her teeth, Su Cece pressed on toward the next target. In another virtual space boom, Li Jichao eradicated the third shadow, blood dripping from his body. He found himself severely injured, and the situation was dire. A roar erupted, causing Li Jichao to clutch his ears in pain, feeling the world spin around him. This was the Shadow Clan's roar, capable of disrupting the mind and leaving one disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, a shadow darted past him, striking him with a heavy blow. In the metallic hall, Zhang Jianwu crossed his arms, observing the rankings scrolling across the giant screen. Has that girl, Zhao Qingli, reached 700 points? Truly remarkable. He recalled that at the beginning of high school, her talent was not among the top tier, but if she could maintain this momentum, she might have a chance to enter one of the top 10 prestigious schools next year. Anqing number 3 middle school is not the best in Anqing. It seldom produces students for the top 10 prestigious schools. Even Anqing number 1 high school, the best in the city, only yields 1 or 2 such students each year. Ultimately, Anqing is a small city. Zhang Jianwu's gaze flickered as he turned to Jiang Ye's direction. This student indeed possesses some potential. There might be a slim chance he could be admitted to the 25 School Alliance next year. Considering Miss Chun's influence, perhaps he should be given an opportunity for trial. Just as he pondered, a young man approached. Director Zhang, are there any students here that pique your interest? The young man inquired with a smile. Zhang Jianwu turned to look. The young man was Wang Zong, a student from the advanced class, currently ranked 3rd in the grade for the ongoing final assessments. Wang Zong glanced around the hall and curiously remarked, I see only ordinary class students here. Zhang Jianwu replied, do not underestimate anyone. Even students from ordinary classes can emerge as formidable contenders. Just last year, one student moved from the ordinary class to the advanced class and entered the top 50 during the college entrance examination. Wang Xiang did not refute this, instead lamenting, such individuals are always rare. Most people, including myself, are rather mediocre. He sighed repeatedly, displaying a sense of self-deprecation. Zhang Jianwu shot him a glance and chided, spare me. Do not pretend to be humble before me as the 3rd in your grade. Focus on surpassing those 2 girls ahead of you first. Wang Xiang fell silent. I have already declared my mediocrity. How am I pretending? Now, being 3rd in the grade seems humble, but is, in reality, a boastful claim. At this moment, most of the students from Class 9 had completed their assessments. The top-ranking students began to exit the virtual starry sky. The rankings displayed on the giant screen shifted once more. Chapter 17. The Dragon Lurking in the Abyss. With a final punch, Jiang Ye obliterated the last Shadow's head. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The 3 phantoms had finally been dealt with. At this moment, in Jiang Ye's team, apart from him, the remaining 4 members were gravely injured, and Jiang Ye himself bore significant wounds. Suddenly, from the shadows not far away, phantoms began to coalesce once more. This time, there were 5 phantoms. In the 3rd round, Tao Xiaojiang and the others exchanged glances filled with helplessness. They were too exhausted to continue fighting. Jiang Ye dashed forward, hoping to eliminate another phantom before his strength waned. However, he underestimated the difficulty of the 3rd round. Half a minute later, Jiang Ye and his 4 teammates simultaneously exited the virtual city, and the system's evaluation page appeared before them. This group has completed the virtual starry sky assessment, and the results are being calculated. Best finisher, Tao Xiaojiang. Best damage absorber, Tao Xiaojiang. To have 2 consecutive accolades go to Tao Xiaojiang left even him astonished. Best damage dealer, Jiang Ye. Best vision, Jiang Ye. Best martial will, Jiang Ye. 4 phantoms of Shadow Clan were slain in 21 minutes, with an average casualty rate of 85. This group, Jiang Ye, 70 points, Tao Xiaojiang, 50 points, Xia Qing, 45 points. Seeing this, Jiang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, almost believing he would become an effortless victor. Beside him, Tao Xiaojiang sheepishly remarked, Jiang Ge, I'm sorry for taking several of your kills. It was a curious coincidence. Every time a phantom was on the verge of death, it would rush toward him, and he couldn't just stand by and watch his teammates perish alongside the phantom. Thus, Tao Xiaojiang unintentionally claimed 3 kills, with only the final phantom falling to Jiang Ye's hands. "It's fine," Jiang Ye replied, shaking his head dismissively. He turned his attention to his virtual assessment score. Jiang Ye, 330 points. 330 points? Just 20 points shy of the standard line for the martial arts university. Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile. He then glanced at the scores of Li Jichao and Su Cixi. Li Jichao, 355 points. Su Cixi, 315 points. 355 points? Jiang Ye was taken aback upon seeing Li Jichao's total. He recalled that Li Jichao's score in the 3 categories was merely 295 points, implying that he had only achieved 60 points in this assessment, even lower than Jiang Ye. Did he not make it to the 3rd round? Jiang Ye mused. The virtual Starry Sky assessment resembled a level progression model. The more levels one passed, the higher the score. This assessment accounted for the largest proportion of the overall martial arts score, nearly half. The higher the score, the more one could earn from this virtual Starry Sky assessment. For instance, Zhao Qingli managed to attain an impressive score of 700 points, with 300 points derived from this assessment alone. Conversely, Li Jichao's low score indicated that he had likely failed to reach the 3rd round. Thus, it could be inferred that for the 4th assessment, I must be the top of the class. Regrettably, my overall score is still 2nd. Nevertheless, I am content, as I will at least receive a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Jiang Ye felt satisfied. In just 1 semester, he had risen from the 25th position to this rank, the effort behind it known only to him. Meanwhile, Li Jichao was also scrutinizing the rankings. 355 points. He stared at his score, yet dissatisfaction lingered in his gaze. With his abilities, he should not have scored so low in the final assessment. However, the howls of the Shadow Clan had greatly impacted him. At that moment, Li Jichao suddenly noticed a name. Jiang Ye, 330 points? His virtual assessment score is higher than mine? Li Jichao turned to Jiang Ye's direction, recalling that Jiang Ye's initial score at the start of the semester was only 206 points. In just 1 semester, he had improved by over 100 points. This rate of progress had surpassed him. Li Jichao seemed to ponder something, a thoughtful expression flickering in his eyes. Darn it, still in 3rd place. Su Cixi glared at her rank, her white fists clenched tightly. Jiang Ye surpassed me by 15 points, which undoubtedly means he reached the 3rd batch and had a lower average casualty rate than mine. The average casualty rate refers to the average frequency of injuries sustained by the entire team per minute. If any teammates perish, this probability sharply increases. Although her group had no casualties, nearly all members were gravely injured, resulting in an average casualty rate of 90. After a long moment, Su Cixi slowly exhaled, casting a resigned glance at Jiang Ye in the distance. This guy like me seems to come from a humble background. Well, losing to him is certainly better than losing to those despicable wealthy individuals. Su Cixi sighed. Immediately after, she clenched her fists again. However, it's only a difference of 15 points. In the next semester, I will surely surpass you. As her words fell, the students of Class 9 began to rise and leave one after another. Zhang Jinwu, however, glanced toward Jiang Ye's direction, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. Achieving 70 points in the virtual assessment, it seems this lad possesses quite a formidable martial will. Previously, he had witnessed Jiang Ye's combat capabilities. Based on his assessment of Jiang Ye's strength, he expected this assessment to yield only 50 points, at most 60. Yet 70 points? This surpassed all his expectations. However, the virtual assessment not only evaluates combat skill, but also martial will. The Shadow Clan interferes with the mind, causing chaos. Only those with a strong martial will can mitigate such effects. The reason Jiang Ye achieved this score must solely be attributed to his martial will. Besides Zhang Jinwu, Wang Xiong chuckled. Director, you were just looking at that student named Li Jichao, weren't you? 355 points, surpassing the basic threshold for an ordinary martial arts university. It's indeed impressive for a student in a regular class to reach this level in the 2nd year. Wang Xiaoyan commented. After the students of Class 9 gradually departed, Zhang Jinwu finally said leisurely, Class 9 may be on the verge of producing a remarkable individual. Wang Xiong wore a bewildered expression. Were someone else to say such a thing, he might scoff. Yet when Zhang Jinwu uttered it, he felt compelled to take it seriously. He couldn't help but exclaim, is Li Jichao really at such a level? Zhang Jinwu shook his head. A dragon lurking in the depths. lying low among the common folk. Sometimes, those who seem inconspicuous can surpass others later on. A dragon lurking in the depths? Wang Xiong was even more astonished. It is rare for the director to use a dragon to describe a person. Could it be that there is something special about Li Jichao that I have not noticed? Wang Xiong contemplated. Fool! Zhang Jianwu scolded. Did you think I was referring to him? He shook his head and departed. Wang Xiong widened his eyes. Not Li Jichao. And it must be he searched for the student ranked second in class 9. Jiang Ye. 330 points. 330 points? Wang Xiong muttered, impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if he were left with only one hand, he could not possibly score so low. I see now. Suddenly, Wang Xiong felt enlightened, his eyes clearing as he realized. The director's words were not merely about the ordinary class, but were actually aimed at the key class. That lurking dragon. Could it be me? Chapter 18. 30,000 in the martial arts classroom of Class 9, Grade 2. The electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom displayed the rankings for the recent final assessment of the 4 martial arts categories. First place, Li Jichao, 355 points. Second place, Jiang Ye, 330 points. Third place, Su Cixi, 315 points. Jiang Ge, congratulations. Tao Xiaojiang, Xia Qing, and others approached to celebrate. You secured second place in the class. Jiang Ye looked at them and smiled. Congratulations to all of you as well. You've all made into the top 30. With a total of 100 students in the class, being in the top 30 indicated a standard above average. Tao Xiaojiang scratched his head, smiling. I must thank you. Jiang Ye. If it weren't for you leading us in the 4th assessment, I wouldn't have scored so high. He usually only managed to achieve 20 or 30 points in virtual assessments, but this time he earned a full 50 points. Xia Qing and the others also scored over 40 points. Although the gap is merely 20 points, it is sufficient to surpass several rankings. In the context of the college entrance examination, a difference of 20 points could eliminate hundreds of thousands of candidates. Hence, you all must strive harder. Jiang Ye remarked with a smile. Do not let your rankings drop when the next semester begins. Haha, absolutely. As the few of them engaged in light-hearted conversation, Chunzi Lu entered the classroom, dressed in a simple white dress and white lace socks. The results of this term's final assessment were evident to all. Chunzi Lu, with her cool demeanor, provided a brief commentary on the assessment outcomes from the podium. 10 minutes swiftly passed. Chunzi Lu, without indulging in unnecessary words, concluded succinctly and then said, Jiang Ye, Li Jichao, please come to my office. With that, she gracefully walked out of the classroom. Ye, what does the teacher want you for? Wen Yuhui asked curiously, gazing at Jiang Ye. It might be about the results, Jiang Ye replied, though he harbored other speculations. Moments later, in Chunzi Lu's office, she smiled at the 2 boys and said, I have something to inform you. A month from now, the school will host a trial. Would you like to participate? A month from now, during summer? Jiang Ye was somewhat taken aback, as he had anticipated the trial, but did not expect it to come so soon. Li Jichao furrowed his brows and asked, Isn't there only one slot for the ordinary class to participate in the trial? Can both of us attend? Chunzi Lu replied calmly, rules are fixed, but individuals are adaptable. As long as you are exceptional enough, the school may make exceptions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's heart stirred. He speculated that Chunzi Lu likely requested an additional slot from the school specifically for him. Chunzi Lu continued, this trial is of the lowest level. As long as you have mastered the Xing Wu cultivation method, you may participate, and it will take place within the school. However, merely mastering the cultivation method yields a low probability of passing the trial. Should you fail the trial, there are certain risks involved. While there is no danger to your life, it may impact your future cultivation. After her words, both Jiang Ye and Li Jichao fell into silence. A trial entails risks. However, they were not surprised. Trials inherently carry risks. Otherwise, how could they be deemed trials? Chunzi Lu stated, this opportunity is singular. If you decide to participate, please inform me now. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Ye and Li Jichao chorused, I will participate. Qin Zilu nodded, seemingly unfazed. Li Jichao cast a glance at Jiang Ye before turning to leave. Jiang Ye then looked at Chunzi Lu and asked, Teacher, is there anything else? Chunzi Lu waved her hand and threw a disc-like object toward the wall. With a soft sound, it adhered to the wall. This is a soundproof device. After completing this, she turned her gaze to Jiang Ye and cheerfully remarked, quite impressive. From 25th place to 2nd place in just one semester. is the result of excellent teaching, Jiang Ye replied modestly. You always underestimate yourself, Chunzi Lu said, her eyes reflecting increasing admiration. Jiang Ye's performance had indeed surpassed her expectations. When she previously introduced Jiang Ye to Zhang Jianwu, she merely hoped he would secure a position in the top 10 to demonstrate his capabilities. To her surprise, he had surged straight into the top 2. This achievement also brought her a sense of pride. As Jiang Ye opened the paper bag and discovered 30,000 yuan inside, he looked at Chunzi Lu in astonishment. Teacher, what is this? He was bewildered, for the second-place poverty assistance scholarship was only 10,000 yuan, and it would not be disbursed until the third year of high school. 30,000 yuan? He was not the first place. How could he qualify for such a sum? I made a bet with Director Zhang. Chunzi Lu chuckled lightly and said, I bet that you would pass this trial, so do not let me down. Jiang Ye was taken aback. So, this 30,000 yuan is a private sponsorship from the teacher? Teacher, is 3,000 too much? You need to cultivate as well. Jiang Ye was never one to accept help without merit, especially when it came to money. He felt it necessary to be prudent. I'm a teacher. I do not lack this money, Chunzi Lu replied, looking at him. But you're different. You need to exert your utmost efforts over the next month to have any hope of succeeding in the trial. Jiang Ye felt a jolt of surprise. Listening to her, the difficulty of the trial might be far greater than he had anticipated. Chunzi Lu crossed her right leg, revealing a glimpse of her long, delicate leg beneath her skirt, pale and supple. She spoke in a measured tone. There are various types of martial arts dietary supplements. To enhance your abilities swiftly, you need to select high-quality options, such as Udan or Jiang Ye. These expenses are substantial. The 30,000 yuan is allocated for your supplements. Lastly, this money is a loan, and you must return to me later. Chunzi Lu smiled gently at Jiang Ye, her petite foot playfully swaying. Jiang Ye replied, I will return it to you after the assistant scholarship for the third year is disbursed or once I earn money from the trial. Let us discuss it after you graduate from high school. 30,000 yuan is merely a trifle. I'm not currently in need of that amount. Chunzi Lu waved her hand, reiterating that she was not concerned about money. Jiang Ye felt somewhat helpless. Does your family have a mine? After a brief silence, he solemnly bowed and said, Thank you, teacher. Jiang Ye understood very well that whether it was the bet mentioned by Chunzi Lu or her insistence on repaying the loan, it was her way of considering his pride. Some assistance is merely charity, while other forms of help genuinely provide support. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Ye was acutely aware of this and felt all the more grateful. Chunzi Lu smiled slightly. Not entirely safe, Jiang Ye felt a stir in his heart. Could it be related to Yinghua? Chunzi Lu continued. If you have any concerns, feel free to reach out to me. My number is 23060901. Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment and said, Teacher, do you have a phone number? I will get a communication device to contact you. Cell phones are too expensive. Chunzi Lu glanced at him, retrieved a watch from her drawer, and said, You can use my communication watch for now. You can contact me through it. Good. At this point, Jiang Ye saw no reason to be coy and accepted the watch. Chunzi Lu waved her hand. Jiang Ye nodded and turned to exit the office. As soon as Jiang Ye stepped out, a notification panel appeared. He was taken aback upon seeing 2 lines of text that appeared above Chunzi Lu's head. Chapter 19. Then I ask you inside the office, ding ding ding. Just as Jiang Ye left, Chunzi Lu's phone rang. She took out her phone and saw that Zhao Yingluo was calling. Zilu, do you still need money? After answering the call, a clear, youthful voice resonated from the other end. Why did you borrow 30,000 from me earlier? Is that amount sufficient? Upon hearing this, Chunzi Lu's image of a wealthy individual crumbled instantly. She sighed and replied, Zhao Yingluo, do you think I'm like you? I currently do not even have 10,000 yuan. Transfer me another 20,000 quickly. The next moment, a gasp echoed through the phone. Goodness, how are you surviving? Each cultivation session costs more than 1,000 yuan, right? Chunzi Lu explained, It is not for my cultivation. It is an advanced investment in a student I believe in. Zhao Yingluo exclaimed in surprise. A student you believe in? Have you encountered someone with extraordinary talent? What are you thinking? Chunzi Lu retorted with irritation, as if such students exist in Incheon. Zhao Yingluo inquired with curiosity. Who is it? Is this student worth you borrowing money to invest in, especially when you hardly have enough for your own cultivation? Chunzi Lu chuckled. It is not exactly an investment. It is merely a helping hand. Is it a boy or a girl? A boy. Oh. Zhao Yingluo's tone turned slightly flirtatious. Is he handsome? What is his personality like? Chen Zilu rolled her eyes. Why are you asking such things? Out of curiosity, Zhao Ingluo chuckled. You are indeed a prominent figure at our Bailong Wudao University. If others were to find out that you lent money to support a boy, it would surely stir quite the gossip. With curiosity, she continued, by the way, who exactly is that boy? Why are you being so kind to him? Could it be that you plan to meet him again next year to collect your debt? Chen Zilla decisively ended the call. She then gazed out the window, lost in thought. Was her concern for Jiang Ye truly unique? She had not intentionally set out to do so. It was merely that she saw a reflection of herself in him, prompting her to lend a helping hand. Chen Zilu cradled her snow-white cheek, memories flickering in her distinctly black and white eyes. The young lady's ailment was exceedingly rare. In a cozy room, the doctor looked down at the little girl lying in bed, sighing repeatedly. This illness might be manageable without cultivation, but once one embarked on the path of martial arts, one would be plagued by excruciating pain, a torment that not even a starry sky martial artist could endure. The best course of action in such circumstances was to abandon cultivation and refrain from pursuing the martial path. The little girl, with her porcelain skin and long eyelashes, possessed delicate features, still unformed but exquisitely beautiful. It was easy to imagine that when she grew up, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty, captivating all. By the bedside stood a couple. The man exuded a calm demeanor, dressed in an elegant and dignified manner, clearly someone of high status, his features resembling those of the girl. In contrast, the woman beside him bore no resemblance to the child, instead radiating an alluring beauty. Upon hearing the doctor's words, disappointment washed over the man's face as he turned to leave. Moments later, a stern male voice resonated from outside the room. What a pity to waste such talent. This was followed by a sultry female voice. Let her live as an ordinary person, just like her mother. After all, we have other children to nurture. The little girl trembled slightly, her small fists clenching quietly. I must become a formidable warrior. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had just seen Chen Zilla's talent through the panel. Physique, Xian Ti, a grade, endowment, Dao Bone, Chen Laosher possesses the Dao Bone endowment. Viank, Yim Musit Inyardli, the Dao Bone endowment. Though only one tier above the new student endowment, represented a chasm of disparity in talent. The term newborn refers to the budding of martial bones, while Dao Bone encompasses more than mere nascent martial bones. Those endowed with Dao bones exhibit extraordinary martial bones from birth, such as innate strength and divine vision, possessing abilities beyond the common person. Upon embarking on the martial path at the age of 15, their extraordinary talents would become evident, allowing for unprecedented speed in cultivation and effortless mastery of any martial techniques. They are born from martial arts, perfectly aligned with it. That is the essence of Dao Bone. It is said that once individuals with this endowment embark on the martial path, they break through barriers as easily as drinking water, with virtually no constraints. Of course, such tales often contain an element of exaggeration. Nevertheless, it underscores the formidable nature of this endowment. Furthermore, the Xian Ti is a physique superior to the ordinary? Undoubtedly, the Xian Ti ranks higher than the ordinary physique. If the Xian Ti is classified into 4 grades, then Chen Zilu's martial talent is indeed terrifying. It is worth noting that even Zhang Jianwu, the director of the martial arts class, is merely a new student endowment, a lower-tier ordinary physique. Yet, Chen Zilu possesses an A-grade Xian Ti. Her physique alone surpasses by 7 tiers. Chen Laosher appears to be only 19 years old. She should be attending university at this age. Why has she come to Anqing to teach? Jiang Ye pondered. Chen Zila's ID number corresponds to her birthday, September 1st, 2306. Now it is June 2325, so she has not yet turned 19. Quickly shaking his head, Jiang Ye decided to cease his contemplation of these matters. Others' affairs are theirs alone. His next objective is to exert every effort to enhance himself within the month. Jiang Ye understood that Chen Zila's concern for him arose from her recognition of his talent and dedication. In just a single semester, he had ascended from 25th to 2nd place in the class, and Chen Zilu had witnessed it all. Without this foundation, none of it would have been possible. In the martial arts classroom, all the students had departed. Jiang Ye tidied his belongings and left in haste, heading toward the door. As dusk approached, the night posed considerable danger for ordinary individuals. However, upon exiting the classroom, Jiang Ye unexpectedly encountered a sharp-featured boy. You're still here? Jiang Ye expressed surprise. Li Jichao looked at him and whispered, I have something to ask you. Is that all right? Jiang Ye glanced at him and nodded. The two retreated to a secluded corner. Go ahead, what is it? Li Jichao hesitated before asking. Jiang Ye, can you tell me what kind of medicine you took? Jiang Ye was taken aback and replied, I didn't take any medicine. Did not take any medicine? Li Jichao's pupils widened slightly. If you didn't take any medicine, then how much did you consume? He pressed on, unwilling to relent. Jiang Ye, bewildered, responded, I didn't take any medicine at all. Li Jichao furrowed his brow deeply. To him, it seemed impossible for Jiang Ye to have made such rapid progress without taking numerous drugs. Although he currently held the top position, he sensed that if Jiang Ye continued to improve at this pace, he could easily surpass him. At this moment, Jiang Ye's staunch denial left him feeling a chill of disappointment. Li Jichao thought to himself, he must have taken something. Is he pretending to be aloof? However, given his family's financial situation, it was unlikely he could afford such a quantity of drugs. Sustaining himself for a semester was already a stretch. In the coming month, if he were to run out of medicine, his progress would inevitably slow. With this thought, Li Jichao regarded Jiang Ye again, speaking in a serious tone. Jiang Ye, when we meet next month, I hope you'll still be this resolute. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Ye stared at his retreating figure, utterly bewildered. What is wrong with this guy? Chapter 20. Starry Sky Energy. Upon returning home, Jiang Ye eagerly shared his good news with his parents. What? Second place in the class? Lianping exclaimed in disbelief. Brother, that's amazing. Jiang Ting looked at him with admiration. Jiang Dehai, seated at the dining table, was also taken aback. Second place? Didn't you start the semester in 25th place? To this, Jiang Ye had already prepared a response. Chun Laosher said that after I reached a minor breakthrough in the Xingwu cultivation method, my martial bones awakened, leading to a significant acceleration in my cultivation speed. Martial bone awakening? Jiang Dehai and Li Onping exchanged glances. They were uncertain what this meant, but it seemed at least not to be a bad thing. Good. Jiang Dehai laughed heartily, exclaiming, our family is about to produce a martial arts genius. Li Onping chimed in, Xiao Yu will definitely get into the martial arts university next year. The couple's greatest wish was to send both their children to a martial arts university, allowing them to avoid the same path they had taken. Jiang Ye cleared his throat and said, Mom and Dad, Chun Laosher gave me 30,000 yuan today. He pulled out a stack of cash from his backpack. 30,000? Both Jiang Dehai and his wife were taken aback. Their family savings over the years amounted to only a few tens of thousands. 30,000 in cash was no small sum. Jiang Ye briefly explained the situation and mentioned the upcoming trial in a month. All right, we support you. Jiang Dehai did not say much more, but with a serious demeanor, he added, this money, since she said you can pay it back after graduation, she likely never intended for you to return it. However, we must repay her, and the sooner, the better. By fulfilling your promise early, you strengthen your bond, making future dealings with her more convenient. Jiang Ye nodded. He understood these principles. However, his adoptive father's words resonated even deeper. Jiang Dehai, after years of toil and hardship at the grassroots level, has transformed his past tribulations into invaluable experience. Currently employed at Lying Bureau, my financial situation has become considerably more stable. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Dehai remarked, you shall repay this money next semester. Jiang Ye nodded in acknowledgment. Is it unsafe? Jiang Dehai shook his head, stating, there are no updates from the Bureau, but since the teacher has advised caution, let us remain vigilant. Jiang Ye nodded again. In the following days, Jiang Ye resumed his daily training regimen. As summer arrived, the cicadas sang their incessant song beneath the scorching sun. Jiang Ye remained indoors, devoted to his practice. At night, he entered the martial arts heavenly ladder, enduring the trials of the first layer S illusions, experiencing the tests of martial will in the massage room. Each evening, he was fervently challenged by a myriad of enchanting women such as Chun Zilu and Zhao Qingli. Previously, he may not have been so enthusiastic about this, but after undergoing the virtual Starry Sky assessment, he recognized the paramount importance of martial will. When confronted by the Shadow Clan, possessing not only brute strength but also a formidable martial will is crucial. The voices of the Shadow Clan penetrate the soul, inducing a sense of disorientation. Only a strong martial will can withstand such an assault. Each night, Jiang Ye fought to exhaustion in the massage room, his martial will continuously enhancing. Before long, a week had passed. At home, the low martial achievement system displayed. Physique, ordinary body, grade B. Endowment, Primitive cultivation method, star martial arts. Great success, 21. Achievements, martial arts master, friend of ancestors. Martial arts grandmaster, beauty, inquiring about the way martial arts heavenly ladder, first layer. Throughout this week, Jiang Ye ingested leopard gall daily, applying martial essential oil to his entire body. This martial essential oil, a resource from martial cultivation, accelerates the physical transformation, priced at 1,000 for a small vial. Fortunately, the effects were significant. However, after surpassing 20 in his cultivation method, he noticed a marked deceleration in his progress. Yet this was expected. Once he acquires valuable ingredients, such as tiger gall and whale eye, the enhancements should accelerate further, Jiang Ye mused. The rarer the martial ingredients, the more challenging they are to procure, especially in a small place like Anqing, where such resources are monopolized by the affluent. Jiang Ye's family could only afford second-rate leopard gall. Nevertheless, after a week of inquiries, Jiang Dehai had found a channel and anticipated purchasing tiger gall and whale eye within the next couple of days. Yet, Jiang Ye furrowed his brow in concern, pondering the increasing difficulty of his training. With each 10% increase, the challenge escalates. How could he possibly break through before the college entrance examination? To achieve the breakthrough and become a stellar martial artist, he must undergo multiple rounds of starry sky refinement, each of which consumes substantial time. At this rate, reaching the threshold for the 25-school alliance before the examination seems unattainable. He had heard that Zhao Qingli, ranked first in her grade, completed her transformation from great success to perfection in a mere 6 months. How could she, also of grade B ordinary body, accomplish this? Jiang Ye contemplated. Even if she had the financial means for daily nourishment, his circumstances were not vastly different now. His physique and comprehension had both improved. The gap should not be insurmountable. He suddenly recalled that he could contact Chen Zilu at any moment. This week, absorbed in his training, he had not attempted to reach out until today, marking his first effort. With that thought, Jiang Ye promptly retrieved his communication watch. After accessing the device, he located Chen Zilu's contact information and dialed her number. After a brief moment, a melodious voice echoed from the watch. "What is it?" Jiang Ye quickly replied. "Teacher, I heard that Zhao Qingli ranked first in our grade." He succinctly shared his doubts. Chen Zilu chuckled softly. "Zhao Qingli? You need not compare yourself to her. She spends 100,000 yuan monthly solely on nourishment." 100,000 yuan? Jiang Ye was taken aback. That amount equated to his parents' annual salary. It appeared he had underestimated the opulence of the wealthy. Does she consume tiger gall and whale eye regularly? Jiang Ye couldn't help but inquire. Chen Zilu responded, "Even more advanced than what you've mentioned, exclusively supplied martial ingredients." Jiang Ye sighed. The wealthy truly have it easy. However, Chen Zilu continued, Zhao Qingli's rapid progression from great success to perfection is not solely attributed to nourishment. The more critical factor is her utilization of starry sky energy for refinement. Starry sky energy? Jiang Ye questioned. Indeed, Chen Zilu affirmed. Starry sky energy, also known as star energy, is a vital force that one must master upon embarking on the path of star martial arts. The starry sky refinement prior to the breakthrough involves using star energy to refine the body, thereby enabling it to transcend the shackles of life. Chen Zilu elaborated. After achieving great success in the star martial arts method, one can also utilize trace amounts of star energy to refine the body, significantly accelerating progress. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked, "Teacher, can I do the same?" Chapter 21, New Achievement. Card system? I would advise against it, Chen Zilu cautioned. Jiang Ye, puzzled, inquired why. Does star energy have side effects like medication? Not quite, Chen Zilu shook her head, explaining. Your primitive endowment results in a low absorption efficiency of star energy. The term starry sky energy derives from its origin in the cosmos. This substance was first discovered on Mars centuries ago. Consequently, the cost of star energy far exceeds that of martial ingredients, leading to greater expenditures than gains, rendering it unworthy. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Low absorption efficiency due to primitive endowment? He suddenly recalled a question that had long puzzled him. The distinction between physique and endowment. The Blue Star Federation places significant emphasis on martial endowment for a reason. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Ye asked, "Teacher, is the ranking of endowments related to star energy?" Indeed, Chen Zilu confirmed with a nod. Starry sky energy is crucial for star martial artists. After embarking on the path of star martial arts, one must continuously absorb this energy to facilitate the transformation of life. The higher the endowment, the greater the efficiency of star energy absorption. Jiang Ye's understanding deepened. Centuries ago, blue star civilization aligned with the cosmos. Today, humanity's footprints span the entire solar system. It is said that the existing cultivation system of star martial arts was discovered during solar system exploration. Now, it appears that all of this is intricately linked to starry sky energy. The reason primitive endowment is deemed inferior is precisely due to its low absorption efficiency. So, when the time comes for starry sky refinement, will my time investment be significantly longer than others? Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. It seemed that breaking through to the first level would be even more challenging than he had initially imagined. At that moment, a light laugh emanated from the watch. You need not fret about the starry sky refinement. I will find a way to expedite your progress when the time comes. Your current goal should be to achieve perfection in the cultivation method as soon as possible. Jiang Ye's spirits lifted at her words, and he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Teacher, are there any other questions? None. Jiang Ye hesitated. Is it related to the shadow calamity? Jiang Ye nodded. All right, you too. After ending the call, Jiang Ye sat in contemplation. Whether concerning the latent danger or the challenges of starry sky refinement, both have fortified his resolve to grow stronger, to swiftly achieve perfection in the star martial arts method and enter the elite class. Jiang Ye's gaze became increasingly resolute. Just then, his expression shifted slightly in surprise as several system notifications suddenly appeared before him. Warning, warning, your hearing has reached the system's limit. You have achieved a new milestone, the ability to clearly perceive sound from 10 kilometers away and communicate with individuals at that distance. Unlock title, Xuanfeng reward. Enhanced hearing by 200, clarity increases with distance. Jiang Ye was utterly astonished. Wasn't this just a phone call? He merely made a call and shattered the system's limitations? He even unlocked the Xuanfeng achievement? Indeed, in a world of low martial arts, the concept of a telephone did not exist. Thus, in the system's judgment, his phone call transformed into a transmission across 1,000 miles. Jiang Ye wore a look of bewilderment. This rule was easy to comprehend, yet it was one he had never envisaged. Suddenly, an unusual expression crossed Jiang Ye's face. Could this be considered a form of card? If such a trivial action could unlock achievements, then perhaps many unimagined paths could lead him to new accomplishments. While Jiang Ye pondered in astonishment, he suddenly sensed a peculiar movement in his ears. Almost immediately, the internal structure of his ears seemed to undergo some subtle transformation. Buzz! In an instant, an overwhelming cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. For a moment, Jiang Ye felt as though his mind might explode, inundated by a multitude of noises. Fortunately, he soon acclimated and endeavored to control his hearing. Extracting useful information from the din faintly, he discerned conversations from over 200 meters away. Mama, Mama, look at the flowers. Have you finished the homework? Jiang Ye gently closed his eyes and turned in another direction. From 300 meters away, he caught a faint voice. This guy got drunk after just a few bottles? What a loser. So, you're quite brave, huh? At this moment, Jiang Ye opened his eyes, a glimmer of contemplation flashing within them. Previously, he could hear sounds only within 100 meters. This meant that the recent reward had tripled his hearing capability. However, such achievements couldn't possibly be one-time affairs, could they? Jiang Ye mused. If there were no higher-level achievements of a similar nature, it might be better to delay unlocking this one. He realized that achievements of this kind were not necessarily better unlocked early. For instance, while elevating his hearing from 100 meters to 300 was not a significant enhancement, if he were to increase his hearing from 1,000 meters to 3,000, the difference would be remarkable. The stronger one became, the greater the benefits received. However, since it had been unlocked, there was no point in lamenting. In 3 weeks, the trials would commence. He could experiment further to see if he could unlock similar achievements to enhance his strength. Jiang Ye pondered it deeply. Soon, an idea struck him. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ye stepped out of his home. He stood by the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver, are we taking the expressway? That will cost extra. Just a short trip around Anqing. Is 100 enough? Get in. Jiang Ye settled into the taxi, exhaling slowly. His venture carried risks. Fortune Zilu had mentioned that the city was currently unsafe. Nevertheless, to validate his thoughts, Jiang Ye resolved to venture out. It was midday, which generally offered a higher safety factor. Driver, once we hit the expressway, please accelerate to the maximum. Jiang Ye instructed. In this world, the expressway standards differed from his previous life, allowing speeds up to 200 km/h. However, this taxi likely couldn't reach such heights, probably topping out around 150. Even so, that would far exceed the standards of the low martial arts realm. Indeed, Jiang Ye was curious to see if this could unlock new achievements. He intended to test this. If successful, he could buy a plane ticket in the future. The aircraft in this world were predominantly supersonic, and the prices were exorbitant. Besides airplanes, there were also hover cars available, but their speeds generally capped at 500 km/h, starting at 1,000 yuan. Without money, nothing could be accomplished. Jiang Ye sikit inyardi. A penny can thwart even the most heroic of men. Whether for living expenses, transportation, or martial resources, vast wealth was necessary. The path of the strong might be solitary, but it certainly should not be impoverished. Thus, succeeding in the upcoming trials, entering a key class, and gaining admission to the 25 Schools Alliance became Jiang Ye's imperative goals. As they entered the expressway, Jiang Ye's eyes brightened slightly as he gazed outside. After passing through the toll booth, the car began to accelerate. 100, 120, 130. Chapter 22. 1 month later, moments later, the speed stabilized at 150. Jiang Ye vaitit patiently. However, after a few minutes, he still received no system notification. Could it be ineffective? Jiang Ye pondered. Was it due to insufficient speed? Or was this method not viable for unlocking achievements? Driver, can we go a bit faster? Jiang Ye inwidit. Any faster and we might just take off. The driver joked, yet pressed the accelerator, causing the speed to surge once more. The entire vehicle vibrated, creating a sensation of levitation. At this point, the speed reached 160. Jiang Ye waited patiently for another 10 minutes, but still no system prompt appeared. Was this method truly unfeasible? Jiang Ye felt a tinge of disappointment. Just then, in the next moment, several system messages suddenly popped up. Unlock title, Jai Fengbu reward. Instantaneous speed increase by 100, can be actively triggered, last for 30 seconds, cooldown of 3 minutes. It took so long to trigger an achievement? Jiang Ye mused silently. This system really does not seem very clever. The detection takes an eternity. He had grown accustomed to it. This system always managed to surprise him with new features when he least expected it. Jiang Ye shook his head and examined this latest reward. Jai Fengbu, active trigger? His heart leapt with joy. An active trigger implied this was a growth-type reward. This meant the speed increase of 100 would rise alongside his base speed. Martial Arts Grandmaster? At this moment, Jiang Ye noticed a particular term. According to the system's classification, after the Martial Arts Master came the Martial Arts Grandmaster. It seemed that the Martial Arts Grandmaster equated to an exceptional level in reality. If one merely perfected their cultivation method, they would not reach 160 km/h. Only by breaking the shackles of life and ascending to become a stellar martial artist could this be achieved. For him, this journey had already been fulfilling. Upon returning to his community, Jiang Ye immediately tested his newly acquired ability. Jai Fengbu, he silently chanted. Instantly, Jiang Ye's figure transformed into a blur, dashing forward with incredible speed. How fast? Jiang Ye was taken aback. This velocity nearly exceeded his control. This was because without his physical state keeping pace with the speed, it created an illusion of losing control. The first experience was often quite disorienting. So fast, regrettably, it could only last for 30 seconds. Jiang Ye mused. However, in practical combat, such a sudden doubling of speed would leave opponents struggling to react. The plan had indeed proven viable. Perhaps there were even more opportunities for unlocking achievements. Jiang Ye contemplated numerous ideas. For instance, using binoculars to observe objects several dozen kilometers away might unlock a vision achievement, or donning a bulletproof vest could enhance his defense. Yet, all these options required substantial financial resources. High-quality binoculars were necessary, not just for distance, but also for clarity and a wide field of view. Otherwise, according to the system's nature, achievements might not unlock. Meeting these criteria would cost at least several thousand yuan. As for bulletproof vests, he was far from having the financial means for such luxuries. The experience of being so constrained is indeed exhilarating, yet remains excessively taxing on one's finances. Is there a simpler and more economical alternative? Jiang Ye pondered this, but regrettably, he could not devise such a solution at the moment. Jiang Ye. At that moment, the voice of his adoptive father, Jiang Ye, resonated from outside the door. He approached, placing a black iron box upon the table. Upon opening it, he discovered a chunk of dark golden flesh bathed in murky liquor, a potent odor of blood wafting through the air. It was Hudan. Jiang Ye felt a surge of delight. The price of Hudan is more than 5 times that of Baodan, and its enhancement effects far exceed those of the latter. He had long desired to experience it, but had never managed to procure it. Half an hour later, Jiang Ye sat at the dining table. His bowl brimmed with a generous serving of golden-hued meat slices, glistening with oil, each piece translucent and reminiscent of pale golden amber, exuding a rich, meaty fragrance. Beside it sat a bowl of strong liquor. Pairing strong liquor with Hudan, a single sip could equate to a year of cultivation. This, of course, is an exaggerated expression. No matter how potent the martial arts ingredients, they cannot replace a year of diligent training. Nonetheless, it underscores the efficacy of the meal. Jiang Ye was eager to indulge and began to feast voraciously. Beside him, Jiang Ting watched with envy. Yet she understood that this was meant for her brother's martial arts cultivation and refrained from making a claim. 10 minutes into his training, the unusual sensations began to manifest. Every pore of his body opened, expelling impurities. A fierce energy coursed through his meridians, as if his run and dew meridians had been unblocked. An unprecedented sense of clarity enveloped him. Jiang Ye did not hesitate, swiftly commencing the refinement of this energy. An hour passed, 3 hours, 5 hours. In the blink of an eye, over 10 hours had elapsed. Throughout this duration, Jiang Ye felt neither fatigue nor hunger. Rather, he grew increasingly invigorated. It was only after more than 10 hours that he gradually began to feel a modicum of exhaustion. Yet, Jiang Ye did not cease his cultivation, continuing to refine the residual energy within his body until he had extracted every last drop. A whole day passed. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, gazing at the panel. Cultivation method, Xing Wu cultivation method. Achieved, 2126. Comforting, he reflected. In recent days, his daily progress had barely surpassed 1. Yet, after consuming Hudan, the results were over 5 times greater than that of Baodan. Hudan could sustain him for several days. Thus, for the coming days, he would maintain this rate of advancement. By the end of the month, he would surely elevate himself by at least 40. Jiang Ye was suddenly filled with hope for the future. He glanced at the time, then rose to step outside. Time flew by, and soon it was early August. In his room, Jiang Ye completed the final move of the Xing Wu cultivation method, gradually concluding his training. The communication watch on the table emitted a sweet female voice. Not bad. Your technique has improved significantly since before. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Jiang Ye approached to pick up the watch. Over the past month, he had frequently engaged in video calls with Chen Zilu, actively seeking her counsel. After passing the first-level assessment of the martial arts ladder, he had gained a permanent enhancement of 10 in comprehension. Coupled with the 30 increase from the friendship of the ancestral master, he had greatly benefited from his time with Chen Zilu. From a watch, Chen Zilu continued. Tomorrow is the trial assessment. Remember to arrive at school on time. Yes. Take a break today. Don't overexert yourself. Chen Zilu's voice was clear and firm. Diligence is not confined to a single moment. You have worked hard enough, and relaxing before the assessment is equally vital. Okay. Jiang Ye nodded. After a month of arduous training, the time had come to test his results. He held the trial in high regard and anticipation. He silently gazed at his panel. Chapter 23. Lin Xian Low Martial Achievement System, Constitution. Ordinary Body, Grade B. Talent, Primitive, Cultivation Method, Xing Wu Cultivation Method. Achieved, 41. Achievements, Martial Arts Master, Ancestral Master's Friend. Martial Arts Grandmaster, Inquiring Beauty, Wind Listening Ear, Gale Steps, Martial Arts Ladder, First Level. The path to completion, nearly halfway there. Jiang Ye felt entirely at ease. 6 months ago, he could not have envisioned such a scene. Back then, he had not even broken through to the small success level in his cultivation method. In merely 6 months, from small success to nearing completion, such a pace of cultivation would likely astonish even the most elite students. During this period, aside from his own efforts, the pivotal factors were the guidance of his teacher and that 30,000 yuan. The 3,000 yuan given to him by Chen Zilu was akin to a lifeline. Thanks to this, he had been able to supplement himself daily with Baodan, and even Hudan. Such conditions were not necessarily available to students in elite classes. However, compared to the likes of Zhao Qingli, who came from wealth, he still felt inadequate. Jiang Ye sighed. He had only spent 30,000 yuan in a month, and that was merely for a single month's experience. Meanwhile, others could easily spend 100,000 monthly. Yet, Jiang Ye remained unfazed. Though he could not compete in terms of wealth, he possessed an advantage. His current strength may not suffice, but as his abilities grew, so too would his achievements. At that point, all martial arts prodigies and unparalleled geniuses would be no match for him. Time for a brief respite. Jiang Ye gently closed his eyes. This past month, he had scarcely slept, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation and honing his skills in the illusions. With the trials approaching, it was time to unwind. The following morning, Jiang Ye awoke from his slumber, clutching his head. Damn, when did I? He had intended merely to close his eyes for a moment, yet ended up sleeping until dawn. Crucially, in this sleep, he had once again dreamt of that haunting nightmare. The young man who resembled his biological father, in the Golden Palace, known as Xing Haishun Tuesday. What was Xing Haishun to? At the beginning of the dream, it did not seem as if his father had abandoned him. Was it an obsession left behind by his previous life? Jiang Ye sat up. Unfortunately, he was not concerned with the so-called origins of his lineage and had no desire to delve deeper. No more sleeping. He resolved to remain in the illusions at night, which not only prevented nightmares, but also ensured he awoke refreshed the next day. Jiang Ye was determined. It was time to head to school. He rose, stepped outside, and after freshening up and having breakfast, set off for the school. Brother, good luck. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Ting dashed out from the room. What are you doing up? Jiang Ye asked, somewhat surprised. Hee, Jiang Ting smiled at him. I specifically noted today, Estate, you were going for the trial. Over the past month, Jiang Ye had indeed been frequently mentioning it. The little girl did not comprehend what the trial entailed, but she understood that it was something her brother had been discussing incessantly, thus it must be of great importance. Launching third high school, during the summer break, the campus was typically silent. However, today numerous figures traversed the grounds. As Jiang Ye stepped into the school, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Li Jichao, he called out from a distance. Upon the other turning around, Jiang Ye was taken aback. A month had passed, and Li Jichao had grown significantly sturdier, with prominent veins and bulging muscles. Standing there, he exuded an imposing aura. Yet, his head seemed to appear increasingly pointed, though perhaps it was just an optical illusion. Jiang Ye, Li Jichao approached with a confident smile. How has the past month been? Has your training gone smoothly? Jiang Ye nodded, replying, it's been all right. And you? I made considerable progress this month. Li Jichao beamed. I broke through my previous limit of 2 injections per week. Now, I can manage 3 injections weekly. He held his head high, confidence radiating from his eyes. 3 injections a week. This had led to a remarkable transformation in his physique within a short span. For the upcoming trial, Li Jichao was determined to succeed. Jiang Ye was momentarily speechless, before finally saying, hasn't Teacher Chen mentioned the side effects of excessive injections? Li Jichao shook his head and said, on the path of the strong, how could there be no cost? This minor side effect means nothing to me. But you? Have you not taken any medicine this month? He looked at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye shook his head and replied, I haven't taken any medicine at all. Upon hearing this, Li Jichao smiled and shook his head. You stubborn fellow, are you still trying to save face? Taking medicine is nothing to be ashamed of. Since you haven't taken any this month, I wish you success in this trial. Li Jichao sighed. He genuinely hoped for a classmate who could keep pace with him, as it would ignite his potential. Yet, if Jiang Ye chose not to continue taking medicine, he would inevitably be left behind. Jiang Ye said nothing further. He believed that Qin Zilu had also warned Li Jichao about the dangers of medicine. However, since Li Jichao had chosen this path, it was not his place to interfere. Everyone has their own destiny, and it is unnecessary to forcefully intervene. The two walked side by side towards the location of the trial. This trial was to take place in the spherical building from the previous virtual Starry Sky assessment. Inside the grand hall of the spherical building, many people had already gathered, waiting for the trial to commence. Upon entering, Jiang Ye noticed a considerable number of first-year students. They were easy to identify by their uniforms, as the uniforms of Cheng Sanzhong varied from first year to third year. Moreover, the uniforms of the regular and advanced classes were different. The advanced class uniforms were often exquisitely crafted and custom-made, while the regular class uniforms were rather plain, deliberately designed to discourage early romantic relationships. The first-year students? They were all from the advanced class. Jiang Ye looked around, not surprised. This trial was the lowest level, open to those who had reached a certain level of cultivation. The advanced class students could achieve this level in their first year, which precisely met the requirements. Of course, there were a few second-year students present, but their numbers were few, as the top talents typically did not participate in such low-level trials. Li Jichao, you are here too? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Ye turned to see an oddly shaped boy approaching. This person had a disproportionately large head, almost as wide as his shoulders, giving him a peculiar appearance. Li Jichao frowned upon seeing him. Lin Xian, aren't you from Incheng Yizhong? What are you doing here? Incheng Yizhong was the top high school in Incheng, far superior to Incheng Sanzhong. Jiang Ye had heard that students from ordinary classes in some schools had to bow and greet students from advanced classes, a tradition of Incheng Yizhong. The notion that the strong must humiliate the weak was part of Incheng Yizhong's motivational school rules. Lin Xian, the boy with the large head, smiled and said, "As the representative of the first-year class from Incheng Yizhong, I was invited to participate in this trial." He then glanced at Jiang Ye. "Is this your classmate? He seems to be from the ordinary class." Lin Xian chuckled. "Chaozi, you really can't compete. In our Tianlong community, you are the only one who hasn't entered an advanced class. At this rate, I won't be able to say my neighbor anymore." He then looked at Jiang Ye and added, "I didn't mean to target you. Please don't misunderstand." Tianlong community was a well-known affluent area in Incheng. Lin Xian, like Li Jichao, was evidently the offspring of wealthy parents. He was not intentionally targeting Jiang Ye, but rather looked down on all students from the ordinary class indiscriminately. However, at that moment, Jiang Ye paid little attention to Lin Xian's words and instead focused on his oversized head, curiously asking, "Did you drink too much Sanlu when you were a child?" "Sanlu? What is that?" Lin Xian frowned at the remark. "Nothing," Jiang Ye replied, shaking his head slightly. "Just an obscure brand of baby formula." Lin Xian shot him a bewildered glance. Beside them, Li Jichao snorted coldly, "Advanced class or not, I can enter whenever I want. Right now, I enjoy being in the ordinary class." "You certainly have a laid-back attitude," Lin Xian laughed. "I heard that there is a chance to obtain a high-level technique in this trial, but there are only 3 spots available. Chaozi, you better work hard. You are in second year now. Don't let us first-year students outshine you." After saying this, Lin Xian did not linger any longer before turning away. As a second-generation wealthy individual from the Tianlong community and a top student from Incheng Yizhong, he looked down upon standing with students from the ordinary class. Even a second spent with them was a significant insult to his status and talent. Lin Xian thought to himself that Chaozi was embarrassing Tianlong community. Nearing the end of high school and still mingling with the ordinary class was disgraceful. Li Jichao coldly snorted, "That guy." It was evident that Lin Xian had come to flaunt his superiority, yet he felt somewhat powerless to retort. After all, he was merely the top student of the ordinary class in Incheng Sanzhong, while Lin Xian was among the top 10 of the advanced class in Incheng Yizhong. Such a gap, even with a year's difference, was hard to bridge. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had fewer thoughts on the matter. As Lin Xian departed, he opened his panel to examine him. Constitution, common body, a tier, talent, newborn, a tier constitution. Was this truly the standard of a top student from Incheng Yizhong? It felt like a dimensional strike against our school, Jiang Ye mused. Most students in the hall were of B-tier common bodies, with only a few reaching the lower A tier. In contrast, Lin Xian stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Gradually, more people filled the hall, yet the trial had not officially begun. Jiang Ye pondered whether this trial would also take place in the virtual starry sky. He wondered what kind of trial it would be. It couldn't possibly be another hunt against the Shadow Clan, could it? He had previously inquired with Chen Zilu about this. But unfortunately, the content of the trial was strictly confidential, and no one knew anything before it officially began. For the school, the trial was even more crucial than the final assessments, as it could sift out truly outstanding students. Therefore, the rewards for passing the trial were exceptionally generous. Jiang Ye silently noted that aside from the substantial monetary rewards, the most important aspect was the high-level technique. Techniques, combat skills, could significantly enhance one's combat capabilities. Although the Xingwu cultivation method could also increase strength, it was a foundational cultivation method primarily aimed at strengthening the body, with minimal enhancement to combat prowess. In contrast, techniques possessed tremendous destructive power. Students like Zhao, Qingli, and Lin Miaomiao, who ranked among the top in their grade, achieved high scores largely because they practiced techniques. With only 3 spots available, it meant that he must secure a place in the top 3 to obtain the high-level technique. Jiang Ye surveyed his surroundings. Besides Lin Xian, who required special attention, there were also a few second-year advanced class students participating in this trial. Those individuals were likely the bottom tier of the advanced class, still not having perfected their cultivation methods. Nevertheless, they were not far from completion. These individuals represented formidable competition. At that moment, Jiang Ye suddenly froze. Wang Xiang, why is he here too? He looked over at a nearby platform, his eye twitching. The third in the grade had come to participate in such a trial? Was he out his mind? At that moment, Wang Xiang was standing on a platform, and contrary to Jiang Ye's assumptions, he was not there to participate in the trial, but to maintain order at the scene. This is infuriating, Wang Xiang lamented. The director really has nothing better to do. Calling me here to maintain order on such a hot day. Am I to lose face as the third in the grade? As he spoke, he suddenly sensed a malevolent gaze. Following its source, Wang Xiang quickly shut his mouth. On a higher platform, an enigmatic figure had appeared, none other than the grade director, Zhang Jianwu. At that moment, Zhang Jianwu stood with arms crossed, gazing down at him with an expression of indifference. Wang Xiang feigned ignorance, thinking to himself, the director may be hard of hearing. He likely did not catch my words. Yes, that must be it. He casually glanced around the hall, dutifully taking on the role of security. Just then, his expression faltered. Were those 2 from Class 9? He turned his attention toward Li Jichao and Jiang Ye. His interest piqued. Quite intriguing that these 2 have chosen to participate in the trial. Very well, I shall observe their performance. Wang Xiang stroked his chin. Though he firmly believed that the hidden dragon mentioned by Zhang Jianwu referred to him, he still wished to see if there was indeed something exceptional about these 2 from Class 9. On the higher platform, besides Zhang Jianwu, several other teachers were also present. Zhang Jianwu cast a glance in Wang Xiang's direction, snorting internally. This boy's audacity has grown. He dares to speak against me. The scholarship for this semester will be postponed until next year. The top 10 students receive generous scholarships. However, Zhang Jianwu resolved to teach Wang Xiang a lesson about respecting teachers and the way of learning. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. A young woman, clad in a white dress with long legs and an alluring demeanor, approached. Miss Chun, Zhang Jianwu greeted, finally allowing a hint of a smile to break through his stern facade. Chun Zilu, hearing this address, replied with a touch of exasperation, Director, please just call me Xiao Chun. Then I shall take the liberty of calling you Xiao Chun. Zhang Jianwu laughed heartily. He was well aware of the remarkable background of Chun Zilu, which far surpassed the imaginings of a small place like Anqing. Therefore, even though she had yet to reach 20 years of age, he dared not offend her in the slightest. The other teachers, though unaware of the circumstances, regarded Chun Zilu with respect, recognizing that anyone who warranted such caution from the director was not to be trifled with. Chun Zilu, accustomed to their attitudes, refrained from further comment. She turned to Zhang Jianwu and inquired, Director, which individuals do you believe will secure the advanced artistic technique in this trial? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwu scanned the hall. Several students from the key second-year classes were also participating in this trial. He slowly replied, though they rank lower in their key classes, they're still capable of standing out among this group. For instance, Zhang Xueqing and Su Lei are both strong contenders for the top 3. If this had been any other teacher asking, he would have stopped there. However, Zhang Jianwu then glanced toward Jiang Ye's direction. He was aware that Jiang Ye was a student of particular interest to Chun Zilu. As for the 2 from Class 9, Zhang Jianwu hesitated momentarily before stating, I believe their chances of entering the top 3 are only 20%, while Jiang Ye may have a slightly higher probability. Perhaps 30%. Upon hearing Zhang Jianwu's words, the other teachers turned their attention toward Jiang Ye. A few even pulled out their phones, searching for Jiang Ye's performance online. The most recent final examination score was 330. That score was far from the top 3, likely not even approaching a 10% chance. The teachers whispered among themselves, astonished. How could the director claim a 30% chance when the actual probability was less than 10? Did that young man possess some unique quality? Meanwhile, Chun Zilu smiled slightly upon hearing this and softly remarked, the director may be underestimating Jiang Ye. Oh, Zhang Jianwu replied, slightly surprised, and asked, what do you believe his chances of entering the top 3 are? Chun Zilu replied, I believe he has at least a 50% chance. perhaps even 70%. With that statement, silence fell over the entire platform. Many teachers stared in disbelief at the striking young woman in white. Did they hear correctly? 70%? What gave Miss Chun such confidence in that student? Even Jiang Ye was taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. After all, among the students participating in this trial, at least 3 were nearing perfection in the Xing Wu cultivation method. A 70% probability of securing a top 3 position? Only the students from the key second-year classes could dare to claim such certainty. Xiao Chun, you seem quite confident in him, Zhang Jinwu observed, not refuting her, but harboring a hint of skepticism. Chun Zilu smiled gently and replied, her voice clear. If it were a direct confrontation of strength, Jiang Ye would indeed struggle against so many formidable opponents. However, as I understand it, this trial is not solely based on raw power. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwu's expression turned contemplative. He was well aware of the specifics of this trial and understood precisely what Chen Zilu was alluding to. However, Jiang Ye in the top 3? That seemed nearly impossible. Well then, I shall be eager to see, Zhang Jianwu remarked, once again directing his gaze toward the hall. In terms of perspective, he might not match the insights of this young lady, but regarding discernment as the grade director, he was confident that his ability to evaluate students far surpassed that of Chen Zilu. At 8 o'clock in the morning, with a resonant clang, Wang Xiang struck the hanging golden bell behind him, sending a deep chime echoing through the air. The doors of a spherical building began to close slowly. The trial was about to commence. A wave of anticipation surged through the crowd, many students casting curious and anxious glances around. Finally, the moment had arrived. Jiang Ye also steeled himself, still unaware of the specific nature of the trial, now eager for the revelation. On the platform, Wang Xiang stated calmly, this trial consists of 3 main components. The first is the martial will trial. The second is the flowing light trial. The third is the thunderfire trial. Upon hearing these 3 trials, Jiang Ye's eyes brightened. The martial will? That was his forte. However, the latter 2 trials were somewhat unfamiliar to him. Wang Xiang continued his explanation. Completing all 3 components will ensure your passage through this trial, with a reward of 30,000 yuan. Furthermore, the top 3 participants will each receive an advanced artistic technique, the 8 parts of Thunder Fist. At that moment, he clapped his hands. Suddenly, a circular platform rose in the center of the hall. On it sat a golden silk brocade box, from which faint sounds of thunder echoed. The advanced artistic technique, 8 parts of Thunder Fist, was housed within that brocade box. An advanced technique that emitted sound on its own? Jiang Ye felt as though he was witnessing a grand spectacle. Beside him, Li Jichao murmured, that's because there's a speaker inside the box. Jiang Ye nodded impressionistly, feeling as though he had broadened his horizons once again. He then turned his gaze back to the platform. 30,000 yuan in prize money. Even merely securing that would make this trip worthwhile, Jiang Ye mused. Of course, he would strive to contend for the 8 parts of Thunder Fist as well. The upcoming trials awaited him. What exactly would they entail? Jiang Ye pondered. Just as he was lost in thought, someone shouted out, Hey, Wang Xiang! A girl in a red dress called out from the platform. What exactly do the 3 trials entail? Please clarify. Li Jichao looked at the girl in the red dress, his expression tightening. Zheng Xueqing from the key class. She is nearing perfection in her cultivation method and is a formidable opponent. Wang Xiang glanced at Zheng Xueqing, his classmate, who, despite her lower ranking, was quite striking. Zheng Xueqing, please be mindful of your tone when addressing the 3rd-ranked student, Wang Xiang stated flatly. Once he sensed the waves of respectful gazes directed toward him, he nodded in satisfaction and continued. The martial will trial will naturally test your strength of will in martial arts. The flowing light trial will primarily assess your footwork and reaction speed. It is a test of resilience where one's body is tempered by thunder and fire. The longer one endures this trial, the greater the rewards received. The specifics shall be revealed upon entering the trial. Wang Xiang proclaimed loudly, without further ado. The trial is about to commence. Everyone take your positions. As his words faded, the crowd hurriedly settled into their virtual pods. Jiang Ye and Li Jichao approached and occupied adjacent seats. They donned their virtual helmets. With a hum, Jiang Ye felt his consciousness plunge, and then he found himself immersed in a virtual city. After a brief moment of darkness, the scenery around Jiang Ye gradually illuminated. He surveyed his surroundings. standing in a spacious room, brilliantly lit. Not far from him was a pristine, large bed. This scene felt somewhat familiar, Jiang Ye mused, glancing around in confusion. The virtual network, known as Su and I Xing Kong, should have greeted him with a starry sky upon entry. Why was he always placed in a city? Jiang Ye pondered if this was due to some preset configurations. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed, "Classmate, the martial trial is about to begin. Please prepare yourself." A stunningly beautiful young woman, her bare feet gliding gracefully, approached him. Jiang Ye regarded her with a furrowed brow and inquired, "Who are you?" The exquisite maiden softly replied, "I'm a staff member for this trial. It is about to commence. Please lie on the bed as I perform a pre-exam relaxation massage." A pre-exam massage? Jiang Ye expressed a hint of surprise. The maiden nodded, her delicate feet moving toward the large bed as she urged, "Classmate, time is of the essence. The trial is imminent. Quickly disrobe and lie down." Her voice, soft and almost enchanting, possessed a quality that effortlessly drew one into a trance. As she spoke, the maiden began to loosen her clothing, revealing her smooth, white shoulders. The hem of her skirt fluttered, subtly revealing her long, exquisite legs, and a captivating fragrance wafted through the air. Witnessing this, a peculiar expression crossed Jiang Ye's face. Had he truly entered an illusion? Chapter 26. Is this it? It appears that the martial will assessment, akin to the first level of the martial ladder, employs illusions to test individuals. Jiang Ye observed the beautiful maiden with her ivory feet, his gaze filled with intrigue. Was this truly the measure of his fortitude? What high school student could withstand such an examination? Whether this was an illusion remained to be tested. Resolutely, Jiang Ye stepped forward. Meanwhile, other participants gradually entered their respective illusions. Li Jichao, for instance, found himself seated in a classroom. The blackboard ahead displayed the rankings from the recent monthly exam. First place, Jiang Ye. Second place, Su Cc. Third place, Li Jichao. I actually dropped to third place. Li Jichao trembled, staring in disbelief at the blackboard. Not only had he been surpassed by Jiang Ye, but Su Cc had also outperformed him. He clenched his teeth in frustration. At the podium, Chenzi Lu coldly stated, "Li Jichao's decline is evident. He has no chance of entering the elite class. I will inform your parents of the situation, so think wisely." Upon hearing this, Li Jichao's body jolted. He had fallen to third place. No longer any chance of entering the elite class. Visions of the future flashed before his eyes. The disappointment in his parents' eyes. Lin Xian's merciless ridicule being regarded as a disgrace in Tianlong community. No, no. Li Jichao shook his head vehemently, fear evident in his gaze. Lin Xian sat in the classroom of Incheng First High School, unable to believe his eyes as he examined the latest grade rankings. My score has fallen outside the top 100. If my grades continue to decline, I might be expelled from the elite class and thrown into the ordinary class with the rest of the failures. Lin Xian fixated on the report card, visions of the future haunting him. Li Jichao's merciless mockery, the disappointment of his parents, being pinned to the disgrace column of Tianlong community. What are my innate abilities? In the end, they're no different from those of lower-tier students, he scoffed. No, I refuse to be among the dregs of the ordinary class. Lin Xian clutched his head in despair, crying out in anguish. Concurrently, in the external hall, all students had already entered the trial. The majority wore expressions of agony, as if enduring immense torment. Zhang Jianwu observed, "It seems the students have entered the fray." The martial will trial aims to evoke the deepest emotions within, presenting them in the form of illusions. He glanced toward Lin Xian's direction, intrigued to find that this top student from Incheng First High School also faced something he dreaded. The other teachers followed his gaze toward Lin Xian, who was drenched in sweat, his face a mask of terror, as if he were confronting something profoundly horrifying. Chenzi Lu, however, was not surprised. Everyone experiences the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Fear, in particular, is most likely to lead to a loss of rationality. Thus, in the martial will trial, all participants must confront their innermost fears. Hearing this, Zhang Jianwu shook his head, chuckling, "Not necessarily. Look over there." He pointed toward Jiang Ye. Chenzi Lu turned her attention to Jiang Ye and was momentarily taken aback. There sat Jiang Ye in his virtual seat, a serene smile gracing his face, starkly contrasting with the grim expressions of the surrounding students. This fellow appears to be lost in a delightful dream. Chenzi Lu stifled a laugh. One teacher exclaimed in astonishment. In the martial will trial, most participants confront their fears, yet he seems to be dreaming? This is quite rare. Jiang Ye nodded. This indicates that he harbors no fears, which is indeed uncommon. Either he has never faced fear throughout his life, or his character is exceptionally resilient, unshaken even by the fiercest storms. The atmosphere grew tense among the observers. The former possibility was nearly impossible, yet the latter often signified a formidable martial will. Zhang Jianwu countered. However, a pleasant illusion can ensnare one more easily than a fearful one, making it more challenging to escape. Chenzi Lu nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Ye. She had long recognized Jiang Ye's unwavering determination and resolute spirit toward martial arts. Such individuals often possess a robust martial will. Could he truly awaken from such a dream? Chenzi Lu's eyes sparkled as she considered Jiang Ye. Just then, a notification echoed through the hall. Someone had completed the first trial? What? How is that possible? It has been less than a minute. Who could it be? The teachers present turned their attention to the grand screen, which displayed the scores of 100 participants. The first trial had a total score of 300 points, with the second trial worth 200 points and the third trial 500 points, leading to a total of 1,000 points. As the trial had only just commenced, nearly all scores remained at zero. Chenzi Lu quickly scanned the screen, her eyes brightening. It was Jiang Ye, she exclaimed. He achieved a perfect score in the first trial. Jiang Ye was the first to break through the illusion and pass the martial will trial. This lad completed the first trial in less than a minute? Zhang Jianwu glanced at the timer, his expression revealing astonishment. In truth, as long as one completed the trial within 3 minutes, they would receive a full score. To finish in a minute? This indicated that Jiang Ye's martial will had already surpassed the standards set for this trial. This student possesses an extraordinarily strong martial will. Can one awaken from a beautiful dream so swiftly? Such unwavering resolve in martial arts, if not for inferior innate talent, is destined to be that of a prodigy. Many teachers expressed their admiration. In the distance, on the platform, Wang Xiang's eyes gleamed with a hint of brilliance. Has Class 9 truly produced an exceptional talent? Wang Xiang nodded slightly, hands clasped behind his back, feeling a semblance of his former grandeur. In the stands, Chun Zilu, with a radiant smile, gazed at Zhang Jinwu and inquired, Director, what do you think are Jiang Ye's chances of securing a spot in the top 3? Zhang Jinwu cast her a weary glance. This girl was clearly waiting for him to be proven wrong. However, as the head of the grade, he remained composed and had great faith in his judgment. He shook his head and replied, The trials have only just begun. It's premature to discuss such matters. From the second trial onwards, true martial prowess will be tested. Chun Zilu nodded and refrained from further comments, turning her attention to the hall. Just as Zhang Jinwu had indicated, the second trial would indeed test martial strength, a domain where Jiang Ye lagged behind the likes of Zheng, Xueqing, and Su Lei. What would the outcome be? Even she could not predict it. Within the virtual realm, Jiang Ye observed the surrounding environment gradually fading, signifying his passage through the first trial. Is that all? Chapter 27. Flowing Light. You have passed the martial will trial. Please await the commencement of the second trial. A line of text materialized before Jiang Ye. Was this truly the martial will trial? Adjusting his trousers, he shook his head, remarking, unremarkable. Perhaps for others, the recent illusion felt profoundly real, meticulously crafted in every aspect. Yet for Jiang Ye, it was riddled with flaws. The reason was simple. For the past 6 months, he had endured similar trials nightly within the martial ladder. Moreover, the illusions within the martial ladder not only appeared convincingly real, but also engaged the senses of touch, smell, and taste to an unparalleled degree. Each interaction induced a high-frequency oscillation in the brain's neural network, unleashing a storm of dopamine that was utterly addictive. Having tasted such refined experiences, the martial will trial was trivial for Jiang Ye. Upon encountering the girl with snow-white feet, he immediately surmised that he had entered an illusion. Nevertheless, out of caution, he meticulously discerned the situation. To his surprise, the girl, realizing he was not fooled, summoned 3 or 4 equally stunning maidens to attend to him. These enchanting maidens emitted sounds reminiscent of the Shadow Clan, capable of disturbing the mind, as they sang seductively, attempting to ensnare him upon the grand bed. Jiang Ye became certain that this was indeed an illusion. Consequently, he effortlessly passed the trial, taking nearly a minute to do so. Jiang Ye did it. I wonder if this score will place me in the top 3? At that moment, the system had yet to reveal the rankings, so he could only patiently await the results. Time elapsed. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. The martial will trial has concluded. Those who failed to break the illusion are eliminated. A luminous screen appeared before all the trial participants, followed by a display of everyone's scores. In the trial space where Lin Xian was located, as the screen emerged, he immediately turned his gaze to the score list. Lin Xian, 280 points, only 20 points shy of a perfect score. A smile spread across Lin Xian's face. After all, he was a top student at Chengno, one high school, and his martial was not lacking. Thus, he completed the trial in merely 5 minutes. Is there anyone who scored higher than me? Lin Xian continued to scan the score list. Zheng Xueqing, 290 points. Su Lei, 260 points. Li Jichao, 210 points. After perusing these names, Lin Xian couldn't help but grin. Li Jichao only scored 210 points? How pathetic. He couldn't compete with me in martial will, nor in martial talent. What could he possibly challenge me with? Lin Xian shook his head, no longer viewing Li Jichao as a threat. In this trial, my greatest rival is undoubtedly Zheng Xueqing. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a name, and he froze in astonishment. Jiang Ye, 300 points? How is that possible? Lin Xian stared intently at the name, filled with disbelief. Someone actually achieved a perfect score. Is it possible that he passed the trial in just 3 minutes? In another trial space, a delicate girl in a red dress frowned as she scrutinized the list. Jiang Ye, Zheng Xueqing fixated on the names above, clenched her fists and declared, "In the next 2 trials, I must give my all. I cannot allow a student from an ordinary class to snatch the first place. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among my peers. Moreover, that Lin Xian from Incheon No. 1 High School is merely a freshman. I absolutely cannot lose to him." Zheng Xueqing murmured softly, as if motivating herself. Li Jichao gazed at the score list, taking a deep breath. He was not surprised by his score of 210 points, as it took him nearly 10 minutes to exit the illusion. Martial will had always been his weak point. After all, while medication could enhance martial strength, it cannot fortify martial will. Jiang Ye actually attained a perfect score of 300 points? Li Jichao stared at the list, and Lin Xian also scored 280 points? He clenched his fists but did not feel discouraged. From a second trial onward, I will reveal my true strength. Jiang Ye, Lin Xian, and Zheng Xueqing, you will all be surpassed by me. A glimmer of determination shone in Li Jichao's eyes. The martial will trial has concluded. Number of eliminations, 30. The flowing light trial is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves, participants. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in Jiang Ye's ears. He gazed at the text in surprise. 30 participants were eliminated in the first trial? The martial will of this cohort is quite fragile, indeed. It seems I have underestimated myself while overestimating others. Jiang Ye mused with a shake of his head. He had been honing his martial will daily on the martial ladder, which had become as solid as a rock, incomparable to that of ordinary individuals. The flowing light trial began. Jiang Ye looked ahead. Although he had gained an advantage in the martial will trial, the subsequent 2 trials were equally crucial. To secure a position in the top 3, he must exert his utmost effort. At that moment, the surrounding environment darkened abruptly. He soon found himself in an inky black scene, with only a sliver of light illuminating the surroundings. Flowing light trial commencing. Trial rules. Within 15 minutes, evade the light arrows shot at you. The longer you endure, the higher your score. Being struck by light arrows 10 times ends the trial. Upon reading the instructions before him, Jiang Ye suddenly realized. So, this trial tests agility and reaction speed? In this pitch-black scene, if light arrows are shot, it should be easy to react. Jiang Ye thought the trial setup was quite considerate. However, he quickly revised his opinion. Whoosh! A sound of slicing through the air reached his ears. Jiang Ye abruptly turned his head, his heart racing. It was a jet-black light arrow. It seemed to meld perfectly with the darkness, as if it were invisible. Fortunately, having trained extensively, Jiang Ye's reaction speed far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the first light arrow. Black light arrows? This difficulty is rather extreme. Jiang Ye felt an urge to curse. In a dark scene filled with black light arrows, if their speed were any faster, he might not even be able to react. Yet soon, Jiang Ye regained his composure. If he struggled to react, others would as well. It all depended on who could endure longer. With my keen hearing and agile steps, I could discern their positions through sound and respond in advance. As for the Jifeng step, it can only be sustained for 30 seconds, so it is advisable to use it at the last moment. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ye had already devised a plan. Whoosh! Several light arrows shot forth from different directions. Jiang Ye perked up his ears, carefully discerning the source. With his enhanced hearing, he could perceive sounds with a 200 improvement. In the next instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly evading the arrows. Chapter 28. Jifeng Step Whoosh. As time passed, the number of dark light arrows in the pitch-black space gradually increased. From the initial 1 or 2, it swelled to 5, then 10. Moreover, the speed of these dark light arrows escalated as well. As time marched on, the difficulty intensified. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ye could barely distinguish the arrows with his naked eye. Fortunately, with his enhanced hearing, he could identify the direction of the arrows through the sounds they made as they sliced through the air. The 200 enhancement was a comprehensive improvement, augmenting his auditory perception, discrimination, and localization in all aspects. With a swift motion, Jiang Ye dodged several incoming light arrows. At this moment, he sensed he was nearing his limits. Hold on. Jiang Ye maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor as he continued to evade. Suddenly, over a dozen light arrows shot through the air at astonishing speed from all directions. Thud! This time, Jiang Ye could not evade completely and was struck by one arrow on his shoulder. His hearing kept pace, but his speed could not follow suit. This was a flaw in his abilities. Although he had attained the status of a B-class mortal physique, his peers, such as Zheng Xueqing and Su Lei, were also B-class students. The innate endowments of new students naturally surpassed those of the original endowments. Were it not for Jiang Ye's 2 enhancements, he would still be a lowly D-class mortal physique. 9 chances remain. Endure until the end. Struck by an arrow, Jiang Ye's gaze grew increasingly resolute. The more critical the moment, the less one could afford to be anxious. Should his mindset waver, all prior efforts would be in vain. Staying composed and maintaining calmness were essential for maximizing his potential. In such moments, his martial will also played a significant role. The stronger the martial will, the calmer the mindset, faced with an impending disaster, remain unperturbed. As time passed, the arrows continued to increase in number and speed. However, with rising difficulty, he was bound to be struck by the arrows again. The second, third, and fourth hits came swiftly. Thud! The 8th time he was hit, Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened, and he silently thought, Jifeng step. In an instant, his figure transformed into a flash of lightning, swiftly moving across the dark space. Jifeng step, instantaneous speed increased by 100, can be actively triggered, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown of 3 minutes. With a whoosh, dozens of dark light arrows were unleashed, piercing toward him like a rain of swords. In this dark space, given Jiang Ye's original speed, evasion was utterly impossible. Yet at this moment, he moved like a wraith, weaving through the barrage of arrows. The advantage brought by the doubled speed was evident. Remarkably, he did not get hit at all during this round. With 15 seconds remaining for the Jifeng step, Jiang Ye panted slightly, his focus heightened. In the next moment, another wave of dozens of light arrows shot toward him, moving even faster than before. Thud! This time, Jiang Ye could not evade entirely and was struck yet again. Suddenly, he felt a significant reduction in his speed. The effect of the Jifeng step had ended. Undeterred, Jiang Ye pressed on to the very last moment. Whoosh! Arrows flew toward him at astonishing speed. After the effect of the Jifeng step faded, Jiang Ye could not withstand for long before being struck multiple times. Number of hits exceeded 10. Liuguang trial concluded. Trial duration, 12 minutes, 55 seconds. As a mechanical voice echoed, the dark environment gradually faded away. Jiang Ye halted, gasping for breath. This trial was akin to an intense battle, exhausting his stamina. Yet, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Having endured for 12 minutes and 55 seconds, he wondered what rank he might achieve. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ye, before he completed the Liuguang trial, many in the hall outside had already awakened, including Lin Xian. With a sudden jolt, Lin Xian opened his eyes and immediately turned to the screen. The large display before him was continuously updating the scores of all trial participants. 170 points? Lin Xian frowned slightly upon seeing his score. So far from full marks? The full score for the Liuguang trial was 200. He felt dissatisfied. However, as he scanned his surroundings, his expression darkened further. Zhang Xueqing, Su Lei, and even Chaozi had not yet awakened. Seeing this, Lin Xian's heart sank deeper. The later one awakens, the higher the score. After all, I am still in my first year. It is reasonable to be outperformed by Zhang Xueqing. But this ordinary class student managed to last longer than me? Lin Xian glared at Jiang Ye, feeling a sense of unwillingness. The other party was neither a key class student nor wealthy. How could he lose to someone like this? It was unimaginable. Even if he was a grade higher, he should have easily overwhelmed him. Moments later, Li Jichao awakened. Li Jichao, 175 points. Upon seeing his score, Li Jichao's expression remained impassive as he glanced around. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Jiang Ye actually endured longer than me? How is this possible? Li Jichao's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Over the past month, he had been fervently taking medicine to enhance his abilities. He was supposed to crush Jiang Ye in the Liuguang trial and surpass the key class. Yet now, he had already finished the trial while Jiang Ye was still in it? Could something have gone wrong? Li Jichao mused. Jiang Ye has not exited yet, so he must still be unconscious? He waited silently. Soon, Li Jichao realized his thoughts were overly naive. Moments later, Zhang Xueqing, Su Lei, and Jiang Ye all awakened in succession. The Liuguang trial officially concluded, and the grand screen displayed the scores. Zhang Xueqing, 200 points. Su Lei, 190 points. Jiang Ye, 185 points, 185 points. Jiang Ye exhaled slowly upon seeing his score. This result was within his expectations. Zhang Xueqing actually achieved a perfect score. Jiang Ye glanced at the girl in the red dress, not far away. The standard for a perfect score required enduring for 15 minutes, but it did not mean she could only last for that long. It was merely the trial's limit, not necessarily her own. She must be on the verge of perfecting her cultivation, just a step away from breaking through, Jiang Ye speculated. As the Liuguang trial progressed, the difficulty escalated dramatically. He had endured for 12 minutes and 55 seconds, which was already a terrifying challenge. Zhang Xueqing's ability to withstand for 15 minutes indicated her extraordinary prowess. Currently, I remain within the top 3, Jiang Ye thought, his eyes gleaming with hope. Chapter 29. Thunderfire on the platform. Wang Xiang spoke nonchalantly. The total score for the Liuguang trial is 200 points. Those scoring below 120 points will be considered eliminated. With that, 30 names of participants dimmed on the grand screen. Another 30 were eliminated. Fewer than 40 remained. Jiang Ye observed his surroundings, silently acknowledging the school's trials were indeed formidable. If the final trial also sees such a high elimination rate, then fewer than 10 will ultimately pass this test. This is merely the most elementary level of the trial, yet the pass rate is alarmingly low. The Lei Hua Shirlian, what form of trial could it possibly take? Jiang Ye felt a surge of anticipation within. The preceding 2 trials were virtual, but the Lei Hua Shirlian was to be conducted in reality. Previously, Wang Xiang had mentioned that the longer one persevered in the Lei Hua Shirlian, the greater the benefits reaped. It was evident that this trial was extraordinary. The other surviving participants were equally eager. At that moment, Wang Xiang spoke in a calm tone. The final trial, the Lei Hua Shirlian. He pressed a button on the wall. In the next instant, the virtual pods beneath everyone sank into the ground. With a thunderous roar, metal walls rose from all directions, enveloping the entire hall. These metallic walls were adorned with numerous metal nozzles, densely packed with hundreds aimed directly at the participants. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Surely, the Lei Hua Shirlian would not truly employ thunder and flames to scorch them? Jiang Ye found himself somewhat horrified. Was this not an exaggeration? Amidst the palpable tension, a hum resonated. The hundreds of metal nozzles simultaneously expelled a rich, violet-red gas. This gas, upon its emergence, actively penetrated the pores of all the participants. Wang Xiang elaborated. This gas contained a trace of starry energy with Lei Hua attributes, capable of refining your bodies. The longer you endure, the greater the benefits you will gain. Of course, this process will be quite painful. A malevolent smile crept across Wang Xiang's face as he added, for those whose cultivation methods are not perfected, the pain will be exponentially intensified. Without his prompting, all present had already sensed this truth. None among them had achieved perfection in their cultivation methods. As the violet-red essence infiltrated their pores, Jiang Ye was immediately beset by excruciating pain. It felt as if countless scalding ants were gnawing at his cells and relentlessly sprinkling salt upon his wounds. At that moment, some students began to wail. "Mom!" One cried out, unable to endure the torment any longer. Wang Xiang spoke indifferently. "If you cannot withstand it, you may press the button beside you at any time to withdraw from the trial. However, you must persist for at least 15 minutes to be deemed successful. Surviving for over an hour will yield full marks." His words cast a chilling pall over everyone. 15 minutes of such agony? Yet, all gritted their teeth and endured, refusing to press the exit button. After laboriously reaching the third stage, how could they so easily give up? The entire hall fell into an eerie silence as everyone bore the pain in silence. Jiang Ye maintained a calm demeanor, perhaps due to his strong martial will. This level of suffering remained within his tolerable limits. Not far away, Zheng Xueqing and Su Lei wore similarly composed expressions. They were close to achieving perfection in their cultivation methods, and thus their suffering was less intense than that of others. Biside Jiang Ye. Li Jichao's commitment to medication over the past 6 months had begun to show its benefits, having endured the ravages of potions. His ability to withstand pain surpassed that of his peers. Only Lin Xian's expression was exceedingly grim. After all, he was merely a first-year student, and his cultivation method had only recently reached a significant breakthrough, resulting in his experiencing a far greater degree of suffering than the others. "Persevere. I cannot lose to Chaozi." Lin Xian gritted his teeth firmly. Time continued to elapse. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Finally, someone could no longer bear the pain and pressed the withdrawal button. The ground beneath that individual sank away, expelling them from the trial arena. The large screen at the front displayed the diminishing number of participants. Remaining 39, 38, 37. At last, the time reached 15 minutes. Most participants let out a collective sigh of relief before quickly exiting the trial. They had successfully passed. As long as they did not vie for the top 3, there was no need to remain any longer. Soon, fewer than 10 individuals remained in the hall. If this was merely the extent of the pain, Lin Xian thought with a flicker of madness in his eyes, then perhaps I could endure for another hour. As a top student from Anqing No. 1 High School, his martial will was indeed formidable. Gradually, he began to acclimate to the suffering. In fact, amidst the unending torment, he discovered a subtle pleasure, becoming immersed in and relishing the experience. Yet, just as Lin Xian resolved to persist further, Wang Xiang atop the platform suddenly revealed a wicked smile and pressed another button. Boom! In the next moment, the trial arena erupted as the hundreds of metal nozzles unleashed a burst of violet-red gas, exponentially more concentrated than before. The drastic increase in gas density brought with it an even more terrifying agony. Lin Xian finally succumbed, emitting a primal roar. Even Jiang Ye found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. If the previous pain was akin to salt being poured into a wound, this was akin to pouring strong alcohol and chili oil directly upon it. The sensation was utterly horrifying. Not far away, Zheng Xueqing, Su Lei, and several other key students from the second-year class also began to contort in agony. Even Zheng Xueqing, who was closest to perfecting her cultivation method, felt herself struggling. Every 15 minutes, the difficulty of the trial escalated. Wang Xiang smiled and declared, "I wish you all good luck." This statement, akin to a demonic whisper, altered the expressions of all present. 15 minutes per level? This meant that in another 15 minutes, the suffering would intensify once more. Hold on. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. This level of pain was still bearable for him. However, he felt uncertain about whether he could withstand the next 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's visage had become exceedingly grim. He was the only first-year student among them, and his lack of experience meant that the pain he endured was magnitudes greater than that of his peers. Curse it, is this truly my limit? He raged internally. Am I really going to lose to Chaozi, to an average class? Lin Xian trembled, internally shouting, "Hold on, damn it." Time continued to flow. Gradually, amid the intensified agony, Lin Xian rediscovered that familiar sense of pleasure. He had endured. In the blink of an eye, the trial had persisted for half an hour. At this point, only 5 participants remained: Jiang Ye, Zheng Xueqing, Su Lei, Li Jichao, and Lin Xian. Boom! Once again, the hundreds of metal nozzles erupted, releasing an even denser violet-red gas. Surprisingly, The first to exit was not Lin Xian, but rather Li Jichao. Upon witnessing Li Jichao's exit, Lin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him, subsequently ending his own trial. Only 3 participants remained in the arena, still struggling to endure: Zheng Xueqing, Su Lei, and Jiang Ye. The top 3 had already been determined. But who would claim the first position? The answer would soon be revealed. Chapter 30, Rankings. In the trial arena, only 3 participants remained. The other trialists watched in horror as these 3 persisted through such pain for an extended duration. Were they still normal individuals? Had they awakened some extraordinary attributes? Lin Xian stared at Jiang Ye, his eyelids twitching incessantly. Internally, he mused, could it be that this fellow, like me, is experiencing that peculiar pleasure? With this thought, Lin Xian approached Li Jichao and whispered, "What is the name of that classmate of yours?" "His name is Jiang Ye," Li Jichao replied, gazing at the platform with a hint of reluctance. In these 3 trials, his performance had been overshadowed by Jiang Ye at every turn. Damn it, this guy must have taken some special medication. No wonder he refuses to tell me. Beside him, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. So this is Jiang Ye? Lin Xian gazed at Jiang Ye, pondering silently. The individual who achieved a perfect score in martial will, could it truly be him? He and Jiang Ye were strangers. And until now, Lin Xian had been unaware of Jiang Ye's name. It appears that not all students in the ordinary class are inept. Lin Xian nodded inwardly. Regrettably, I am still in my first year. However, were I already in my second year, Jiang Ye would scarcely qualify as my opponent. In the trial arena, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged. At that moment, his physical form felt as if it were being consumed by an endless torrent of sulfuric acid, with every inch of his skin, muscle, and bone enduring excruciating torment. Persevere. Jiang Ye tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth. He was not merely striving for first place. Rather, he discovered that this pain was immensely beneficial for his corporeal being. Each time the agony reached its zenith, a faint sensation of pleasure would surge within him. This was due to the gas infused with thunderfire energy entering his body, fervently refining every cell. Though this process was exceedingly painful, enduring it would undoubtedly yield profound rewards. Technique, Xing Wu cultivation method. Mastery, 4142. The efficacy of refining the body with starlight energy is truly astonishing. In a mere half hour, I surpassed the results of an entire day of cultivation. Upon achieving mastery of the cultivation method, one can utilize trace amounts of star energy to expedite their training. According to the instructor, star energy is exceedingly costly, accessible only to the wealthiest individuals. Yet, this trial is entirely free of charge. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Jiang Ye was determined to persevere until the final moment. Time passed, and 15 minutes slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the trial arena. Even students standing at the periphery were taken aback, retreating in alarm. Even from a distance, they sensed a familiar, intense pain, not to mention the 3 individuals positioned at the center of the arena. At that moment, Jiang Ye felt as though his skin were being sliced open, his nerves submerged in boiling acid. Pain. It was unbearable. I surrender. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Su Lei abruptly pressed the button and exited the trial. 3 minutes later, Jiang Ye too reached his limit and pressed the button. If he continued any longer, he feared he might faint on the spot. At this moment, only the girl in the red dress remained. Zheng Xueqing did not give up immediately upon Jiang Ye's exit. On the contrary, she persisted. It was not until 10 minutes had elapsed that she finally pressed the surrender button. Truly a remarkable individual. Below, Su Lei glanced at Jiang Ye, surprised that Zheng Xueqing could endure until the end. However, Jiang Ye, an ordinary class student, managing to hold out longer than he did. The others present were equally astonished, their eyes fixed on Jiang Ye. In this trial, Jiang Ye was undoubtedly the biggest dark horse. Even Wang Xiang on the platform regarded Jiang Ye with profound interest. Was the potential dragon the director mentioned referring to him, or to me? In that moment, even Wang Xiang felt uncertain. Yet, Jiang Ye remained unfazed by the gazes of others. He focused on his panel. Technique, Xing Wu cultivation method. Mastery, 43. In less than an hour, I have improved by 2. Jiang Ye mused. Is this the power of starlight energy? Remarkable indeed. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of regret. Had his cultivation method surpassed 50, perhaps he could have endured longer and reaped even greater benefits. Zheng Xueqing, on the other hand, might have reached above 90 in her cultivation method. Jiang Ye's endurance was solely attributed to his martial will. At that moment, the large screen ahead displayed the scores from the Thunderfire trial. Zheng Xueqing, 480 points. Jiang Ye, 430 points. Su Lei, 400 points. Following this, the total scores for the 3 trials were revealed. First place, Zheng Xueqing, 970 points. Second place, Jiang Ye, 915 points. Third place, Su Lei, 850 points. Fourth place, Lin Xian, 800 points. The hall was abuzz with astonishment. The first place was only 30 points shy of a perfect score. Astounding. Jiang Ye's second place was equally unexpected for an ordinary class student to achieve such a score. Amidst the clamor, Lin Xian cast a glance towards Jiang Ye, silently resolving, "Jiang Ye, I shall remember you. With a month remaining before school recommences, I hope you will still be above me then." Lin Xian regarded Jiang Ye as a temporary target. Although he was from Incheng Yizhong, he could still gather information on the exam results from Incheng Sanzhong. When the new semester begins, regardless of the school, a preliminary assessment will be arranged. In this month, Lin Xian was confident he could surpass Jiang Ye. The trial has concluded. Wang Zhang announced loudly. 15 individuals have passed the trial and are eligible for a prize of 30,000 yuan. Those in the top 3, please come forward to claim the advanced technique. 8 parts Thundersound Fist. As he finished speaking, a gold and silk brocade box rose from the ground at the center of the hall. The red-dressed girl Zheng Xueqing was the first to step onto the stage. Jiang Ye and Su Lei quickly followed suit. Upon opening the box, they found 3 metallic wristbands alongside a miniature speaker. The thunder sound truly emanated from the speaker. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. The technique, 8 parts Thundersound Fist, must be contained within the metallic wristbands. The 3 of them each took their wristbands. Upon opening his, Jiang Ye was greeted by a holographic projection displaying the cover of 8 parts Thundersound Fist. It was indeed a holographic wristband. His heart raced. Just this wristband alone must be worth a considerable sum. At that moment, Zheng Xueqing suddenly spoke to him. "Jiang Ye, you will join the key class, right?" Jiang Ye nodded. "I should." At present, he was utterly confident in his entry into the key class. The distinction lay solely in whether he would enter early or late. Zheng Xueqing regarded him, whispering, "You are a formidable opponent. I hope that when you enter the key class, we have the opportunity for a fair match. If the chance arises, I would gladly accept." Jiang Ye similed. He did not perceive Zheng Xueqing as his target or rival. Although her current ranking surpassed his, surpassing her was merely a matter of time. More noteworthy to Jiang Ye was Lin Xian. Lin Xian, in 4th place. Jiang Ye surveyed the rankings. He was merely a first-year student, a full academic year below him, yet their strengths were not vastly different. The physique of Jia Zhong was indeed formidable. Jiang Ye felt a twinge of envy. Were I also in Jia Zhong, I would certainly have secured first place in this trial. For others, altering such inherent factors was impossible. Fortunately, Jiang Ye had the opportunity. While Jiang Ye contemplated these matters below, Li Zichao clenched his fists. In this trial, he had secured only 6th place. This ranking was quite respectable, having caught up to the bottom tier of the key class students. Yet, compared to Jiang Ye, it was vastly insufficient. At this moment, after Jiang Ye and the others had received their rewards, they descended the stage in succession. Upon witnessing this, Li Zichao's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer. This time, he must uncover what extraordinary substance Jiang Ye had consumed. With this thought, Li Zichao approached Jiang Ye directly. "Do you need something?" Jiang Ye inquired, puzzled by the other's demeanor. "Foster father." Li Zichao grasped his hand, imploring in a hushed tone, "What exactly did you take? Can you tell me privately? I want it too." Jiang Ye looked at him, utterly speechless. This fellow has truly lost his mind. Chapter 31. Disappearance in the elevated viewing area. A group of instructors observed the rankings from this trial, all astonished. Even the grade director, Zhang Jinwu, shook his head in astonishment, remarking that Miss Chen's discernment was indeed extraordinary. "It appears I have misjudged." Previously, he believed that Jiang Ye had little chance of securing a spot in the top 3. Yet, what was the outcome? Jiang Ye astonishingly claimed the 2nd position in the overall score, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Beside Zhang Jinwu, a woman in a white dress, exuding an air of elegance, shook her head and said, "Director Zhang is being overly complimentary. Truthfully, I did not anticipate Jiang Ye achieving 2nd place either." Despite her words, A smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, betraying her satisfaction. Jiang Ye's accomplishments brought her considerable pride. Nearby, a teacher chuckled. Miss Chun has worked diligently. Guiding an ordinary student to such heights is no small feat indeed. It was all thanks to Miss Chun. The teachers present nodded in agreement, acknowledging her contribution. However, Chun Zilu furrowed her brow and countered, "You all misunderstand. This is not solely my achievement. Much of it is due to Jiang Ye's own determination." She earnestly explained, "Jiang Ye practices with remarkable diligence. I once heard from his parents that he trains until 1 or 2 in the morning every night. Not a single day has passed in 2 years of high school without this routine. Given his level of effort, how can you attribute everything to me?" There was a hint of seriousness and displeasure in Chenzilu's gaze. Jiang Ye was a student to whom she had devoted considerable time and effort, and while she felt a sense of fulfillment in his success, she refused to accept sole credit. To attribute achievements gained through hard work to mere connections or assistance from others was something she found deeply distasteful. Observing the girl's expression, the aforementioned teacher realized his words had been misplaced and quickly amended. "Miss Chun is correct. Effort is indeed crucial." Zhang Jianwu added, "This student possesses innate talent. To achieve such results, the effort he has invested far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, which we cannot deny." Only then did Chun Zilu's expression soften slightly. She looked at Zhang Jianwu and suddenly asked, "Director, I have heard that students placing in the top 3 in the first trial receive a complimentary opportunity for celestial refinement?" Zhang Jianwu nodded. "There is indeed such an opportunity, but it must await their cultivation to reach fruition." As he spoke, his gaze took on a more profound quality. Jiang Ye appeared promising at present. However, it remained uncertain how he would fare during the celestial refinement. As the grade director, Zhang Jianwu often considered matters from the school's perspective. Each celestial refinement incurs substantial costs, which the school must cover. Naturally, not everyone is eligible to participate. Only those ranked in the top 3 of the trial earn a complimentary opportunity. Even students in the top 3 of the final assessments are not guaranteed this privilege. The significance of the trials far surpasses that of ordinary assessments. The school's approach is aimed at nurturing true geniuses and enhancing the enrollment rate of the 25 School Alliance. By all accounts, Jiang Ye, as the second-place student in this trial, is undoubtedly entitled to a complimentary celestial refinement. However, innate talent. Zhang Jianwu shook his head slightly. The efficiency with which innate talent absorbs celestial energy may be less than 10%, whereas new talent exceeds 30%. As for transcendent talent, it could surpass 100%. Encheng Third High School lacks transcendent talent, yet boasts a significant number of students with new talent. To provide such a precious opportunity for celestial refinement to those with innate talent would be a gross misallocation. Achieving success with innate talent relies solely on hard work, which is insufficient without substantial support. For the school, investing resources in new talent yields far greater returns than in innate talent. The previous teacher's assertion that Jiang Ye's success today was solely due to Chenzilu was not intended as flattery. If I am not mistaken, prior to the trial, Miss Chen must have personally supported Jiang Ye significantly, Zhang Jianwu mused. Absent that, it would be improbable for Jiang Ye to have made such rapid progress. Ding dong. While Zhang Jianwu contemplated these matters, a sudden ringtone interrupted his thoughts. He pulled out his phone, and his expression abruptly shifted. "Xiao Chun," he said, handing the phone to Chun Zilu. "Please take a look. Is this one of your students?" Chun Zilu took the phone, and her expression swiftly darkened. Simultaneously, she glanced at Jiang Ye in the distance and clenched her teeth. "I have even called him my godfather, yet he still refuses to tell me. Could it be that he truly has not taken any medication?" At this thought, Li Jichao's pupils constricted sharply. If Jiang Ye genuinely has not taken any medication, then his situation becomes even more dire. Forget it. There is no need to compare with him. I simply need to strengthen myself. Li Jichao inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. In the distance, Jiang Ye observed Li Jichao and smiled. "Buddy, have you finally come to your senses?" Li Jichao waved dismissively. "Rest assured, I will no longer compare myself to you." "Oh," Jiang Ye responded with a grin. "That is splendid." Seeing the relief on Jiang Ye's face, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The next moment, Li Jichao clenched his fists and declared, "My current goal is to challenge myself to a daily injection. His gaze was pure, devoid of any competitive spirit, leaving only a yearning for strength. Jiang Ye could only shake his head in exasperation, thinking, this guy has truly lost his mind. Ding dong. At that moment, his communication watch emitted a vibration. Jiang Ye opened it to find a message from Teacher Chun, instructing them to come to the office. He informed Li Jichao, who nodded in agreement. The two quickly made their way to the office. Upon their arrival, Chun Zilu had not yet arrived. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, a woman dressed in a simple white gown with long legs entered the office. Congratulations to both of you. You have successfully passed this trial. Chun Zilu smiled at them, producing 2 bags of rewards. Thank you, teacher, Jiang Ye said as he accepted one of the reward bags, filled with joy. This was a reward for passing the trial, a substantial sum of 30,000 yuan. Is the city unsafe? Jiang Ye was taken aback, recalling that Chun Zilu had previously mentioned this matter. Now, with her bringing it up again, could something have occurred? Chun Zilu spoke solemnly. A student from our class has gone missing, Xia Qing. You both know her, right? Xia Qing? Jiang Ye immediately recalled the girl who frequently brought him water. Xia Qing has gone missing? His pupils constricted in disbelief. Chapter 32. The hidden one since last month. Cases of disappearance have surged. However, he had never envisioned that it would occur within his own circle. Chun Zilu nodded, sighing. The police are conducting a full-scale search. But recently, nearly all missing persons have not been located. Li Jichao frowned. Could it be that Cheng is experiencing a shadow calamity? Chun Zilu shook her head. If it were a shadow calamity, the Shadow Hunting Bureau would have detected it immediately. These disappearances are most likely the result of human actions. Human actions? Jiang Ye was taken aback. If that is the case, why has the police not resolved it yet? Chun Zilu continued. Have you heard of the Shun In organization? Both Jiang Ye and Li Jichao shook their heads. Chun Zilu explained. The Shun In organization is a force formed by a group of individuals who worship the Shadow Clan. This organization is complex and vast, having infiltrated the networks of major cities across the Federation. Worship the Shadow Clan? Upon hearing this, both Jiang Ye and Li Jichao were astonished. Is there really anyone who believes in such things? How can anyone worship such nonsense? Jiang Ye could not help but exclaim. It is precisely because there are benefits, Chun Zilu replied, shaking her head. Members of the Shun In organization can gain some abilities from the Shadow Clan, even acquiring extraordinarily powerful strength in a short time. There will always be those who take risks for such power. She sighed softly. These individuals are elusive and possess strong infective capabilities, capable of assimilating normal people into their ranks. Each year, tens of thousands of missing person cases are linked to this organization. Tens of thousands of missing persons each year, Jiang Ye gasped in astonishment. This figure illustrates that the Shinin organization is an exceptionally formidable force. If all these individuals have been assimilated into their ranks, how many members has this organization amassed over the years? It is truly unimaginable. Chun Zilu shook her head, refraining from elaborating on this matter. The disappearance of students from her class weighed heavily on her heart. In any case, you must remain vigilant. The habits of the Shinin organization are akin to those of the Shadow Clan. They prefer to operate under the cover of night. Chun Zilu cautioned, therefore, it is imperative to avoid secluded areas, refrain from venturing out at night, and ignore any advances from strangers. Li Jichao nodded in agreement, turning to leave first, visibly shaken with a pallor on his face. However, Jiang Ye did not rush to depart. What's the matter? Chun Zilu inquired. Jiang Ye produced the bag of prize money, stating, Teacher, I am returning the 30,000 yuan you lent me last time. Chun Zilu was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression turned serious. What do you take me for? Do I appear to be in need of this petty sum? Teacher Jiang Ye wished to say more. He had an inkling that she would refuse. Yet, as his father Jiang Dehai had said, whether she accepted or not was a separate matter entirely. Expressing his intentions in advance was, in itself, a form of respect. Although Chun Zilu maintained a stern demeanor, a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. And Jiang Ye's actions only deepened her admiration for him. She chose not to pursue the topic further and shifted the conversation. Once you have perfected your cultivation, the school will arrange a complimentary starlight training session. Such opportunities are rare. Chun Zilu continued, thus strive to break through as soon as possible. Understood, Jiang Ye replied, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of free starlight training, which was indeed a rare chance. As he was aware, prior to breaking through, Each Starlight training session could cost tens of thousands of yuan, a significant expense. On this note, he recalled something and inquired, "Is there a time limit on the Starlight training arranged by the school?" "Time limit? No." Chen Zilu shook her head. "You may continue for as long as you can endure. However, you have already experienced the difficulty of Starlight training today. The Thunderfire trial is merely a diluted version of the Starlight training. As for the true Starlight training, you may imagine it for yourself." Chen Zilla beamed at him. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. If the Thunderfire trial was that excruciating, how arduous could the real Starlight training be? Jiang Ye clenched his fists in determination. His eyes glimmered with resolve. "All right, I shall go now." Chen Zilu waved her hand, watching Jiang Ye depart. She cradled her fair and delicate face, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. Starlight training? Having suffered from a rare illness since childhood, every time she practiced, she would endure excruciating pain. This affliction, however, had propelled her to remarkable achievements during Starlight training. How far could Jiang Ye go? She felt a sense of expectancy. His heart was heavy. Initially, achieving second place in this trial should have filled Jiang Ye with joy, yet the disappearance of Xiaqing had extinguished that joy altogether. Although he held no special feelings for the girl, she had offered him water on numerous occasions, thus forming a bond of sorts. Now, she had vanished, leaving Jiang Ye with an unsettling feeling. If she were to reappear, she might have already been assimilated into the Shenin organization. To grow stronger, Jiang Ye felt powerless to change the current situation. The only solution was to continually strengthen himself. At Taoyang Community, room 606, building 12, Jiang Ye shared the good news with his parents. The 30,000 yuan was handed to Jiang Dehai for the purchase of martial art supplies. "You received another 30,000 yuan in prize money?" Jiang Dehai and his wife were astonished upon hearing this. It took them over half a year of hard work to earn such a sum. Yet Jiang Ye had managed to acquire it twice within 2 months. When did money become so easy to earn? "Little Yi, you are amazing," Li Anping said, her eyes filled with affection. She understood that Jiang Ye must have put in immense effort behind the scenes since she often saw him practicing diligently at 1 or 2 in the morning. "Little Yi, do not put too much pressure on yourself. You are already doing splendidly," Jiang Dehai advised. The couple always supported Jiang Ye's martial pursuits wholeheartedly. Now that he had finally achieved some success, they felt a sense of relief, though they were also concerned that he might be pushing himself too hard and jeopardizing his health. Jiang Ye smiled and reassured them, "Mom and Dad, do not worry. I know my limits." "Oh, by the way, Dad, are you still working the night shift? I heard there have been quite a few missing persons cases in the city." "Missing persons cases?" Jiang Dehai furrowed his brow. Jiang Ye recounted what Chen Zilu had said about the Shenin organization. "The Shenin organization?" Jiang Dehai's expression hardened as he nodded. "I have heard many people discussing this at the Shadow Hunting Bureau. It seems this matter is indeed significant." Jiang Ye expressed his concern, "Dad, if you're working the night shift, please be cautious." "Understood," Jiang Dehai replied seriously, "rest assured. I will stay in the security room during my night shift and will not go anywhere." He then turned to Jiang Ting, who was sitting nearby. "Ting Ting, you should also stay home. Do not go out," Jiang Dehai said sternly. He was more worried about Jiang Ting than Jiang Ye. If she encountered danger, she had no means of self-defense. Jiang Ting quickly replied, "I will stay beside my brother. I won't go anywhere." As she spoke, she shifted closer to Jiang Ye, wrapping her arms around his. Seeing the affectionate little girl nestled against him, Jiang Ye smiled and shook his head. However, as he instinctively opened the panel, he was suddenly taken aback. The book has been renamed. Previously titled, "In the High Martial World, What is this Low Martial Achievement System?" It has now been changed to "My Slightest Efforts Are the Limits of the System." Everyone must read it daily. This is crucial for the exposure of the new book. I implore you. Finally, those with monthly tickets or recommendations, please cast your votes for this book. Once it's on the shelves, the author will strive to deliver more updates. Thank you to all the fathers. Chapter 33, The Life Magnetic Field. Below the panel, 2 lines of subtitles appeared above Jiang Ting's head. Physique, martial fetal sacred body, innate talent, primitive martial fetal sacred body. What kind of physique is this? Jiang Ye was momentarily frozen in place upon witnessing this scene. Previously, Jiang Ting's physique had been represented by 3 question marks. Jiang Ye had assumed her physique was unique. But now it seemed the system was conducting an assessment. Regardless of whether it was a common body, profound body, or this martial fetal sacred body, The system classified them according to the standards of the low martial world. In reality, there are classifications of physiques, but they differ from the system's categorization. For instance, a common body in reality is termed a martial bone. An A-grade common body corresponds to an A-grade martial bone. As for the profound body, Jiang Ye had not yet encountered it, and therefore did not know its real-world designation. The martial fetal sacred body, by its very name, appeared to be of a much higher caliber than the common and profound bodies. Is the martial fetal sacred body superior to Teacher Chen's profound body? Jiang Ye gazed at Jiang Ting with an unusual expression, pondering why she possessed a primitive innate talent. It was exceedingly rare for someone with a primitive innate talent to have such a physique. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive development, Jiang Ye thought. If Jiang Ting could quickly grow into a powerful ally, he would have another capable assistant by his side. Yet, she was still quite young, far from the age of cultivation. Jiang Ye gradually regained his composure. No matter how exceptional his sister's talent, she was still too young, barely 13 years old. The younger she was, the more he needed to shield her from danger. Early demise of talented individuals is not uncommon. In the current circumstances, Jiang Ye could only focus on maturing swiftly until he could stand on his own. Opening his wristband, a holographic projection sprang to life. The projection page contained no additional features, only a single book. It was evident that this was a customized wristband specifically designed for imparting artistic techniques, devoid of even a phone function to prevent the leakage of such techniques. 8 parts Thunder Sound Fist. Jiang Ye opened the book. In the next moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black martial arts uniform materialized on the projection screen. His eyes were sharp and bright, reminiscent of an eagle, and his posture was upright. Although he merely stood within the confines of the projection, an indomitable aura emanated from him. The Babu Layin Quan is an intermediate technique of the Huang tier. Suitable for practitioners below the second breakthrough, the man intoned gravely. Intermediate Huang tier? Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was advanced technique. In contrast to talent, the classification of martial arts techniques was relatively straightforward, divided broadly into 4 tiers: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, with each tier further classified into upper, middle, and lower grades. For instance, the Xing Wu Xiao Xing Fa, whose full name is Xing Wu Xiao Xing Ben Fa, is a lower grade Huang technique suitable for novices in the martial arts. The intermediate Huang tier was the highest grade Jiang Ye had encountered thus far. The middle-aged man continued, "This technique is fierce and domineering. Practitioners must draw upon the lightning attribute star energy into their bodies, and through a special breathing method, combine it with the force of the punches to unleash this power. Each strike carries the might of thunder and the resonance of 8 layers of thunderous sound, easily shattering an opponent's meridians." After a preliminary introduction, the man began to demonstrate the technique. Jiang Ye observed intently. The deeper he delved into the study, the more astonished he became. The Babu Layin Quan could actually allow the body to harbor the power of lightning. The method was simple. Through a specific training regimen, compress the lightning attribute star energy within the meridians. Upon striking, it could be released instantaneously, unleashing powerful energy and even producing a thunderous sound effect. However, how could a person produce thunderous sound? Jiang Ye pondered it in confusion. Soon, he grasped the underlying principle. By utilizing the life magnetic field, the compressed lightning energy within the body could be released, generating an effect akin to thunderous sound. Enlightenment dawned upon Jiang Ye. The human body harbors a peculiar magnetic field that can intertwine with the energy of the cosmos. The process of cosmic refinement is a means of strengthening this magnetic field. Only when the personal magnetic field reaches a certain magnitude can one break free from the shackles of life and become a celestial warrior. At that point, the human magnetic field can actively sense and integrate cosmic energy. This is why those who achieve the first breakthrough are deemed celestial warriors. Why can a human body produce thunderous sound? It is because the personal magnetic field has assimilated cosmic lightning energy, resulting in such an effect. With this understanding, Jiang Ye experienced an epiphany. This Babu Layin Quan is a formidable killing technique. It also poses a significant threat to the Shadow Clan. Before long, Jiang Ye finished watching the entire video. He immediately assumed a fighting stance and began training in place. Although practicing this technique requires drawing lightning into the body, he had yet to achieve the first breakthrough. so he could still train the punch movements alone. As long as he perfected the punch stance, even without the thunderous sound, it could unleash terrifying power. Swish, swish. Jiang Ye trained alone. 8 hours later, he adjusted his breathing, feeling a stream of energy coursing through his meridians. With his fingers splayed like eagle claws, he sensed that energy flowing into his right hand. Suddenly, his right fist shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! A faint rumbling echoed through the air. Jiang Ye withdrew his fist, standing in place. With bare hands. The sound was akin to thunder. This was the Babu Leyin Quan. It also signified his proficiency in the technique. Just now, he had merely relied on the breathing method, but if he were to utilize cosmic lightning energy, true thunderous sound would emerge. What incredible power! Jiang Ye was pleasantly surprised. Training in the Babu Leyin Quan might not elevate his realm, but it would enable him to harness his entire strength more efficiently. If he were to test his punching power now, it would have increased by at least 50 kilograms. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, Jiang Ye glanced at the time and promptly sat cross-legged. It was time for the illusionary realm training. In the next moment, his consciousness sank into the martial arts ladder. After enduring a night of arduous battles, he awoke the next day and resumed training in the Babu Leyin Quan. This advanced technique had proven to enhance him more than he had anticipated. If he could reach the entry level before the school term began, his strength would undergo a tremendous leap. Several hours later, Jiang Ye contacted Chunzi Liu. Teacher, I have encountered some issues while training in the Babu Leyin Quan. Jiang Ye inquired, have you practiced this technique? No. Chunzi Liu replied with a hint of resignation. Jiang Ye truly treated her as an encyclopedia, seeking her guidance daily. Were it not for her fondness for him, she might have grown impatient with others. However, I have practiced the intermediate Xian Tier Tian Lei Quan, which share certain similarities with the Babu Leyin Quan. Chunzi Liu sighed and said, go ahead. What issues have you encountered? Jiang Ye promptly articulated his questions. Consulting Chunzi Liu afforded him a 30 enhancement in comprehension. Given the implications for his personal growth, Jiang Ye was unabashed in seeking her guidance. Yet, he also recognized that such inquiries could be seen as a considerable favor, as not everyone would appreciate being disturbed daily during their holidays. He silently vowed to repay her kindness in the future. After he finished stating his questions, Chunzi Liu indeed offered unique solutions. Without delay, Jiang Ye began training vigorously. Day by day, during the final month of summer break, his life was exceedingly fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On August 31st, in his room, a youthful boy with a strikingly handsome visage trained vigorously, his upper body bare. Though still a youth, his physique was remarkably well-proportioned, with firm muscles that lent him an air of youthful vigor and charisma. Boom! Suddenly, the boy struck out with his fist. The sound of his punch reverberated. All of his spirit and energy seemed to coalesce within that single strike, delivering a direct and overwhelming force akin to a thunderous onslaught. Boom! A deep rumble of thunder echoed out. It was as if sound waves reverberated through the air. The curtains several meters away appeared to quiver under the influence of the sound waves, and the windows emitted creaking noises. How powerful! Jiang Ye stood still, observing the destruction he had wrought. Even at a distance of several meters, he could influence the curtains. If his punches landed directly on a person, they would surely inflict serious internal damage. The Babu Leyin Quan was indeed a lethal technique. Jiang Ye exhaled deeply, glancing at his status panel. Low martial achievement system, physique, ordinary body, B grade, talent, primitive, techniques Xing Wu, Xiao Xing Fa, great achievement, 59, Babu Leyin Quan, not yet initiated, 99, achievements Master of Martial Arts. Friend of the Ancestors, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Beautiful Mentor, Wind, Listening Ear, Swift Wind Steps, Martial Arts Ladder. First layer this month. He had spent the entirety of the 30,000 yuan acquired from his trials. He engaged in daily martial arts dietary supplements, and the results were evident. Not only was he nearing the entry level of the Babu Leyin Quan, but his Xing Wu Xiao Xing Fa had also improved by nearly 20 points. Before the first semester of his senior year, he was determined to achieve perfection in his training technique. As for the Babu Leyin Quan, it would depend on fate. Despite his rapid progress in training, nearing entry level in just a month, the challenges ahead would only grow more daunting, especially after breaking through to great achievement, as it would require time and perseverance. The Xing Wu Xiao Xing Fa serve as a prime example. During the bottleneck period, Mere training would not suffice for breakthroughs. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly. Only through enlightenment could he surpass this hurdle. But enlightenment? Such opportunities are fleeting and rare. His talent had its limits. Unless his comprehension significantly improved, he would have to rely on time and practice. Brother. At that moment, he heard Jiang Ting's voice from outside the door. I'm coming. Jiang Ye stepped out of the room and looked at Jiang Ting. What is the matter? He inquired. Holding a basin of water, Jiang Ting sweetly smiled and replied, Brother, I am here to wash your feet. Please sit down. Wash my feet. Jiang Ye stared at the basin of foot-washing water with an odd expression. Why would you wash my feet? If you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Ting, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, It is an assignment from school. We are required to wash the feet of our elders. You should wash Mom and Dad's feet, Jiang Ye suggested. No, I want to wash my brother's feet, Jiang Ting pouted. A brother is also an elder. Understanding the little girl's reluctance to wash their parents' feet, Jiang Ye noted that she felt closer to him. He glanced at the time. It was already late at night. Their father was at work, and their mother was likely asleep. From now on, such assignments should be done for Mom and Dad. No slacking off, hindi instructive. This time, I will let you wash my feet. He sat down. Okay, I understand. You are the best brother. Jiang Ting exclaimed joyfully as she squatted down and began to wash his feet with her delicate hands. Brother, remember to bring me some snacks when school starts tomorrow, she said eagerly while washing. You little girl, Jiang Ye chuckled, realizing she had this thought in mind. Suddenly, a few lines of subtitles popped up before him. You have achieved a new accomplishment. The Divine Maiden of the Upper Realm, actively serving you. Unlocked title. The Maiden as a Servant. Reward. Enlightenment transformation. You have received the nourishing essence of a maiden, enhancing your enlightenment by 50. Even though he had grown accustomed to the system's surprises, Jiang Ye could not help but gasp in astonishment. The maiden as a servant? System. Are you kidding me? She is my sister. Who could have imagined that Jiang Ting washing his feet would classify her as a servant in the system's judgment? The Divine Maiden of the Upper Realm? Jiang Ye pondered the meaning of those words. In the system's eyes, Jiang Ting had become a divine maiden of the upper realm. Was it due to her innate talent of the sacred body? Jiang Ye contemplated. But why is it referred to as the upper realm? Is it because this physique exceeds the limits of the low martial world? He recalled that the system's previous assessments of Jiang Ting's physique had always been a question mark. He felt this possibility was quite plausible. However, it was surprising that this low martial achievement system could unlock such accomplishments. Most of the achievements he had unlocked thus far were related to his own strength. Even if they were stuck, they were closely tied to his abilities. Yet this time, it was evidently an exception. The maiden as a servant must belong to the social category of achievements, Jiang Ye mused. This reminded him of certain online games he had played in his previous life. There were many types of achievements: growth, lifestyle, social, combat, exploration. Since he could unlock social achievements, perhaps there were even more waiting for him to discover, yet to be uncovered. Damn it, there is no beginner's guide. Is this meant to make things difficult for me? Jiang Ye could not help but grumble. Since activating the system, he had explored all its functions on his own. If there had been a manual, he would not have had to go through such trouble. He shook his head and looked again at the reward. An enlightenment increase of 50? Upon seeing this reward, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His cultivation speed might see a substantial enhancement. After washing his feet, it was nearly midnight. Jiang Ye refrained from continuing his cultivation and turned to enter the martial path ladder, repeating the process of honing in illusions. The following day, September 1st, the first day of school in Sanzhou, a tense atmosphere permeated the school as each class prepared for the entrance assessment. Upon arriving at school, Jiang Ye did not head straight to the classroom for the assessment. Instead, he made his way early to Chen Zilu's office. Chen Zilu looked at Jiang Ye and asked, "Why are you here just before the exam?" Jiang Ye produced a box of cake and smiled. "Teacher, happy birthday." Chen Zilu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting to the box of cake with surprise. "You know?" she asked. She had never disclosed her birth date to Jiang Ye. "I guessed," Jiang Ye chuckled. "You told me your phone number." Chen Zilu gave him a surprised glance before accepting the cake. "Thank you. That's very thoughtful." Jiang Ye noticed as she pursed her rosy lips. Subsequently, she opened the cake box for a glance, a smile appearing on her charming face. Though the gift was modest, It significantly enhanced her fondness for Jiang Ye. Chunzi carefully closed the cake box and locked it away in the cabinet before leaving the office. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye stepped out of the office, his gaze fixed intently on the panel before him. After a moment, he sighed. Isn't sending gifts supposed to unlock achievements? In many games, gifting to friends of the opposite gender could unlock social achievements if their affinity was high enough. This was one of the reasons Jiang Ye had rushed over early to present Chunzi with a cake. Unfortunately, the system did not announce any new achievements this time. Despite his disappointment, Jiang Ye did not dwell on it. After all, this was merely an attempt. Chunzi had always treated him well, and on her birthday, he could hardly be faulted for simply gifting her a cake. Moreover, it could help increase his affinity with her. It was time to take the exam. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and strode toward his class. In the senior year, every assessment was of utmost importance. Therefore, even the entrance assessment was conducted through cross-monitoring. The proctor for Class 9 was a burly man with a beard. The entrance assessment is now commencing. The bearded teacher announced in a deep voice. Everyone, proceed with the test in order. Below the stage, WNU who looked at Jiang Ye and quietly asked, "Why? Did you pass the trial?" "I did." Jiang Ye nodded, not concealing the truth. "Really? Congrats." WNU who expressed his surprise, knowing the school's trials were quite challenging. Given Jiang Ye's strength, passing the trial must have been exceedingly difficult. "I heard passing grants a few thousand yuan in rewards," WNU who thought, feeling a pang of envy. Now, the gap between me and Y must have widened even more. Because of their good relationship, he did not want to see himself lagging too far behind. Jiang Ye, however, was unconcerned. Having undergone the summer trial, he felt little pressure regarding the entrance assessment. Yet, he was eager to see if his current strength could place him among the top 100 in his grade. Chunzi had mentioned that the top 100 would receive scholarships. Soon, it was Jiang Ye's turn to take the stage. He approached the punching strength tester, adjusted his stance, and then delivered a powerful punch. Boom! A dull sound resonated. After testing his punching strength, Jiang Ye did not linger and turned to the silver treadmill. This assessment would test both strength and speed. Bang! On the treadmill, Jiang Ye's legs appeared to transform into a blur as he sprinted. It was not until a moment later that he came to a halt. At this point, the entire class fell silent, their eyes glued to the electronic blackboard. Jiang Ye, XSS, was also watching attentively. As the second place who had been surpassed by Jiang Ye, she was very focused on his results. Moments later, Jiang Ye's results for both punching strength and speed were displayed. Punching strength, 960 kilograms. Speed, 191 meters per second. Chapter 35. Jiang Ye's strength, 960 kilograms. The bearded teacher looked at Jiang Ye in astonishment. Your speed has also broken through 19 meters per second, nearly reaching the perfection of the martial arts technique. The standard for the perfection of the Xing Wu martial arts technique was 1,000 kilograms and 20 meters per second. Of course, this was for ordinary class students. For key classes, the standards were 1,500 kilograms and 25 meters per second, as their physiques were superior. However, the college entrance examination was based on the standards for ordinary classes. Jiang Ye's data was already approaching this benchmark. Hadn't he only been slightly over 600 kilograms in the final assessment? How did he improve so rapidly? Within the class, gasps of astonishment echoed as his classmates were utterly shocked. Wen Yuehui was equally astonished. He had anticipated that the gap between himself and Jiang Ye would widen, but he never expected it to be this significant. Only Jiang Ye was aware that the recent test did not showcase his full capabilities. If he were to employ the swift wind steps, his speed could exceed 35 meters per second, he mused. However, such a display would seem disingenuous. Anyone could discern the anomaly. The assessment continued, and half an hour later, the third segment, the practical combat evaluation, commenced. Once again, Jiang Ye felt no pressure. The teacher, with the bushy beard, adhering to the standards of the college entrance examination, engaged in arena battles with all participants using the prowess of a fully developed cultivation technique. When it was Jiang Ye's turn to take the stage, he chose not to conceal his abilities. He immediately unleashed the Babu Layin Quan. He was eager to see if he could triumph over his opponent while utilizing this mid-tier yellow technique. With a resounding crash, Jiang Ye's aura surged like thunder, his figure a blur as his fist cut through the air with an indomitable ferocity. A faint sound of thunder echoed in the background. Bam! The bushy-bearded teacher met him with a solid punch. This power. A flicker of astonishment crossed the teacher's eyes. It had surpassed 1,000 kilograms. Typically, one might not reach their peak performance during practical combat, as tests require preparation while real combat demands immediate execution. It is rare to see combat proficiency exceed that of test. Well done, young man, the bushy-bearded teacher suddenly laughed heartily. Strive to defeat me. With that, his punches became increasingly fierce. Boom! The teacher unleashed a series of punches, each matching Jiang Ye's recent prowess, akin to mountains crashing down upon him relentlessly. Jiang Ye felt immense pressure, yet fortunately, his Babu Layin Quan was nearing mastery, and with its unmatched ferocity, he managed to withstand the onslaught. 3 minutes passed. Ding! As the bell rang, both the teacher and Jiang Ye ceased their combat. 3 minutes was sufficient to assess the practical score, and Jiang Ye became the first student to endure 3 minutes without being defeated by the bushy-bearded teacher. Your Babu Layin Quan is almost mastered, isn't it? The teacher remarked, recognizing the advanced technique. Jiang Ye nodded. I'm still a bit short. The teacher, upon hearing this, sincerely praised him. To reach such a level in just a month is impressive. This is a mid-tier yellow technique, quite challenging to master. With such strong comprehension and compatibility, you hardly seem like an ordinary class student. You flatter me, Jiang Ye replied humbly. Keep up the good work. I hope to see you in the elite class soon. The teacher smiled. Jiang Ye cupped his hands in gratitude and stepped down from the stage. All his classmates looked at him with admiration and envy. Even his friend Wen Yuehui's gaze turned admiring. When the gap is vast enough, jealousy dissipates, replaced only by pure awe. Before long, the cumulative scores from the 3 assessments were revealed. First place, Jiang Ye, 340 points. Second place, Li Jichao, 310 points. Third place, Su Cece, without a doubt. Jiang Ye secured the top position in the class. Although there remained a virtual Starry Sky assessment, none in Class 9 could surpass his combat prowess. However, Jiang Ye's sights were set beyond Class 9, encompassing the entire grade. I am making progress, and those in the elite class are progressing as well. Jiang Ye thought to himself, I wonder how much they have improved over the past 2 months? Moments later, Class 9 exited the classroom, heading towards the spherical building to prepare for the virtual Starry Sky assessment. Inside the spherical building, the 3 large display screens in the hall showcased real-time rankings of the grades. Now in his 3rd year, Jiang Ye glanced at the senior display. First place, Zhao Qingli, 750 points. Second place, Lin Miao, 695 points. Third place, Wang Xiang, 670 points. Zhao Qingli, 750 points? Jiang Ye was secretly alarmed during the final assessments. She had scored 710 points, and she had improved by 40 points over the summer. While seemingly just 40 points, the difficulty of improvement increases with higher scores. The challenge of moving from 90 to 100 points is far greater than from 0 to 10 points. With over 700 points, her rate of improvement is indeed formidable. Jiang Ye couldn't help but reflect on the substantial investment of 100,000 yuan monthly. Aside from Zhao Qingli, Lin Miao and Wang Xiang also showed significant improvement. He then glanced at the student ranked 100th. The 100th place, 450 points? Jiang Ye nodded slightly. He might just break into the top 100 in this assessment. Half an hour later, it was finally Class 9's turn to begin the assessment. Similar to the previous assessments, they were system ranked in groups of 5. Upon entering the virtual Starry Sky, Jiang Ye's group officially commenced the trial of hunting the Shadow Clan. With his current strength, he effortlessly progressed to the 3rd level, facing 5 Shadow Clan infant forms. Previously, he had faltered at this stage, but now his prowess had grown immensely. Having cultivated the Babu Layin Quan, he could inflict considerable damage upon the Shadow Clan. Jiang Ye unleashed a flurry of punches, akin to a torrential downpour, accompanied by the deep rumble of thunder. One Shadow Clan member was utterly obliterated. Jiang Ye is so powerful. Incredible. His 4 teammates, engaged in a struggle against a single Shadow Clan member, were overwhelmed. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Ye's unmatched vigor, they felt their spirits ignite. 1, 2, 3. Soon, Jiang Ye dispatched all 5 Shadow Clan members in the 3rd level. Buzz. As the 3rd level concluded, the surrounding space suddenly illuminated with a red glow, signaling the approach of a major challenge. The fourth level commenced. 10 dark silhouettes rose from the ground, the foremost towering over 2 meters. These were also infant forms of the Shadow Clan, but were significantly stronger, resembling juvenile forms. This battle would undoubtedly be exceedingly difficult. Jiang Ye swung his fists, exerting all his strength as he fought against the horde of Shadow Clan members. However, he had no time to attend to his 4 teammates, who soon fell under the relentless assault of the Shadow Clan. Alone, Jiang Ye faced 10 Shadow Clan members. He had already slain several small Shadow Clan members, but the towering 2-meter Shadow Clan was overwhelmingly powerful, each strike sending shockwaves through Jiang Ye's body, leaving his arms numb. A roar erupted, emanating from the 2-meter Shadow Clan, its psychological impact far surpassing that of the other members. Even Jiang Ye, with his seasoned martial will, felt the effects. In the next instant, a swarm of Shadow Clan members descended upon him. Undoubtedly, this assault was exceptionally fierce, and Jiang Ye found it nearly impossible to evade. Yet in this dire moment, his will surged, and with a desperate strike, he unleashed a fierce barrage of punches. Boom! 2 low rumbles of thunder erupted. Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned. Boom! In the next instant, 3 Shadow Clan members were obliterated by that single punch. Even the 2-meter Shadow Clan member suffered a grievous blow to its shoulder. However, Jiang Ye's heart was pierced by a Shadow Clan member, and he slowly collapsed. Yet a smile graced his face. On Jiang Ye's panel, the Babu Layin Quan had undergone a transformation. Babu Layin Quan, not mastered, 99, mastered, 1, Chapter 36, The Sleeping Dragon. The virtual Starry Sky assessment concluded, but Jiang Ye did not exit immediately. He lingered in the virtual space, gazing at his hands. Mastered? Jiang Ye's face was filled with astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had attained enlightenment, his martial technique breaking through to a new realm. A breakthrough in battle. Yet, breakthroughs in battle have always been the domain of geniuses. They are not easily attained. Reality is not like a novel. Moreover, previously Jiang Ye had sensed that his boxing technique had reached a bottleneck, requiring a prolonged period for refinement and the opportunity for enlightenment. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he had transcended that limitation. Seizing the moment between system assessments, Jiang Ye clenched his fists, feeling the peculiar transformation that had surged within him. With a deep breath, a current of energy coursed through his meridians, flowing throughout his body. Assisted by his breathing technique, Jiang Ye swiftly immersed himself in a state of profound realization. The boxing stance surged forth. Boom! Boom! The sound of his fists slicing through the air erupted in 2 thunderous roars, deep and resonant, akin to the very sound of heavenly thunder. The Babu Layin Quan unleashed its thunderous might, subduing the malevolent spirits. Jiang Ye continued to throw punches, producing one after another of faint thunderous sounds, with the sound waves reverberating incessantly. The ability to generate tangible thunderous sounds indicated a mastery of this advanced martial art. Moreover, if one could produce continuous thunderous sounds, 2 or more in succession, it signified the entry into the realm of proficiency. To generate numerous thunderous sounds with a single punch not only distinguished the sound itself, but also represented an amplification of power. The more consecutive thunderous sounds produced, the greater the strength, increasing geometrically. Indeed, he had entered this realm. Jiang Ye gradually withdrew his stance, his eyes shining with brilliance. Initially, he had anticipated that it might take over half a month to achieve this level. Yet now, a mere virtual battle had facilitated his breakthrough. Was it due to the permanent enhancement of his comprehension by 50 points? Jiang Ye pondered it. Previously, when Jiang Ting had washed his feet, unlocking the achievement of a saintly servant, it had granted him a lasting boost in comprehension. This significant increase in perception not only expedited his training, but also bestowed upon him the chance for breakthroughs in battle. Was this the sensation of being a genius? Jiang Ye marveled it. It felt remarkably comfortable. It was rumored that those with talents surpassing Dao Gu could achieve breakthroughs even while eating or drinking. The Shadow Clan was indeed exceedingly formidable. Jiang Ye recalled the towering figure of the 2-meter-tall Shadow Clan member. At 2 meters, it still fell within the realm of an infant's physique. Only upon reaching 3 meters did one transition into the juvenile form. Of course, greater height did not necessarily equate to greater strength. Even a 2-meter-tall infant of the Shadow Clan posed an immense challenge for Jiang Ye. In reality, Most Shadow Clan members encountered were already in their juvenile forms. Jiang Ye's thoughts grew solemn. Should a shadow disaster occur, it would spell catastrophe for Encheng. In the past, he had merely heard tales of the Shadow Clan's dreadfulness, but had not truly comprehended it. Now that his strength had grown, he found himself increasingly wary of the Shadow Clan. Just then, the system concluded its assessment. Best damage, Jiang Ye. Best vision, Jiang Ye. Best martial will, Jiang Ye. Killed 14 Shadow Clan members. Duration 29 minutes. Team casualty rate 79. This group, Jiang Ye, 120 points. The other 4 teammates, having breached the 4th level, also achieved scores exceeding 60 points. Indeed, following Brother Jiang was a delightful experience. The 4 teammates expressed their profound gratitude to Jiang Ye. The sensation of coasting to victory was undeniably gratifying. Meanwhile, in the external hall, the giant display screen constantly refreshed the rankings of the senior year. At that moment, an inconspicuous name surged to the bottom of the rankings. 95th place, Jiang Ye. 460 points. It was Jiang Ye. Someone from our class had entered the top 100 of the grade. The students from Class 9, who had completed their assessments, were astonished. Su Cece, now awake, revealed a hint of relief on her face. Losing to such a genius was not a matter of great concern. She patted her unseen chest. Some rejoiced, while others were dismayed. Near the entrance of the hall, a girl in a red dress exhibited a myriad of expressions. Jiang Ye, ranked 95th in the grade. His progress was astonishingly rapid. Zhang Xueqing furrowed her brow slightly. Her own ranking was merely 86th, though it seemed a mere 10 places apart. The actual difference was less than 5 points. It should be noted that she was a new student with innate talent. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, with only primitive endowment, was now nearly catching up to her. I must strive to improve. I cannot allow him to surpass me, Zhang Xueqing resolved inwardly. She had previously challenged Jiang Ye to a duel, and should he catch up and challenge her, she would appear foolish. One can be a fool, but one must never willingly play the fool. On a certain viewing platform, a haughty young lady clad in a shirt and shorts, with long and snowy legs, stood overlooking the entire hall. Not far away stood a languid young man. The two were Zhao Qingli, first in the senior year, and Wang Zong, third in the grade. Jiang Ye? Wang Xiang muttered as he gazed at the rankings. Class 9 has truly produced a remarkable talent. For him, Jiang Ye's current score was indeed not particularly impressive. However, he had investigated Jiang Ye's previous scores. The rate of progress was astonishing, although it was relatively easy to improve below 600 points. Such rapid advancement still surprised him. What are you mumbling about? The haughty young lady shot him a glance. With long legs and a face fair as snow, her most striking feature was her ample bosom, nearly straining the buttons of her blouse. At least a level, Wang Xiang's gaze involuntarily lingered before swiftly averting. He cleared his throat and said, "You might not believe it, but Director Zhang once told me something." "What did he say?" Zhao Qingli frowned. Wang Zong clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. "A potential dragon lies in the depths. Often, what seems inconspicuous may eventually rise above others." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingli let out a derisive laugh. "You, a potential dragon?" She looked at Wang Xiang with a scornful expression. "You must have misheard." The director was likely referring to a sleeping dragon. Wang Zong maintained a stoic demeanor, his fists clenched tightly behind his back, silently admonishing himself, "Stay composed. I am third in the grade. If she were to overpower me here, it would be a monumental embarrassment." He smiled faintly, nonchalantly replying, "The director was not speaking of me, but rather of someone from Class 9, Jiang Ye." Jiang Ye? Zhao Qingli scanned the top 100 in the grade and indeed found that name. For an ordinary class to break into the top 100, it seemed their family background must be quite substantial. The young lady nodded, seemingly unfazed. In terms of family wealth, in the vast expanse of Encheng, few could rival her. In terms of talent, students from ordinary classes were typically of primitive endowment, thus they could hardly compare to her. Her gaze had long since shifted beyond the school, focusing on those ranked among the top in Encheng No. 1 High School, or even across the entire Xishan province. Yet at that moment, Wang Xiang shook his head. "I inquired with the director. Jiang Ye is not from a wealthy family. Their annual household income is less than 100,000. Chapter 37. Step by step, until the pinnacle in annual household income of less than 100,000? Zhao Qingli's delicate face displayed surprise. She had encountered many so-called geniuses from ordinary classes. Even with primitive endowment, as long as sufficient resources were invested. They could barely keep up with the elite classes. Yet, coming from a family with an annual income of less than 100,000, which indicated poverty, for a student from an ordinary class to enter the top 100 was exceedingly rare. What? Wang Xiang looked at her, smiling. Do you also think he is a potential dragon? Zhao Qingli replied indifferently. The director's judgment is undoubtedly sound. To enter the top 100 proves his potential. Had I been in such a family situation, I might not have fared better than he. Wang Zong regarded her intently. What he admired most about this woman was that, despite her immense wealth, she never boasted about it. However, admiration aside, for Wang Zong, if one possessed the means to show off yet refrained, what was the point of living? There was no need to belittle oneself. Wang Xiang smiled. Just like me, although my family background is average, I'm still third in the grade. This is the advantage of new students with innate talent. The young lady cast him a cold glance. Compared to her, Wang Xiang's family background was indeed ordinary. But when compared to Jiang Ye, the latter could certainly be considered from a well-off family. Nonetheless, at that moment, Zhao Qingli chose not to retort. Just as Wang Xiang had stated, no matter how outstanding a student from an ordinary class might be, they remained fundamentally of primitive endowment. Original endowment can perhaps be compensated through diligent effort and various factors during the initial stages of cultivation. A potential dragon? Merely adorned with a few scales. It may appear extraordinary at first glance, yet it pales in comparison to a true dragon. In the hall, Jiang Ye awoke from the virtual cockpit, having witnessed that Class 9 had completed the assessment. Upon seeing his ranking, he let out a sigh of relief. Within the top 100, yet, he pondered the amount of the scholarship. As he made his way back to the classroom, he unexpectedly encountered Li Jichao, whose expression mirrored that of someone mourning a great loss. Congratulations on your first place, Jiang Ye remarked. Li Jichao, upon noticing him, turned pale and responded, It's just that I'm a bit disappointed in myself. I didn't manage to meet my goal of practicing daily injections this summer. At a loss for words on how to console him, Jiang Ye thought it futile to encourage his friend to practice harder. Eventually, he merely patted Li Jichao's shoulder, acknowledging the natural ebb and flow of emotions. Upon returning to the martial arts classroom, Jiang Ye noticed the electronic blackboard displaying the class rankings, where he unsurprisingly occupied the top position. However, his gaze drifted to the last place, where a gray name stood out, Xiaqing. It had been over a month since her disappearance, and still, no clues had emerged. To quell any rising panic, the school had attributed the vanishings of certain students to transfers or withdrawals. Yet soon, speculation arose. Shortly after the school year commenced, an assembly was held addressing the hidden organization, elucidating its characteristics and dangers, and emphasizing the need to avoid venturing out at night. This inevitably led to conjecture linking the missing students to the hidden organization. The members of this sinister group were far more despicable than the Shadow Clan. Many tightened their fists in silent anger after the lecture, while Jiang Ye silently lamented. He understood that the hidden organization possessed genuine pathways to rapid power enhancement, a temptation not easily resisted. While he himself had an advantage, others were not so fortunate. Countless students with original endowments would, through the conventional academic route, find only a few rising to prominence, while the majority would succumb to mediocrity. If presented with an opportunity to gain strength and ascend to greatness, would one accept or decline it? Jiang Ye could only govern his own actions. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that being within the top 100 was merely the beginning. He would ascend the martial arts ladder step by step, striving for the pinnacle of strength. Reflecting on the martial arts ladder stirred a flicker of excitement within him. Just days prior, he had attempted to climb again and discovered he could reach the midpoint of the second tier. If he continued along this trajectory, he surmised that once he perfected his cultivation method, he might ascend to the second tier. What rewards awaited him there? Jiang Ye wondered it. Upon reaching the first tier, he had received 3 rewards. Surely, the second tier would offer even greater treasures. But all of that would have to wait until his cultivation method was perfected. In the martial arts classroom, Chun Zilu, clad in a pristine martial arts uniform and white lace-trimmed socks, strode in to commence the first class of the new semester. Jiang Ye listened attentively, soon discovering that the lessons exceeded his expectations. Thanks to a prior 50 increase in comprehension, combined with the effects of his ancestor's friend, his progress in the Xing Wu cultivation method surpassed previous rates, potentially allowing him to reach perfection before the semester concluded. 3 days later, Jiang Ye was summoned to Chen Zila's office. Teacher, he greeted the poised woman with anticipation, sensing her intent. Without delay, Zilu revealed 2 stacks of money from her drawer. This is your financial aid for the semester, along with the reward for being among the top 100 in your class, she stated. Upon inspecting the contents of the pouch, Jiang Ye noted he had secured the 2nd rank during the final assessment, earning a sum of 10,000. To his astonishment, the reward for being in the top 100 amounted to 20,000. The prize for being in the top 100 is greater than the financial aid, he remarked, surprised. You are a student from a low-income background and a regular class member, Zilu smiled, hence the reward for being in the top 100 is somewhat higher. However, this is a one-time exception. She added, typically, those ranked beyond 50 receive only a scholarship of 10,000. At her words, Jiang Ye felt a surge of realization. Could this be a special consideration arranged by the teacher? Thank you, teacher, he expressed sincerely. Zilu replied, this time it wasn't me. It was Director Zhang who applied for you. Director Zhang? Jiang Ye was somewhat taken aback, yet he couldn't help but feel grateful. With his growing strength and talent, it seemed that benefactors were increasingly present in his life. Indeed, a fragrant flower attracts butterflies. This 30,000 would serve as a significant boost for him. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ye maintained a rigorous routine of training, and time flew by. Thanks to his enhanced comprehension, his strength grew at an astonishing rate. Xing Wu cultivation method, great accomplishment 60, great accomplishment 70, great accomplishment 80, great accomplishment 90, great accomplishment 100. As the semester drew to a close, the swift passage of time in senior year was marked by numerous events. From September to November, several more students went missing, clear evidence of the hidden organization's malevolence. The turmoil caused by this group had resulted in no fewer than 100 disappearances. It was not that the Anqing police were ineffective. After all, Anqing was a remote city with limited martial prowess, struggling against such a vast and enigmatic underground organization. In December, a contingent of well-trained officers arrived from Yun City, collaborating with the Anqing Shadow Bureau. After a month of concerted efforts, they finally eradicated the hidden organization's stronghold in Anqing just before the new year. Jiang Ye vividly recalled that night when the outskirts of Anqing suddenly illuminated like daylight, followed by the earth-shattering sound of explosions. The following day, news broke of a significant criminal gang being dismantled by the police, though a few criminals had managed to escape, warning residents to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity. By the end of December 23-25, in the martial arts classroom of Class 9, Zilu, dressed in a flowing white gown, surveyed her students diligently engaged in their practice. Her gaze settled on one particular boy. Jiang Ye, is your cultivation method nearing completion? She inquired. Pausing his training, Jiang Ye nodded in affirmation. It should be within the next few days. His classmates looked on in astonishment. With half a year remaining until the college entrance examination, completing his cultivation method so swiftly was noteworthy. He was certainly aiming for the prestigious 25 Schools Alliance. Most students in the regular class could not even qualify for an ordinary martial arts university, let alone the 25 schools. A smile graced Zilu's face as she instructed. Come to my office after class. Understood, Jiang Ye replied, then glanced at his status. Skill, Xing Wu cultivation method. Great accomplishment, 100, 8 parts Thunder Fist. Entry level, 85. With great accomplishment at 100, he was merely one breakthrough away from perfection. Yet, he was confident that a breakthrough would come soon. Jiang Ye pondered in the quiet recesses of his mind. The Babu Lei Yin Fist was nearing completion. This semester, he dedicated the majority of his time to the Xing Wu cultivation method. Had it not been for this, he might have already achieved a minor breakthrough with the Babu Lei Yin Fist. With 6 months remaining until the college entrance examination, could he reach the threshold of IPA? Jiang Ye's ambition remained steadfastly set on the Air-Sure Wu School Alliance. Only by achieving IPO before the examination could he confidently aspire to secure a place in the prestigious alliance. Whether he could accomplish this feat hinged on the forthcoming celestial trials. As Jiang Ye contemplated these matters, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. He lifted his gaze to find Zilu had already departed, prompting him to rise and exit. Upon arriving at the office, he was taken aback to discover Zhang Jianwu also present. Ah, you're here, said Zhang Jianwu with a welcoming smile. Little Chen mentioned you're nearing completion of your cultivation method. Is that true? Jiang Ye nodded in affirmation. Starting today, you need not remain in Class 9. You will attend Class 1 instead, Zhang Jianwu announced. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Director, I'm still a bit short of completion and do not meet the requirements for the advanced class. Zhang Jianwu waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. That's of little consequence. You will be moving to Class 1 eventually, so let us finalize it today. Besides, little Chun is leaving the school today. At this revelation, Jiang Ye turned in surprise towards Chun Zilu. Leaving the school? Is it temporary, or? Chun Zilu clarified, I have resigned from my position at the school. From now on, another teacher will take over Class 9. Are you leaving today? Jiang Ye inwided. Yes, she confirmed with a nod. I am still in my second year of university. I came here to teach for certain reasons. Jiang Ye felt a pang of regret. Her departure meant the loss of the 30% increase in comprehension she had imparted to him. Zhang Jianwu interjected with a smile, Little Chun, it seems Jiang Ye will miss you. Well, it brings me joy to be acknowledged by you, she replied, her grin radiating warmth. Zhang Jianwu shook his head, saying, You are a student of Bailong University. With your abilities, you could easily teach our advanced class. Bailong University? Jiang Ye was momentarily astonished. Bailong Wudao University is one of the top 10 elite institutions, holding a prominent rank among them. However, considering Chun Zilu's innate talent, it was hardly surprising. Director, you flatter me. I am merely a sophomore. I possess no teaching experience. Chun Zilu modestly replied, then turned to Jiang Ye, adding with a smile. Keep that watch. If you have any questions in the future, you can still reach out to me. Understood, Jiang Ye agreed readily. Although she offered her support, he recognized that their connection would naturally diminish now that she was no longer a teacher at the school. Such goodwill could only last so long without regular interaction, unless circumstances dictated otherwise. Goodbye, Jiang Ye said as he turned to leave. Inside the office, Chun Zilu suddenly asked Zhang Jianwu, Do you believe Jiang Ye can gain admission to the Air Wu School Alliance? It may be challenging, Zhang Jianwu replied, shaking his head slightly. Although he has advanced quickly in his cultivation method, completing it in just 6 months, a feat only surpassed by Zhao Qingli, he will face significant hurdles during the upcoming celestial trials. His innate talent results in a low absorption efficiency of celestial energy, which is a common understanding. Chun Zilu nodded, a soft sigh escaping her lips. It is indeed unfortunate. If Jiang Ye possessed a new student-esque talent, his future would be vastly different. Yes, it is a pity. Had he that talent, he might have had a chance to attend your university, Zhang Jianwu replied with a chuckle. Chun Zilu paused, then smiled silently. The notion that a new student-esque talent could guarantee admission to Bailong University was overly simplistic. The minimum requirement to enter Bailong Wudao University was to reach IPA by the second year of study, and to truly secure admission, one would need to achieve IPA before the college entrance examination. Such was the caliber of Bailong University. Nevertheless, Chun Zilu refrained from contesting this point. After all, Zhang Jianwu was merely the director of a third-tier high school in a small city, and his understanding of such matters was limited. In Chengno, 3 high school rarely produced students capable of entering top-tier universities, and even if they did, it was often only by a narrow margin. As for Bailong Wudao University, and Cheng No. 3 had never once sent a student there. Even Zhang Jianwu might not fully grasp how unattainable Bailong Wudao University was for the average individual. It was a realm reserved for true prodigies. As for Jiang Ye, their paths would likely not cross again. Chun Zilu shook her head slightly. She held a profound impression of this student. Despite his apparent lack of talent, his dedication to cultivation was remarkable, showcasing a spirit akin to her own. The combination of hard work, fortune, and their shared disposition, along with his striking appearance, contributed to her unique regard for him. Yet, alas, they were ultimately from different worlds. Chapter 39, A Gift Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Ye's watch vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Chun Zilu. Jiang Ye, come to the school gate. I have something to discuss with you. A short while later, at the entrance of Incheon No. 3 High School, Jiang Ye spotted a solitary figure standing gracefully at the gate. Rather than simply a woman, she resembled a youthful maiden. Dressed in a simple white gown, Chun Zilu's beauty was ethereal, her face radiant and pure, with her dark, lustrous hair cascading down to her slender waist. Without the guise of a teacher, she appeared no older than 18 or 19, exuding an aura of youthfulness. Teacher, Jiang Ye called out, suspecting she was about to depart. You're here? Chun Zilu's voice was sweet and melodic as she greeted him with a breathtaking smile. She then retrieved a delicate metallic vial from her suitcase. "Here," she said, handing the vial to Jiang Ye. "This will aid you in absorbing celestial energy. Use it during the celestial trials." Jiang Ye felt a flicker of surprise within him. Something that aids in absorbing celestial energy? He had never encountered such a thing before and could surmise its considerable value. "Teacher, this is too generous," Jiang Ye said, reluctantly accepting the vial. He still owed her 30,000, and now she was gifting him another precious item. Such a debt seemed insurmountable. Chunzi Lu chuckled softly. "I mentioned before that I would assist you in accelerating your progress during the celestial trials. However, it seems that time is not on our side." Intrigued, Jiang Ye could not help but wonder why she came to Encheng to teach. Logically, having just entered Bailong University, she should not be leaving so soon. Why did Jiang Ye hesitated before expressing his curiosity? At his question, a wistful expression crossed Chunzi Lu's fair face. After a brief pause, she shook her head and explained, "The reasons are complex. Primarily, I suffered a setback during a trial, which led to a decline in my strength. Subsequently, I encountered various challenges. Coming to Encheng was partly to reconnect with my mother's hometown, and partly to adjust my mindset." Jiang Ye was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she had such experiences. However, since she was choosing to leave now, it seemed she had indeed found peace. "I wish you success at Bailong University," Jiang Ye said earnestly. Chunzi Lu beamed at him, her beauty unparalleled. She patted his arm gently and said with a radiant smile, "And I wish you success in gaining admission to the Ayrshire Wu School Alliance." Buzz. Just then, a small dark spot appeared in the sky, accompanied by a faint rumble. In an instant, it was gone. A colossal shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Jiang Ye looked up, momentarily breathless. A private spaceship? He was taken aback. This vessel evidently employed cutting-edge technology, traversing several kilometers in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous sound, a massive hatch at the rear of the ship swung open, releasing a plume of white vapor. A man clad in a suit, reminiscent of a butler, stood at the entrance. "I am leaving." Chunzi Lu cast a glance at Jiang Ye, waving her hand. "Jiang Ye, may we meet again by fate." With that, she stepped forward, and in the next moment, she had already ascended to a height of over 100 meters aboard the spaceship. "Miss," the suited man bowed respectfully at the hatch. "I told you not to receive me. Just coming is enough. There is no need for such a display." Chunzi Lu remarked with a hint of displeasure as she regarded the vessel. The suited man paused, then chuckled helplessly. "Miss, I assure you, this is the most low-key transport I could arrange." Chunzi Lu shook her head. The spaceship belonged to her father. However, ever since that incident in her childhood, she harbored an aversion to anything associated with him. Since entering university, she had never asked her family for a single penny. "Let us go," she said coolly as she stepped into the ship, the hatch slowly closing behind her. She cast one last glance at the diminutive figure of the boy below, knowing in her heart that this was likely their final encounter. Behind her, the suited man cautiously inquired, "Miss, who is that boy?" "He is my student," Chunzi Lu replied icily. The man nodded, a flicker of concern dissipating from his eyes. Previously, having witnessed the boy bid farewell to Chunzi Lu alone, he couldn't help but speculate. Yet, in reality, there was little to worry about, just a poor boy from a small mountain valley. What right did he have to capture the attention of their esteemed miss? Not to mention in Anqing, such individuals were a rarity throughout the entire Xishan province. Chunzi Lu's expression remained frosty. No need to fret. On the ground, Jiang Ye watched the private spaceship recede into the distance, unable to suppress a long breath. This vessel must be worth at least several hundred million, right? Teacher Chun is surprisingly affluent. This is actually not unusual. Based on hereditary talent, the stronger the martial artist, the more likely they are to produce exceptional offspring. Given Chunzi Lu's remarkable aptitude, her family background is likely a formidable one. When will I ever possess such wealth? Jiang Ye mused. Suddenly, he was taken aback as a system notification appeared before him. You have achieved a new accomplishment. A martial arts master bestows a precious gift upon you. Unlocking title, Master's Favor. Reward, value of the bestowed item increased by 200. Jiang Ye was utterly bewildered. Wait, what is this? Shouldn't such actions typically unlock affinity levels? What does favor even mean? However, at this moment, he confirmed one thing. No wonder I was unable to give gifts before. It turns out I had to receive something first. He glanced at the reward. An increase in value by 200? Does that mean the item Chunzi Lu gifted him has multiplied in effectiveness? He looked at the metallic bottle in his hand, almost succumbing to the urge to open it immediately. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. He needed to report to the advanced class first. This is Jiang Ye, a student transferred from the regular class. The homeroom teacher announced from the podium. Jiang Ye, please introduce yourself. Yes. Jiang Ye scanned the classroom filled with unfamiliar faces and spoke. Hello everyone. My name is Jiang Ye. Jiang as in river, Ye as in wild ambition. My most recent monthly exam rank was 89th in the grade. After he finished, a cold yet elegant girl with snow-white legs was the first to applaud. She was Zhao Qingli, the class monitor and the top student in the grade. As she led the applause, the other students quickly followed suit, resulting in a thunderous ovation. After the welcome ceremony concluded, the homeroom teacher departed. Jiang Ye stepped into the classroom, where a young man approached him with a cheerful demeanor. Jiang Ye, let us get acquainted. Wang Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye looked at him and nodded. Third in the grade, Brother Wang. You have a discerning eye. Wang Zong appeared pleased, patting Jiang Ye on the shoulder. Since it's your first time in the advanced class, you're probably unfamiliar with the environment here. Let me give you a brief introduction. He began to explain. Jiang Ye soon learned that in the senior year, the advanced class held a major exam each month. Those ranking in the top 50 received a reward of 10,000 yuan. The top 20 earned 20,000, with escalating bonuses for higher ranks. However, falling too low in rankings posed risks. If one remained in the bottom 10 for 3 consecutive times, they would be expelled from the advanced class. Thus, competition was exceedingly fierce. Our class also issues tasks monthly. Zhao Qingli interjected, her tone cool. Completing these tasks can yield substantial rewards, potentially exceeding 50,000 yuan. Jiang Ye felt a spark of interest. These two seemed to be aware of his financial struggles and were deliberately informing him of ways to earn money. Thank you both for the guidance, Jiang Ye said, cupping his hands in appreciation. Zhao Qingli replied indifferently. I merely worry that you may fall out of the top 100 in the grade. As class monitor, I do not wish to see such a situation unfold. For the advanced class, slipping out of the top 100 was considered disgraceful. Although Jiang Ye currently ranked 89th, many students in the advanced class had yet to undergo the Shinkong training. After all, one could not attend the Shinkong training on a whim. There were only 3 opportunities per semester, each requiring a significant fee. Even students in the advanced class needed to prepare thoroughly to ensure success before signing up. Once those students completed their Shinkong training, they would quickly outpace Jiang Ye. At that point, he would soon fall out of the top 100. Zhao Qingli regarded Jiang Ye with a hint of sympathy, as if she could foresee his future. There will be a Shinkong training next month. If you have confidence in yourself, consider signing up. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. Class monitor, Jiang Ye nodded, though his thoughts were already racing. Shinkong training? I indeed need to prepare. However, prior to that, I must first achieve perfection in my martial arts practice and ascend the Wudao Tianyi. Chapter 40. The second layer of the Wudao Tianyi. In the following days, Jiang Ye diligently practiced within the advanced class. The martial arts instructor for Class 1 was the bearded man Jiang Ye had previously encountered, named Chao Feng. In Jiang Ye's view, the quality of instruction in the advanced class was no different from that of Chen Zilu's. Furthermore, without the 30 comprehension boost from the master's acquaintance, Jiang Ye found it took significantly longer than anticipated to break through the bottleneck to perfection. Before he knew it, it was January 23-26. One day at home, Jiang Ye moved fluidly, throwing punches and elbow strikes, each movement executed with a natural grace, devoid of any stiffness. With each exertion, every muscle in his body resonated in harmony, like a finely tuned machine creating a perfect cycle of power. Gradually, each technique he executed became increasingly refined, without a hint of leakage. Suddenly, it felt as though a bottleneck had shattered. In an instant, an exhilarating sensation surged from deep within his soul, akin to a seed buried beneath snow breaking through the earth. A sense of clarity and lightness, reminiscent of spring rain, washed over him. At long last, he had achieved perfection in the Xingwu cultivation method. Jiang Ye gradually withdrew his energy, surveying his body. At that moment, he sensed that every inch of his skin had become incredibly keen, entirely under his control. With his eyes closed, he could hear faint sounds from 100 meters away, even perceiving the movement of dust in the air. The 5 senses meld seamlessly with the surrounding environment. In ancient times, Reaching such a state was akin to achieving unity with the heavens and the earth, resonating with the cosmos. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, unable to conceal the joy etched upon his face. After diligently cultivating for 2.5 years, he had finally realized his initial goal. Although his aspirations had long since surpassed this milestone, the elation was undeniable. Detected, your strength has reached the system's new limit. Unlocked title, Extreme Grandmaster, pinnacle of martial arts, solitary peak where few dare to tread, surpassing countless martial artists. Jiang Ye automatically overlooked the exaggerated accolades and focused on the rewards. Reward, transformation of physique, promotion to superior grade mortal body. Superior grade mortal body. Jiang Ye's heart quaked. The mortal body classification is divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Without a doubt, the superior grade is the most formidable among them. He had not anticipated such a significant enhancement. Jiang Ye sensed his body, yet he could not detect substantial changes. It was time to attempt ascending to the second tier. With this thought, his consciousness plunged deeply. In the next moment, Jiang Ye found himself enveloped in mist. Before him stood a majestic golden cloud ladder, imposing and magnificent. He approached the cloud ladder, easily traversing the first 10 steps to arrive at the first tier. Each tier of the martial arts ladder consists of 10 steps. To ascend to the second tier, he needed to climb 10 more steps. Previously, Jiang Ye had undergone trials of illusion on the first tier. However, today, he boldly approached the higher steps. A tremendous pressure assailed him. The burden that had once overwhelmed Jiang Ye now felt as light as air. He climbed steadily, swiftly surpassing 9 steps. Upon reaching the 10th step, an overwhelming weight descended upon him, as if gravity had multiplied tenfold. Was this all? Jiang Ye se muscles tensed. And under that terrifying pressure, he straightened his back. His perfected physical form operated like a battle machine, unleashing indomitable strength, enabling him to take the next step. Boom! In an instant, the pressure dissipated. Jiang Ye arrived at the grand platform of the second tier. You have ascended to the second tier of the martial arts ladder. Would you like to initiate the second tier assessment immediately? A panel appeared before him. Jiang Ye was not surprised. The first tier involved an illusionary assessment. He wondered what the second tier would entail. Filled with anticipation, he silently thought, initiate the second tier assessment. Buzz! Suddenly, the environment around him darkened. Jiang Ye's consciousness felt as though it had been struck, plunging into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dimly lit room. Various instruments of torture adorned the walls. Whips, candles, chains, and ropes. Where was this? Jiang Ye frowned at the implements. Whips and candles. Was this some sort of perverse game? Could it be another illusion, albeit of a peculiar nature? I have no such inclinations. Glancing around, he was taken aback to realize he was bound to a torture rack. So he was the passive participant. At that moment, he noticed a bright red timer appear before him. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Was this assessment about enduring physical pain? Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. Though he was reluctant, he was unafraid of suffering. Having endured countless trials in the first tier, his martial will was exceptionally resilient. Mere physical torment was trivial. Buzz! Just as Jiang Ye contemplated this, the torture rack trembled slightly, signaling the commencement of the assessment. Damn it! In an instant, he found it unbearable. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if his skin were being torn apart and then rubbed with pepper spray. This agony far exceeded that of the previous Thunderfire trials. Meanwhile, the bright red timer began counting. What troubled Jiang Ye was that this cursed timer was not a countdown. In other words, he had no way of knowing how long he needed to endure to pass the assessment. If he gave in early, would that not render his previous suffering meaningless? Was he being treated like a hapless fool? Come on. Jiang Ye gritted his teeth, his expression cold. Is it just pain? Who is afraid of whom? This time, he had to succeed. Buzz! Buzz! The torture rack shook again, and Jiang Ye began to feel unbearable agony. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to adapt to the pain. If he could not endure this much suffering, how would he persevere through the trials of the starry sky in the future? Jiang Ye understood that this trial might gradually immunize him against pain. However, as he was slowly adapting, a candle suddenly flew toward him. A drop of wax fell onto his wound. Instantly, a tempest of agony surged through his mind. The wax seemed to contain some mysterious energy. flooding into his body through the wound. Jiang Ye felt every cell within him being torn apart. He widened his eyes, realizing that what he had thought was a candle was actually an energy column composed of mysterious energy. Each drop could bring unbearable torment. This pain was dozens of times more intense than that of the Thunderfire trials. Endure. Jiang Ye clenched his jaw, forcing himself to withstand it. If he gave up here, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would have to start the assessment anew. Fortunately, his martial will was incredibly resilient and tenacious. Even this level of excruciating pain did not rob him of his reason. Thus, Jiang Ye continued to endure the torment as time crawled by. He lost track of how long had passed. In the depths of endless suffering, his consciousness teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, and he could no longer hold on. The tension within him abruptly released. In the next moment, the surroundings darkened. The assessment was over. Chapter 41. Something's not right. On the grand platform of the second tier of the martial arts ladder, Jiang Ye's figure reappeared. He gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. Throughout his cultivation journey, Jiang Ye had never felt so utterly defeated. It was his first time. The reason was simple. The torment he had just endured was excruciatingly lengthy. Ouch! It hurts. Even though the assessment had concluded, he still felt waves of pain coursing through his body. It was as if he were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. He had already left that scene, yet the pain persisted. Rumble. At that moment, a massive golden stone tablet rose majestically before Jiang Ye. The surface of the tablet bore bold characters, elegantly inscribed, exuding an aura of grandeur. Extreme Grandmaster. Congratulations! You have ascended to the second tier of the martial arts ladder and acquired the immortal monument. Calculating rewards. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ye's eyes widened in wonder. Was this immortal monument akin to a form of strength certification? He speculated. His strength had surpassed that of the Extreme Grandmaster, and the system had already dispensed rewards. Climbing the martial arts ladder and passing assessments allowed for further rewards, seemingly governed by distinct mechanisms. Your assessment time, 3 hours 30 minutes 59 seconds, exceeding 99 of martial masters. Through endless suffering, you have tempered yourself, your flesh a furnace, overcoming countless trials to reach the extreme. Unlock title, finding joy in suffering. Settlement rewards, finding joy in suffering, clarity of purpose in pain. Enhancement of insight, finding joy in suffering. In a state of agony, all attributes receive a notable temporary boost. The deeper the suffering, the greater the enhancement. Clarity of purpose in pain. In a state of suffering, one can maintain absolute clarity, steadfastly holding one's convictions, unperturbed by countless tribulations. Enhancement of insight. Permanent increase of 10 in insight. Jiang Ye gazed at the rewards displayed on the panel, his expression somewhat peculiar. Finding joy in suffering? Could it truly allow him to experience pleasure amidst pain? He had no desire to awaken such strange attributes, and this clarity of purpose in pain. To remain lucid in suffering? Truly a living nightmare. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. This rather simplistic low-level system never failed to present him with new surprises. Regardless, he turned his attention to the rewards, his eyes brightening slightly. An increase of 10 in insight. Although it was not a substantial amount, the consistency of these enhancements was commendable. If each level could yield an increase of 10, the cumulative effect would be quite formidable. However, to significantly elevate insight in a short span, one must utilize certain means. For instance, a friend of the ancestral master or a servant of the saint would greatly enhance insight. For Jiang Ye, this reward was already quite generous. Take the rewards of finding joy in suffering and clarity of purpose in pain, for instance. Although Jiang Ye felt a profound sense of unease regarding them, he had to admit that these rewards would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. He resolved to undergo another assessment for verification. Just as he contemplated this, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. No, it was too painful. He needed to take it slow, Jiang Ye mused. After enduring over 3 hours of torment, even with his martial will, he found it increasingly difficult to bear. He needed to engage in other activities to relax. With this thought, Jiang Ye glanced in the direction of the first level. His eyes sparkled, and he immediately set off towards the first level. 2 hours later, Jiang Ye emerged from the illusion of the first level, feeling utterly relaxed. In this illusion, he had experienced the tender attentions of 5 enchanting maidens. Under the devoted care of these 5 stunning girls, both his body and mind had undergone tremendous relaxation, completely erasing the earlier pain. Who would have thought that the tempering of the first level's illusion could possess such an effect? He was pleasantly surprised. He could now proceed without reservations to undertake the assessment of the second level. Jiang Ye thought to himself, could this not allow for an endless cycle? His eyes gleamed with excitement. You have passed the assessment of the second level. You may repeat the assessment but will not receive rewards. You may continue to ascend to the third level. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye declared, repeat the assessment of the second level. Buzz. His consciousness suddenly darkened. In the next moment, he found himself once again in the dimly lit room, surrounded by walls adorned with instruments of torture. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. System, let me see your limits. Buzz. In the next instant, the rack of punishment trembled violently. What the heck? Instantly, a wave of searing pain engulfed Jiang Ye's mind. His eyes widened. Wasn't this supposed to be finding joy in his suffering? Why was it still so painful? Time flowed on. Amidst the endless agony, Jiang Ye grasped an important truth. This so-called finding joy in suffering did not imply that he actually derived pleasure from pain. After all, he had no peculiar inclinations. The true effect of finding joy in suffering was to heighten his resistance to pain. Basic attributes such as attack, defense, and agility had all received a significant temporary boost. This meant that he could endure in a state of suffering for a longer duration, coupled with the effects of clarity of purpose and pain, which allowed him to remain unperturbed by calamities and steadfast in his convictions. Jiang Ye gradually adapted to this level of suffering. Time flew by. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Under normal circumstances, any average person would have succumbed to this inhumane torment, fainting from the pain. Yet Jiang Ye persevered. Another 2 hours passed, and Jiang Ye finally could not hold on any longer, exiting the assessment. Assessment duration, 6 hours, 20 minutes, and 35 seconds. He had managed to endure an additional 3 hours compared to the first time. Jiang Ye observed the panel. This was not solely the effect of finding joy in suffering and clarity of purpose in pain. It also indicated that his tolerance for pain had significantly increased. The longer the duration, the greater the intensity of the assessment's torment. However, as long as he continued to train, one day he would become completely immune to pain. This was undoubtedly an astonishing prospect. If a person were entirely unafraid of pain, how terrifying would that be? In this world, nothing could bring him down. His physical transformation should have concluded. Jiang Ye suddenly broke into a smile. It was time to step outside and see. He was quite eager to discover what it felt like to possess a superior physique. Ouch, that hurts. Just as he was about to move, Jiang Ye felt a surge of intense pain in his body. Perhaps it would be best to first relax on the first level. Chapter 42. Will I win? It was now the early hours of the second day. The sky outside was dimly lit. The moment Jiang Ye returned to reality, he immediately noticed a difference. First and foremost was the immense strength coursing through his body, akin to an unending tide. At this moment, if he were to run 10 kilometers in one breath, he would likely not even break a sweat. Jiang Ye looked out the window. Although it was somewhat dim outside, shrouded in the morning mist, he could effortlessly see objects 200 meters away. Even the text 100 meters distant appeared remarkably clear to him. When he previously attained the perfection of the X-W cultivation method, his senses had never been this acute. Jiang Ye mused, possessing a superior physique has substantially enhanced all my foundational aspects. However, the most significant improvement is likely in my cultivation speed. Previously, his cultivation speed had already surpassed that of most students in elite classes. Now, as someone with a superior physique, how rapid would his cultivation speed be? Currently, his X-W cultivation method was perfected, requiring no further training. Thus, Jiang Ye began to practice the BBLIN. As he engaged in his breathing technique, a torrent of energy surged into his body, commencing its flow through his meridians. The moment Jiang Ye began to practice the fist technique, he immediately sensed a difference. The BBLIN places great emphasis on the utilization of breath. Through breath, it invokes the sound of thunder. Even when drawing upon stellar energy in the future, breath would remain the guiding force. Previously, Only less than 1% of the vast energy he inhaled could enter his meridians for his use. But now, at least around 10% of the energy was integrating into his meridians. To put more plainly, his efficiency in practicing this intermediate yellow tear technique had increased tenfold. Of course, the actual improvement might not be as exaggerated, but there was no doubt that it was far superior to before. How delightful! Jiang Ye had never felt that cultivation could be such a pleasurable endeavor. He continuously wielded his fists, practicing this technique as if lost in a trance. Hours slipped by quickly. Brother, come eat. The cheerful voice of Xiao Jiangting from outside the door jolted Jiang Ye back to reality. Coming, he called out, then exhaled deeply. Ah, what a relief. Jiang Ye looked at his bare upper body, unable to suppress a grin. Cultivating with a superior physique was truly delightful. There was none of the previous sense of stagnation. Every crucial point flowed effortlessly, akin to a mountain stream merging with the sea, flowing smoothly without obstruction. What torturous days had he endured before? Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile and then glanced at the panel. The low martial arts achievement system, physique, fan ti, jia shang, talent, original, cultivation method, Xing Wu cultivation method, perfected Babu Layin fist, entry level, 98, achievements martial arts great master, friend of the ancestor, martial arts grandmaster, enigmatic beauty, seeking the way, listening to the wind, swift steps, saintess's servant, ancestor's favor, limitless grandmaster, finding joy in hardship, martial arts ladder, second layer 98. Jiang Ye was pleasantly surprised. In just a few hours, he had increased nearly 10 points. It should be noted that he had not achieved such a significant improvement in the past few days combined. Although he had focused primarily on the cultivation method, he still took time to practice his fist techniques occasionally. To see such a considerable increase in just a few hours was truly astonishing. This was a mid-level yellow class technique, significantly more challenging to cultivate than the Xing Wu cultivation method. Jia shang. This truly exemplifies jia shang. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh heartily, as if all the suffering he had endured before was suddenly worth it. The countless tears of bitterness from the past had paved the way for this moment, worth more than gold. How exhilarating! He wiped the sweat from his brow, donned his shirt, and stepped outside. In the living room, the family of four sat together for breakfast. Xiaoya, Jiang Dehai, noticing Jiang Ye's content expression, chuckled. What delightful dreams are you having to be this happy so early in the morning? Jiang Ye cleared his throat and replied, Mom and Dad, I forgot to tell you. I have entered the key class. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with breaking through to perfection, leaving him little time to share this news with his parents. What? The key class? Jiang Dehai and Li Onping exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting their surprise. I remember that the threshold for transferring to the key class is quite high. Isn't it? Jiang Dehai questioned. Jiang Ye nodded, smiling as he said, Yes, it is very high. One must achieve perfection in the cultivation method to enter. This revelation left the couple even more stunned. Xiaoya, you've already reached perfection in the cultivation method. Jiang Dehai's eyes widened in disbelief. He recalled that he was close to graduating from university when he achieved perfection himself. Yet, Jiang Ye was still in his third year of high school. They both possessed the same original talent, but the disparity was so vast. Xiaoya Jiang Dehai's voice trembled slightly as he gazed at Jiang Ye. Do you have a chance of being accepted into the 25 School Alliance? The 25 School Alliance was an unfathomably distant concept for the average person. Given Jiang Ye's background, original talent, and hailing from a poor family, there was virtually no hope of being accepted. But now, Jiang Dehai saw a glimmer of hope. Meeting his adoptive father's fervent gaze, Jiang Ye nodded. My goal has always been the 25 School Alliance, Jiang Ye declared solemnly. And even more than that. Good. Jiang Dehai pondered for a moment before nodding vigorously. Xiaoya, it is wonderful that you have such aspirations. Your parents will support you unconditionally. He stated earnestly. Just work hard and let us know if you have any requests. Jiang Ye felt warmth in his heart. However, he understood that relying solely on his parents' current income would make it difficult for them to assist him significantly in martial arts. Ultimately, he would have to strive for it himself. The pursuit of knowledge is often supported by wealth. Martial arts training has never been a burden that a poor family could easily bear. It all depended on the upcoming Xing Kong training. Jiang Ye Musit. In recent days, he had registered at school. Xun Zilu had mentioned that he had one free opportunity. This was his only chance to participate in the Xing Kong training without cost. If you were to register again, it would require thousands of yuan. Therefore, this opportunity was crucial, and he had to exert himself to the utmost. In my most recent exam, I scored only 520 points in the 4 martial arts subjects, ranking 89th in my grade. With half a year until the college entrance examination, even if I cannot reach the 900-point standard for the top 10 schools, I must strive to get as close as possible. Half a year to improve by nearly 400 points. Would he succeed? Faced with such a disparity, it was natural to feel despair. Previously, Jiang Ye had no confidence whatsoever. Yet now, he had already reached Jia Shang level Fan Ti and had acquired numerous enhancements. Despite the daunting challenge ahead, he felt he had a fighting chance. Chapter 43. Xing Wu Advancement Method. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Ye donned a key class uniform and set off for school with the little girl. For some unknown reason, the typically aggressive drivers he encountered had transformed into courteous individuals today. They respectfully halted a considerable distance before the intersection upon spotting him. This series of events left Jiang Ye feeling somewhat disoriented. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jiang Ting's school, some parents picking up their children smiled warmly upon seeing Jiang Ye, quickly ushering their kids aside. "Brother, why does today feel a bit different?" Jiang Ting remarked, equally unsettled. Jiang Ye patted her head and smiled. "There's nothing different. Let's go to school." "Okay, goodbye, brother." Jiang Ting waved her tiny hand and dashed into the school. Jiang Ye turned and headed towards Incheng Sanzhou. He surmised that all of this was due to the key class uniform he wore. In the eyes of most, being in a key class often signified a prestigious background. Every student in the key class was expected to gain admission to a martial arts university, becoming a figure of prominence. Such a status inherently placed him above the majority of commoners. Upon reaching school, Jiang Ye promptly shared the news of his breakthrough with his martial arts teacher, Chao Feng. Finally perfected? Gao Feng noted that, considering that this speed was somewhat slower than he had anticipated. However, given that Jiang Ye possessed original talent, achieving perfection at this stage was already commendable. "Teacher, regarding the subsequent cultivation methods," Jiang Ye began. Having been in the key class for several days, he was aware that there were follow-up cultivation methods. He was here specifically to inquire about them. Chao Feng was prepared. He extended 3 fingers. After achieving perfection in the cultivation method, you need to practice the refining method to prepare for the Xing Kong training. You now have 3 refining methods to choose from: Xing Wu Body Refinement Method, Xing Wu Foundation Establishment Method, and Xing Wu Advancement Method, Chao Feng explained with a gentle smile. Jiang Ye displayed a curious expression. What are the differences among these 3 methods? He had heard about these 3 methods in recent days, yet he was uncertain which one to choose. Gao Feng et la Bozette. The first 2 methods are mid-level yellow class. The last one is an upper-level yellow class method. Xing Wu Body Refinement Method improves your physique gradually through the process of honing your bones, but it is rather slow. Xing Wu Foundation Establishment Method helps solidify your foundation at a faster rate than the former, but it is also more challenging. As for the Xing Wu Advancement Method, Chao Feng's tone turned serious. This method is quite intense. It allows for faster cultivation than the previous 2, but poses the highest difficulty and is suited for those with exceptional talent. Jiang Ye was taken aback. He had not anticipated the significant differences among these 3 methods. All 3 methods can break the shackles of life and assist individuals in breaking through the first barrier. They even aid in overcoming the second barrier. Chao Feng continued. The distinction lies in the fact that the body refinement method and foundation establishment method require more Xing Kong training sessions, while the advancement method requires fewer. Chao Feng suggested. However, I recommend you choose the Xing Wu Body Refinement Method. Xing Wu Body Refinement Method? Jiang Ye pondered it. According to his teacher, body refinement was the easiest among the 3 methods, but its improvement speed was also the slowest. You possess original talent. Your physique does not compare to those with newly awakened talents, Chao Feng stated, shaking his head. If you choose a method with a higher difficulty, just the entry-level training alone could take over half a year, although the Xing Wu Advancement Method requires the fewest training sessions. Each session demands a substantial absorption of stellar energy to meet the requirements. Given the efficiency of original talent in absorbing stellar energy, achieving this is nearly impossible. Chao Feng patiently elucidated, in contrast to the Xing Wu Body Refinement Method, which requires numerous iterations, each necessitating only a modest absorption of stellar energy. It is indeed the most suitable for you. Jiang Ye nodded slightly. Is there a significant difference among these three cultivation methods upon reaching perfection? He inquired. There is certainly a difference, Chao Feng replied candidly. The Xingwu advancement method is, after all, a superior yellow-grade technique, with a probability of breaking through the first barrier at a staggering 50%, whereas the other two methods offer only a mere 10 and 30%, respectively. So low? Jiang Ye exclaimed in astonishment. The Xingwu body refinement method has a mere 10% chance, which is almost negligible. Jiang Ye pressed. What about breaking through the first barrier? Chao Feng replied nonchalantly. All three methods can essentially break through the first barrier, with the advancement and foundation establishment methods boasting probabilities exceeding 90%. As for the body refinement method, it is slightly less, yet still above 70%. 70%? Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. It seems that if I choose the Xingwu body refinement method, even if I cultivate it to perfection, there remains a nearly 30% chance that I will not break through the first barrier. The shackles of life are not so easily overcome. Chao Feng shook his head slightly and continued, using the body refinement method as a transition and subsequently cultivating the advancement method upon reaching perfection is a most prudent choice for you. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement, refraining from rebuttal. These words were indeed heartfelt, yet he harbored another thought within. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Jiang Ye said, looking at him. However, I wish to attempt the Xingwu advancement method. Oh, Chao Feng raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Jiang Ye's response. After all, he had made his position quite clear. Given Jiang Ye's aptitude, the body refinement method, being the least challenging, was the optimal solution. After contemplating for a moment, he slowly remarked, I recall you have a free opportunity for stellar refinement, which is to be utilized by the end of this month. However, if you have not grasped the method, the stellar refinement will be of little benefit. The implication was that if Jiang Ye chose the advancement method, it would essentially equate to squandering this opportunity for stellar refinement. Given the significant difficulty of the advancement method, it would be nearly impossible to grasp it in such a short period, rendering the stellar refinement ineffective. I understand, Jiang Ye replied. Since you have elucidated the matter, I am well aware of my own limits. Chao Feng did not elaborate further, nodding in acknowledgement. Shortly, I will send you the Xingwu advancement method. With that, he deemed it unnecessary to continue dissuading him. Regardless of the student's choice, it was ultimately his own affair. Yet, Jiang Ye, with his original endowment, opting for the Xingwu advancement method, Chao Feng silently shook his head. Even among the top 10 in the elite class, few would choose this arduous path. Most individuals possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. However, having expressed his thoughts, if the student was determined to strike against this wall, any future regrets would not concern him. In classroom 1 of the third year, Jiang Ye activated the wristband he had obtained from his previous trials, which could receive cultivation methods. The projection illuminated as he opened it, revealing, in addition to the 8-part Thunder Fist, a new cultivation method, the Xingwu advancement method. Jiang Ye selected the text and perused its contents. Soon, he had absorbed the essence of the book. It indeed presented some challenges. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, yet he was not taken aback. As a mid-tier, yellow-grade technique, the 8-part Thunder Fist was already quite demanding, to say nothing of the superior yellow grade, knowing full well the high difficulty. Why would he still attempt to strike against this wall? Jiang Ye was not one to act recklessly. His choice stemmed from a certain degree of confidence he had cultivated. He commenced his practice, adopting the stance outlined in the text. Not far away, the striking girl, Zhao Qingli's expression shifted as she cast her gaze toward Jiang Ye. He actually chose the advancement method. Zhao Qingli, with her haughty demeanor, shook her head lightly, secretly thinking, just like Wang Zong, this Jiang Ye appears honest on the surface. Yet he is evidently not simple. As the top student in her grade, when she first achieved perfection in her cultivation method, she had merely opted for the foundation establishment method, using it as a transition before embarking on the advancement method. To directly cultivate the advancement method, in Class 1, only a select few, including Wang Xiang, had done so. As far as she knew, Wang Xiang had pursued this path merely to show off. And Jiang Ye, with his original endowment, he dared to do the same. He was even more ostentatious than Wang Xiang. What confidence did he possess? Zhao Qingli gazed curiously at the handsome youth. Chapter 44. The lighting potion unbeknownst to Jiang Ye, who was entirely engrossed in his practice, Zhao Qingli's discreet attention was unwavering. At this moment, Jiang Ye was wholly absorbed in his cultivation. The Xingwu advancement method represents an elevated iteration of the Xingwu cultivation technique. While the flow of energy shares similarities, the experience of cultivation is entirely distinct. Jiang Ye attentively absorbed the nuances. The cultivation and advancement methods diverged considerably. The former's energy is gentle, permeating the meridians like spring water, while the latter surges like a tsunami, a vast force sweeping through the body, causing every acupoint to tremble. In mere moments, Jiang Ye discerned numerous mysteries. These insights significantly aided his comprehension of the Xingwu advancement method, thereby accelerating his cultivation. In the past, he would never have been able to grasp so much in such a short span. However, now, with a superior physique, he was endowed with formidable cultivation capabilities. Jiang Ye immersed himself in his practice. Unbeknownst to him, several hours had elapsed. Dingling, the school bell rang. Jiang Ye gradually opened his eyes, concluding his martial arts lesson. He glanced at the panel. Technique, Xingwu cultivation method. Perfect 8-part thunder fist. Entry, 98. Xingwu advancement method. Not started, 10. He had increased by 10%. A smile graced Jiang Ye's face. He indeed sensed the difficulty of the Xingwu advancement method. As a superior yellow-grade technique, its challenges exceeded those of a mid-tier yellow-grade significantly. Had he still possessed a B-grade physique, he would likely have only achieved a 2 or 3% increase over those hours. But now, it was already a different story. Just as Jiang Ye was contemplating, suddenly, a pair of long, snowy legs appeared before him. As Jiang Ye sat cross-legged, he looked up in surprise. He cleared his throat and promptly stood, saying, "Class monitor, what brings you here?" The striking girl tossed him a vial of potion and said coolly, "In the future, if you need potions, come to me. Just 1,000 coins will suffice." Jiang Ye looked down. Lighting potion? He was astonished. The lighting potion sells for 3,000 coins outside. Yet, Zhao Qingli was offering it for only 1,000 coins? Could it be that the class monitor's family is in the potion business? No wonder she is so affluent, Jiang Ye mused. But soon, he offered the girl an awkward smile and said, "Class monitor, I don't have any money on me." Zhao Qingli frowned slightly, scrutinizing him. "You don't have even 1,000 coins?" "I don't," Jiang Ye replied honestly. He truly had no money left. The rewards he had previously earned had long been spent. Zhao Qingli was unconcerned and said nonchalantly, "If you have no money, go to the task board and take on a task. Now that your cultivation method is perfected, you can't avoid making potions." Jiang Ye's heart stirred at her words. He looked at the girl and inquired, "Is it necessary to make potions after perfecting the cultivation method?" Zhao Qingli glanced at him quizzically. "Without making potions, do you plan to rely solely on your own cultivation? It could take years to break through the first barrier." Jiang Ye nodded and asked another question. "Is there any side effect to making potions? Does it affect subsequent cultivation?" Zhao Qingli regarded him with curiosity once more. "I say, how is it that someone so handsome can ask such naive questions?" She tilted her head slightly. "Are you a fool?" "No. Do these two matters relate?" Jiang Ye coughed lightly and sighed. "Alas, coming from a humble background and lacking knowledge, I humbly request the beautiful class monitor to enlighten me." Hearing this, Zhao Qingli's face flushed slightly. However, it soon returned to normal. She calmly remarked, "It's nothing. You have perfected your cultivation technique, and taking the medicine will generally have no side effects. Just make sure not to exceed 5 times a week." "Thank you, class monitor," Jiang Ye replied with a smile. Zhao Qingli nodded, glanced at the vial of medicine in Jiang Ye's hand, and said, "This bottle of medicine is a gift for you." Jiang Ye shook his head. "There's no need. I will buy it from you once I earn some money. As the saying goes, debts of money are easy to repay, but debts of gratitude are much harder to settle." He did not wish to owe anyone favors. Little did he know, upon hearing this, Zhao Qingli coldly retorted, "If I say it's a gift, then it's a gift. I do not wish for repayment." "Then, I shall thank you, class monitor," Jiang Ye could only respond. Zhao Qingli gave a haughty sniff, her demeanor both frigid and proud, as she turned on her elegant long legs and departed. Before she had walked too far, Wang Zong suddenly approached, whispering, "Beautiful class monitor, could you spare me a few vials? I'm also out of funds." Zhao Qingli's gaze turned icy, her lips parting slightly. "Get lost. What the heck?" Wang Zong looked at her tall figure retreating alone, his expression filled with indignation, Why does it not work for me? Hey, Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye walked over and murmured, perhaps it all depends on looks. Kid, do you want to get punched? Wang Xiang clenched his fists, his smile gradually twisting. Moments later, Jiang Ye arrived at the task wall on the classroom's blackboard. At that moment, the electronic blackboard was refreshing various tasks. Such tasks were rarely seen in ordinary classes. Only in key classes could students afford to take on tasks for extra earnings alongside their cultivation. Jiang Ye examined the task wall. Temporary coach at Black Hawk Martial Arts, 200 yuan per day, paid weekly. Honorary spokesperson for Bairi Martial Arts, 8,000 yuan per month. Must be within the top 10 of the grade. Capture wanted criminals. Reward ranging from 10,000 to 30,000 yuan. Danger level. Jiang Ye looked for a while, but found no suitable tasks. For instance, the temporary coaching position required at least a full week of commitment, making cultivation during that time nearly impossible. Others either had grade ranking requirements or were of high danger levels. Beside him, Wang Xiang remarked, recently, there aren't any good tasks available. They all pay little for a lot of work. Once you advance to the entry level of the technique and gain a certain strength, it will be better to choose tasks. Entry level? Jiang Ye nodded. Wang Xiang smiled. No need to rush. When the day comes that group tasks refresh, just call me along. With me there, passing will be a breeze. He clasped his hands behind his back, striking a pose of superiority. Jiang Ye was speechless, then nodded. All right. Though it sounded pretentious, it was undeniable that Wang Xiang's strength was approaching 700 points, which was indeed formidable. If they were to undertake group tasks together, the difficulty would certainly be significantly reduced. Well, see you tomorrow, Wang Xiang nodded. Upon returning home, Jiang Ye immediately retrieved the vial of medicine that Zhao Qingli had given him. The Lilong medicine. Jiang Ye examined the vial in his hand. It was constructed from high-strength nanocrystals, its surface adorned with intricate honeycomb-like textures, giving it a slightly uneven feel. He took out the accompanying syringe and extracted the liquid from the vial. The method of administering the medicine had already been taught in class. With a swift motion, Jiang Ye pierced the syringe into his arm and slowly injected the colorless liquid. After a brief moment, a wave of warmth surged through him. Jiang Ye understood that the medicine was beginning to take effect. He swiftly settled into a cross-legged position and commenced the operation of the Xing Wu Jin Jie. Utilizing the flow of energy, he directed the medicine throughout his body's meridians for refinement. A tingling sensation enveloped him, indicating that his cells were undergoing transformation under the permeation of the medicine. Time passed, and before he knew it, an hour had elapsed. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, having refined most of the medicine. My strength. He clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming power akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. How strong am I now? He glanced at the panel. Xing Wu Jin Jie Fa. Not yet initiated. 1025. Such an increase. Jiang Ye's spirit jolted. It had only been an hour, and he had refined most of the medicine. However, some remnants remained within him, allowing him to benefit from them for the next 24 hours. Truly, the Lilong medicine was remarkable. With my current physique, a single vial could elevate me by 20 or even 30. Jiang Ye was acutely aware that a top-tier physique absorbed medicinal liquids more efficiently. One vial might equate to 2 or even 3 or 4 vials for others. Of course, he also recognized that this was partly due to it being his first injection. The body does develop a tolerance to medications. The more one injects, the weaker the subsequent enhancements become. However, it was undoubtedly much faster than not using medicine at all. For now, it seemed that there were indeed no side effects from the medicine, but as a precaution, it was best to minimize usage. Jiang Ye silently closed his eyes before the starry sky refinement. Advancing to the entry level should be secure. Chapter 45, Starry Sky Refinement. However, the class had transitioned from the original Class 9 to Key Class 1. By nightfall, he entered the martial arts ladder to undergo the painful trials of the second level. Of course, Jiang Ye had not awakened any peculiar attributes. His intention was solely to enhance his endurance against pain. Furthermore, he could also release himself within the illusions of the first level. Through repeated cycles of destruction and rebirth, his martial spirit had grown increasingly robust, and he was gradually becoming immune to pain. Thus, day after day, time flew by, and soon it was the end of January. At home, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged on the floor and slowly opened his eyes. Before him, lines of subtitles appeared. Cultivation technique, Xing Wu cultivation method, perfected. 8 sections, Thunder Fist. Minor success, 5. Xing Wu Jiang Ye, FA. Entry level 1. At long last, just a day before the Starry Sky refinement, he had successfully advanced to the entry level of the technique. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. In truth, he had felt a twinge of anxiety. Relying on his top-tier physique, he had taken a leap of faith in selecting this high-grade yellow-tier technique. Had he failed to reach the entry level before the end of the month, as Chao Feng had stated, he would have squandered an opportunity for the Starry Sky refinement. Fortunately, those concerns had proven unwarranted. His top-tier physique had indeed not disappointed him. A smile spread across Jiang Ye's face. With less than half a year remaining until the college entrance examination, it was evident that gaining admission to one of the top 10 prestigious schools would be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, among the 25-school alliance, he aimed to select the best. In martial arts, one must strive. The children of poor families must strive even more. He had come to understand that the standards of the 25-school alliance were not as exceedingly high as he had initially believed. Yet, there remained disparities among the schools within the alliance. Only by breaking through the first tier could he select the finest institution. With a score of 900 points, I still fall short by 300 points. Jiang Ye pondered. Although there had been no recent exams, his current strength had far surpassed his previous capabilities. Yet, the threshold of 900 points loomed dauntingly high. The 4 evaluation criteria for martial arts are as follows. 600 points require the Crossing Wu cultivation method to be perfected. 850 points necessitate breaking through the first tier. 900 points? One must make progress within the first tier, which is also the minimum requirement for the top 10 schools. As for the perfect score of 1,200 points, that could only be attained through breaking into the second tier. Jiang Ye understood that reaching 900 points was a formidable task. He intentionally set his goal far, as a means to motivate himself. Had I chosen the body refinement method or the foundation establishment method earlier, I would not have been able to reach the first tier before the college entrance examination. Jiang Ye silently shook his head. Both of these refinement methods required more than 10 sessions of Starry Sky refinement to break through the first tier. Not to mention that Jiang Ye lacked the funds. The school would not arrange so many sessions within just half a year. Only the Xing Wu Jiang Ye, FA, required fewer Starry Sky refinement sessions. However, its difficulty deterred most individuals. Entry level is merely the beginning. Jiang Ye was acutely aware. To shatter the shackles of life, one must at least achieve minor success, which poses a considerable challenge. Even if one has made significant progress in the advanced techniques, it does not necessarily imply the attainment of the first breakthrough. It ultimately depends on whether the vitality has reached that critical threshold, and this aspect is entirely contingent upon the celestial refinement. The celestial refinement employs the energy of the cosmos to temper and hone the physical form. Jiang Ye mused that this process is a transformation of life itself. Such a metamorphosis cannot simply be achieved by practicing refinement techniques. The refinement techniques merely serve as a guide. To put it plainly, these techniques are intended to reshape the body, fortifying it to accommodate the energy of the cosmos. Advanced refinement techniques allow for the absorption of greater cosmic energy, and conversely, the lesser the technique, the reduced capacity for absorption. The extent of life's transformation hinges on the innate capacity for absorption. Absorption has 2 layers of meaning. The first layer refers to drawing in the external cosmic energy into the body. The second layer involves refining the internal cosmic energy for one's own use. The stronger the martial talent, the more cosmic energy one can absorb. Without the absorption of cosmic energy, no matter how powerful one's martial techniques may be, one remains a carbon-based life form, incapable of contending against firearms. However, with cosmic energy, the situation changes dramatically. A celestial martial artist fears no firearms. This underscores the significance of innate talent in this world. Martial talent is the foundation for embarking on the path of celestial martial arts. Without it, one cannot absorb cosmic energy, regardless of how diligently one practices. It is said that individuals with primitive talents have a very low efficiency in absorbing cosmic energy. Just how low? Jiang Ye did not know. However, he was not concerned. What does low efficiency matter? The time for celestial refinement is limitless. As long as he perseveres long enough, he can continue indefinitely. Given the low efficiency, he would compensate with time. Moreover, Jiang Ye produced a finely crafted metallic bottle. This was a parting gift from Chun Zilu, designed to assist in the absorption of cosmic energy. Furthermore, it had received a 200 enhancement in value from the system. With a pop, Jiang Ye opened the bottle cap. A fragrant aroma immediately wafted through the air. Under the sunlight, a pale purple liquid flowed within the bottle, resembling liquid amber, crystal clear, and faintly shimmering with starlight. This was the Star Sea Essence. Jiang Ye recognized its name. As far as he knew, this substance was exceedingly rare throughout the entire Xishan province. After all, Xishan province is a relatively backward area among the 10 provinces of the western region. Presently, the entire Blue Star Federation is divided into 10 provinces each in the eastern, southern, northern, and western regions. The eastern and southern regions are the most prosperous. The Star Sea Essence can only be found in the distant and flourishing eastern provinces. The price is unimaginably high. Just a small bottle could cost over 100,000. While it is easy to utilize such goodwill, repaying it is far more challenging. Although, given Shinzilu's background, this amount might seem trivial for Jiang Ye. Such assistance was immensely valuable. Speaking of Chunzilu, Jiang Ye recalled his recent visit to seek guidance from Xiao Feng, who advised him to bring up any questions in class, as he had matters of his own to attend to afterward. Jiang Ye could not help but empathize with the sentiments of his former classmates from Class 9. Chunzilu's treatment of him was undoubtedly exceptional. It was indeed easy for his countenance to garner the affection of the opposite sex, and combined with his diligence in training, it was no surprise he was favored by the instructors. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that her kindness stemmed solely from that. There must be other reasons. Why was she so good to me? Jiang Ye pondered, but did not delve deeper. After all, that was in the past. Should the opportunity arise to meet again in the future, perhaps he would uncover the reason. However, at this moment, the most crucial matter for Jiang Ye was the celestial refinement scheduled for the following day. The martial arts ladder. Jiang Ye closed his eyes, entering the second layer to continue his arduous trials, making final preparations for the celestial refinement of the morrow. The next day, the sky over Anqing was clear and cloudless. Although it was Sunday, the senior year students of Anqing Third High School were bustling with activity. The third year does not receive a break. Every day is dedicated to the final exam preparation. Upon arriving at school, Jiang Ye made a beeline for his classroom. Upon reaching class 1 the third year, he found Xiao Feng already awaiting them at the podium. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will gather at the school gate shortly, Xiao Feng instructed. Understood. The students in the classroom began to ready themselves. Soon, Jiang Ye joined the throng as they streamed out. The entire Class 1 seemed to be participating in this celestial refinement. This exemplified the strength of the elite class. In contrast, among the ordinary classes in the third year, not a single student was participating. The disparity between ordinary students and elite classes is indeed vast. The requirement for participating in celestial refinement is to have perfected the star martial arts cultivation method. The elite class had all met this criterion, while in the ordinary class, apart from him, no one had achieved such a level. This illustrates the gap in innate talents. Even monetary means may not suffice to bridge this divide. Moments later, Jiang Ye boarded the school bus with his classmates, heading to the celestial refinement site. Chapter 46, Lin Yushu. On the bus, Jiang Ye looked around and noticed several unfamiliar faces. They were not from his class. Those 3 are from his second year, Wang Xiang explained, sitting beside him. Jiang Ye was taken aback. He knew that students in elite classes could perfect their cultivation methods by the second year. But it was only January, and the first semester of the second year had not yet concluded. How could they have achieved perfection already? Wang Xiang crossed his arms, saying, "What is so surprising about it? Last year around this time, 5 of our cohort had already reached perfection." "Brother Wang is impressive," Jiang Ye remarked. He was already familiar with Wang Xiang's speaking style. When he spoke, it was usually layered with subtlety. Take Wang Xiang's earlier statement, for instance. He must have been one of those 5. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned it specifically. Hearing Jiang Ye's praise, Wang Xiang sighed. "Talking to you is refreshing. Unlike the class monitor, who is such a cold fish and often clashes with others." Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile, noting that someone from a wealthy background like Zhao Qingli would not be bothered by trivial matters. It is the less fortunate who must navigate social intricacies. He then inquired, "When did class monitor Zhao achieve her breakthrough?" Wang Xiang replied, "Not long into the second semester of her second year. She reached perfection." "So early?" Jiang Ye exclaimed. "It's been a year and a half. And the class monitor hasn't made her breakthrough yet? Wang Xiang clarified. She practices the Star Martial Foundation method, which requires more than 10 celestial refinements to attain the first breakthrough. But she's close. She'll likely break through next semester. Jiang Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Qingli typically practiced internal techniques, so he had not discerned what refinement method she employed. He had not anticipated that even the class monitor would opt for the foundation method. Jiang Ye reflected, it seems that individuals like me, who directly choose advanced methods, are quite rare. Wang Xiang chuckled. Only geniuses choose the Star Martial advanced method. It took me a full 3 months to grasp it when I first began. With that, he turned to Jiang Ye and added, I think you should wait a few months, get a grasp on the advanced method before participating in celestial refinement. Attending now would be a waste. Jiang Ye smiled without responding. During their casual conversation, the bus had already reached its destination. Before Jiang Ye disembarked, he noticed a cube-shaped blue building ahead. Once outside, he saw that a considerable number of students had already gathered. Anqing First High School and Anqing Second High School were present. Jiang Ye gazed ahead. This celestial refinement involved only the 3 major high schools. The situation at the second high school was similar to that of the third high school, with over 100 students. However, Anqing First High School had an astonishing 300 students. Anqing First High School truly was a bastion of talent. Jiang Ye scanned the crowd of over 300 students from the first high school, silently reflecting. As the best school in Anqing, the quality of students at Anqing First High School far surpassed that of other institutions. There was a noticeable disparity in innate talents among new students. For instance, among the average students at Anqing Third High School, it was unlikely to find even one with a body like that of Class A student. In contrast, Anqing First High School had 5 such individuals present. However, as Jiang Ye gazed across the expanse, he failed to spot any students of exceptional physique. Might my own exceptional physique be the strongest among the new students? A sudden conjecture sprang forth in Jiang Ye's mind. At that moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure with an extraordinarily large head, Lin Xian, who had once undergone trials alongside him. Beside Lin Xian stood another youth, whose head was even larger. This individual, with his curly hair and a face full of blemishes, was quite unattractive. Despite his unappealing appearance, the surrounding students gazed at him with a mixture of awe and respect. He was Lin Yushu, the top student of Anqing No. 1 High School. Nearby, Wang Xiang also observed the young man with a hint of trepidation. Lin Yushu? Jiang Ye pondered silently. Is he Lin Xian's brother? Did he grow up consuming Sanla milk? Such a large head. Concurrently, Lin Xian noticed him. Jiang Ye? Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise, reflecting. He has entered the elite class? Truly worthy of being a former rival who once bested me. However, with his original endowment, how could he participate in the Shinkong training so soon? This time, I shall undoubtedly crush him. Lin Xian chuckled to himself. On another side, the talented young woman, Zhao Qingli, was also keeping an eye on the Anqing team. Only those few from Anqing No. 1 could ignite her competitive spirit. As for her fellow classmates, she had long since disregarded them. My goal, Zhao Qingli thought, was Lin Yushu. He was not only the top student of Anqing No. 1, but also the strongest high school student in the entire city. He had always been the benchmark she aspired to surpass. Lin Yushu seemed to notice Zhao Qingli's gaze, flashing a grin that revealed his yellow-stained teeth. He then brazenly scrutinized her long, snow-white legs. Zhao Qingli felt a wave of disgust as she furrowed her exquisitely shaped brows. Lin Yushu was exceedingly unattractive, with his large head, blemished face, yellow teeth, and lecherous gaze. Merely a glance made her feel psychologically uncomfortable. Yet she was acutely aware that despite his repulsive demeanor, his score stood an impressive 849, surpassing her current marks. Sooner or later, I will trample this fellow underfoot, Zhao Qingli vowed silently. She firmly believed that there was nothing in this world that money could not achieve. If there were, it was simply because there was not enough money. Brother, stop staring. Lin Xian sighed, observing the besmirched-faced youth before him. Her father is a titan of commerce, and her mother is a Xingzis. We cannot hope to reach their heights. Lin Yushu replied nonchalantly, Do you think I am like you? I merely appreciate beauty. Anyone who could achieve such a score must possess an indomitable will in martial arts. If mere beauty could sway someone, they would never score above 800 points. After all, the virtual Shinkong assessment places immense emphasis on martial will. For Lin Yushu, regularly appreciating beautiful women was, in itself, a form of honing his martial will. Just like now, facing a breathtaking beauty like Zhao Qingli and sensing her disdainful gaze, Lin Yushu felt an unusual thrill arise within him. He believed his martial will was being enhanced. Ah, today I feel splendid, Lin Yushu thought, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. This time, the Shinkong training is assured. Moments later, the blue cubic structure opened. Over 500 students began to file in. Upon entering the building, Jiang Ye discovered a sci-fi-like energy pool within. The pool, measuring 100 meters in length and width, was composed of a double-ringed, suspended structure. The outer layer was formed from composite materials, featuring a streamlined framework, its surface etched with intricate energy guiding patterns. The inner ring structure floated atop a half-meter-high energy base, giving the entire training pool the appearance of levitating above the ground. Above the pool, a transparent glass cover enclosed the space, creating a sealed environment. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in silver-black armor appeared in midair. The Shinkong training is about to commence. Everyone, enter the training pool, the armored man commanded in a resonant voice. With his words, the various passageways atop the training pool opened, inviting the crowd. Entry number 3, all students into the training pool. Chao Feng bellowed from the front of the number 3 team. Upon hearing this, everyone proceeded towards the passageways. Zheng Xueqing, as a member of the first class, naturally attended as well. She glanced briefly in Jiang Ye's direction, her eyes flickering. After this training, I will surpass you. I hope you do not fall out of the top 100 in our grade, Zheng Xueqing thought silently. This was her first time participating in the Shinkong training. Undoubtedly, the strength of a new student would receive a significant boost after the training. Once the Shinkong energy was refined, one would no longer be an ordinary person, truly embarking on the path of martial arts in the Shinkong realm. In contrast, the original endowment, deemed a lower-class endowment, struggled to absorb star energy. The Shinkong training had minimal effects on those with original endowments. Furthermore, from what she knew, Jiang Ye had chosen an advanced training method, the most difficult technique. After achieving perfection in his practice, what was he thinking? Zheng Xueqing pondered, perplexed. The efficiency of absorption for original endowments is already low. Choosing an advanced method would mean he could hardly absorb any star energy. Although the advanced method could accommodate the most star energy, it was uncertain whether Jiang Ye could absorb such a vast amount. Even if he could, he would still need to refine it. If he could not refine it, it would merely be a waste. After all, star energy that cannot be refined will continuously dissipate. Only by completely refining it, allowing the body to genuinely absorb it, can it become one's own and not escape. Yet with the original endowment's low absorption efficiency, 9 out of 10 would be wasted. He chose to take a gamble. Alas, original endowments are ultimately lower-class endowments. Defying fate is a fantasy that has never existed. At this moment, all 500 students present had entered the training pool. The ground was marked with circles, each representing a training position. Jiang Ye also found a spot to sit, awaiting the commencement of the training. Suddenly, the man in silver-black armor reappeared above the training pool. The Shinkong training has no time limit, the armored man stated gravely. Endure for as long as you can. Proceed according to your capabilities. The energy source for this Shinkong training is from Mercury. As he spoke, he tossed several crystal-like energy spheres into the energy base. The energy guiding patterns around the training pool lit up rapidly. Xing's, Wang Zong gazed at the armored man with fervent eyes. Xing's? Jiang Ye cast a puzzled glance at him. Wang Xiang remarked, Xing's is one of the most lucrative professions. It is my future aspiration. Most lucrative? Jiang Ye was taken aback, having never heard of such a thing. It is normal for you not to know. Wang Xiang shook his head. There are things that commoners are unaware of. Do you know why the class monitor is so wealthy? It is not merely because her father is a business tycoon, but because her mother is a Xing's. Wang Xiang whispered, Xing's can traverse between planets, transporting star energy. Countless martial artists in Blue Star acquire an unimaginable quantity of star energy daily. Where does this star energy come from? It is all brought by Xing's. The profits involved are unimaginable. Wang Xiang spoke with fervor. Jiang Ye could not help but hold his breath. This was all new information to him. It was understandable, as this was his first encounter with star energy. Naturally, he was unaware of these matters. Wang Xiang continued, Star energy is extraordinarily expensive. Even this diluted star energy, hundreds of times weaker, costs tens of thousands for a single training session. The Xingzes venture into the starry expanse, discovering primordial energy that, with just a casual scoop, could amount to tens of millions. Tens of millions? Jiang Ye gasped in astonishment. An ordinary person would never accumulate such wealth in a lifetime, not to mention the affluent. Even those earning a monthly income of 100,000 or an annual income of 1 million would require a decade to amass 10 million. Tens of millions? Such a notion was beyond his wildest dreams. Yet for the Xingzes, it seemed merely a matter of extending their hand. The disparity between wealth and poverty was indeed unfathomable. Jiang Ye couldn't help but reflect. Buzz. At that moment, radiant stars appeared on the glass dome overhead. Following that, the ground cracked open with numerous fine fissures. Thousands of starry lights poured forth like a dense fog, intertwining with the starlight from the dome. For a brief moment, it felt as though one were truly immersed in a sea of stars. The starry cultivation was merely a simulation of the authentic cosmos. The man in silver-black armor spoke. In the future, should any of you become a Xingzes, you may venture into the universe and undergo cultivation beneath the dazzling starry sky. Applications for Xingzes can be made through the Federal Examination Bureau. Jiang Ye felt a stir in his heart. He never anticipated that this Xingzes would actively recruit participants for the examination. While the advantages of becoming a Xingzes appeared plentiful, it likely concealed immense dangers, Jiang Ye mused. Take the Yinghua, for instance. As far as he knew, the Yinghua did not only manifest on launching. Across the solar system, at various cosmic bases on different planets, the Yinghua had made its presence known. On launching, with numerous martial artists, they could respond swiftly to the Yinghua, but on other planets, the outcome was uncertain. As he pondered, the starry cultivation commenced in earnest. The more than 500 students present gradually closed their eyes, initiating their respective cultivation methods to absorb the starlight. This starry energy? Jiang Ye observed the shimmering lights around him. While they appeared beautiful and romantic, they were fraught with peril. This was evident from the expressions of pain on some students' faces. Let's begin. Jiang Ye sat cross-legged, filled with anticipation. This month of arduous training was precisely for this moment. He closed his eyes and began to operate the Xingwu Jiang Ye Fa. Instantly, his pores opened wide, resembling tiny whirlpools, drawing in the surrounding silver starlight. The starlight surged through his pores and into his body. In the next moment, it felt as though his pores were being sliced open with a small blade, sending waves of intense pain coursing through him. Is this all? This slight discomfort was trivial to Jiang Ye. He did not even furrow his brow. Increase the intensity. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and executed an epic inhalation. Breathing also allowed for the absorption of star energy. Simultaneously, he revved up his efforts, fully opening his pores to draw in all the silver starlight around him. Jiang Ye's body shimmered with a silvery glow. As he intensified his efforts, the silver starlight surged into him. This starlight, imbued with ferocious energy, moved violently within Jiang Ye's body. Under the operation of the Xingwu Jiang Ye Fa, this star energy coursed through his meridians, akin to a cleansing of his very essence. Using countless invisible blades to slice through the sealed meridians within him. Are my cells undergoing transformation? Jiang Ye felt a flicker of realization. The starlight, possessing extraordinary properties, was remodeling his cells, enabling him to grow stronger rapidly. Yet, this process was intensely painful. Within mere minutes, Jiang Ye began to experience unbearable agony. However, in the next instant, his mind became extraordinarily tranquil, his spirit clear as a mirror, as if all distractions had been cast aside. I have entered a state of suffering, Jiang Ye thought. Suffering with joy. During a state of pain, all attributes receive a significant temporary boost. The deeper the suffering, the greater the enhancement. Clarity in suffering. In a state of pain, one can maintain absolute clarity and steadfastness, remaining unmoved by all tribulations. As Jiang Ye entered this painful state, these two effects began to take effect. The comprehensive enhancement of his attributes alleviated his suffering considerably. Seeing this, Jiang Ye promptly proceeded to the next step. He guided the star energy into the space he had opened in his lower abdomen, the Guanyuan Shui. Jiang Ye sensed it. The Guanyuan Shui, located in the lower abdomen, was akin to the legendary Dantian. After mastering the cultivation method, a small space would be established in this location, designated for storing star energy. Although Jiang Ye could not see inside, he could sense that a space had already been created at the Guanyuan Shui. As the first wisp of starlight entered the Guanyuan Shui, a wave of comfort surged through him. Success. A smile graced Jiang Ye's lips. Once the star energy entered the Guanyuan Shui, it would be temporarily stored there, not dissipating for a short while. If he could refine it in time, it would become entirely his. This was merely the first wisp. To fill the Guanyuan Shui in this starry cultivation would be worth the effort, Jiang Ye thought. Soon, he realized that achieving this was no small feat. I just absorbed at least 100 wisps of starlight from the outside. Jiang Ye jaljulat. Stunned, only one wisp managed to enter the Guanyuan Shui, while the rest dissipated. Is this why the original endowment is deemed inferior? His absorption efficiency was less than 1%. At this rate, he would likely need to remain here for an entire day to fill the Guanyuan Shui. A day? That should not pose a problem. Jiang Ye nodded inwardly. This pain was less intense than what he experienced on the second tier of the martial arts ladder. Onward. Jiang Ye, filled with determination, resumed his absorption. Meanwhile, above the cultivation pool, on a suspended platform, several middle-aged men and women stood, gazing downwards. They were all teachers from the 3 prestigious high schools, including Zhang Jianwu and Chao Feng. Zhao Qingli, this girl really does not disappoint, Zhang Jianwu remarked, observing below with a smile. In just a few minutes, she must have absorbed 1,000 strands of star energy. From his vantage point, it was easy to discern how much star energy these students had absorbed. Chao Feng commented, that girl's foundation method is nearing completion. Her absorption speed far exceeds that of her peers. Among them, only Lin Yushu from Anqing No. 1 High School might surpass her. Zhang Jianwu nodded. Lin Yushu scored 849 in the last monthly exam. He is destined to be among the top 10 school students. Zhao Qingli, on the other hand, might face some challenges. He shook his head slightly. Zhao Qingli scored 810 in her last monthly exam. To reach 900 within 6 months? Quite difficult. Beside them, a middle-aged man clad in a black training outfit smiled. Money can indeed open doors. If Zhao Qingli puts in a bit more effort, she still has a chance. He was Song Haisong, a prominent teacher from Anqing No. 1 High School. Zhang Jianwu did not refute this. Money could truly facilitate many things. What 10,000 could not achieve, 100,000 might. What 100,000 could not, 1,000,000 could. Yet, if such a considerable price were paid to enter the top 10 schools, one could not expect to rely on money thereafter. At that moment, Song Haisong suddenly inquired, I heard there is a student with an original endowment participating in this cultivation as well. Zhang Jianwu nodded. Is this the student? Song Haisong pointed in Jiang Ye's direction. He noted that Jiang Ye's rate of absorbing star energy was clearly slower than that of the others. Zhang Jianwu remained non-committal and turned to Chao Feng. Chao Feng. Did Jiang Ye choose the body tempering method or the foundational method? He had not inquired about it in recent days. However, upon hearing this, Chao Feng shook his head in resignation and said, he has chosen the evolution method. What? The evolution method? Zhang Jianwu furrowed his brow in surprise. How could he choose the evolution method? Even that girl Zhao Qingli did not opt for this challenging refinement technique. Chao Feng sighed. I advised him, but the lad insisted on choosing the evolution method. There was nothing I could do. Song Haisong expressed his astonishment. The evolution method? With his primitive talent, he shouldn't be able to master it so quickly, right? Whether it's the body refinement method, foundation establishment method, or the evolution method, one must first achieve entry before participating in the cosmic refinement. Otherwise, it is akin to wasting effort. Without entry, the efficiency of absorbing stellar energy will be considerably lower. Zhang Jianwu shook his head. That doesn't mean he can't participate in the refinement. Chao Feng replied solemnly, with his primitive talent. The efficiency of absorbing stellar energy is already below 1. Without entry, it will be even lower. This is a consensus. A practitioner with primitive talent absorbing 100 units of stellar energy will only have 1 unit enter the Guanyuan cavity. Whereas for a practitioner with new talent, it could be 10 units. The disparity between the two is tenfold. This is merely the absorption stage. The subsequent refinement also exhibits a similar gap. The disdain for those with primitive talent is not without reason. Zhang Jianwu understood these principles all too well, yet at this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. After only a few days since Miss Chen left, this lad has already stirred up trouble. Zhang Jianwu felt a profound headache. Chao Feng, you old rascal, you should have informed me sooner. Initially, he believed that Jiang Ye would never choose the evolution method. His intuition told him that this lad was not the type to lack self-awareness. But now, Zhang Jianwu found it utterly absurd. Of course, this was not a significant matter. However, if Chun Zilu inquired about it in the future, he would be at a loss for how to explain. He decided to wait and see. Chapter 49. The Iron Body in the Refinement Pool. Time flowed inexorably. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. At this moment, many individuals in the pool were contorting their faces, trembling all over. The cosmic energy possesses extraordinary properties and fundamentally transforms the human body. This process is akin to the breaking and reformation of cells. The longer the transformation endures, the greater the suffering, but correspondingly, the benefits also multiply. Finally, someone could no longer endure, letting out a roar and hurriedly fleeing the refinement pool, exiting through the passageway. After a while, others began to tremble as they rose and departed from the location. Time continued to elapse. In the blink of an eye, this cosmic refinement had persisted for 3 hours. Within the pool, over 100 individuals had already left. On the floating platform, Zhang Jinwu observed this scene and nodded slightly. Those participating in the cosmic refinement for the first time have essentially completed their sessions. Most who engage in the cosmic refinement for the first time find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such agony. Those who have persevered to this point are truly exceptional. Chao Feng nodded in agreement. The longer the refinement technique is practiced, the more pain one can endure. Those partaking for the first time are merely novices and naturally cannot last long. At this juncture, he cast an astonished glance at Jiang Ye. This lad had actually managed to endure until now. Chao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Jinwu was not surprised. He had long known that Jiang Ye possessed formidable martial will. Even if he had not entered the evolution method, he could still endure for a longer duration. However, as time passed, the intensity of the pain would inevitably increase, and Jiang Ye would soon reach his limit. In the refinement pool, Jiang Ye was impervious to external influences. He kept his eyes tightly shut, absorbing the star brilliance within his Guan Yuan cavity. 3 hours had passed, and the star brilliance had surpassed 300 strands. Jiang Ye calculated to completely fill the Guan Yuan cavity, nearly 10,000 strands of star brilliance are required. Observing the considerable gap, Jiang Ye felt an unwavering confidence. For not long ago, he had perceived something that thrilled him. As the pain escalated, the speed at which he absorbed star brilliance seemed to gradually accelerate. Jiang Ye speculated that this might be the effect of finding joy in suffering. Under the duress of pain, all his attributes received a remarkable enhancement. The elevation of his attributes also augmented the rate at which he absorbed star brilliance. The deeper the pain, the greater the enhancement. Jiang Ye was secretly elated. Following this pattern, the longer I remain, the faster my absorption of star brilliance will become. Previously, he could absorb only 100 strands of star brilliance per minute. Now, he was capable of absorbing at least 300 strands per minute. However, the absorption efficiency remained unchanged. Still, only a fraction of 3 strands entered the Guanyuan cavity. The enhancement of his attributes could not alter his innate talent. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye was thoroughly delighted. Keep it up, Jiang Ye encouraged himself. I must strive to fill the Guanyuan cavity as soon as possible and then proceed with the refinement here. After all, the stellar energy within the Guanyuan cavity will dissipate. However, the rate of dissipation was not too rapid. Jiang Ye closed his eyes and began to absorb at full speed. 2 hours. 4 hours. Unbeknownst to him, the cosmic refinement had already lasted for over 7 hours. At this moment, less than 100 individuals remained in the refinement pool. Half of these were students from Incheon No. 1 High School, while Incheon No. 3 High School had fewer than 20 remaining. Outside, Zhang Xueqing gazed at Jiang Ye in the refinement pool, her expression one of disbelief. Is this guy insane? How can he endure for such an extended period? She considered her own abilities comparable to Jiang Ye's, yet she could barely last 4 hours before quitting. But now, after 7 hours, Jiang Ye was still inside. Nearby, Lin Xian from Incheon No. 1 High School wore a dark expression. Damn it, has this guy activated some cheat? How can a practitioner with primitive talent endure for so long? On the floating platform, Zhang Jinwu, Chao Feng, and Sun Haisong were equally astonished. This lad's martial will is astonishingly strong, Zhang Jinwu pondered, furrowing his brow. His performance during the last Under Fire trial was not this impressive. Suddenly, Sun Haisong remarked, Old Zhang, have you noticed? This lad's absorption speed seems to have increased. Zhang Jinwu and Chao Feng's expressions sharpened in realization. They had noticed it too. Previously, Jiang Ye could absorb a maximum of 100 strands of stellar energy per minute. But now, he was absorbing 500 strands per minute. This rate of absorption suggested that he had indeed entered the evolution method. Chao Feng was taken aback. The longer one practices the evolution method, the quicker the absorption rate becomes. But this varies from person to person. When Jiang Ye was at 100 strands per minute, I thought he likely hadn't entered it at all. After all, without practicing this method with primitive talent, it was difficult to assess. But now, at 500 strands per minute, that indicates he has definitely entered. Not only that, Song Haisong's astonishment grew. This speed surpasses even Zhao Qingli and Lin Yushu. Zhao Qingli and Lin Yushu were close to mastering their refinement techniques. Could it be that Jiang Ye's evolution method was nearing completion as well? What a cosmic joke! Zhang Jianwu's gaze flickered as he recalled a remark from Chun Zilu made to him previously. Could it be? Just then, within the refinement pool, Jiang Ye suddenly stood up. The three's eyes narrowed. Was he finally unable to endure any longer? Chao Feng watched Jiang Ye intently. In the next moment, Jiang Ye moved to another refinement position and sat down again. Upon witnessing this, the trio felt their eyelids twitch. Did this lad find his previous location insufficiently rich in stellar energy? Zhang Jianwu and the others were at a loss for words. As the cosmic refinement progressed, others were nearing their limits, suffering immensely. Yet Jiang Ye was seeking out a location with even denser stellar energy to absorb. It is worth noting that the denser the stellar energy, the more excruciating the accompanying pain would be. Is Jiang Ye truly made of iron, impervious to pain? How intriguing. Song Haisong suddenly chuckled, expressing curiosity about how long this student could endure. Time passed by minute, as the Xingkong refining process continued. Each passing moment became increasingly excruciating. It felt as though everyone was trapped in a furnace of thousands of degrees, suffering to the utmost. Even Zhao Qingli bit her crimson lip, her fair forehead glistening with sweat. As for Lin Yushu, he had long abandoned any semblance of composure. His large face contorted in agony. Another hour slipped away. Wang Xiong finally could no longer endure and withdrew from the refining process. Thus, only two individuals remained from Cheng Sanzhong, Zhao Qingli and Jiang Ye. Meanwhile, fewer than 10 remained from Cheng Yizhong. Time continued its relentless march. The last few from Cheng Yizhong gradually departed. In the 10th hour of the Xingkong refining, only 3 individuals remained in the pool. In the vast refining pool, only these last 3 persisted. The students who had given up stood outside, their expressions peculiar as they gazed at the pool. More specifically, their strange looks were directed at Jiang Ye within the pool. Zhao Qingli and Lin Yushu were the top students from their respective schools, so their endurance was unsurprising. However, who was the rather handsome boy still remaining? He appeared unfamiliar. Time flowed on. Half an hour later, Lin Yushu suddenly opened his eyes, then swiftly exited the Xingkong refining pool. Others were astonished by his muttering. A breakthrough? Given Lin Yushu's current strength, the breakthrough he spoke of would undoubtedly be significant. After leaving the refining pool, Lin Yushu sat cross-legged nearby, commencing the process of refining the star energy within him. At this moment, only 1 male and 1 female remained in the refining pool. Another half hour passed. Zhao Qingli opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze sweeping over Jiang Ye as she rose gracefully, her long, fair legs carrying her out of the pool. Her Guanyuan acupoint was now filled. There was no need for her to remain any longer. Thus, only 1 person remained in the refining pool, Jiang Ye. Lin Xian gazed at the youth in the pool, his expression one of incredulity. This is undoubtedly extraordinary. On the other side, Wang Ziong also appeared perplexed. No wonder he had been so confident earlier. He seemed to have been well prepared. Was he quietly hiding such great potential? Time continued to elapse. 10 hours, 15 hours, 18 hours. Yet a small number chose to remain seated, meditating. They wished to observe just how long the youth in the pool could endure. Within the refining pool, the star radiance surged into Jiang Ye's body at a rate of thousands of strands per minute. At such velocity, even if his absorption rate were only 1, nearly 10 strands of star radiance would still enter his Guanyuan acupoint each minute. The acupoint filled rapidly. 98, 99, 100. Buzz. At the moment the Guanyuan acupoint was filled, an overwhelming sensation of fullness coursed through his entire body. Jiang Ye realized that there was no need to continue absorbing. He began refining. Jiang Ye activated the Xing Wu Jingjie Fa, channeling the star energy within his Guan Yuan acupoint, peeling back the layers, commencing the refinement. This process, known as star energy tempering, followed the route of the advancement technique. Soon, the first strand of star energy was extracted from Jiang Ye's Guan Yuan acupoint. It began to journey deep into his bone marrow along the energy route. The star energy would permeate through his entire skeletal structure, and impurities within the energy would enter his bloodstream and be expelled from his body. Concurrently, the star energy itself would refine his bones. This is the essence of the refining process. Undoubtedly, this process was arduous and slow. As the saying goes, tempering must penetrate the body, thus consuming considerable time. Minutes later, the strand of star energy quietly dissipated. Jiang Ye felt regretful, yet unsurprised. Previously, he had experienced a 99% dissipation rate while absorbing star energy. Naturally, in the current refining process, the same fate awaited him. My body seems unresponsive to star energy, Jiang Ye pondered. Could be due to my innate talent? He had heard of certain prodigies whose bodies would automatically absorb and refine star energy, requiring no guidance from a refining technique. Their bodies resonated perfectly with star energy. Upon entry, it would seamlessly integrate with their skeletal structures. Bones? Or perhaps a higher-level extraordinary talent. Jiang Ye shook his head. Such concepts were far beyond him. He resolved to continue refining. Jiang Ye reassured himself. So what if it dissipated? I can absorb it again. After all, he remained in the refining pool, capable of absorbing star energy without restriction. Pain? After enduring 18 hours, it was certainly painful. However, this suffering paled in comparison to the torments of the second layer of the martial arts ladder. After all, the agony intensified as one progressed further. Jiang Ye's capacity for endurance had surpassed imagination. On the suspended platform, Zhang Jianwu, Chao Feng, Song Hai Song, and others sat cross-legged. This session of Xing Kong refining had persisted for 18 hours, and they could not merely spectate. They too needed to cultivate. Just then, Song Hai Song exclaimed in surprise. He has stopped absorbing star energy, yet he still hasn't emerged? Does this lad intend to remain inside for further refinement? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwu and Chao Feng opened their eyes, their eyelids twitching incessantly. Jiang Ye truly treated the refining pool as his own abode. Others could not wait to exit after completing their refining. Yet, Jiang Ye, having filled his Guan Yuan acupoint, still wished to remain for further refinement. No matter, Zhang Jianwu chuckled. Since he is unafraid of pain, let him continue. After all, time is limitless. He glanced at Jiang Ye below, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Miss Chen had previously mentioned that this lad's martial bones had awakened. Zhang Jianwu mused. It indeed appears he has exhibited extraordinary traits. Typically, those with awakened martial bones possess characteristics beyond the ordinary. Jiang Ye, with his primitive talent, displaying such potential corroborates Chun Zi Lu's claims. However, an awakened martial bone with a primitive talent? I have never heard of such a thing, Zhang Jianwu contemplated. Nevertheless, Miss Chen merely mentioned it casually. Perhaps such occurrences are not uncommon in prosperous regions. Simultaneously, Jiang Ye discovered during the refining process that his efficiency in refining star energy exceeded his expectations. After the failure of the 10th strand, he finally succeeded. Buzz, the 11th strand of star energy, after more than 10 minutes of refining, had its impurities eliminated and merged into his skeletal structure. Jiang Ye felt a sudden jolt throughout his body. He distinctly sensed that, in that moment, something extraordinary was born deep within his marrow. A surge of primal power erupted from the depths of his spirit. I am incredibly strong. Jiang Ye clenched his fists, a faint silver light glimmering at his fingertips. Extraordinary power? Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ye's heart trembled slightly. It is said that those who break the shackles of life will give birth to incomprehensible, extraordinary abilities. Although he had yet to reach that level, he felt the nascent emergence of extraordinary potential within him. So, this is the essence of star energy. In an instant, Jiang Ye gained numerous insights. Star energy, originating from beyond the stars, imbued with extraordinary qualities, finally fused with him at this moment. This signified that Jiang Ye had officially embarked on the path of Xing Kong martial arts. Jiang Ye sensed that the strand of refined star energy would never dissipate, becoming an everlasting part of him. Curious, he thought, although my absorption efficiency is only 1, logically speaking, the efficiency of refining star energy should be similar. However, the reality is that the refining efficiency has astonishingly reached 10. What could be the reason? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment. He surmised that it was likely due to his physical constitution. The so-called Jinggu, in a certain sense, is a part of one's physical nature. Due to innate factors, his body was indeed insensitive to star energy, resulting in a low absorption efficiency. However, during the refining process, the star energy needed to meld into the Jinggu. His current physique was already of top quality, and, consequently, the quality of the Jinggu naturally improved. Thus, as soon as the star energy came into contact, it could instantaneously integrate into the Jinggu. These two seemingly contradictory phenomena, however, manifested exceptionally in Jiang Ye. Splendid. Upon realizing this, a smile broke across Jiang Ye's face. He resolved that he would refine all the star energy within this refining pool. Chapter 51. 100 Refining efficiency. Time flowed by. This celestial washing had lasted for 24 hours. As the words fell, the students seated around the refining pool, meditating in a cross-legged position, opened their eyes in unison. Zheng Xueqing stood up, glancing at Jiang Ye. Still immersed in the refining pool. Such a person is terrifying, she sighed helplessly. At this point, she no longer had any competitive spirit left. If Jiang Ye could only endure for 10 hours, she would feel envy and jealousy. But to persist for 24 hours? The meaning was entirely different. Meanwhile, the talented girl, Zhao Qingli, also looked at Jiang Ye with curiosity. What drives him to endure so? Zhao Qingli did not believe that Jiang Ye was unafraid of pain. The agony of celestial washing penetrates to the marrow. It is a mysterious energy from the other side of the cosmos that can enable one to transcend the ordinary. How wondrous! Even with the current level of technology, there is no painkiller that can alleviate such suffering. Even Zhao Qingli could only endure for a few hours at most. Surely he cannot continue for another day. This truly astounds me. Zhao Qingli mused, suddenly smiling. Why bother thinking about this? It has nothing to do with me. She dismissed the thought. No matter how exceptional Jiang Ye appeared, what difference did it make to her? This celestial washing was not a test. There was no ranking. Jiang Ye's prolonged presence merely indicated his ability to endure hardship. But for the impoverished, enduring hardship only leads to endless suffering. As for Zhao Qingli, her goal remained Lin Yushu from Cheng No. 1 High School. Jiang Ye, merely an ordinary classmate who is good-looking and can endure hardship. The girl regained her haughty demeanor and strode away with her long, fair legs. Elsewhere, Lin Yushu also cast a glance at Jiang Ye. Interesting. Yet another intriguing individual has appeared in Cheng No. 3 High School. Unfortunately, he is of primitive talent. Lin Yushu shook his head. He had learned of Jiang Ye's identity from Lin Xian hours ago. With Jiang Ye's current performance, it would be impossible for him to qualify for the 25-school alliance, let alone compete with someone of Lin Yushu's caliber, a seed of one of the top 10 prestigious schools. Initially, Lin Yushu had contemplated getting to know him better, but upon learning all this, he promptly abandoned the thought. Soon, the other students had all departed. Zhang Jianwu, Song Haisong, and others, however, remained. This kid isn't actually planning to stay here for 2 or 3 days, is he? At this moment, the group exchanged glances. Such a situation, though not unprecedented, was indeed quite rare. Zhang Jianwu glanced at the silver-black armored man nearby. All the star energy from this celestial washing had originated from him. The armored man remarked nonchalantly, "It's of no consequence. I do not mind this amount of star energy. Even if he stays for 10 days or half a month, it is inconsequential. 10 days or half a month." Zhang Jianwu and the others exchanged strange looks, finding it improbable. If someone could truly endure for that long, it would be astonishing and would send shockwaves through all the schools. In the refining pool, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the refining process, losing all sense of the passage of time. He was only aware that his body was undergoing continuous transformation under the tempering of star energy. Within his Guan Yuan acupoint, strands of pale silver star radiance floated. These were the star energies that had been refined and now wholly belonged to him. Currently, there were already over 100 strands. If Zhang Jianwu and the others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Refining and absorbing are not the same. The former requires a significant amount of time, according to the efficiency of primitive talent. Even after 10 days or half a month, one might not achieve the refinement of over 100 strands. Jiang Ye had only been at it for a few hours. However, all of this transpired within Jiang Ye's body. Zhang Jinwu and the others lacked the piercing vision to discern such matters, naturally remaining oblivious. Time flew swiftly. 2 days. 3 days. Before long, 7 days had passed since the celestial washing began. Presently, only Zhang Jinwu and the silver-black armored man remained. As for Chao Feng and Song Haisong, being teachers, they had classes to attend and left the following day. Suddenly, on this day, Jiang Ye, seated in the refining pool, abruptly opened his eyes. A hint of barely perceptible pale silver light flickered in his pupils. Finally, Jiang Ye clenched his fists. The refining is complete. At this moment, within his Guan Yuan acupoint, nearly 10,000 strands of pale silver star radiance floated, filling the entire acupoint to capacity. These star radiances had all been refined by him. As long as he did not actively release them, this star energy would forever reside within him, not dissipating. At this moment, Jiang Ye felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. This celestial washing had concluded perfectly. Jiang Ye silently concluded, "My body can no longer absorb or contain any more star energy. Unless I achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation method to expand the space of my Guan Yuan acupoint, there is no need for further celestial washing in the near future." This time, his gains were undoubtedly remarkable, potentially double or even triple that of others. Why? Even for new talents, refining inevitably incurs some loss, with star energy continually dissipating. In the Guan Yuan acupoint, the successfully refined star energy would not exceed half. But Jiang Ye? It was as if there had been no loss at all. Nearly 10,000 strands of star energy, all refined to completion. 100 refining efficiency. Who could surpass this? Jiang Ye stood up, surveying the empty surroundings with some confusion. It seemed that a day or two had passed. He had been so engrossed in the refining process that he had not noticed the passage of time outside. Jiang Ye. Zhang Jinwu landed on the ground and approached Jiang Ye. "Director, you are still here." Jiang Ye's eyes brightened as he quickly left the refining pool. Zhang Jinwu looked at him and couldn't help but exclaim, "You really took full advantage of the situation, staying here for a full 7 days." "What? 7 days?" Jiang Ye was taken aback. He had not anticipated that so much time had flown by. The star energy tempering had provided a continuous supply of energy, and he had not felt hunger. Zhang Jinwu shook his head. "You should thank Lu Xingshi. He made an exception to extend the time for you significantly. Normally, although there is no strict limit for celestial washing, it generally does not exceed 3 days. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye turned his gaze toward the silver-black armored man nearby. He cupped his hands. "Thank you, Lu Xingshi." The armored man smiled. "I am Lu Baimu. You truly surprised me with your ability to endure for such a long time." "Lu Xingshi, you flatter me. It was just luck," Jiang Ye replied. "Not merely luck." Lu Baimu shook his head. "I have seen many geniuses, but none with such resilient will as yours." He then smiled. "After spending 7 days in the refining pool, you must have refined nearly 100 strands of star energy, correct?" Chapter 52. Preparing for star position, nearly 100 strands? Jiang Ye shook his head upon hearing this and smiled. "A bit more than that." "A bit more? Does it exceed 100 strands?" Lu Xingshi smiled. Jiang Ye replied, "Almost 10,000 strands." "What?" Zhang Jinwu and Lu Xingshi gasped in astonishment, staring at him in disbelief. Refining nearly 10,000 strands? Does this fellow truly comprehend what he is articulating? Even with innate talent, it is hardly plausible to refine nearly 10,000 strands of stellar energy within a mere 7 days. Soon, Lu Xingshi wore a knowing smile. Jiang Ye had likely mistaken his words about refinement as absorption. Absorbing over 10,000 strand within 7 days is not an extraordinary feat, however. The original talent is not overly sensitive to stellar energy, thus the process of refinement is considerably time-consuming. Additionally, the efficiency of refinement is rather low, making it unlikely to refine even 50 strands within such a time frame. Nonetheless, since Jiang Ye remained in the cleansing pool, enveloped by the dense stellar energy, he might indeed refine over 100 or even 200 strands. Jiang Ye was, of course, unaware of Lu Xingshi's thoughts. He felt compelled to express his gratitude. Bowing once more, the other party had waited here for 7 days solely for him. Without this, he could not have accomplished the refinement of nearly 10,000 strands of stellar energy. Such a favor certainly warranted acknowledgement. Liu Bei Mu waved his hand and remarked, Jiang Ye, you are exceptionally suited to become a Xingzhi. I have faith in you. Xingzhi? You believe in me? Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. From Wang Xiang's prior introduction, he was already aware of the esteemed status and identity of the Xingzhi, which holds considerable prestige throughout the entire Lanxing Federation. That Lu Xingshi would place his faith in him was quite astonishing. Nearby, Zhang Jianwu chuckled, Jiang Ye, there is no need for self-deprecation. Your perseverance in the cleansing pool for 7 days surpasses even the Daogu talent, which is said to be a once-in-a-century occurrence in Inchong. Daogu talent? Biang Ye nodded. In terms of innate ability, he was indeed inferior to those prodigies. However, regarding martial will, he had undeniably surpassed many. The second level of the Wu Dao Tianti is also a trial of martial will, albeit in a more intense manner. Becoming a Xingzhi is, in truth, a perilous vocation. Liu Bei Mu lamented, not only must one face the dangers of shadow calamities alone, but the process of harvesting cosmic stellar energy is fraught with life-threatening crises. In certain regions, humanity cannot even set foot, often enduring tremendous suffering to potentially acquire precious primordial stellar energy. He gazed at Jiang Ye and continued, with your unwavering martial will. Should you embark on this path in the future, it will be considerably easier for you than for others. Jiang Ye's heart stirred upon hearing this. He immediately inquired, Lu Xingshi, what are the prerequisites for becoming a Xingzhi? Liu Bei Mu replied, as you are now, you are still far from being a Xingzhi. After all, to venture into the cosmos, one must at least reach the third breakthrough. However, you may consider applying for a preparatory Xingzhi position. Liu Bei Mu smiled. Preparatory Xingzhi? Jiang Ye looked at him. Liu Bei Mu nodded, stating, warriors below the second breakthrough can apply for a preparatory Xingzhi position through the Federal Examination Bureau. Once you become a preparatory Xingzhi, not only will you be spared the dangers of the cosmos, but you will also receive monthly subsidies ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Jiang Ye gasped in disbelief. He had never imagined such a substantial sum of money. Hundreds of thousands equated to the wages of his adoptive parents over a decade. Liu Bei Mu continued, however, the conditions for a preparatory Xingzhi are quite stringent. Besides basic assessments, you must also hunt a sufficient number of shadow creatures in reality. This aspect relies solely on your luck. Jiang Ye pondered this. Hunting shadow creatures in reality? That would require him to at least break through to the first level. Moreover, he would need to encounter shadow creatures. Presently, shadow calamities are not rare, occurring almost daily. It is merely that Inchong has not experienced such calamities recently, creating an illusion of tranquility. Yet, when faced with the choice between shadow calamities and a preparatory Xingzhi position, Jiang Ye would prefer not to become a preparatory Xingzhi than to witness shadow calamities in Inchong. Subsequently, Liu Bei Mu introduced him to further matters regarding the Xingzhi. As dusk approached, Jiang Ye nodded, feeling he had gleaned sufficient knowledge about the Xingzhi. Remember to arrive at school on time tomorrow. You have been here for 7 days, and your classmates are likely waiting for you. Zhang Jianwu remarked with a knowing smile. Clearing his throat, Jiang Ye promptly agreed. After bidding farewell to Liu Bei Mu and Zhang Jianwu, he swiftly departed the premises. Once Jiang Ye had left, Zhang Jianwu turned to Liu Bei Mu, perplexed. Lu Xingshi, do you truly believe he will become a Xingzhi? As far as I know, becoming a Xingzhi requires innate talent. Given how highly the Federation values this profession, innate ability is certainly a requisite. Liu Bei Mu shook his head slightly and smiled. I never truly believed he would become a Xingzhi. Even for a preparatory Xingzhi, the odds are exceedingly slim. My previous words were merely to plant a seed in his heart, providing him with a pursuit to strive for, so that one day he may grow into a towering tree. Although the probability of that happening is minuscule. Liu Bei Mu Zait, a strong martial will? Alone. This is insufficient to compensate for inherent disadvantages. Far from enough. Upon returning home to Taoyang Shaochu, Building 12, Room 606, Jiang Ye took a deep breath, feeling the strength within him. After emerging from the cleansing pool, he had not taken the time to fully appreciate the changes within himself. Yet, he was acutely aware that this stellar cleansing had brought about a profound transformation. The infusion of stellar energy into his body was, in itself, a form of tempering. Not to mention the subsequent refinement, where the stellar energy needed to seep into his very bones and permeate his entire being. This back and forth had already elevated his physical form to a new pinnacle. Most importantly, the benefits derived from the stellar energy were unparalleled. Jiang Ye closed his eyes and silently activated the Xing Wu Jin Jie Fa. Within the Guan Yuan acupoint, a strand of stellar energy moved in accordance with his intent, traversing the meridian pathway from the Guan Yuan acupoint to his arm. Whoosh! A faint silver glimmer flickered across his skin. In an instant, Jiang Ye felt as though his body had been infused with a torrid flow, akin to molten lava. A primal force, capable of obliterating anything, surged within him. Yearning for release, Jiang Ye pressed his feet against the ground, feeling the searing power coursing from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. His arms drawn back like a taut bow. With a sudden shout, he unleashed a punch. A barely perceptible silver halo erupted forth like a shockwave. Boom! The wall a meter away quivered slightly, producing a tremendous sound. A small crack appeared on the wall's surface, revealing a shallow imprint of his fist. Huh? Jiang Ye stared in astonishment. He had not anticipated the sheer force of his punch to be so formidable. A distance of 1 meter had nearly shattered his own wall. Brother! Jiang Ting rushed in, grasping Jiang Ye's hand in alarm. Oh no, there was an earthquake. We must head downstairs. And Cheng lies on the periphery of a seismic zone, experiencing tremors every 3 to 5 years. While there had not been a major earthquake, minor quakes occurred with alarming frequency. Jiang Ye coughed softly and reassured her. It's nothing. I was merely practicing. Lian Ping entered and, upon seeing the imprint on the wall, was left momentarily speechless. You child, if you wish to practice, do so without demolishing the house. Jiang Ye felt a sense of helplessness. He too had not realized how powerful he had become. Just a casual punch had resulted in such an effect. How much more devastating would a full-force strike be? Chapter 53. The reply from Chunzi Lu. Brother, you are so impressive. Practicing can even create the effect of an earthquake. The little girl gazed at him with her round, sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. It's not that exaggerated. Jiang Ye coughed again. It seemed that in the future, testing his strength would have to be done downstairs. Otherwise, making such a ruckus at night would surely alarm the neighbors into thinking something untoward was occurring. What did you call me? Jiang Ye glanced at her. Brother Sauce. Jiang Ting blinked and whispered, my classmates call me that too. Does brother not like it? Jiang Ye pinched her delicate face and replied, I like it. Now go to sleep. Good night, brother. After Jiang Ting and Li Anping departed, Jiang Ye approached the wall he had previously struck. A fine crack appeared on the surface, revealing the age of the old house, with its yellowed plaster now split open by Jiang Ye's powerful punch. Fortunately, only the plaster had been damaged. The underlying wall remained intact. Nonetheless, this was astonishing. It was remarkable that Jiang Ye had delivered such force from over a meter away. In a real combat scenario, the results would surely be even more impressive. Was this the power of starlight energy? Jiang Ye nodded inwardly, acknowledging the extraordinary might of the extraordinary force. It was evident that he could not have shattered the wall with mere physical strength. It was the starlight energy that endowed him with such incredible abilities. However, he realized that the energy diminished with each use. Jiang Ye sensed that the thread of starlight energy he had just summoned had been expended with that punch. The starlight energy originates from the cosmos and cannot be generated by the human body. Once depleted, it must be replenished through starlight refining. Fortunately, Jiang Ye still possessed nearly 10,000 threads of starlight energy, alleviating his immediate concerns. Suddenly, Jiang Ye recalled something and retrieved an exquisite metal vial from his backpack. It was the starseed nectar gifted to him by Chunzilu. This substance enhances the efficiency of absorption and refinement and is exceedingly valuable. Jiang Ye shook his head, acknowledging that plans often do not unfold as expected. He had not anticipated that he would completely refine all his starlight energy while in a refining pool. However, he recognized that future opportunities for starlight refining might not be as favorable. He decided to keep the starseed nectar in reserve. Moments later, he sat cross-legged, and a panel appeared before him. Cultivation Method, Star Martial Arts. Completed 8 parts, Thunder Fist. Minor Achievement, 5, Star Martial Advancement Method. Entry Level, 1. In the second semester of his senior year, he had 3 opportunities for starlight refining remaining. Jiang Ye pondered that once he advanced the cultivation method to minor achievement and completed these 3 refinements, he would be close to breaking through the first barrier. Initially, he had been somewhat uncertain about breaking through before the college entrance examination. However, this recent starlight refining had been exceedingly thorough, bolstering his confidence to unprecedented levels. With 3 more starlight refinements, a breakthrough was assured. If the starlight energy could transform his body to a certain degree, he would naturally shatter the shackles of life. To what extent had he transformed? Jiang Ye was uncertain. But the next assessment would surely reveal the answer. As he closed his eyes and began to cultivate the star martial advancement method, his goal was to achieve a breakthrough to minor achievement. The following day, at Anqing Third High School, as he entered class one senior year, all his classmates turned to look at him, their expressions peculiar. Jiang Ye had not attended school for 7 days. They had learned that he had not taken leave, but had endured 7 days in the refining pool. He was nothing short of a superhuman. Everyone gazed at him in astonishment. Unfazed, Jiang Ye walked into the classroom and took his usual spot for cultivation. Jiang Ye, you're a born demon. Wang Ziyang recited from nearby. You fear neither hardship nor pain. For you, the emotions of life are as bland as plain water. Jiang Ye shot him a strange glance. Have you lost your mind? Wang Ziyang cradled his head, his eyes wide with shock. How on earth did you endure for 7 days in that hellish place? Have you been through 18 layers of hell? How could you withstand such torment? Jiang Ye nodded. Something like that. The second level of the martial arts ladder is essentially 18 layers of hell. No, it might be even more excruciating. Nearby, the aloof Zhao Qingli opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Ye. 7 days. A hint of shock crossed her usually proud face. If it had only been a day or 2, she would not have thought much of it. But 7 days? She had seen those who could endure hardship, but never someone who could endure so much. A strikingly handsome, yet incredibly resilient classmate. Zhao Qingli silently assigned Jiang Ye a new label in her mind. Further away, Song Xueqing also stared intently at Jiang Ye. Hell is desolate, and the devil walks among us, she thought. Moments later, the martial arts teacher, Chao Feng, entered the classroom. Jiang Ye? His pupils slightly contracted, and a fleeting look of surprise crossed his face. Yet it quickly vanished. He regarded Jiang Ye seriously. Jiang Ye, have you reached entry level in your advancement method? He had sensed it while Jiang Ye was still in the refining pool. Chao Feng nodded slightly. Good. Keep up the effort. As a teacher of a key class in martial arts, he acknowledged he had underestimated Jiang Ye. However, he did not feel disheartened. Having a student who could surprise him was a good thing, suggesting that the class might produce another seed for the 25 School Alliance. Even considering Jiang Ye's current level, he had a chance of being accepted by one of the lower-ranked schools. Nevertheless, it was still a positive sign. The day passed quickly, and before long, it was time to dismiss class. Shenzilu, Jiang Ye glanced at his watch. A flicker of excitement crossed his mind. This was the first time she had contacted him since leaving, and he was curious if their communication from thousands of miles away at Bailong University would unlock any new achievements. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye answered the call. Jiang Ye? A sweet voice came through the line. Teacher Chun, Jiang Ye replied. Is there something you need? I heard from Director Zhang that you endured 7 days in the Starlight refining pool. Shenzilu's tone carried a hint of surprise. The director spoke to you? Jiang Ye asked. Of course, Shenzilu replied with a slight huff. You're half my student, so he certainly informed me. But you, such an important matter. And you didn't think to share the joy with me? Hearing the slight note of reproach in her voice, Jiang Ye was taken aback. Oof. Shenzilu scoffed, rolling her eyes. Didn't you worry about interrupting my cultivation when you were constantly seeking me out? Apologies for the trouble, teacher. Jiang Ye coughed awkwardly. I'm not blaming you. Shenzilu chuckled. Your achievement in this starlight refining has surprised my classmates. They were all astonished. Classmates? Jiang Ye felt a stir in his heart. Shenzilu's classmates were all students of Bailong Martial University. Even the top talents there were surprised. It seemed that his perseverance over 7 days was indeed rare. This time, you certainly made a remarkable impression, Shenzilu said with a smile. What is your total score in the 4 martial arts subjects now? Jiang Ye shook his head. There haven't been any assessments lately. The last monthly exam was 520 points. Shenzilu replied. After this starlight refining, you should be close to 600 points. You have a significant chance of reaching 700 in the college entrance exam. She meticulously planned for Jiang Ye. 700 points? Jiang Ye smiled, but remained silent. Shenzilu stated earnestly, to achieve this goal, you must participate in every starlight refining session in the 2nd semester of senior year. The cost for starlight refining is 50 000 yuan per session. Jiang Ye was taken aback. 50,000 yuan per session? He had initially thought it would only be around 20,000 to 30,000. 50,000 yuan? That means I need to prepare 150,000 for the next 3 sessions. Seeing him silent, Chun Zilu inquired, "Is the money sufficient?" "Enough," Jiang Ye assured her. He certainly would not ask her for money again. In truth, even if he did, she might have given it to him this time, but perhaps not next. True strength is never reliant on the support of others. She might assist Jiang Ye temporarily, but could she sustain that support for a lifetime? Even though she had high hopes for Jiang Ye, she would not continue to provide without compensation. There are countless ways to earn money. Chun Zilu remarked. In your school's key class, there are numerous tasks that can be quite lucrative. Do not think that you lack the time to undertake these tasks. Time can always be carved out. This statement provided Jiang Ye with considerable inspiration. Thank you, I understand now, Jiang Ye replied sincerely. The fact that someone so far away would care for him in such a manner was a sentiment that transcended monetary value. Good luck, Chun Zilu said with a sweet smile. I hope to hear good news from you after the college entrance examination. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ye took a deep breath and opened the panel. Warning, warning. Your hearing has completely exceeded the system's detection range. System overload. Jiang Ye stared at the panel, rendered speechless. He had already seen the system's notifications previously. He never expected that after such a long time, this low-level martial arts system had yet to respond. Could it be that he had caused it to crash? This system truly was subpar, Jiang Ye thought to himself, shaking his head. Just then, the panel finally showed a change. Achievement unlocked. Ear of the external aid. Reward. Ability to freely adjust hearing. Adjustment range. 0 to 1,000. What? Jiang Ye's expression mirrored one of confusion, as if adorned with question marks. Is it possible to play like this? Excellent. He thought to himself. Now I truly possess an external aid? With a strange look on his face, he quickly began to experience his newfound ability. The moment the achievement was unlocked, Jiang Ye felt as if his ears had transformed into extraordinarily precise instruments, capable of being controlled at will. He first set it to 0, silencing the world completely. In an instant, the entire environment seemed to plunge into absolute silence, devoid of any sound. A boon for insomniacs, Jiang Ye mused, though he himself never suffered from insomnia. Next, he adjusted it to 100, which represented normal hearing, then to 200 for double the hearing capacity. Gradually, he increased it to 250, then 300. Upon reaching 300, an overwhelming torrent of sounds surged into Jiang Ye's mind. Boom! His eardrums nearly shattered from the intensity. Startled, he quickly lowered the adjustment, which allowed him to gradually return to normalcy. Although he could potentially adjust it to 1,000, given his current tolerance, he could only withstand a maximum of 300. Jiang Ye pondered this. His hearing had been enhanced by 200, far surpassing that of an average person. To increase it further to 300? It seemed even the most skilled martial artists would pale in comparison. This is sufficient, Jiang Ye smiled. The enhancement in hearing was not merely about the range. Its precision was even more crucial. This enhancement would provide him with the greatest assistance. Once I break through, Jiang Ye mused inwardly, I might be able to attempt even higher adjustments. Speaking of breakthroughs, Jiang Ye was reminded of the need to earn money. Apart from the Xingkong Shilian, he also needed to supplement his martial arts training with resources. Additionally, the use of medicinal substances was indispensable. To achieve a near-perfect score of 900 before the college entrance examination would require more than just breaking through. Further transformation would be necessary. This demanded continuous efforts to promote the evolution of his physical form. Hence, utilizing medicines became an essential part of his regimen, as they directly impacted his body. Fortunately, after the Xingkong Shilian, his physique had become significantly stronger, allowing him to withstand the side effects of the substances. Yet, all of this required substantial financial support. I am now utterly impoverished, Jiang Ye lamented inwardly. Shaking his head, he rose and walked to the electronic task wall at the back of the classroom. As Chun Zilu had suggested, he needed to carve out time to undertake tasks. Upon glancing at the task wall, he noticed the list had changed since the last time he had seen it. The task wall refreshed daily, as these tasks were not exclusive to Anqing Sanzhong, but were distributed among several schools in Anqing. Thus, certain sought-after tasks could be snatched away if one hesitated even slightly. The night was perilous, a notion deeply ingrained in their reality. Jiang Ye scanned the tasks hastily, intending to leave, when suddenly a new task appeared on the wall. New task. In the suburbs of Anqing, near the Changyan mountain range, remnants of the Shenin organization have been discovered. Please proceed to eliminate them. Completion reward, 100,000 federal coins. Note, requires a team of at least 2 to accept the task. Danger level, 100,000. Jiang Ye felt as if the world around him had vanished, leaving only those 3 words before his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he skimmed the task details and promptly clicked to accept. He filled in his name and student ID. Your grade ranking is 89th. It is not advisable to accept this task. Are you certain you wish to withdraw? Yes, no. Jiang Ye was about to click yes, but upon reading the message, he cursed silently and clicked no instead. You have accepted the task. You must find at least 1 teammate. A new message popped up on screen. Jiang Ye contemplated for a moment, then opened his communication watch and dialed Wang Zong's number. Having been in the key class for a few days, he already had the other party's contact information. Beep. The call connected. Brother Wang, there's a team task. Would you like to sign up? Count me in. My student ID is... Wang Ziyang agreed without hesitation. Jiang Ye appreciated his straightforward nature. It made for a comfortable friendship. He submitted Wang Ziyang's information to the system. At this moment, Wang Ziyang curiously inquired, "What's the reward for the task?" 100,000. Jiang Ye replied, "What?" Wang Ziyang was taken aback, quickly asking, "What task did you accept?" A 100,000 reward is quite rare. Jiang Ye did not conceal any details and explained the task. Upon hearing the specifics, Wang Zong immediately stated, "Wait a moment, I'm not going for this task. I've already submitted my decision." Jiang Ye responded, and a prolonged silence followed on both ends. After a moment, Wang Ziyang slowly spoke. "Jiang Ye, you really are a devil. You dared to accept a 4-star task? What if I don't act quickly and someone else snatches it away?" Jiang Ye shook his head. "This is 100,000. For me, it is certainly a substantial fortune." Wang Ziyang, however, was in a frenzy. This is an exceedingly dangerous 4-star task. Eliminating the Shenin organization? There is a high probability of bloodshed. Jiang Ye chuckled and said, "Are you talking about killing? Just treat them as the Shadow Clan." He was well aware of the difficulty of 4-star tasks. However, since the school had issued this task, it indicated that students had the capability to undertake it. Fortune favors the bold. With only half a year left, how could he earn money without taking risks? If he continued to be apprehensive, what was the point of practicing Shinkong Wudao? As Jiang Ye spoke, he leisurely remarked, "What, Brother Wang, are you afraid to accept a 4-star task?" At this, Wang Zong let out a cold laugh. "A mere 4-star task? Have I not taken one before? Do you really think that as the 3rd in our grade, I will be afraid? I'm just worried about you." He emphasized his position as the 3rd in their grade to assert his bravery. Jiang Ye nodded repeatedly. "Brother Wang, your strength is extraordinary. Completing the task together should be no problem." Naturally, Wang Ziyang chuckled, but quickly added, "However, for this task, we can't manage with just the 2 of us. We need to rope in another expert. Let us bring in the class monitor to ensure our success." Jiang Ye agreed. "I understand, but I don't have her number. Could you please reach out to her?" Chapter 55. The Crown of Supervision, the Plan in a 2-story Villa. Wang Ziyang ended the call and took a deep breath. Is this Jiang Ye's first time doing a task? And he chose a 4-star difficulty? He murmured to himself, "This guy is truly a devil." He sighed and did not delay for long. Soon, Wang Ziyang took out his phone and dialed Zhao Qingli's number. Beep. The call connected. "Spit it out quickly." A cold voice drifted from the other end. Wang Ziyang, undeterred by the chill, got straight to the point. "There is a team mission. Will you join?" "No." Zhao Qingli's response was crisp and unequivocal, her haughty demeanor evident as she prepared to hang up the phone. Wang Ziyang interjected. "It's Jiang Ye who took it on. He asked me to inquire." "Jiang Ye?" Zhao Qingli paused momentarily before responding. "All right then, what is the mission about?" Wang Ziyang felt a few strands of frustration appear on his forehead as he clenched his fist, saying, "What do you mean? Is there a difference in how you treat us?" He proceeded to explain that the school had just announced a 4-star mission to eliminate the remnants of the Shun Yin organization. Once he finished, Zhao Qingli frowned and remarked, "This mission is far too perilous for Jiang Ye." Wang Ziyang sighed. "I had promised to team up with him, but who would have anticipated that his first mission would be a 4-star one? This fellow has too much audacity." "That's fine," Zhao Qingli replied indifferently. Four-star missions are highly sought after and rarely available. Since Jiang Ye has secured one, he should proceed. Understood, Wang Xiong smiled. With the alliance of Zhao Qingli, they were confident they could tackle not only four-star missions, but even more challenging five-star ones. Zhao Qingli continued. Tell Jiang Ye to assemble at the school gate by 6 in the morning. You can discuss the relevant details with him. Got it. After acquiring Zhao Qingli's student ID, he promptly reported her identity information. Jiang Ye, gather at the school gate by 6 tomorrow morning, Wang Xiong said solemnly. Remember to bring your knife. Understood, Jiang Ye nodded. Since taking on this mission, he had anticipated that blood would be shed. Are you nervous? A little. After all, in both this life and the last, Jiang Ye had never taken a life. However, having undergone the brutal trials of the second level of the martial arts ladder, his temperament had evolved significantly. Moreover, during virtual training in the Starry Expanse, he had already dispatched numerous members of the Shadow Clan. To him, the remnants of the Shun Yin organization were not much different from the Shadow Clan. By the way, Jiang Ye suddenly asked, do the remnants of the Shun Yin organization possess firearms? Firearms? No, Wang Xiong replied with certainty. Since the school has issued this mission, it confirms they do not possess firearms. Otherwise, high-level combatants would have been dispatched to eliminate them. Ultimately, this mission serves as a training exercise for students, while also allowing for a bit of profit. Otherwise, a single martial arts expert could easily wipe out those battered remnants. However, just in case, you should wear a stab-resistant suit, Wang Xiong advised. It's not for protection against firearms, but rather against blades. A stab-resistant suit? Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, as he had never encountered such equipment. Understanding his situation, Wang Xiong replied, I will bring one for you tomorrow. Thank you, Wang Xiong, Jiang Ye smiled. Until he achieved a breakthrough, he could not render himself invulnerable to blades and firearms, despite his current strength to punch through walls. An ordinary person with a knife could still injure him. However, with the stab-resistant suit, that would change. Just then, a line of text appeared before him. New achievement unlocked. Sect mission. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Is it really possible to trigger a low martial arts achievement through this? What a fortunate occurrence. If he completed this mission, he might receive even greater rewards. In Taoyang Community, Building 12, Room 606. Jiang Ye looked at the tiger gallbladder on the dining table in surprise. Leopard gallbladder? This is the second time this month. With Jiang Dehai's salary, he could typically only purchase one leopard gallbladder a month. Li Amping smiled and said, your father mentioned he assisted the Shadow Hunting Bureau in completing a certain task, and they issued a bonus this month. Assisted the Shadow Hunting Bureau? Jiang Ye expressed surprise. Jiang Dehai was merely in security, his strength not even at the breakthrough level. What kind of task could he assist with? Mom, tell Dad to avoid taking risks for money. Jiang Ye cautioned, I am now capable of earning my own. He suspected that his adoptive father was working harder due to the opportunity he had to apply to the 25 School Alliance. Li Amping's expression became somewhat complex upon hearing this. If Jiang Ye could guess this, she certainly could as well. Yet, she was acutely aware of her husband's aspirations. Even if it required immense effort, if it meant Jiang Ye could secure a spot in the 25 School Alliance, then all sacrifices would be worth it. Don't worry. Li Amping replied with a smile, your father knows his limits. Jiang Ye nodded, not pressing the matter further. Today, he did not immediately engage in training. Video call. Jiang Ye pondered briefly before opening his communication watch. He hesitated for a moment before sending a video request to Chun Zilu. Beep. The video connected. A figure clad in a simple white dress, graceful and elongated, appeared in the projection, her skin as fair as jade, adorned with snow-white lace socks. Teacher. Jiang Ye greeted her with a respectful gesture, trying to initiate conversation. I just accepted a 4-star mission. As he spoke, he kept an eye on the system panel. That's fine, Chun Zilu replied. 4-star missions do not involve enemies above the breakthrough level. With your current strength, you need not worry about teaming with the top 3 students in your grade. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Ye sighed in relief, appearing somewhat enlightened. Is there anything else? Chun Zilu gazed at him intently. Jiang Ye shook his head. No, thank you for clarifying. Then I shall hang up. I still have training to attend to. Chun Zilu smiled. All right. The communication ended, and the enchanting figure gradually faded away. Jiang Ye sighed. It seems she is quite busy. It's best to refrain from disturbing her in the future. Chun Zilu had gone to Bailong University, a place rife with fierce competition, undoubtedly burdened with training tasks. He could discern that she had taken the time to answer his call amidst her hectic schedule. Chun Zilu was no longer merely a teacher at Changno 3 High School. Fortunately, he had unlocked a new achievement. Jiang Ye looked at the panel, detected that your vision surpasses the system's detection range, far exceeding the limits of the low martial arts world. Achievement unlocked. Crown of extraordinary vision. Reward. Vision significantly enhanced, enabling you to discern minute details from 100 miles away. Jiang Ye gazed out the window. It was now past 7 in the evening, and Cheng lacked a vibrant night scene, the outside world shrouded in darkness. However, Jiang Ye could distinctly see the towering trees on the distant mountains. Over 10 miles away. Impressive. Jiang Ye éclatait in delight. Just a video call had indeed unlocked a new achievement. Furthermore, according to the system's description, he could see minute details from 100 miles away. Even breakthrough-level experts might not be capable of such a feat. Good. Jiang Ye smiled, feeling a surge of confidence for the tasks ahead. Once his mind settled, Jiang Ye moved to the center of his room to practice the 8 parts thunder sound fist. With the imminent practical combat tomorrow, he aimed to temporarily elevate his combat power. Even a slight enhancement could prove invaluable in critical moments. He glanced at the panel. 8 parts thunder sound fist. Minor accomplishment 5. This intermediate yellow-tier technique was notoriously challenging to master. Previously, when he was of a lesser physique, he had spent over half a month to achieve minimal progress. However, now that he had attained a superior physique and undergone the trials of the starry expanse, the experience would surely be different. Let us begin. Jiang Ye squatted slightly, slowly adopting the stance for his fist technique. Upon commencing his training, he immediately sensed a difference. The 8 parts thunder sound fist draws upon qi. Previously, the flow of qi within Jiang Ye had been sluggish. However, at this moment, it surged forth like thunder roaring through the mountains, moving with explosive energy. It felt as though his meridians had been thoroughly unblocked. With a firm step forward, Jiang Ye executed the first move of the fist technique. Before the fist reached its destination, a series of sharp explosions echoed through the air, akin to thunder rolling through the clouds. As he completed the entire set of movements, the speed of his punches had more than tripled, and a fierce wind surged around him like lightning. After the trials of the starry expanse, all of my meridians have been unblocked. My physical form has undergone a profound transformation. Exhibiting this formidable art, its power has at least tripled compared to before. Jiang Ye was filled with astonishment. Though his mastery of fist techniques remained unchanged, the potency had surged immensely. This was the hidden benefit bestowed by the celestial cleansing of the stars. Soon, Jiang Ye made another discovery. The Babule In Quan seemed capable of merging with stellar energy, unleashing tremendous might. He could sense that as his internal energy circulated, the stellar energy within the Guanyuan acupoint began to stir, seemingly drawn by his breath. It was noteworthy that even without any particular technique, his previous strike utilizing stellar energy had already demonstrated such formidable power. If combined with the Babu Lane Quan, the might would undoubtedly be astonishing. However, at that moment, Jiang Ye was not eager to test it. He stood still, diligently honing his skills. Time passed, and before long, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Ye ceased his training and entered the second tier of the martial arts ascension, embarking on a torturous ordeal. This continued until 5:30 the following morning. Jiang Ye prepared his gear, stepping out of his home to greet the pale light of dawn. Chapter 56. Various parties with a backpack slung over his shoulders. 2 daggers were tucked into the side pockets. In the face of danger, drawing a weapon from behind was undoubtedly the most convenient option. Yet, with Jiang Ye's current strength, even unarmed, he was capable enough to be lethal. Babule In Quan, Mina ITM, Jin. After a night of training, his Babule In Quan had significantly improved. Now, Jiang Ye felt his breath flowing smoothly, as if he could unleash the force of 3 bulls with a single punch. This enhancement in power instilled him with confidence for the forthcoming endeavors. At 5:50 a.m., Jiang Ye arrived at Incheon, Sanzhou. There he spotted a haughty young lady with snow-white legs and a tall, thin youth already waiting at the entrance. Class leader, Wang Xiong. Jiang Ye was quite surprised that they had arrived so early. You're here? Zhao Qingli glanced at him, her tone calm. Let us set off and aim to complete the task before noon. Jiang Ye nodded. Time must be carved out. He had come to deeply understand this principle. Here, Wang Xiang tossed him a set of stab-resistant clothing. Thank you, Wang Xiang. Jiang Ye accepted it, shedding his jacket to don a protective attire. This was a long-sleeved, camouflage-patterned stab-resistant outfit, with an inner lining made of multiple layers of high-strength fibers and a cushioning layer of sponge material. The arms were also reinforced with metal guards. Wearing this, his defense had undoubtedly increased significantly. Jiang Ye nodded immediately. His physical strength was already formidable, clad in this protective gear. Even a direct stab from a knife might not breach his defenses. At that moment, Zhao Qingli suddenly tossed him a dark object. Catch! What is this? Jiang Ye received it, feeling a weight settle in his hands. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. A handgun? This was a custom-made special handgun, capable of inflicting harm on the Shadow Clan and effective against members of the Divine Concealment Organization as well. Zhao Qingli smiled. If you encounter danger, you can use it. Jiang Ye exclaimed in surprise. Isn't using firearms considered cheating? He understood that the purpose of school missions was to undergo training. Firearms were typically prohibited otherwise. Wealthy individuals could simply drive armored vehicles and sweep the battlefield without consequence. Zhao Qingli replied nonchalantly, in the face of danger. Abandoning the mission is preferable to losing one's life. Just then, Wang Xiang interjected, Class leader, where's my handgun? What handgun do you want? Zhao Qingli furrowed her exquisite brows and said, Are you that afraid of dying? So Jiang Ye's life matters, but mine doesn't, he? Wang Xiang's mouth twitched. Observing this, Jiang Ye shook his head. Wang Xiang, with your strength, you wouldn't need a handgun for protection. That is true. Wang Jiang nodded. If it had been anyone else, he would have been unable to tolerate such preferential treatment from Zhao Qingli. However, Jiang Ye's good looks and eloquent speech dissipated any lingering resentment. Zhao Qingli also recognized her oversight, cleared her throat, and said, I only have this one gun. After all, it's Jiang Ye's first mission. All right, I know you have a thing for good looks, so let us go. Wang Jiang Ye snorted. With that, the three of them made their way toward a pink SUV parked by the roadside. Zalao. Upon seeing the vehicle's license plate, Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback. This was a luxury car worth over 10 million. Zhao Qingli opened the door again quickly. The class leader must be quite wealthy. Jiang Ye mused internally as he climbed into the luxury vehicle. In Xishan province, most cities are built around mountains. The inconvenient transportation is one of the reasons for its underdevelopment. And Cheng is even more remote, surrounded entirely by mountains. As the car ventured out of the city, a vast primeval forest lay a few dozen miles ahead, rarely trodden by humans. The Changyan mountain range was located right at the edge of this forest. The SUV halted about a mile from the mountain's entrance. The three of them disembarked. Let us go. Zhao Qingli, with an air of arrogance, strode ahead with her long legs. Wang Xiang took up the rear. The two of them instinctively flanked Jiang Ye in the middle, as being in the center often proved to be the safest position in case of any unexpected situations. The mountain path was rugged and uneven. Zhao Qingli frowned slightly. Her usually proud legs felt cumbersome in this terrain. Unable to see the ground and having to tread quickly, she had to remain vigilant against falling. After walking a few miles, she began to pant slightly. Looks like class leader Zhao hasn't climbed a mountain much, Wang Xiang teased. Do you want to get hit? Zhao Qingli shot him a fierce glare. Jiang Ye suggested, Class leader, shall we take a break? He noticed that she was burdened by the 2 peaks she carried, making the trek quite inconvenient. However, Zhao Qingli shot him a glare as well, her face flushing. I'm not tired. As she spoke, her pace quickened slightly. At that moment, Jiang Ye suddenly exclaimed, Someone's coming. The three halted simultaneously. Almost instinctively, they dove into the nearby bushes. Where? Wang Xiang peered outside, puzzled. I didn't notice anyone. Zhao Qingli similarly appeared confused, not having detected any other individuals. On the opposite mountain path, there were indeed 3 figures. Jiang Ye noted, They are from Cheng Yizhong. Wang Xiang was the first to recognize them. Lin Yushu, the leader among the trio, had an exceptionally large head and an exceedingly unattractive face. It was none other than Lin Yushu, the top student from Cheng Yizhong, boasting an impressive score of 849. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. Why are there others here? Do they also receive this mission? Wang Xiang explained. For tasks rated 4 stars and above, a maximum of 3 schools can undertake them simultaneously. Our team cannot monopolize this mysterious organization. Jiang Ye understood. So there might be another school's team joining us? How will we divide the 100,000? He inquired in a low voice with so many people. Wang Xiang reassured him. Don't worry. That 100,000 is provided by our school and has nothing to do with them. We just need to complete the task. Relieved, Jiang Ye nodded. Just then, another figure appeared on the opposite mountain path. Though there was only one, the presence exuded an overwhelming aura. He traversed the rugged terrain as if walking on flat ground. Who is this? Wang Xiang's expression turned serious. Is he from the Divine Concealment Organization? No. Zhao Qingli shook her head, her expression frigid as she gazed at the figure. He is a student from Qingyang High School. Qingyang High School? Jiang Ye and Wang Xiang were both taken aback. Qingyang City, a central metropolis adjacent to Anqing, holds a prestigious position in Xishan Province, ranking among the top 5. Qingyang High School is a key provincial institution, far surpassing Anqing No. 1 High School in terms of prestige. A student from Qingyang High School has come to partake in this mission? Jiang Ye opened his panel to observe the individual, and in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. An exceedingly important notice has been issued. Everyone is encouraged to read it, today and throughout the following week. The reading will determine whether this book can ascend to the pinnacle of recommendations on the platform. This invaluable opportunity to gain exposure and achieve the highest accolades for the book is not only the author's glory, but also a shared honor for all readers. Thus, the humble author earnestly requests everyone to continue reading. Your every bit of support will transform into precious nourishment for the budding seedling until it grows into a towering tree. Basking in glory, this glory will belong to me, to you, but ultimately, to everyone. I implore you to support daily reading, monthly votes, and all forms of assistance. Chapter 57. Action on the mountain path ahead. A young man, bearing a sword case, approached. This young man possessed an extraordinary beauty, but not of the ordinary kind. His dark golden pupils and crimson lips lent his visage an otherworldly allure. Jiang Ye felt a wave of sinister charm emanating from him. However, what startled Jiang Ye was not the young man's appearance, but rather the subtitles above his head. Physique, Xian Ti, Ding Xia, Endowment, Dao Bone. The Dao Bone Endowment. Jiang Ye had never encountered anyone other than Shinzilu with a Dao Bone Endowment. Ding Xia tier. Jiang Ye was perplexed. It was known that the tiers of the ordinary physique only categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades under the A rank. Could it be that from the Xian Ti tier onward, each rank would be subdivided into upper, middle, and lower? The Xian Ti Ding Xia tier, in comparison to Chun Zilu's Xian Ti A tier, represented a disparity of over 10 levels. It appeared that the differences between Dao Bone endowments were equally immense. Liang Yimusit. Wang Xiang turned to Zhao Qingli. Do you know that person? Zhao Qingli replied. He attended the same middle school as I did. His name is Wan Yaoyang, and he is quite unpleasant. What do you mean? Jiang Ye invited, curious. He possesses exceptional talents, and has had special abilities since childhood. Making eye contact with him can induce a momentary paralysis. Zhao Qingli coldly stated. Back then, he often used this to bully his classmates. Wang Xiang, envious, shook his head. What a waste of talent. If I had such abilities, the entire school would be my harem. He too had similar experiences. Jiang Ye inquired. Was the class monitor bullied back then too? He certainly wouldn't dare to touch me. Zhao Qingli scoffed. The oppressed are merely the impoverished without connections. I merely found it distasteful. Jiang Ye couldn't help but cast a deep glance at the peculiar young man. Why is he alone? Isn't this a team mission? Jiang Ye wondered. Zhao Qingli explained. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can execute a team mission solo. This Wan Yaoyang currently ranks among the top 10 in Qingyang High School, fully qualifying for such a feat. Qingyang High School is not comparable to the 3 major high schools in Anqing. As a key provincial institution, the top 10 students in Qingyang High School have the potential to gain admission to the top prestigious universities. In other words, at this stage, Wan Yaoyang has undoubtedly broken through a barrier. Let us proceed. It should just be the 3 of our schools. Zhao Qingli stood up. Jiang Ye nodded and stepped out of the thicket alongside her. Soon, the 3 teams converged at a fork in the mountain path. Lin Yushu and his companions arrived first. Upon seeing the exceedingly unattractive Lin Yushu again, Zhao Qingli's eyes betrayed her disdain. However, Lin Yushu, noticing her expression, showed no signs of anger. Instead, A peculiar pleasure flitted across his face. Just then, he suddenly noticed the extraordinary young man not far away. "Who is this?" Lin Yushu inquired. The other party, however, ignored him, fixated on Jiang Ye and scrutinizing him closely. Lin Yushu's expression stiffened, and he thought contemptuously, "What a bumpkin, failing to recognize greatness. Here stands the strongest student from Anqing." The other party disregarded him, instead choosing to focus on a lower-tier, endowed individual. Such a lack of perception. Wan Yaoyang was oblivious to Lin Yushu's thoughts. He stared at Jiang Ye, curious. "What is your name?" It had been a long time since he had encountered a boy whose appearance could rival his own, and Jiang Ye seemed to even surpass him slightly. This feeling was profoundly unfamiliar to Wan Yaoyang. Naturally, he would not reveal Jiang Ye's name to others. That would not bode well for Jiang Ye. Wan Yaoyang smiled, unperturbed. He turned to Zhao Qingli, saying with a grin, "Long time no see, old classmate." Zhao Qingli, disinterested in engaging him, replied frostily, "We are all here for the mission. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What are your plans?" "Quite simple." "What a bold claim." Lin Yushu sneered. "One would think you were a student from one of the top 10 schools. Where did this country bumpkin come from?" Wan Yaoyang retorted coolly, "Ugly and foul, yet you still bark like a dog?" "What did you say?" Lin Yushu's expression turned icy. He was already displeased with the other's dismissive attitude, and this retort ignited his fury. However, Lin Yushu managed to suppress his emotions, coldly stating, "After the mission, I will find you. For now, the mission is paramount." Wan Yaoyang, however, paid no further attention to him. To him, everyone present, apart from Zhao Qingli, were mere ants. To Qingyang High School, Anqing was nothing more than a poor mountain hollow. Country bumpkin? That was already flattering to these individuals. Observing that the two had not come to blows, Jiang Ye felt a sense of relief. If they were to fight here, it would certainly attract the attention of the hidden organization, and that would be troublesome. He turned to Zhao Qingli, whispering, "Class monitor, let us operate independently. Given the current situation, it is clear we cannot rely on cooperation with other teams." Zhao Qingli nodded and was the first to tread up the mountain. Jiang Ye and Wang Xiang quickly followed. Lin Yushu cast a cold glance at Wan Yaoyang before leading his two companions forward. Wan Yaoyang shook his head slightly, indifferent. To him, this mission was merely a convenient endeavor to earn some extra cash. Were it not for that, given his temperament, he would have already struck the earlier individual down. Wan Yaoyang, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode into the mountains. Moments later, the three teams arrived near their destination. Before them loomed a vast cave. At first glance, the cave appeared exceedingly concealed, surrounded by thick undergrowth, as if formed by nature. Yet upon closer inspection, traces of human intervention became evident. There would likely be sentinels stationed outside the cave. As Jiang Ye was observing, a figure bearing a sword case ambled forward. Wan Yaoyang, with his hands still clasped behind his back, directly approached the cave. "Perfect, let him probe first." Jiang Ye, seeing this, remained calm and chose to wait. On another slope, Lin Yushu watched Wan Yaoyang, secretly sneering. This fool surely walks into an ambush, yet he proceeds without caution. As he thought this, a sudden explosion rang out. Countless fallen leaves erupted from the ground. A figure darted past, thrusting a blade toward Wan Yaoyang's back, quick as lightning. Yet, Wan Yaoyang seemed oblivious, appearing entirely unaware of the impending attack. It was only when the blade was mere inches from him that, clang, in an instant, the sword case behind him trembled violently, and a beam of sword light shot skyward. Thud! The assailant aiming for Wan Yaoyang was cleaved in two by the sword light, his corpse plummeting to the ground, blood gushing forth. Wyoying maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly undisturbed, as he calmly approached the cave. How formidable! LNYSH's pupils constricted at the sight. He had barely glimpsed WNYOYing's earlier strike. Who is this person? And how could he possess such strength? LNYSH's expression darkened. At that moment, he noticed G-ing-Y and H-O-Q-N-G-L, along with another companion, racing towards the cave. Without further hesitation, LNYSH propelled himself and his companions towards the same destination. As the three teams entered the cave, a couple of 100 meters away, two figures stood atop the treetops, gazing in the direction of the cave. These two were ZH-ing-G-N-W and C-ing-H-Ing. For such encirclement missions, the school always dispatched experts to covertly safeguard the operation, just in case. However, the presence of these two suggested more than mere precaution. Jiang observed the cave's direction and remarked, "With WNYOYing from Q High School involved, it seems we shan't need to intervene." Seeing Zing shook his head, saying, "WNYOYing alone is insufficient to handle this situation. There are several formidable individuals lurking here, including a few nearing the first and second stages." A hint of mockery flickered across his face. Jiang nodded slightly, chuckling. WNYOYing is about to participate in the preparatory STAR vocational assessment, yet he has chosen to wade into these murky waters. Should this jeopardize his assessment, it will be a small loss for a great risk. Seeing Zing replied, "Speaking of which, I intend to let LNYSH attempt the preparatory STAR vocational assessment next month. What about your school?" No one again. Senat is that means supi. Your school has had no participants for several consecutive years. The preparatory STAR vocational assessment is a battleground for prodigies. NCHing number 3 high school is, at best, a third-rate institution, lacking the qualifications for competition. Chapter 58. Carnage within the cave. The three teams moved swiftly, penetrating deep within just seconds. They found themselves traversing a long, dim corridor. The opposing force, evidently, far surpassed the students from NCHing in strength. Jiang silently reflected on the concept of DOGBNGF. This was what it truly meant. In this world, only those possessing DOGBNGF could be deemed geniuses. Ordinary individuals with inferior endowments, lacking opportunity, would never ascend to such heights as these. From birth, they were not of the same species. Jiang had only heard of this before. Yet witnessing the prowess of his peers with DOGBNGF firsthand made him realize the stark reality of this statement. However, in the distant and thriving East region's 10 provinces, even those with DOGBNGF could be considered merely above average. It was the extraordinary endowments that shone brightest there. Jiang longed to know what wonders lay in that world. At that moment, the path ahead opened up. They appeared to have reached the edge of a cliff, below which lay an extensive man-made pit. The pit stretched thousands of meters, vast and spacious, filled with various facilities, training platforms, cultivation pools, and storage rooms. In an instant, Jiang took in the scene before him. Indeed, this was the stronghold of the SHNYN organization. Jiang's eyes gleamed. Who would have imagined such a spectacle within the depths of this cave? The SHNYN organization had evidently excavated the ground, creating an underground complex. Suddenly, an alarm rang out. A commanding voice echoed from within the underground complex, followed by figures rushing out, brimming with murderous intent, charging towards them. Before Jiang and the others could react, WNYOYing transformed into a blur, his sword flashing as a body fell to the ground. "Let us go," ZHOQNGL declared. "Whoever seizes valuable items, keeps them. Aren't we supposed to turn them in?" Zinki asket, supit, Venge Zetenge replied. "All spoils from a mission are yours to keep unless the school has specific requests." Jiang raised an eyebrow. Without further ado, he surged forward, charging into the underground complex. Having surveyed the area, he had already spotted numerous valuable medicinal supplies. Since he could claim them as his own, he was determined to seize the opportunity. ZHOQNGL and WNZNG exchanged glances before swiftly following Jiang. Their primary purpose was to protect Jiang. Completing the mission was secondary. Just then, several figures wielding blades charged towards Jiang and his companions. One of the black-clad assailants lunged at Jiang, snarling, "How dare you offend the SHNYN? You have immense courage." The black-clad figure's face contorted with rage, his features marred by dark patterns, his eyes blood-red and terrifying. "You shall not leave here alive." He charged at Jiang with ferocity. Witnessing this, Jiang did not hesitate, drawing his small knife. Members of the SHNYN organization, tainted by a unique ritual, had undergone structural alterations, rendering them less than human, as they had assimilated into part of the Shadow Clan. Jiang's gaze turned icy. He was not facing a human, but rather a monstrous hybrid of man and shadow. With this thought, he became increasingly composed, bracing himself for the encounter. Clang! The black-clad assailant wielded a long knife, striking down with tremendous force. Jiang Ye felt a tremor in his arm, quickly gauging his opponent's strength. Complete mastery of cultivation techniques, having undergone at least one starry refinement. Yet, he was still far from the first stage. Jiang Ye sway, continuously parrying while searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, a spark ignited in his eyes. Strike! Jiang Ye's gaze hardened as he lunged forward with his knife. In that instant, his attack speed appeared to increase visibly. Stab! 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 With lightning speed, he thrust 3 times towards the black-clad figure's chest. HNYNWNDO. When encountering a female opponent or ally, attack speed increases by 35, and damage probability rises by 50. 3 massive wounds appeared on the chest of the black-clad assailant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered to the ground, unable to fathom how Jiang Ye's strength had suddenly surged. Had I triggered the effect of HNYNWNDO? Jiang Ye realized immediately, understanding that it was due to ZHOQNGL's presence in the team. His attack speed had not only increased by 35, but also dealt an additional 50 damage. The 3 strikes had swiftly dispatched his opponent. Meanwhile, ZHOQNGL and WNGZNG had also dealt with other black-clad assailants. WNGZNG rushed over astonished. Impressive. Is this your first time killing someone? He had witnessed Jiang Ye's decisive strike. ZHOQNGL glanced at Jiang Ye with surprise. With no time to engage in conversation, Jiang Ye rushed towards the nearby storage room after eliminating the black-clad assailant. This underground complex, stretching thousands of meters, housed numerous storage areas. Ahead of Jiang Ye lay a small storage room, previously guarded by the black-clad assailants. Upon entering, Jiang Ye quickly searched and soon discovered 9 vials of L-Elling potion. 30,000 yuan in hand. Jiang Ye marveled. Just this find made the trip worthwhile. He had never anticipated such an unexpected windfall. At that moment, ZHOQNGL and WNGZNG entered. WNGZNG asked, "Are you done? Shall we move to the next location?" Jiang Ye replied, "Let us divide the spoils." ZHOQNGL glanced at the potion vials in his hands and coldly stated, "You keep them. I have no need for potions." As she spoke, she tossed 3 vials to the others. ZHOQNGL was taken aback, but accepted, placing the vials into her backpack. You are magnanimous. It's a pleasure to have you as a brother. Had Jiang Ye claimed all the spoils for himself, they would have said nothing. However, Jiang Ye's current actions undoubtedly enhanced the 2 men's recognition of his character. Moments later, the 3 exited the warehouse together. At this point, Lin Yushu's team and Wan Yaoyang had also slain numerous foes, and the vicinity was littered with corpses. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Ye furrowed his brow slightly. The intelligence was inaccurate. There were not merely 13 individuals in this cavern. The bodies strewn across the ground already exceeded that number. Furthermore, shadows were continuously emerging from the depths of the cavern. Zhao Qingli's expression shifted, and she immediately declared, "The school's intelligence is flawed. We must exit at once." An error in intelligence was an exceedingly grave matter. Although it was currently just a miscalculation of numbers, who could ascertain whether more severe mistakes might arise? "Hurry!" Zhao Qingli grasped Jiang Ye's hand and dashed toward the exit. Boom! At that moment, the ground suddenly erupted, and several towering figures soared into the sky. Emanating en overwhelming aura. They were all formidable individuals nearing the threshold of a breakthrough. Simultaneously, from the depths of the cavern, 2 powerful auras erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly enveloping the entire subterranean space. Their presence was not in the slightest inferior to Wan Yaoyang's. In fact, they far surpassed him. Chapter 59. Frenzied Slaughter. 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white, surged forth from the depths of the cavern. Accompanying them was an immense sense of oppression that swiftly engulfed the entire underground space. Some martial artists, when still, were as imposing as mountains, their every gesture capable of toppling landscapes, and when they roared, it was akin to thunder cleaving the sky. This was the essence of presence. Such an aura, intangible yet more powerful than the tangible, was imperceptible, yet one could profoundly sense its existence. The current oppressive atmosphere enveloping the area stemmed from this. all beneath the threshold of a breakthrough, felt as if a heavy mountain weighed upon their chests, rendering them breathless. Wan Yaoyang frowned slightly as he observed the two figures advancing toward him, an elderly man in black and another in white. The terrifying presence emanated from these two individuals. Were there truly two practitioners at the threshold of a breakthrough concealed here? Wan Yaoyang chuckled softly, finding it somewhat intriguing. As he spoke, the sword sheath upon his back finally unsheathed. Clang! A brilliant beam of sword light shot into the heavens, revealing a golden-red longsword. The blade shimmered with faint golden-red starlight, its tip exuding a fierce brilliance reminiscent of twinkling stars. This was a star weapon, crafted specifically for martial artists of the Starry Path. It could harness stellar energy with utmost efficiency and wield terrifying lethality against shadowy beings. Boom! Wan Yaoyang unleashed a terrifying aura as he charged toward the black and white elders with his sword. Simultaneously, the two teams from Anqing became ensnared in an encirclement. At this moment, Jiang Ye and his companions faced an assault from 6 black-clad figures. Each of these 6 individuals possessed formidable strength, mere moments from breaking through. Each was on par with Zhao Qingli in power. Moreover, these members of the Shadow Organization were ruthless characters, adept at dancing upon the edge of a blade. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Qingli struggled against the assault of 3, finding herself in dire straits as she continuously retreated. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye and Wang Xiang confronted the other 3 black-clad assailants. The two stood back to back, steadfastly defending against the onslaught. They needed to resolve this swiftly. Jiang Ye recognized that while the black and white elders were preoccupied with Wan Yaoyang, they must escape at once. Otherwise, if Wan Yaoyang were to falter against the two, things would quickly become dire. Brother Wang, hold one of them back. The 2 black-clad figures, seeing Jiang Ye attempt to flee, immediately closed in. Jiang Ye. Wang Xiang's expression changed upon witnessing this. With Jiang Ye's strength, facing off against 2 alone was utterly futile. At that moment, Jiang Ye had not evaded far when he was once again surrounded by the 2 black-clad figures. Little brat, think you can escape? Have you consulted your grandfather? One of the black-clad men sneered, swiftly swinging his blade toward Jiang Ye. In a flash, an icy glint flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes as he raised his arm to block. Though unarmed, his strikes surpassed those he had executed while wielding a blade. Regardless of the star martial arts or the 8 parts thunder fist, they merely comprised fundamental boxing and kicking techniques. Jiang Ye was not proficient in swordplay. His greatest skill and most explosive killing technique remained his fist work. Previously, he had refrained from fighting unarmed to avoid injury, but now he had no time for such concerns. Clang! The black-clad man's blade struck Jiang Ye's arm, yet Jiang Ye deflected most of its force with his fist technique. The remaining impact was absorbed by his arm guard. Jiang Ye felt only a mild sting. Seeing this, the 2 black-clad figures relentlessly swung their blades, attacking him like a torrential storm. Although they lacked any formal swordplay, each strike was ferociously lethal. Should they find a vital point, death would be the certain outcome. After enduring for a while, Jiang Ye resolved to abandon passive defense. He stepped forward decisively, unleashing a fierce boxing technique to break through their encirclement, targeting one of the black-clad men. The other black-clad figure seized the opportunity to swing his blade down upon him, but Jiang Ye paid him no heed. An exchange of injuries. Strike. This punch carried an unimaginable force. A faint silver light flickered along its trajectory. Boom! It resounded like thunder. The 8 parts thunder fist, infused with stellar energy, struck squarely against the chest of the black-clad man. A surge of 50 damage was inflicted. The black-clad man revealed a cruel smile. Confident that he had already reached the threshold of a breakthrough, he doubted a mere youth could harm him with his fists. However, the next moment, splutter. The black-clad man violently coughed up blood. The near-threshold black-clad man displayed an expression of disbelief. Jiang Ye offered him no chance to recover. In a flash, and with a 35 increase in attack speed, his second punch descended with merciless ferocity upon the same spot. Bang! Crack! It was as if the sound of shattering bones echoed faintly. The black-clad man was sent flying by the consecutive blows, his organs ruptured, and he soon fell silent upon the ground. Though this sequence of events appeared slow, it transpired in the blink of an eye. So swiftly that the other black-clad figure had yet to react, Jiang Ye had already dispatched one of their number. The cost was that he himself had been struck on the shoulder by the remaining black-clad man. A vicious gash marred his shoulder. Even with the protection of a stab-resistant garment, the full-force strike from a near-threshold warrior had still left him wounded in an instant. As he felt the excruciating pain emanating from his wound, Jiang Ye's gaze grew increasingly composed. Kill! Without a moment's hesitation, he surged toward the remaining black-clad man. The latter's expression shifted momentarily before contorting into a sinister grin. Amaladi, he chanted as if incanting a spell, and soon after, the dark patterns upon his skin began to spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in an inky black hue, bearing a striking resemblance to the shadowy beings. Roar! The black-clad man emitted a beast-like howl and swung his blade toward Jiang Ye. Clang! Jiang Ye braced himself against the strike, and the pain in his wound flared like a rupture. So, this is the secret technique of the Shadow Organization? Jiang Ye's gaze was as cold as ice. The Shadow Organization possessed the ability to swiftly enhance one's strength for a brief period. This was no mere rumor. At present, the black-clad man's power had surged by over 30. Yet, Jiang Ye's countenance bore no trace of fear. Feeling the searing pain from his wound, his eyes remained unfazed. Laughing through pain. Under conditions of suffering, all attributes receive a considerable temporary boost. The deeper the pain, the greater the enhancement. A surge of ever-increasing power simmered within Jiang Ye. Kill! Jiang Ye growled, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged at the black-clad man once more, enduring another blade strike. Subsequently, Jiang Ye delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the cloaked figure. With a series of resounding impacts, he unleashed over 10 punches in rapid succession, akin to a human piledriver, benefiting from multiple enhancements. Remarkably, nearly 10 of these strikes were augmented with a 50 damage boost. The cacophony of thunderous sounds echoed as the darkened figure could not even muster a counterattack, being battered like a mere punching bag. As Jiang Ye ceased his assault, the cloaked figure lay lifeless before him, collapsing to the ground. A gaping wound, a horrifying 20-inch diameter, marred the chest of the fallen adversary. Chapter 60. The curtain falls strangely. The critical hit rate seemed unusually high, which left Jiang Ye somewhat astonished. Logically, the critical effect from Hong Yan's inquiry was a matter of probability. When he had teamed up with Xia Qing, they had only triggered it once throughout an entire mission against the Shadow Clan. But now, while collaborating with Zhao Qingli, nearly half of his punches had achieved critical hits. Was it a stroke of fortune for him, or did the system favor appearances? At that moment, Jiang Ye had no time to ponder further. After dispatching the two foes, he swiftly rushed to assist Zhao Qingli, who was struggling against 3 cloaked adversaries. With a swift flick of her leg, Zhao Qingli executed a whip-like maneuver, her snow-white thigh slicing through the air to strike at her opponent's lower bodies. Her leg techniques were exceptionally fierce, honed through rigorous training, and even Lin Yushu from before might not have been her match. However, facing 3 opponents proved overly taxing. Just as she was nearing her limit, a faint silver glow flashed across her vision. Jiang Ye had arrived from behind, his fist aimed directly at one of the cloaked figures. With all attributes enhanced, his strength and speed were significantly amplified, allowing him to bridge the short distance in the blink of an eye. The cloaked figure barely had time to react before Jiang Ye's fist connected with the back of his head. The 8 parts thunder fist. A thunderous boom resonated as the cloaked figure felt a cacophony erupt within his skull, rendering him momentarily dazed. A crackling sound, reminiscent of a skull fracturing, echoed in the air. Jiang Ye winced from the impact, but did not hesitate, as silver light flickered across his knuckles. Infused with extraordinary energy, he unleashed a rapid barrage of punches upon the adversary's head. In mere seconds, the cloaked figure was left bleeding profusely from his orifices, succumbing to unconsciousness. Jiang Ye. Zhao Qingli gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. Yet, there was no time for her to express her surprise, as they quickly turned their attention to the remaining 2 foes. With Jiang Ye's assistance, the remaining cloaked figures stood no chance, and they were swiftly dispatched in unison. Within half a minute, all 6 of the nearly defeated cloaked figures in the vicinity had been eradicated. Jiang Ye, your strength is remarkable, Wang Xiang remarked, visibly astonished. He had witnessed the recent battle between Jiang Ye and the 2 cloaked figures, and his heart was deeply stirred. Was this truly Jiang Ye? He seemed to possess even greater combat prowess than before. Jiang Ye, your shoulder, Zhao Qingli exclaimed, her gaze falling upon the ghastly knife wound on his shoulder. her delicate features etched with concern. "We must leave at once," Jiang Ye urged with a grave tone. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Qingli and Wang Xiong quickly followed Jiang Ye as they rushed toward the exit. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from a distance. The two most formidable figures in the hideout, the black and white elders, unleashed an unparalleled aura, instantly suppressing Wan Yaoyang. "No, something's wrong." Zhao Qingli's expression shifted in alarm. "They're nearing the second breakthrough." Having witnessed the display of power from second breakthrough warriors, she recognized that the black and white elders were not far from that level themselves. Had they been concealing their true strength all along? Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed in realization. Previously, although the black and white elders had been formidable, they had been evenly matched with Wan Yaoyang, far from the overwhelming force they now exhibited. It was evident they were laying a trap, waiting to ensnare them once they confirmed only their group was present. "We need to hurry," Jiang Ye urged, sprinting toward the exit. Meanwhile, upon sensing the immense pressure emanating from the black and white elders, Wan Yaoyang reacted swiftly, turning and fleeing towards the exit without hesitation. "Now you wish to escape? Is it not too late?" The black and white elders' voices dripped with a chilling, raspy laughter. They transformed into fleeting shadows, moving with astonishing speed, merging seamlessly with the ground. It was clear they had begun to harness the abilities of the Shadow Clan. The cloaked elder pursued Lin Yushu, while the white-robed elder sped towards Wan Yaoyang, intercepting him in an instant. "Kid, join my divine concealment, and I shall spare your life." The white-robed elder chuckled ominously. Wan Yaoyang narrowed his eyes and replied in a low voice, "The girl ahead is a descendant of the Star Envoy. She holds greater value than I." "Oh." The elder's gaze flickered towards Zhao Qingli, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Alas, they're nearly out of reach. We do not wish to pursue them into the outside world. Release me, and I will ensure she remains here," Wan Yaoyang proposed, casting a glance towards Zhao Qingli, a flicker of dark golden light flashing in his pupils. In an instant, as Zhao Qingli raced towards the exit, her steps faltered and she collapsed to the ground. Gaze of the Abyss. This ability of Wan Yaoyang's was ineffective against higher realms, but proved significantly effective against opponents of equal or lesser strength, inducing a temporary state of paralysis. Seeing this, the white-robed elder transformed into a blur, swiftly darting towards Zhao Qingli, clearly intrigued by the mention of the Star Envoy's descendant. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye sensed Zhao Qingli's sudden collapse, his heart sinking. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and swiftly lifted her, pulling her towards the exit. At the exit, a menacing figure stood, exuding a terrifying aura. It was none other than the white-robed elder. "Everyone, stay here," he commanded with a chilling smile, surveying the scene with a sense of satisfaction. "Remarkable, we have managed to capture 7 promising individuals this time." On the other side, the cloaked elder had subdued Lin Yushu and the others, rasping, "Capture them all. This location has been compromised. We must leave immediately." The white-robed elder nodded, his cold smile widening. "Young pups, the game is over." In the next moment, he reached out towards Jiang Ye and the others. Jiang Ye's expression hardened as he prepared to draw his pistol, ready to fight to the bitter end. He had kept this special weapon hidden for such an occasion. Just then, a flash of golden light suddenly pierced through the ground, tearing through the air, and in an instant, it had pierced the white-robed elder's skull. He had no time to react before he fell lifelessly to the ground. Following this, 2 figures emerged at the exit, Zhang Jianwu and Song Haisong. "It's time to end this," Song Haisong remarked with a grin. Upon seeing them, the cloaked elder's expression shifted dramatically. Without a word, he morphed into a shadow, darting towards the depths of the cave with incredible speed. "Do you think you can escape?" Zhang Jianwu's cold voice rang out. He swung his arm, and the golden light surged forth once more. This was evidently another star weapon, yet the power Zhang Jianwu unleashed far surpassed that of Wan Yaoyang. With a thunderous boom, the golden light shot past at several times the speed of sound, producing a deafening sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, the golden light pierced through the shadow, pinning it to the ground like a divine nail. The shadow writhed in desperation before reverting to human form, revealing the cloaked elder with a gaping wound in his chest, the spark of life in his eyes slowly fading. Song Haisong grinned. "I shall take care of the remaining rats." As he spoke, he stepped forward, soaring into the depths of the cave. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ye finally felt a sense of relief within. At this point, he understood that everything had seemingly been anticipated by the school. Meanwhile, Wan Yaoyang approached Zhang Jianwu, clasping his hands in gratitude, thanking the senior for his rescue, and then made his way towards the exit. Just then, a voice rang out. It was Zhao Qingli who spoke coldly, directing her gaze at the enigmatic young man. Did you just attack me? Wan Yaoyang furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean? Zhao Qingli's eyes were icy as she turned to Zhang Jianwu. Director Zhang, I was almost at the exit when my body suddenly went rigid. If I am not mistaken, it was this fellow who acted against me in secret. Zhang Jianwu looked at Wan Yaoyang. Upon entering this place, he had indeed witnessed Zhao Qingli fall to the ground. Logically, with her formidable leg skills, she should not have been so easily tripped. It could only have been a deliberate act. Wan Yaoyang replied nonchalantly, What does this have to do with me? Still pretending? Zhao Qingli's expression was as cold as frost. Those with Dao Bone endowments typically possess special abilities, and your ability is abyssal gaze. Anyone whom you gaze upon will fall into a momentary paralysis. Furthermore, why would I attack you? In that situation, every bit of strength we have increases our chances of survival. Why would Wan Yaoyang want to harm her? Perhaps he intended to drag her down with him. Given her impression of him, it was entirely within his capability to commit such an act at that critical juncture. At this moment, Jiang Ye suddenly interjected. I have a recording. He waved his wrist communicator. You, in your desperation to escape, assisted the Shenin organization by leaving Zhao Qingli behind, and in return, they allowed you to leave. Jiang Ye looked at Wan Yaoyang calmly. Do you need me to play the recording for everyone to hear how you colluded? Wan Yaoyang fixed a cold stare on him, remaining silent. When he initially spoke, his voice had been low, and the battlefield was exceedingly chaotic, so almost no one had heard him. The reaction of Zhang Jianwu indicated that no one outside had noticed either. This was the reason for Wan Yaoyang's confidence. Yet, Jiang Ye had heard him? Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ye possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing, which allowed him to capture the conversation. Indeed, it was I who did it. Wan Yaoyang suddenly calmed down, confessing, in that situation, it was my only chance for survival. I do not believe I was in the wrong. After all, my value far exceeds that of these individuals. My survival is paramount. His tone was as tranquil as water, his voice devoid of warmth. As one endowed with Dao Bone, Wan Yaoyang was indeed qualified to make such a statement. For those with new endowments, original endowments were considered inferior. However, from the perspective of Dao Bone endowments, new endowments were similarly lowly. From a standpoint of human civilization, sacrificing 100 individuals with lower endowments was preferable to the demise of a single Dao Bone endowment. For Wan Yaoyang, this statement held no fault. Yet his words ignited the anger of those present. One audacious claim, Lin Yushu retorted angrily. Is being endowed with Dao Bone so remarkable? Wan Yaoyang, however, paid him no mind. In his eyes, someone like Lin Yushu was no different from an ant. Wan Yaoyang turned to Zhang Jianwu with a smile. May I take my leave now? Given that the other party was a martial arts expert, at least at the second breakthrough level, perhaps even at the third, he had no choice but to lower his posture to avoid being suppressed. Zhang Jianwu replied coldly, I will inform Qingyang High School of your actions. Please do. Wan Yaoyang smiled faintly. At that moment, Zhao Qingli coldly declared, from today onward, Qingshui Pharmaceutical will no longer provide medicinal assistance to Qingyang High School. Wan Yaoyang's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. Having already made a grave enemy of Zhao Qingli today, there was no need for an apology. Moreover, he held no inclination to apologize to someone of a lower endowment. Zhao Qingli, Wan Yaoyang scoffed inwardly, merely someone with good parents. A lowly endowment is insignificant when they leave home. He slung the sword box over his shoulder and turned to leave. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon him. Under that terrifying weight, Wan Yaoyang found himself bent over, veins protruding grotesquely from his neck. He abruptly lifted his head, coldly staring at Zhang Jianwu. Senior, what do you mean by this? I did not say you could leave, Zhang Jianwu replied indifferently. Now that you have confessed, I have reason to suspect you are in collusion with the Shenin organization. If you have anything to say, take it to the police station. As he spoke, he instructed everyone to search for ropes. The Shenin organization was known for their penchant for kidnapping, and this place was certainly not lacking in ropes. Before long, Zhao Qingli, Wang Xiong, Lin Yushu, and others all found ropes and rushed forward. You dare touch me? Wan Yaoyang glared coldly at Lin Yushu. Damn you. Lin Yushu kicked him squarely in the face, venting his anger. He then deftly bound Wan Yaoyang with the ropes. You all will pay for this. Wan Yaoyang's face turned ashen, but under Zhang Jianwu's oppressive aura, he was rendered immobile, trembling with rage. It was crucial to note that he was endowed with Dao Bone. Even in Qingyang High School, he held a high status. How could he endure such treatment? Especially being kicked in the face by someone as unattractive as Lin Yushu with size 45 shoes? That sensation was unforgettable. Jiang Ye. Simultaneously, Wan Yaoyang cast a frosty glare at the handsome young man in the distance. If it weren't for his recording, he wouldn't have found himself in such a miserable predicament. The young man, Song Hai Song, observed the bound Wan Yaoyang, his eyelids twitching. Are we really sending him to the police station? He was acutely aware that not only was Wan Yaoyang endowed with Dao Bone, but his background was also formidable. Endowments could be hereditary. The stronger the individual, the more likely they would produce powerful descendants. Although it was possible for ordinary families to give birth to geniuses, the likelihood was minimal. While Wan Yaoyang's family might not rival Zhao Qingli's, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Zhang Jian replied calmly. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence, what is there to worry about? At this point, he turned to Jiang Ye, the recording you mentioned earlier. Please make a copy for the police station. To his surprise, Jiang Ye shook his head. What recording? I was just bluffing. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwu was taken aback. Zhao Qingli was astonished, and even Wan Yaoyang was shocked. All eyes turned to Jiang Ye. Clearing his throat, Jiang Ye confessed. His voice was too low. Without specialized listening equipment, I couldn't have recorded it. I was just trying to trick him. However, I did capture those earlier few lines of dialogue. He waved his wrist communicator. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him in disbelief. Wan Yaoyang's eyes widened in outrage, nearly spitting blood. So Jiang Ye had managed to outsmart him without any evidence, purely through deception? Chapter 62. Gains moments later, a team of fully armed soldiers stormed into the underground space. It was indeed the police force. Surpassed? Everyone was somewhat taken aback. Jiang Ye thought to himself, it seems the police had already been waiting nearby. This mission is indeed unusual. Director Zhang, the leader of this police squad, was a burly man, his aura rivaling that of Zhang Jianwu. He shook hands with Zhang Jianwu and smiled. Thank you for your support from all the schools this time. Seeing this, those present understood that this mission was a joint effort between the police and several schools. The objective was to capture those two formidable adversaries nearing the threshold of the second break. After all, such exceptional beings possessed the art of shadow evasion and exhibited remarkable anti-detection capabilities. Even genuine second break powerhouses would find it arduous to apprehend them. At that moment, the captain of the police force observed the bound Wan Yaoyang and inquired with curiosity, is this also a member of the Shunin organization? They appear quite youthful. Zhang Jianwu promptly began to explain. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye activated the previous recording. Upon understanding the situation, the captain immediately instructed his subordinates to escort Wan Yaoyang away. He then turned to Jiang Ye, Zhao Qingli, and the others, saying, you youngsters have taken considerable risks. We shall leave the conclusion of this matter to you. As for the spoils, we, the police, shall not contest with you. Zhang Jianwu chuckled. Officer Wu, you are magnanimous. He waved at Jiang Ye and the others, urging, what are you waiting for? Hurry and scavenge. Whatever you find is yours. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yushu dashed out. Jiang Ye, Zhao Qingli, Wang Xiang, and the others swiftly followed suit. Within this underground cavern, numerous rooms still awaited exploration, and they had barely scratched the surface. Jiang Ye and Zhao Qingli, with their long, elegant strides, caught up, and she whispered, thank you for earlier. Without your help, I would have escaped much sooner. Zhao Qingli paused, then replied coolly, as the class leader, it is my duty to rescue you. Despite her words, she averted her gaze awkwardly. Wang Zong, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. Wow, Jiang Ye seems so unassuming. Yet he is quite the charmer. Unaware of Wang Xiang's thoughts, Jiang Ye spoke with resolve. Let us split up. Whoever retrieves something, it's theirs. Understood, replied Zhao Qingli and Wang Zong, quickly separating. Jiang Ye raced toward a nearby room to begin his search. Inside, most of the contents were refuse and debris. It was evident that the Shun-In organization had anticipated the exposure of this hideout and had already transferred valuable items. What remained was largely inconsequential. However, after sifting through the rubble, Jiang Ye did manage to discover several unopened vials of potions. These were not solely the Dilong potions, but also included Xiong Long and Wei Long potions, all of which would aid in cultivation. Upon exiting this room, Jiang Ye hurried to the next one. However, fortune did not always favor him. Some rooms were filled with trash and devoid of any valuable items. Just as he began his exploration of the fourth room, he stumbled upon an unexpected item, a black goat hairpin. This hairpin looked oddly familiar. Xiaqing? Jiang Ye recalled the classmate from class 9 who had gone missing. Yet, many individuals could possess the same hairpin, which did not conjoin any certainty. However, as Jiang Ye continued his search, he discovered a photograph of Xiaqing within the room. It was clear that she had been abducted by the Shun Yin organization. A heavy feeling settled in Jiang Ye's heart. Since Xiaqing's disappearance, he had not seen her again. And now he uncovered clues regarding her whereabouts within the lair of the Shun Yin organization. Yet, this might not be entirely bad news. The fact that she had a separate room indicated that she might still be alive, having integrated into the Shun Yin organization. Contemplating this, Jiang Ye felt uncertain whether this was indeed good or bad news. He resolved to continue searching. Half an hour later, Jiang Ye's backpack was filled with vials, 20 in total. Upon counting them, he felt a surge of satisfaction, valued at approximately 60,000 yuan. This mission had proven exceedingly worthwhile. The additional income alone amounted to 60,000 yuan. He had never experienced such wealth before. However, the sharp pain in his shoulder soon reminded him of the toll this endeavor had taken. Each individual had sustained injuries to varying degrees during this operation, and Jiang Ye bore a particularly grievous knife wound on his shoulder. This was all under the protection of Zhang Jianwu, Song Haisong, and other formidable experts nearby. Had it not been for them, their lives would likely have been in grave jeopardy. Director, I discovered items belonging to a Class 9 student here, Jiang Ye reported, relaying his previous findings. Zhang Jianwu took the photograph and glanced at it. Xiaqing? He shook his head, saying, according to your account, she may have integrated into the Shun Yin organization. Jiang Ye nodded solemnly. Should we report this to the authorities and rescue her? Zhang Jianwu shook his head, stating, while we can report it, even if we locate Xiaqing, she may no longer be the same. Jiang Ye was taken aback. It dawned on him that the most enigmatic ability of the Shun Yin organization was transforming individuals into Shadow Clan members. This transformation was not merely physical, but also involved a profound alteration of their thoughts. If Xiaqing were indeed alive, as Zhang Jianwu had articulated, she would no longer be the person he once knew. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ye felt a weight in his heart. Enough of these thoughts, Zhang Jianwu said, shaking his head and patting Jiang Ye's shoulder. Focus on the present and prioritize your own safety. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement. At that moment, the others began to converge toward them. Have you all finished scavenging? Zhang Jianwu surveyed the group. Everyone nodded in affirmation. Just as he was about to call for the team to regroup, Zhao Qingli interjected, Director, Jiang Ye is injured. Zhang Jianwu turned his gaze toward Jiang Ye. With his keen perception, he had already noticed Jiang Ye's injury. However, seeing that the young man exhibited no signs of distress, he had initially refrained from inquiring. Is it serious? Let me see, Zhang Jianwu said. Jiang Ye shook his head. It's nothing. I'm almost healed. Let us hurry. Zhang Jianwu shot him a stern look, admonishing. The wound is infected. It could affect your college entrance examination. Only then did Jiang Ye remove his backpack. Previously, he had wrapped the shoulder strap around the wound. Upon unfastening it, Zhang Jianwu's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 63. Organization such a severe injury, and you claim it's nothing? Hurry to the hospital. Zhang Jianwu's face turned ashen as he surveyed Jiang Ye's wound, realizing it was far more serious than he had anticipated, and that the young man had been acting as if nothing was amiss. Jiang Ye offered a resigned smile. He truly felt no pain. To him, that discomfort was trivial. Moreover, during moments of agony, his attributes experienced a significant enhancement, and he sensed a warm sensation emanating from the wound, indicating that his cells were accelerating their healing process. Nonetheless, the director's concern was not unwarranted. Should the wound become infected, it might take months to heal, potentially jeopardizing his college entrance examination. He nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Jianwu as they made their way outside. Wang Xiang promptly declared, Jiang brother, I'll accompany you. Zhao Qingli hesitated momentarily before saying, I will go as well. Not far off, Lin Yushu smiled and remarked, I want to join you. I wish you good luck. He cast a lingering glance at Jiang Ye, surprised by the strength he had displayed that day. At City People's Hospital, a robust female doctor in a white coat meticulously bandaged Jiang Ye's shoulder. With a gentle smile, she remarked, You are quite impressive. Generally, such a degree of laceration would have begun to swell and show signs of inflammation by now, yet you exhibit no such symptoms. She continued, If you take good care of yourself for the next month and avoid strenuous activities, you will recover swiftly. Hearing the doctor's words, those nearby breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ye, unfazed, chuckled. Everyone's constitution is different. His physique now exceeded that of an ordinary person. A robust constitution inherently implied a formidable immune system, rendering it difficult for any virus or bacteria to invade his body. Everything is fine, Zhang Jianwu echoed, feeling relieved. Had Jiang Ye's injury impacted his college entrance examination, it would have been a grave miscalculation. Zhao Qingli, however, inquired with concern, Doctor, will this affect his cultivation? As long as he avoids engaging in intense training, there should be no issues, the doctor responded with a smile. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Jiang Ye acknowledged. Soon after, he and the others exited the hospital. Wang Xiang lamented, It appears you will be unable to participate in the upcoming class assessment in a few days. He remained curious about the current prowess of Jiang Ye. The scene where Jiang Ye had effortlessly defeated the black-clad adversaries with just 3 punches still lingered vividly in his memory. Hearing this, Zhao Qingli's curiosity was piqued as she gazed at Jiang Ye. The strength he had previously displayed had astonished her as well. Despite being merely a raw talent, he had exhibited such formidable combat capabilities. Jiang Ye cheerfully replied, Let us discuss this again next month. By then, I should be nearly recovered. The elite class underwent assessments monthly, mirroring the 4 martial arts evaluations of the college entrance examination. I look forward to your performance next month, Wang Xiang chuckled. Perhaps we will have another fierce contender in the top 10 of our grade. Jiang Ye shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. Making it into the top 50 would be satisfactory. Wang Xiang laughed. I believe I've discerned your character. You enjoy this tactic of feigned modesty. You pretend to be weak only to astonish everyone later, right? You certainly understand the art of emotional manipulation, he remarked with a knowing smile. Beside them, Zhao Qingli icily concurred. I agree. You even deceived me. Jiang Ye protested. Is there truly a fault in being humble? He sighed in exasperation. I'm honestly not as strong as you think. Enough already, Zhang Jinwu interjected, unable to tolerate the display any longer, playfully scolding. Excessive humility is merely arrogance. You're still pretending. Jiang Ye sighed and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. I truly am not strong. Why does no one believe me? In truth, the reason his combat prowess appeared so formidable stemmed entirely from the effects of Hong Yan Wendao and Ku Zhongzhuolu. With these 2 influences, he could vanquish those nearing the pinnacle of strength. Otherwise, with his current capabilities, he might not even stand a chance against Wang Xiang. Top 10 in the grade? Jiang Ye contemplated this notion. He truly had no idea how his strength would rank currently, especially since he had not undergone any assessments since his training in the Starry Sky. A month from now, he would surely improve. How high could he possibly rank? The thought intrigued him. By the way, Wang Zong suddenly interjected, how should we divide the reward of 100,000 yuan for completing the task? The sum was not an individual reward, but rather a team bonus. Zhao Qingli asserted, in this mission, Jiang Ye contributed the most, so he should receive half. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Jiang Ye acknowledged, the class leader is correct. Wang Xiang shrugged, naturally indicating his agreement. Zhao Qingli confirmed, then it's settled. Once the reward is dispersed, Jiang Ye will receive 50,000, while Wang Zong and I will each take 25,000. After a brief moment, Zhao Qingli and Wang Xiang parted ways, leaving Jiang Ye alone with Zhang Jianwu, who gestured for him to enter a black sedan. Director, what is the matter? Viang Ye inwitted, perpliet. As he took the passenger seat, Zhang Jianwu smiled. You performed admirably in this operation. Your combat skill surprised even me. Director, you flatter me. Jiang Ye replied with a bashful smile. However, the reason I kept you back is for another matter. Zhang Jianwu's expression grew serious. Jiang Ye nodded. Please go on. Zhang Jianwu pondered for a moment before stating, I have a proposal. If you seize this opportunity, you may earn an additional 20 points for the college entrance examination. An extra 20 points? Jiang Ye's breath caught in his throat. 20 points, what a significant addition. For students scoring below 700, such points might seem trivial. However, for those above 700, it represented a remarkable advantage. The 700 mark was the minimum threshold for the 25-school alliance, which consisted of 25 universities, each varying significantly in standards. After all, the leap from 700 to 900 encompassed a 200-point range. The top institutions among the 25 only accepted those scoring above 850 or even nearing 900. If I could attain an additional 20 points, Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled. My chances of enrolling in those prestigious universities would greatly increase. There might even be an opportunity to enter the top 10 schools. He understood, while that once one surpassed 800 points, every single point gained became exceedingly precious. Zhao Qingli was a prime example of this. He knew that her monthly expenditures had long surpassed 100,000 and continued to climb. To excel in the college entrance examination, her parents naturally supported her with all their resources. After 2 months of investment, she had only improved by 35 points, a feat that was still exceptional within in city number 3 high school or even throughout in city. No other student besides Zhao Qingli had achieved such rapid advancement while scoring above 800. This was merely for scores above 800. What those exceeding 850? The difficulty of improvement was even more staggering. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye looked toward Zhang Jianwu and asked, "What do you mean by the proposal?" To register as a pre-approved star occupation, Zhang Jianwu smiled. If you manage to become a pre-approved star occupation before the college entrance examination, you will receive an additional 20 points on your exam. Pre-approved star occupation? Jiang Ye was taken aback. He had previously heard Lu Xing mention this, but had not realized that becoming a pre-approved star occupation could yield additional points on the college entrance examination. Zhang Jianwu chuckled. A pre-approved star occupation is an official designation within the Federation and is highly sought after in any province. If you can secure this status, even martial arts universities will prioritize admitting such students. Jiang Ye inquired, "So becoming part of the federal system grants additional points?" Zhang Jianwu shook his head. You must register at the corresponding university, indicating that you intend to join that institution as a pre-approved star occupation. For example, if you register in advance at Xishan University, then when you apply to Xishan University during the entrance examination, you will receive a 20-point bonus. Registration? Jiang Ye pondered, slightly confused about why this process was necessary. He couldn't help but ask, "Are there restrictions after registration?" "Restrictions? None," Zhang Jianwu replied, shaking his head. This regulation exists because various provinces wish to attract students into their systems. Currently, most of the positions are concentrated in the 10 provinces of the Eastern region and the 10 provinces of the Southern region. In contrast, our Western region is severely lacking in enrolled talent. Zhang Jianwu remarked, if a student can register a university in the Western region, it signifies their contribution to the local system. For instance, Xishan University in our Xishan province offers substantial benefits to such talents, while other provinces may not provide such generous score enhancements. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye finally understood. I see. In essence, various provinces have established this regulation to compete for enrollments. Truly, the ultimate goal of the universe is the enrollment system. Even the 25-school alliance is vying for positions. However, Jiang Ye soon grew curious again. Director, do universities in the Eastern region provide similar score enhancements? Although Xishan University was also part of the 25-school alliance, it ranked lower and only required a score of 700 for admission. Jiang Ye did not consider it as target. The universities in the Eastern region? Zhang Jianwu paused for a moment. Those institutions may only offer a 10-point enhancement. Why? Are you considering applying to the Eastern region? He gazed at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye nodded. The top universities within the 25-school alliance were all located in the Eastern region. Zhang Jianwu shook his head. The universities there typically require scores above 850. Jiang Ye's current score was only 690, and with just 4 months until the college entrance examination, achieving the threshold of 750 for Xishan University would be quite commendable. 850? That seemed nearly impossible. However, recalling the unexpected performances he had displayed over the past 6 months, Zhang Jianwu refrained from delivering any demoralizing words. Jiang Ye, he smiled. If you genuinely aspire to study in the Eastern region, I will support you. The position of the preparatory star requires one to apply through a recommendation. I happen to have a spot available. Zhang Jianwu smiled and said, next month will be the day of the unified examination. If you decide to apply, I will grant you this position. Jiang Ye showed a look of surprise. Through the director's words, he vaguely sensed the preciousness of this spot. Joining the federal system also comes with additional points for the college entrance examination. Just the additional points alone would likely cause many wealthy individuals to scramble for it. And now, the director was offering it to him? Jiang Ye could not help but ask, "Do you hold me in such high regard?" Zhang Jinwu thought to himself. "You are someone Miss Chun has faith in. How could I not?" With a calm expression, he replied, "I have always believed in your potential. The assessment for the preparatory star position is not an easy task. It requires enduring harsh, practical tests to succeed. That is precisely why I have confidence in you." Zhang Jinwu smiled and added, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have awakened your martial bone, and along with it, a capacity to enhance your combat abilities, correct?" Jiang Ye's heart stirred. The director also believed he had awakened his martial bone. He could indeed use this reason as a cover. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye nodded. "Teacher Chen mentioned that I have awakened my martial bone, and my practical abilities do indeed exceed what was tested." Zhang Jinwu chuckled. "That is why I recommended you for the preparatory star position assessment." Jiang Ye nodded. However, he soon recalled something and questioned, "Doesn't the preparatory star assessment require hunting real-world shadow creatures?" "You need not worry about that," Zhang Jinwu laughed. "The Unified Examination Bureau will handle the arrangements." Jiang Ye pondered for a moment. After a brief pause, he said, "All right, I will apply." "Yes, I will remind you next month," Zhang Jinwu replied with a smile. "For the coming month, focus on improving yourself." The student understood. Upon returning home, Jiang Ye took out 20 vials of potions from his backpack. He contemplated, feeling it would be a waste to use them himself. After all, one vial could be purchased for 1,000 at Zhao Qingli's place. Selling these potions could fetch a price of 3,000 each, or even higher. Moreover, what was most crucial was that these potions came from the Shunin organization. Although unopened, who could tell if there were any issues? But where could he sell them? Jiang Ye had no channels. After some contemplation, he finally dialed Zhao Qingli's number. Having obtained her contact during the recent mission, he reached out. "Class monitor, are you buying potions?" Jiang Ye asked tentatively. "You want to sell those potions?" Zhao Qingli seemed unfazed, responding coolly, "I can exchange them for equivalent martial ingredients at 2,000 per vial." 2,000 per vial? Jiang Ye frowned slightly. This price was significantly below market value. Zhao Qingli explained, "I just checked these potions. They're smuggled goods and can only circulate on the black market. 2,000 is the highest price I can offer. Think it over." "Smuggled goods?" Jiang Ye was taken aback. He was relieved he hadn't approached anyone else to sell them. Otherwise, if caught, it would be illegal. However, giving them to Zhao Qingli posed no problem, as she was associated with a pharmaceutical company. "All right, then it's 2,000 per vial," Jiang Ye said cheerfully. "I trust you, beautiful class monitor." "Humph," she replied. After hanging up, Jiang Ye carefully stowed the vials. He opened the panel and glanced at it. Oddly enough, even though he had completed the task, the settlement reward page had not appeared. When he accepted the task, the system had popped up with a faction task achievement. Taking a deep breath, he decided to practice first. He settled himself in the center of the room, sitting cross-legged. He silently activated the Xing Wu Jingjie FA. The preparatory star assessment would undoubtedly be challenging. Before that, he needed to focus on training and self-improvement. The preparatory star assessment was not only crucial for additional points in the college entrance examination, but also held the promise of monthly subsidies amounting to tens of thousands. Jiang Ye was determined to succeed. The next day, Jiang Ye, carrying a large bag of potions, arrived at school early. Wang Zong was also there, and upon seeing him, immediately waved him over. "Jiang Ye," Wang Xiang called from the task wall, "come here to submit your task." "Submit the task?" Jiang Ye approached. After observing Wang Xiang's actions, he understood. It turned out that after completing a task, one needed to come here to submit the details. The school would review them before issuing the rewards. Jiang Ye wasted no time and quickly filled out the report. Just as he finished, the system panel suddenly popped up. "You have achieved a new accomplishment. First completion of a faction task. Settling rewards. Defeated several enemies stronger than yourself, and assisted the faction in eliminating 2 foes significantly more powerful than you. Unlock title, Egg Against Stone. Egg Against Stone. When facing opponents of higher realms, there's a chance to increase damage by 100 and cause a continuous bleeding effect." As the lines of text appeared, Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned. "What? Egg Against Stone? A 100 damage increase?" Jiang Ye was astonished. "Incredible. It was worth noting that the Hong Yin Wendao only increased damage by 50. A 100 increase was beyond imagination. Not to mention, the system's description indicated the ability to inflict a continuous bleeding effect, which was typically a hallmark of high-level skills, rendering any form of hemostasis ineffective. Unfortunately, it was a probability event. Jiang Ye gazed at the panel. Probability was a fickle thing. With good luck, one could land critical hits consistently. With bad luck, one might not trigger even once throughout an entire session. Jiang Ye, Wang Xiang chuckled. In future team tasks, count me in. This operation had truly earned him recognition of Jiang Ye's abilities. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement. Just then, a haughty girl, her gaze lowered, strode into the classroom with her long, snow-white legs. Class monitor, Jiang Ye approached. I have brought all 20 vials of potions. Zhao Qingli nodded and placed an exquisite briefcase on the table. With a click, she opened it, and immediately, a captivating fragrance of potions wafted through the air. Jiang Ye looked inside the briefcase to find a golden-brown fruit resembling ginseng. This is a high-grade martial ginseng, Zhao Qingli explained, with a net weight of 500. Martial ginseng? High grade? Jiang Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Martial ginseng was the preferred ingredient for martial practitioners. It could be consumed raw without the need for complicated preparations like tiger's gall or leopard's gall. However, martial ginseng comes in various types. According to the classification of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, the heavenly and earthly grades were nearly extinct in the market, leaving only the mysterious and yellow grades. The high-grade martial ginseng was the top-tier medicinal material that ordinary people might encounter, with a base price of at least 20,000. 500 would amount to 100,000. Yet, according to their previous agreement, Jiang Ye could only receive the equivalent of 200. Zhao Qingli proudly stated, since I couldn't find 200, consider the 300 gift for you. You're gifting me 300? Jiang Ye looked utterly bewildered. Soon, he understood and said nothing further. With only 200 in total, who would give away such a sizable amount in business? This was her way of expressing gratitude for his earlier assistance, and both were in tacit agreement, needing no further words. Zhao Qingli reminded him, martial ginseng is very beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks. It's best to consume it during critical moments to avoid waste. Understood, Jiang Ye nodded. As time passed, just before school was about to end, Zhang Jianwu called Zhao Qingli over. The money has arrived. Zhao Qingli opened her backpack to reveal it stuffed with cash. She counted out 50,000 and handed it to Jiang Ye, saying, here, as your share. Jiang Ye took the heavy stack of banknotes, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction within. In this life and the last, it was his first experience of such wealth. He pondered the cost for the upcoming Starry Sky refinement. However, he still needed another 100,000 yuan for the remaining 2 sessions. Accumulating slowly, he thought that the monthly examination rankings would also yield generous scholarships from the school. If he could rank within the top 50 of his grade, he would be rewarded with 10,000 federal coins. And for the top 20, the reward would be as much as 20,000. The higher the ranking, the greater the prize. After school, he withdrew another 10,000 yuan to purchase 10 vials of Li Long potion from Zhao Qingli before leaving the school premises. Jiang Ye's life returned to a tranquil state, continuing its usual rhythm of 2 points and 1 line. He engaged in cultivation, day after day, immersed in practice. Remarkably, within just a week, the wound on his shoulder had completely healed. This made him once again appreciate the formidable nature of his superior physique. For an ordinary person, such a wound would typically require at least 1 to 2 months for complete recovery. The healing of his injury allowed Jiang Ye to enhance himself with even more intensity. For instance, he progressed from injecting the potion twice a week to 3 times and then to 5 times weekly. Through continuous experimentation, he discovered that with his current physical constitution, as long as he did not inject daily, he could remain entirely immune to the side effects. With such rigorous advancement, his strength was evolving rapidly. Time flew by, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. On February 28th, just before the monthly examination, a familiar figure appeared in Class 1 of Senior 3. That day, a tall and burly young man with a pointed head stood at the classroom door. He introduced himself, saying, "My name is Li Jichao, from Class 9 of Senior 3. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered at the sight of him. Li Jichao was an old classmate from Class 9, once a top genius of that class, who had now achieved mastery in his cultivation and transferred to the key class. Moments later, Li Jichao entered the classroom. "Long time no see, Old classmate Jiang Ye greeted him. Jiang Ye. Li Jichao's eyes lit up. It has indeed been a while. Jiang Ye smiled. You have changed a lot in the past few months. Previously, Li Jichao had been quite slender, but now he had become impressively robust. Change a lot? Li Zichao nudda. Grinning, now I inject the potion twice daily, which is indeed far superior to before. Jiang Ye's eyelids twitched. Good heavens, 2 injections a day? He had experienced a starry sky refinement once and did not dare to be so extravagant. Li Jichao chuckled. How about you? How have you been recently? Viang Yin nodded. Not bad. Everything is as usual. Li Jichao remarked, I saw your ranking in the last monthly exam. You fell out of the top 100. Are you struggling to adapt in the key class? Jiang Ye had not participated in the last monthly exam due to his injury, so naturally, his ranking had dropped. However, Li Jichao was unaware of this circumstance. At that moment, he thought to himself, although Jiang Ye entered the key class before me, I have been injecting the potion daily, and my strength has improved tremendously. Perhaps I can surpass him. Just as Li Jichao was lost in thought, Chao Feng entered the classroom, his voice stern. The monthly examination is about to begin. Everyone be prepared. With his words, the entire class was jolted into alertness. As the college entrance examination approached, life in Senior 3 became increasingly tense. Each monthly exam had become a paramount event in everyone's mind. Finally, the monthly examination arrived, and Jiang Ye was prepared and filled with anticipation. Chapter 65. Grade ranking. The monthly examination for the key class held the same standards as the college entrance examination, sequentially proceeding through strength tests, speed tests, and practical combat tests. Jiang Ye glanced at his status panel. Low martial achievement system, physique, ordinary body, superior, talent, primitive, martial arts, star martial cultivation method, perfected 8 parts thunder fist, minor achievement, 80, star martial advancement method, entry level 45, achievements martial arts master, friend of the ancestor, finding joy in hardship, striking a rock with an egg, martial arts ladder, second layer after a month of arduous training and various resources invested. Jiang Ye's strength had made significant strides. Not only was he close to mastering the 8 parts thunder fist, but he was also nearing halfway through the minor achievement of the star martial advancement method. It is important to note that the advancement method is a high-tier yellow grade technique, and breaking through to minor achievement signifies reaching a critical threshold. Achieving such a level in just 1 month, apart from the medicinal injections and nutritional supplements, was largely due to his superior physique. What level of strength do I currently possess? Jiang Ye was quite curious. A few minutes later, Jiang Ye stepped onto the testing platform in the center of the classroom, sequentially undergoing strength and speed tests. He had experienced these assessments numerous times before and was now quite adept at them. Shortly after, the test results were revealed. Strength 1,560 kilograms. Speed 23 seconds buzz. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. Did I not see wrong? 1,560 kilograms. This had already met the standard for the top 20 in the grade, hadn't it? Did he not rank 89th last time? Incredible. A wave of astonished exclamations erupted among the 100 students present. As the only student who had transferred from an ordinary class, many had been secretly observing him. Particularly those at the bottom of the key class had been using Jiang Ye as a benchmark. Without a doubt, Jiang Ye's performance had taken many by surprise. 1,560 kilograms? So high. Li Jichao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just tested at only 1,100 kilograms. There was a staggering difference of 400 kilograms. This was merely a superficial disparity. The actual gap would be even greater. At that moment, Wang Zong approached Jiang Ye as he descended the platform. Perplexed, Jiang, did you hold back? Upon hearing this, Li Jichao's heart jolted. How could it be that this was not all his strength? In Wang Zong's view, this did not seem to reflect Jiang Ye's true capabilities. Based on Jiang Ye's previous combat performance, he ought to have reached at least 1,800 kilograms, if not 2,000 kilograms of strength. The threshold for breakthrough stood at 2,500 kilograms, leaving a gap of 1,000 kilograms. He calculated in his mind. While the apparent difference seemed vast, each starry sky refinement could enhance strength by at least 200 kilograms. As long as he completed the next 3 refinements, there was still hope. As time passed, they soon reached the practical combat segment of the examination. Chao Feng stood on the platform, demonstrating the standard of initial breakthrough while engaging in sparring with the students. This was also the highest standard for the college entrance examination. If one could defeat an opponent at the initial breakthrough level, they would receive full marks for the practical combat section. However, even students who had already achieved a breakthrough found this challenging. Though the examiner was only at the initial breakthrough level, their fundamentals and techniques needed to reach the highest standard. Otherwise, it would be difficult to prevail unless one were a second breakthrough martial artist. What Jiang Ye did not anticipate was that upon taking the stage, things would take an unexpected turn. Boom! On the platform, Jiang Ye strode forward, his arms bending like iron rods, his right fist striking out like a pestle. The moment he threw the punch, Jiang Ye sensed something was amiss. The wind from his punch roared, far exceeding his expectations, striking a rock with an egg. When facing an opponent of a higher realm, there is a chance to increase damage by 100 and inflict a continuous bleeding effect. Boom! Chao Feng crossed his arms to withstand the blow. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. This kid, a force akin to Mount Tai, surged forth, forcing him to retreat 4 or 5 steps before he could dissipate that terrifying power. Chao Feng raised his head, looking at Jiang Ye with a gaze filled with uncertainty. Damn! Little did Jiang Ye know, at that moment, he was equally stunned. He never expected that the effect of striking a rock with an egg would trigger at such a moment. The crux of the matter remains that this is a passive effect, governed by chance, over which he has no control. At this juncture, Chao Feng began to question his very existence. Is this truly 1,500 kilograms? It feels closer to 3,000. He even wondered if he was hallucinating. 3,000 kilograms of punching power? How could that be possible? Even with the aid of drugs, such ferocity seems implausible. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Chao Feng's eyes as he charged towards Jiang Ye. However, Jiang Ye did not trigger that heavy damage of 100 again. Could it be that I truly imagined it? Doubts began to creep into Chao Feng's mind. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ye was knocked out of the ring by Chao Feng. He took a deep breath, relieved that it was finally over. Throughout the practical exercise, he had felt a constant undercurrent of anxiety. After all, this ability of his was rather inexplicable. It would be absurd to claim he was on drugs, wouldn't it? It seemed that possessing too much could also be a double-edged sword. Jiang Ye mused inwardly. Half an hour later, Chao Feng led all his classmates to the spherical building hall for the virtual Starry Sky assessment. As they were the only class participating, the evaluation progressed swiftly. Time passed, and one by one, participants began to exit the assessment. Another half an hour elapsed, and most of the class had withdrawn from the virtual Starry Sky evaluation, leaving only the top 10 teams still engaged. Jiang Ye's group remained in the assessment as well. Jiang Ye's progress was remarkable. How had he managed to cultivate so effectively? Wasn't he supposed to have a low-level talent? Indeed, this seemed to transcend even the talents of some of the new students. Could he possibly break into the top 10? That would be quite an exaggeration. With more than 3 months until the college entrance examination, could he really aspire to join the 25 Schools Alliance? That seemed highly unlikely. It had been years since a low-level talent had entered that prestigious alliance. In the hall, students engaged in lively discussions. Previously, the topics of conversation were dominated by figures like Zhao Qingli and Wang Zong, who were ranked among the top 3. However, today, Jiang Ye's extraordinary progress had captured everyone's attention. In one of the viewing areas, Zhang Jianwu stood with his arms crossed, silently observing the young man seated in the virtual pod. Jiang Ye? He regarded the handsome youth, a flicker of intrigue shimmering in his gaze. How had a low-level talent managed to reach this point? Was it merely due to the awakening of his martial bone, as Miss Chun had previously stated? Zhang Jianwu pondered deeply. Today's evaluation had indeed confirmed Jiang Ye's exceptional abilities. Yet compared to Zhao Qingli and Wang Zong, there remained a significant gap. As Zhang Jianwu contemplated, Jiang Ye's team finally awakened from the virtual pod. The rankings displayed on the large screen underwent yet another change. Chapter 66. The origin of the shadow calamity. The large screen continuously refreshed the total scores for the 4 martial arts categories. Since some participants had yet to conclude their assessments, the rankings were not yet released. At that moment, a name quietly ascended to the screen. Jiang Ye, total score in the 4 martial arts categories, 690 points. Instantaneously, an eerie silence enveloped the entire hall. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards Jiang Ye in astonishment. With a score of 690 points, he was merely 10 points shy of the 700-point standard required for the 25 Schools Alliance. This indicated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, He would be well on his way to that prestigious alliance by the time of the college entrance examination. This was utterly outrageous. Li Jichao gazed at Jiang Ye in disbelief. He administered 2 injections daily and still could not match Jiang Ye's prowess. On the other side, Zheng Xueqing, clad in a red dress, was equally taken aback. From 520 points to 690 points. She calculated that he had achieved this in just 2 months. In contrast, her total score for this examination was only 580 points, leaving her over 100 points behind Jiang Ye. How terrifying! The hall was filled with astonished students. If Jiang Ye had been a new student with a high-level talent, their astonishment would not have been as pronounced. However, Jiang Ye was clearly a low-level talent hailing from a poor background, yet he had achieved such remarkable results. It was simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, in the virtual pod, Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of trepidation evident in his gaze. The 6th challenge against the Shadow Clan had proven to be exceedingly formidable. Jiang Ye's complexion was slightly pale. He had reached the 6th level in this virtual Starry Sky assessment. This stage featured a total of 50 Shadow Clan entities, among which was a formidable juvenile entity towering 3 meters high. The remaining entities were all 2-meter-tall infants. That juvenile entity was extraordinarily powerful, with a single strike. It nearly tore Jiang Ye apart. This had forced Jiang Ye to halt his progress at the 6th level. The juvenile entity of the Shadow Clan equated to a formidable power, and unless every punch he threw could trigger that heavy damage of 100, he would be hard-pressed to compete. Jiang Ye focused intently. The Shadow Calamity was indeed a terrifying threat. In reality, the Shadow Calamity would invariably accompany the appearance of juvenile entities. This represented an insurmountable disaster for anyone below the 1st level of martial prowess. Suddenly, Jiang Ye was jolted by the uproar surrounding him. A score of 690? His eyes brightened at this revelation. Yet, he quickly lamented. If only he could trigger a few more instances of such improbable effects, he might have breached the 700-point mark. At this stage, Jiang Ye had deduced a pattern. In the virtual Starry Sky, perhaps due to its nature, effects like egg hitting stone had a low, triggering probability. However, in reality, the odds would be considerably higher. Time continued to flow. After more than 10 minutes, students ranked among the top 10, such as Wang Xiang and Lin Miaomiao, began to awaken. Zhao Qingli, adorned in a white dress, was the last to regain consciousness. Upon her awakening, the large screen at the front of the hall promptly revealed the rankings. February monthly examination rankings. 1st place, Zhao Qingli, 845 points. 2nd place, Wang Xiang, 780 points. 3rd place, Lin Miaomiao, 10th place, Jiang Ye, 690 points. The rankings were officially announced. Many in attendance couldn't help but glance back at Jiang Ye. Achieving the 10th position meant that Jiang Ye had surpassed the vast majority of students with new talents present. At last, he had broken into the top 10. Jiang Ye felt immense joy within. He was eligible for a reward of 30,000 yuan. In the elite class, monthly examinations came with generous scholarships. Those in the top 20 earned 20,000 yuan, while the top 10 received 30,000 yuan. Congratulations, Jiang Ye. Li Jichao approached, his expression complex. You've made it into the top 10. Jiang Ye smiled and replied, congratulations to you as well. You've surged to over 80 in the rankings this time. Li Jichao shook his head slightly, remaining silent. Being ranked 80 was far from his aspiration. Should I attempt to administer 3 injections in one day? Li Jichao wrestled with his thoughts. Theoretically, 3 injections in one day was feasible, but it seemed somewhat implausible. Noticing the expression on his face, Jiang Ye could vaguely guess his thoughts. Do not increase your dosage any further, Jiang Ye advised, as he did not wish to see a classmate suffer due to reckless decisions after 3 years of camaraderie. To his surprise, Li Jichao shook his head confidently. I have liver protection pills and kidney protection pills. You need not worry about me. Jiang Ye could only shake his head helplessly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Jiang Ye, a cool voice called from behind. Turning around, Jiang Ye beheld a tall, proud young woman standing with poise. The class monitor, Jiang Ye smiled and walked over to congratulate her. Once again, you've secured 1st place. She had made significant progress as well, elevating her score from 810 to 845 points over the past 2 months, a remarkable increase of 35 points. Is that so surprising? Zhao Qingli replied nonchalantly. Then her expression shifted to one of curiosity. How is it that you're only ranked 10th? In her perspective, Jiang Ye possesses the potential to rank among the top 3. With a sigh, Jiang Ye candidly declared, "This is my true strength." Zhao Qingli cast him a curious glance and whispered, "During that encirclement mission, did you perhaps use some enhancements?" The combat prowess Jiang Ye exhibited that day surpassed even hers, which seemed rather implausible. Upon reflection, it was evident that Jiang Ye's abilities were not as exaggerated as they had initially appeared. Jiang Ye chuckled, "Don't underestimate me. Class leader, I tend to perform even more fiercely in actual combat." "Is that so?" Zhao Qingli blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling an impulsive urge to engage in a spar with Jiang Ye immediately. Nevertheless, she had come for a specific purpose, stating, "Director Zhang requests your presence." "Director Zhang?" Jiang Ye nodded and glanced towards the second-tier stands. He had already noticed Zhang Jianwu's presence above. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye turned and ascended the stairs. Zhao Qingli observed his retreating figure, curiosity flickering in her dark eyes. Could this fellow potentially score over 750 in the college entrance examination? He must possess some secret. In her eyes, Jiang Ye had undoubtedly acquired a new label: remarkably handsome, extraordinarily resilient, and somewhat enigmatic. Upon reaching the second-tier stands, Jiang Ye entered the room and respectfully greeted the figure facing away from him. "Director." Zhang Jinwu turned around with a smile, saying, "You've arrived? Please have a seat." He gestured towards the sofa beside him. After Zhang Jinwu settled down, Jiang Ye took a seat next to him and inquired, "Director, what is the matter?" Zhang Jinwu smiled and began, "First and foremost, I want to commend you for achieving the 10th rank in the grade. As per the scholarship for the top 10 in the elite class monthly examination, you will receive 30,000 yuan. Jiang Ye nodded, already aware of this information. It was evident that Zhang Jinwu had summoned him for more than just this announcement. Zhang Jinwu continued, "The second matter is that the application for the Precursor Star Position Assessment has officially commenced. We will depart tomorrow." "Depart? Where to?" Jiang Ye asked, puzzled. This month, he had been diligently training in preparation for the Precursor Star Assessment, yet he was unaware of the specific details regarding this evaluation. After all, it was a federal examination, shrouded in secrecy. "To Qingyang City," Zhang Jianwu replied solemnly. "There have been recent instances of shadow calamities in Qingyang City, and the assessments for surrounding cities will be conducted there." Jiang Ye inhaled sharply. Another shadow calamity in Qingyang City? He recalled that a year prior, there had already been a level 2 shadow calamity. Why was it occurring so frequently? His expression turned serious. Qingyang City was alarmingly close to launching. Frequently? Zhang Jinwu shook his head, reflecting, once a year is hardly frequent. In certain areas, shadow calamities may occur every few months. Your perception of their rarity stems from the infrequency in launching. At this juncture, he glanced at Jiang Ye, asking, "Do you know the origin of shadow calamities?" "Shadow calamities? From a starry sky?" Jiang Ye speculated. Long ago, the blue star and even the entire solar system did not experience shadow calamities. It was only several centuries ago, when blue star civilization connected with the cosmos, that such phenomena began to manifest globally. Indeed, Zhang Jinwu affirmed, nodding. More specifically, the shadow race originates from an exceedingly distant cosmic civilization. Cosmic civilization? Jiang Ye was taken aback. Correct. After blue star's connection with the cosmos, human explorers traversed the solar system, Zhang Jianwu elucidated. Soon, they discovered an ancient spaceship on Europa. Within that vessel, they inadvertently activated a mechanism that caused the solar system's coordinates to be broadcast externally. Jiang Ye held his breath. This was the first time he had heard such secrets. Despite their prompt countermeasures post-discovery, it was too late. Zhang Jinwu sighed. The universe is fraught with darkness. The Shadow Ray civilization lies 1,000 light-years away and is the nearest civilization to Blue Star, marking the first to invade. Shortly after the coordinates were leaked, numerous starry pathways appeared worldwide, unleashing hordes of shadow beings upon humanity. However, these pathways typically manifested for only half a month before vanishing. Jiang Ye was momentarily startled. A duration of half a month? Did that mean a continuous influx of shadow beings would emerge from the passage during that time? But soon he questioned. Given that the Shadow Ray civilization is 1,000 light-years away, how are these pathways formed? I am uncertain, Zhang Jianwu replied, shaking his head. Some experts suggest that the shadow race possesses abilities akin to creating curvature pathways by determining the solar system's coordinates. They can directly open a passage connecting their world with ours. Yet, if the shadow race truly wielded such power, annihilating the solar system would be effortless. Thus, I suspect there may be other reasons for the emergence of these pathways. He then turned his gaze back to Jiang Ye, stating, in any case, this elucidates the origin of shadow calamities. Jiang Ye nodded in understanding. Each occurrence of a shadow calamity signified the appearance of a starry pathway. Would the current shadow calamity in Qingyang City also last for half a month? He couldn't help but ask. About that, Zhang Jianwu confirmed. The shadow calamity in Qingyang City has already persisted for 5 days. This is merely a level 1 calamity, perfectly suitable for you. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement. A level 1 calamity implies only infant shadow beings would emerge. In contrast, a level 2 calamity would involve juvenile and even young shadow beings. I shall set off tomorrow, Jiang Ye declared resolutely. Indeed, Zhang Jianwu nodded. Remember to bring along that 20,000 yuan prize for the precursor star application. Application? 20,000? Jiang Ye expressed surprise. Moreover, positions like the precursor star often yield significant earnings beyond mere base salaries. Zhang Jianwu regarded Jiang Ye with a knowing look. I understand. Jiang Ye immediately nodded. Within the system, there are ample avenues for profit. One of his motives for applying for the precursor star position was to alleviate his financial burdens. Over the past month, his expenses for nutrition and enhancements had already amounted to several tens of thousands, depleting his balance significantly. Moments later, Jiang Ye arrived at Chao Feng's office to request a few days off. Chao Feng, already aware of the circumstances, readily agreed. The scholarship for the top 10 in the grade, he declared, producing 30,000 yuan and handing it to Jiang Ye. Be cautious tomorrow. There are less than 4 months until the college entrance examination. Thank you for the reminder, teacher, Jiang Ye replied, accepting the money. He understood that Chao Feng was concerned about his safety during the assessment. By the way, Chao Feng suddenly remembered in half a month. The next cosmic training session will take place. Make sure to bring money for registration tomorrow. Understood, Jiang Ye responded as he turned to leave. Watching him depart, Chao Feng felt a surge of emotion. This child indeed made the right choice in pursuing the progression method. He was acutely aware that Jiang Ye's significant improvement was largely attributable to the Xingwu progression method. Had Jiang Ye chosen the body refinement method or the foundation establishment method, he would not have advanced so rapidly in such a short span. After all, the upper limits of cosmic training dictate the potential for growth. With his innate talents, could he gain admission to the 25 School Alliance? Chao Feng chuckled and shook his head. It had been many years since such an occurrence. Jiang Ye's current performance would undoubtedly secure him a score of 700. The only question was how much beyond that he would achieve. 750? 800? Chao Feng felt a sense of anticipation rising within him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Jianwu pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Soon, a holographic projection materialized in the air before him. A woman clad in a black qipao, her figure alluring, appeared before Zhang Jianwu. Director Zhang, what brings you to seek me so suddenly? The woman in the qipao inquired with a playful smile. Class leader Tang, Zhang Jianwu replied with a grin. Are you still at the examination bureau in Qingyang City? I have a candidate for the recommended position of a preparatory star. The woman in the qipao is named Tang Huichan, and she was a classmate of his during university. Oh, is this the little one you hold in high regard? Tang Huichan's tone carried a hint of surprise. Zhang Jianwu has been the director at Anqing No. 3 Middle School for over a decade. This is the first time he has sought her out. Tang Huichan's initial reaction was that Zhang Jianwu wished to leverage their connection to introduce someone into the organization. Such occurrences are not uncommon. However, the Federal Examination Bureau, as a vital institution for talent screening, has always been stringent in combating this phenomenon. Zhang Jianwu chuckled, reassuring her that he was not attempting to take any shortcuts. I have had a recommendation quota that I have not utilized for several years, and this time, I have indeed found a suitable candidate. The recommendation quota is highly coveted. If the recommended individual performs inadequately, there may not be another opportunity for such a recommendation in the future. Thus, Zhang Jianwu had hesitated to use it. I see. Tang Huichan's tone softened slightly. Please continue. Director Zhang. His name is Jiang Ye, and he possesses remarkable combat abilities, having killed numerous members of the elusive Shunin organization. Zhang Jianwu elaborated. At that time, he had only undergone the Starlight refinement once. Tang Huachan's eyes glimmered slightly. Indeed, practical combat ability is of utmost importance for a preparatory star position. What was his most recent monthly exam score? She inquired. Zhang Jianwu replied, 690 points. 690 points? Tang Huachan furrowed her brows slightly. If that's the score for a senior in high school, it seems a bit low. Zhang Jianwu shook his head helplessly. The score of 10th in the year is surprisingly insignificant in her eyes. However, this is understandable. After all, Tang Huachan resides in Qingyang City, and at Qingyang High School, such a score might not even place one within the top 50 of the grade. Are you certain you wish to recommend him? Tang Huachan stated earnestly. Based on my experience, his chances of passing the preparatory star evaluation are quite low. If his performance is subpar, it will reflect poorly on you as well. She offered a serious warning. Zhang Jianwu chuckled, unperturbed. No worries, let him give it a try. This recommendation quota allows for direct participation in the evaluation, does it not? Tang Huachan noted that each year, countless individuals aspire to be included, a veritable army attempting to cross a narrow bridge. If one were to follow the conventional examination route, it is uncertain how long one would have to wait. A recommendation bypasses this queue. However, the evaluation content remains unchanged. Very well, Tang Huachan smiled. Since Director Zhang is so confident, I shall see what this young man has that is exceptional. The unified examination begins tomorrow afternoon. Please bring him along. During their conversation, she sent Zhang Jinwu a document. This evaluation plan is not classified, so I'm sharing it with you. Zhang Jinwu's eyes brightened, and he replied with a smile. Thank you, Class Leader Tang. I specifically made this call. The recommendation is secondary, as one can still recommend upon arrival. The key is to obtain this information that ISNT exactly classified. Although the other party claims it is not confidential, where would an ordinary person obtain such details? After hanging up, Zhang Jinwu quickly opened the document and scanned through the evaluation content. In the next moment, his expression shifted slightly. Chapter 68, 1,000 Heads. At 7 in the evening, Jiang Ye finished dinner and returned to his room, preparing to commence an evening of cultivation. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated. A document from Director Zhang? Jiang Ye's expression flickered as he opened the wristband projection. Beep. The document opened. Preparatory Star Position Evaluation Plan? Upon seeing the title, Jiang Ye's spirit surged, and he began to read intently. Soon, he grasped the general content of the document. This evaluation lasts 7 days. In the first 5 days, participants must hunt and kill shadow creatures in a designated area. Within 5 days, one must kill 1,000 shadow creatures. Failure to meet the quota will result in elimination. The 6th day is a day of rest. On the 7th day, those who have not been eliminated will gather at the Examination Bureau for the specialized preparatory star evaluation. As he swiftly finished reading, a look of astonishment emerged on Jiang Ye's face. To kill over 1,000 shadow creatures in 5 days? That would be swifter than slicing through melons. Buzz. The communication watch vibrated again. Jiang Ye answered the call. On the other end, Zhang Jianwu's voice resounded. You have seen the evaluation plan, I presume? Yes, Jiang Ye replied, somewhat taken aback. Director, we need to kill 1,000 shadow creatures in 5 days? Yes, I was surprised as well, Zhang Jianwu sighed. Normally, for the preparatory star evaluation, such a primary shadow threat only requires the elimination of 500 creatures. 500 creatures? Jiang Ye frowned. That is still a considerable number. However, compared to 1,000, it is indeed much more lenient. Why is it so strict this time? Jiang Ye could not help but ask. Zhang Jinwu explained, I have investigated and it seems that starting this year, the Federation has increased the benefits for preparatory star positions and star professionals. Consequently, the evaluation criteria have also been raised significantly. Jiang Ye's expression shifted. This could be interpreted in reverse as well. The elevation of evaluation standards may have prompted the increase in benefits. After all, being a star professional is fraught with danger, and the Federation likely requires more elites rather than mediocrity. Jiang Ye, this may not necessarily be a bad thing for you. Zhang Jianwu chuckled. Did you not wish to take the exam in the 10 provinces of the Eastern region? Initially, the universities there offered at most a 10-point bonus. However, now it may exceed 20 points or even more. Jiang Ye nodded. In the college entrance examination, this additional 10 points could allow him to surpass tens of thousands of candidates. Of course, the prerequisite is to successfully pass the evaluation, Jiang Ye added. Killing 1,000 shadow creatures in 5 days is somewhat challenging for you. It is indeed somewhat challenging, Jiang Ye agreed. Zhang Jianwu encouraged him. Do not be discouraged. Tomorrow, I will provide you with something that will dramatically enhance your combat capabilities. A dramatic enhancement. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback. What could possibly warrant such a description from the director? You will find out tomorrow, Zhang Jianwu smiled. Your inner star energy should be nearly fully refined by now, correct? Yes, Jiang Ye confirmed with a nod. During the starlight refinement, he had already refined nearly 10,000 strands of star energy. However, Zhang Jianwu was still unaware of this fact and assumed he was like an ordinary person, needing to spend over half a month to complete the refinement. As long as it is refined, it will suffice. A certain speculation began to surface in Jiang Ye's mind, though he was not entirely certain. By the way, Director, what does this specialized evaluation entail? According to the evaluation plan, on the 7th day, those who have not been eliminated must gather at the Examination Bureau for the specialized evaluation. It is likely related to star positions, Zhang Jianwu replied. Generally, it consists of 2 to 3 assessment tasks. You must defeat the majority and secure a top 3 position to pass. Jiang Ye listened intently. This preparatory star evaluation will include students from Qingyang High School, as well as participants from Qingyang Martial Arts University and some high school students from surrounding small cities. Zhang Jianwu shared the information he had gathered. University students will also participate? Jiang Ye expressed his surprise. Qingyang University is a martial arts university located in Qingyang City. Although it is not part of the 25 School Alliance, it ranks above average among the hundreds of ordinary martial arts universities. Zhang Jianwu chuckled lightly. For the preparatory star evaluation, anyone below the 2nd level of break can participate, so university students are naturally included. But fret not. The Examination Bureau will ensure that you are all placed on the same level, Zhang Jianwu added. Jiang Ye nodded. Fairness and justice are the primary tenets of the Examination Bureau, so there is no need for concern. Thank you for the reminder, Director. Jiang Ye expressed his gratitude. He understood that much of this information was likely gathered through Zhang Jianwu's inquiries. Even if it is not classified, it is certainly not accessible to the average person. To gain such crucial insights before an important examination places him ahead of others significantly. No need to thank me. Zhang Jianwu expressed his sentiments. I possess only one recommendation slot. If you can truly become a reserve star practitioner, it would also benefit me. Jiang Ye, do your best. Jiang Ye nodded earnestly. After ending the communication, he walked to the center of the room, where he briefly organized the information he had at hand. Within 5 days, he must slay 1,000 Shadow Clan members and then compete against students from Qingyang High School and even Qingyang University for a top 3 position. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Is this the difficulty of the reserve star practitioner assessment? Truly challenging. Indeed, regardless of the world, the path to establishment is fraught with difficulties. However, Jiang Ye was well aware that fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Only through arduous effort can one reap substantial rewards. He began his training, assuming a boxing stance to practice the Ba Bu Leiyin Quan. A breath of energy flowed through his nostrils, coursing throughout his body. Now this advanced technique was nearing perfection. Of the vast amount of energy he inhaled, approximately 30 to 40% could enter his meridians. Initially, it was merely 1%. This indicated that his mastery over energy had surpassed previous levels by several folds. Such a leap had rendered him increasingly adept at this technique. With each repetition, Jiang Ye honed his skills, blending strength with softness and softness with strength. His technique growing ever more refined. Ba Bu Leiyin Quan. Minor accomplishment, 8,081. Unbeknownst to him, this advanced technique had seen a significant enhancement. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Ye once again entered the 2nd level of the martial arts ladder for rigorous training. Throughout the past month, he had not ceased his training in illusions and enduring trials. Although his martial will was already robust, the path of martial arts is boundless. The will to martial arts knows no limits. Jiang Ye had heard tales of those martial arts masters who stand amidst the stars, their wills so potent that they are visible to the naked eye. This had always been the direction of his aspirations. At 7:30 in the morning, Jiang Ye rose and made his way to the living room. Li Anping and Jiang Ting were already seated at the table, enjoying breakfast. "Brother, you finally woke up?" Jiang Ting exclaimed, rushing down from the table to greet him. "Little girl," Jiang Ye chuckled, ruffling her hair and lifting her to the dining table. "Mom, where have Dad and you been these past few days?" Jiang Ye inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Li Anping. Although Jiang Dehai was working the night shift at the Shadow Hunter Bureau, Jiang Ye had not seen his foster father's presence lately. Li Anping smiled, saying, "Your father went on a business trip to Qingyang City a few days ago. Didn't he tell you? Qingyang City?" Jiang Ye's expression froze in surprise. Why would Dad go on a business trip to Qingyang City? Normally, he would not give a second thought. However, there had recently been a shadow calamity in Qingyang City. Given that Jiang Dehai was responsible for security at the Shadow Hunter Bureau, the reason for his business trip was self-evident. Li Anping was unaware of these underlying issues and merely remarked, "Don't worry, it's not his first business trip." He even said this time there would be substantial bonuses. Bonuses? A pang of emotion struck Jiang Ye. Over the past 6 months, Jiang Dehai had worked tirelessly to support his martial training. Indeed, his meals had greatly improved, allowing him to consume martial arts ingredients almost daily. Yet, Jiang Ye did not wish for his father to take such risks on his behalf. "Mom, I'm also going to Qingyang City today," Jiang Ye stated. "Huh?" Li Anping was taken aback. "Why are you going there?" "The school assigned a task, and I might be gone for a week. I'll leave after breakfast." Jiang Ye explained without elaborating further. "All right," Li Anping nodded gently. "Just be careful on your journey." Meanwhile, Jiang Ting looked forlorn. "Brother, why do you have to be gone for so long? Can you take me with you?" Jiang Ye smiled and pinched her little face, saying no. "You still have to go to school." Jiang Ting hugged him, feeling reluctant. For the little girl, a week felt like an eternity, especially without her beloved brother. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Ye packed his belongings and slung his backpack over his shoulder before stepping out of the house. In the bedroom, Li Anping took out the phone, hesitating for a moment before dialing her husband's number. "What is up?" "I just fell asleep," Jiang Dehai mumbled groggily upon answering. "Xiao Yi has gone to Qingyang City," Li Anping said. "What?" Jiang Dehai jolted awake. "Why are you so agitated?" Li Anping questioned. "Aren't you there too?" "Of course I'm agitated. There's a shadow calamity in Qingyang City. Why is Xiao Yi going there?" he exclaimed. "A shadow calamity?" Li Anping was momentarily stunned. "Jiang Dehai." She suddenly raised her voice. "Why do you hide this from me?" Jiang Dehai fell silent. "You promised me there would be no danger on this business trip. Yet now there's a shadow calamity? Such a significant matter, and you kept it from me? If something happens to you, what will Xiao Yi do? What about Ting Ting? What will I do?" Li Anping's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Dehai sighed, saying, "Dear, I didn't mean to keep it from you. The bonus for this trip is truly substantial. If I work for 10 days, I can earn 50,000 yuan. That's a lot. And Xiao Yi could enjoy many days of Tiger Golf food." Li Anping was momentarily taken aback. 50,000 yuan was indeed an unimaginable income for their family. "You don't need to worry too much about me," Jiang Dehai continued. "The Shadow Hunter Bureau here is short-staffed, which is why I was reassigned. But I want to be dealing directly with the shadow calamity. There are plenty of experts in the Bureau. My role is mainly security." Under his reassurance, Li Anping gradually calmed down. Yet soon, she expressed concern again, saying, "At such a critical moment, Xiao Yi is going to Qingyang City to carry out a task? Isn't that too dangerous?" "I'll ask him," Jiang Dehai replied. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yi walked along the road, he quickly received a call from Jiang Dehai. "Is it Dad calling?" Jiang Yi immediately answered. After stepping out, he had been trying to reach Jiang Dehai, but the line had been busy. "Dad, how are you?" Jiang Yi asked. "I'm fine," Jiang Dehai responded quickly. "Xiao Yi, why are you going to Qingyang City?" "There's a shadow calamity here. It's very dangerous." Hearing his foster father's voice eased Jiang Ye's heart, and he replied, "Dad, the school sent me to do a task. Don't worry, there are teachers supervising me." He refrained from mentioning the reserve star practitioner matter. After all, if his parents learned of his mission to slay 1,000 Shadow Clan members, they would undoubtedly be deeply concerned. Even so, Jiang Dehai was already quite worried. "It's too dangerous. Can you refuse the task?" Jiang Yi assured him, "Dad, if you're not afraid, why should I be? You little rascal, it's not the same. I have at least some ability to protect myself against the shadow calamity." Jiang Dehai replied, and then he couldn't help but ask, "The task you mentioned, it's not to deal with the shadow calamity, is it?" "It is," Jiang Yi confessed, no longer concealing the truth. At this point, it was evident to the other party. "You child, Jiang Ye sighed. Such a significant matter. Why didn't you discuss it with your parents first? The shadow calamity is not something you can handle. Jiang Ye was deeply worried. Jiang Ye comforted him, Dad. Rest assured, there are teachers from the school protecting me. Nothing will happen. Well, since you're going, you must be extremely careful, Jiang Ye said, not wanting to dwell further. The decision was made, and further discussion was futile. After hanging up, Jiang Ye took a deep breath. His foster father was so concerned about him, yet he was resolute in traveling to Qingyang City. Jiang Ye understood that the risks taken by the other party were motivated by desire for him to progress further. To become a true martial arts master amidst the stars, one must change the fate of the lower class. The reserve star practitioner status grants an additional 20 points. Jiang Ye clenched his fist. If he could succeed in the next 7 days, it would be far more beneficial than a month of solitary training. Upon achieving a score exceeding 850, the aspiration to elevate it by an additional 20 points cannot be accomplished in merely a month. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ye arrived at a crossroads not far from Chengsanzhong, the designated meeting place with Zhang Jianwu. A distant honk resonated as a black sedan signaled him. Jiang Ye promptly approached. Director. He opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. Zhang Jianwu retrieved a golden dagger from the armrest compartment, stating, This is what I mentioned to you yesterday. Jiang Ye accepted the golden dagger, which measured merely 7 inches yet felt extraordinarily heavy. Its center bore a vertical groove, reminiscent of a gnarled tree trunk, flanked by bifurcated horizontal lines resembling the veins of a leaf, glimmering faintly with a golden sheen. This is a Xing Wuqi, Zhang Jianwu remarked casually. When infused with your Xing Neng, it can unleash tremendous power. Jiang Ye's heart raced at the mention of Xing Wuqi. He had suspected its existence the previous day, but now it was confirmed. Xing Wuqi could maximally harness the power of Xing Neng, significantly enhancing combat capabilities. It was one of the essential tools for any Xing Kong martial artist, yet not all possessed such weapons. The cost of Xing Wuqi was exorbitant, often amounting to hundreds of thousands, even millions, which few could afford. Director, this is too precious. Jiang Ye felt the dagger grow heavier in his grasp. No weighties. Considered alone, Zhang Jianwu smiled. Channel your Xing Neng and test its might. Jiang Ye nodded, unaware of the overwhelming impulse that would soon surge within him. He held his breath as a wisp of pale, silver Xing Neng emanated from his Guan Yuan point, coursing through his meridians to his palm. Suddenly, the golden dagger trembled as if responding to his energy. A strand of pale, silver Xing Neng flowed into the dagger. In an instant, the surface of the dagger erupted in radiant golden light. At that moment, the dagger seemed to come alive, brimming with formidable power. Jiang Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt a peculiar sensation of being able to manipulate the dagger from afar. He outstretched his palm, focusing on the golden dagger, which quivered slightly as if on the verge of levitation. However, it remained firmly grounded until his Xing Neng was depleted, after which it lost its luster. Zhang Jianwu chuckled beside him. You wish to manipulate it from a distance? You will need to channel more Xing Neng. However, I advise against it. The consumption is substantial. He continued, every thread of Xing Neng is invaluable. Unless in a crisis, manual control is preferable. Jiang Ye nodded in understanding. Xing Neng was a non-renewable resource, and once exhausted, could only be replenished through Xing Kong refinement. At that moment, he grasped why Wan Yao Yang appeared so formidable during the previous siege. He had seemingly eliminated foes without even making a move, relying instead on his ability to control weapons from a distance. The wonders of Xing Kong energy were indeed remarkable. Jiang Ye mused that combined with Xing Wuqi, it could unleash powers far beyond his own. He had sensed the latent, terrifying pressure contained within the dagger. With this thought, he felt a surge of excitement, eager to test its capabilities. Let us depart. Zhang Jianwu interrupted his reverie, accelerating the vehicle onto the road. After a bumpy 3-hour journey, they arrived at the borders of Qingyang City. In the distance, towering skyscrapers stretching thousands of meters into the sky came into view, all constructed from Xing Kong materials, exuding a futuristic aura. Occasionally, hovering vehicles zipped through the city. Qingyang City was indeed prosperous. Jiang Ye gazed out the window, realizing that only a metropolitan area like Qingyang could host the preparatory Xing Ji examination. Smaller locales like in Cheng lacked even a unified testing site. However, even Qingyang's urban development was merely a product of 2 centuries past, and in the grand scope of Lanxing, it could hardly be considered a major city. Half an hour later, they reached the examination bureau, a towering structure of 200 meters. Take these documents to register. Zhang Jianwu handed him a file. I will wait for you in the car. Understood, Jiang Ye replied as he exited and made his way toward the examination building. Inside the bustling hall, he was taken aback by the throngs of people. Those present were undoubtedly there to participate in the preparatory Xingji assessment. Jiang Ye opened his panel to check his status. Physique, Fan T, a medium. Talent, newborn. Physique, Fan T, a high. Talent, newborn. Physique, Fan T, a medium. Talent, newborn. It was evident that this was a major city. All around him, individuals displayed A-grade physiques. In Cheng, Sanzhong, only the top 10 students were A-grade, and even then, they were A-lower. Just then, Jiang Ye spotted a familiar face, unmistakably large-headed and unattractive. It was Lin Yushu. Jiang Ye, Lin Yushu exclaimed, quickly approaching with a smile. I didn't expect to see you here. Following the previous siege, Lin Yushu held a favorable impression of Jiang Ye. Lin Xiong, Jiang Ye responded with a smile. What a rare encounter among acquaintances in a foreign land. How about we team up to hunt the Yingzhu? Team up? Jiang Ye questioned, puzzled. Is that allowed? Of course. Did you not notice how everyone is grouped together? Lin Yushu replied. Jiang Ye surveyed the hall and confirmed that, despite appearances, individuals had formed small clusters. Lin Yushu leaned closer. While hunting the Yingzhu, we must be wary not only of them, but also of others who may act treacherously. Treacherously? Jiang Ye's brow furrowed. Are you suggesting there may be ambushes? Although the regulations prohibited attacks on fellow participants, Lin Yushu lowered his voice. Some may conspire to lure powerful Yingzhu towards their competitors. Using the Yingzhu to eliminate rivals is not unheard of. I understand, Jiang Ye nodded slightly. Grateful for the warning. He felt a sense of urgency. Indeed, one must remain vigilant. Let's team up, Lin Yushu suggested. It seems we're the only ones from Incheng. Jiang Ye agreed. As they queued, it was soon their turn. After submitting his documents and a registration fee of 20,000, Jiang Ye completed his preparatory Xingji registration. The staff at the front desk handed him a wristband. This is for recording your achievements. Please keep it safe. Thank you, Jiang Ye responded. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. A young woman in a flowing purple dress entered, causing the crowd to part swiftly, creating a clear path for her. Su Tong'er, the top student of Qingyang High School. How beautiful. Step back. She is not to be trifled with. The girl possessed striking features, a pure and charming visage, adorned with adorable pink and white glasses. Her lower half clad in delicate white stockings and pink shoes. Yet, her irresistibly cute appearance caused many to keep their distance. Observing the scene, Jiang Ye curiously opened his panel. Au physique, Xianti, Bei medium, talent. Daoguo talent, Bei medium Xianti. Jiang Ye was taken aback, realizing why she was the top student of Qingyang High. Beside him, Lin Yushu was entranced, his gaze fixated on the girl's legs. At this moment, Su Tong'er seemed to have noticed his gaze. In the next instant, a devilish expression suddenly appeared on the young girl's adorable face. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll crush you. Su Tong'er shouted at Lin Yushu. Lin Yushu was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, murmurs began to circulate around them. It was said that Su Tong'er had a devilish penchant for stepping on others' faces. Anyone defeated by her would find their dignity trampled beneath her feet. Hiss, don't provoke her. Upon hearing these discussions, a glimmer of amusement surfaced on Lin Yushu's face. Is there such a delightful occurrence? Jiang Ye looked at him with a strange expression, silently distancing himself. Su Tong'er seemed to have caught wind of the conversation and, with a hint of confusion on her small face, remarked, Want to be stepped on? What a peculiar notion. As she spoke, her sparkling eyes suddenly darted toward Jiang Ye. Hey, handsome, don't hide. I know you're with him. Su Tong'er revealed her adorable tiger teeth and smiled brightly. Now, tell me, where do you come from? Anqing. Jiang Ye sighed helplessly, realizing that upon arrival, he had already attracted the attention of a local tyrant. Had he known, he wouldn't have associated with this ordinary person. To his surprise, Su Tong'er expressed astonishment upon hearing this. From Anqing? Do you know Wan Yaoyang? Chapter 71. Thousands compete Wan Yaoyang? Lin Yushu frowned at the mention of the name. However, before he could speak, Jiang Ye swiftly shook his head, saying, I don't know him. Lin Yushu cast a surprised glance at Jiang Ye. then thought of something and nodded in agreement. I don't know him either. Being new to Qingyang City, they were cautious. Their prior encounter involving Wan Yaoyang being sent to the police station could easily stir up trouble here. After all, Wan Yaoyang was a student at Qingyang High School. You don't know him? Disappointment flickered in Su Tanger's eyes as she murmured, I heard he got beaten up in Anqing and was sent to the police station. Turns out, it wasn't he who did it. Her words instantly stirred a commotion throughout the hall. Wan Yaoyang was beaten up and sent to the police station? Incredible. That guy is in the top 10 of Qingyang High School. Does he really have such a dark past? As the crowd buzzed with excitement, several figures entered the hall. Accompanying them was a faint voice. Who is spreading rumors about me? A strikingly handsome young man, with a sword case slung over his back, slowly walked into the hall. Behind him followed several young men and women, all of exceptional attire and demeanor. Instantly, the hall fell silent once more. Wan Yaoyang had arrived. The individuals accompanying him were also top students from Qingyang High School. With their entrance, a powerful aura enveloped the entire hall. Leading the group, Wan Yaoyang emanated an overwhelming presence, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized everyone present. The hall was plunged into silence. What's the matter? At that moment, Su Tanger casually remarked, Do you want to fight me? She appeared utterly adorable in her purple dress and white stockings, yet there was an entirely different energy about her, akin to a sharp blade slicing through the oppressive atmosphere that filled the space. The Demonistong? Wan Yaoyang's pupils constricted. Demonistong was Su Tanger's nickname at Qingyang High School, and everyone kept their distance from her. Even he, being among the top 10, was no exception. Soon, Wan Yaoyang's attention shifted to Jiang Ye and Lin Yushu, standing not far away, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. However, he could not afford to lose his temper at that moment, and pretended not to recognize them. Wan Yaoyang, I've heard much about you, Jiang Ye said with a smile, feigning ignorance. He also glanced at the individuals behind Wan Yaoyang. All new students with exceptional talents, top-tier, ordinary physiques? Jiang Ye silently noted. It seemed that even at the prestigious Qingyang High School, exceptional talents were not commonplace. Only Su Tanger and Wan Yaoyang possessed extraordinary talents. At that moment, Su Tanger suddenly turned her gaze toward Jiang Ye. Hey, you two from Anqing, join my team. She flashed her little tiger teeth, smiling sweetly, yet her expression held a hint of mischievousness. Jiang Ye shook his head, saying, Sorry, we don't team up with others. He had realized that everyone at Qingyang High School kept their distance from Su Tanger. Joining her could lead to immediate targeting by others. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Su Tanger leaned closer to Jiang Ye and whispered, I can help you take down Wan Yaoyang. Jiang Ye felt a stir in his heart. Did she know of their feud with Wan Yaoyang? His thoughts raced, and in the next moment he nodded, All right, let us team up. Not far away, Wan Yaoyang observed this scene with a furrowed brow. Demonistong, what do you need to team up with these two country bumpkins for? Su Tanger. Do not need to explain my actions to you, Su Tanger retorted arrogantly. Wan Yaoyang, do you want to be stepped on again? Wan Yaoyang's forehead twitched. Indeed, he had once been stepped on the face by Su Tanger, an event he considered his greatest humiliation. Ultimately, Wan Yaoyang huffed and said nothing further. The hall fell silent once more. As time passed, many older individuals with impressive auras entered the hall, students from Qingyang University. Their strengths ranged from breaking through 1 to nearly 2. Jiang Ye carefully observed and memorized each person's appearance, as they would be formidable opponents. The more he looked, the more alarmed he felt. Competing for a top 3 position against these individuals, was it feasible? It had to be. Jiang Ye steeled himself. The preliminary star position assessment would place everyone on the same level, focusing solely on combat ability, disregarding cultivation realm. In terms of combat capability, he had numerous advantages and was not afraid of anyone. With this in mind, Jiang Ye glanced at his skills. Red beauty, listening wind, swift wind steps. Finding joy in hardship, resolute spirit, external ears, and striking a rock with an egg. He suddenly felt a surge of confidence. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the preliminary star position examination officially concluded. The hall was now filled with over 1,000 people. Over 1,000 individuals competing for 3 positions? Jiang Ye observed this scene. This was merely the preliminary star position. If it were for star position holders, the competition would be even fiercer. It was not uncommon for thousands of people to vie for a single position. As Jiang Ye contemplated this, a robust figure clad in armor suddenly appeared in midair within the hall. Silver Badge Hunter. The crowd fell silent. The silver badge represented a professional rank within the Hunter Bureau, typically denoting a team leader status, at least a level 3 expert. I am Shun Feng, the captain of the second team of the Hunter Bureau, the imposing man stated gravely. The preliminary star position examination has concluded, and I will now oversee your hunting affairs. Jiang Ye listened intently. A week ago, multiple starry pathways had emerged both inside and outside the city, with numerous shadow tribes pouring out. We have classified this incident as a level 1 shadow disaster. Shun Feng continued solemnly. Your task over the next 5 days is to spare no effort in hunting the shadow tribes. The locations of the starry pathways have been transmitted to your wristbands. Upon hearing this, many individuals present activated their wristbands to check. Beep. Jiang Ye also activated his, revealing a projected map. This map displayed the topography of Qingyang City and allowed for zooming in and out. Marked on the map were numerous red dots, indicating the locations of the starry pathways. Over 100 in total. Jiang Ye was taken aback. More than 100 starry pathways, each likely to unleash a multitude of shadow tribes. It was unimaginable how much manpower would be consumed. This is merely a level 1 shadow calamity. What if it escalates to level 2? It is unfathomable. Commencing at dawn tomorrow, the operation begins, the robust man declared in a low voice. Within 5 days, slay 1,000 heads of the Shadow Clan to be deemed successful in the mission. However, on the 7th day, we shall reconvene here for the preparatory star position assessment. Shun Feng's voice resonated throughout the hall. Upon his conclusion, many displayed astonishment, while others remained unfazed. Clearly, a select few, like Jiang Ye, had received this news in advance. Yet for the majority, it was the first revelation. 5 days to kill 1,000 Shadow Clan members? The challenge is formidable. Subsequently, Shun Feng detailed several matters before announcing the assembly's conclusion. In the Grand Hall, thousands of individuals gradually dispersed. Many bore solemn expressions, acutely aware that the task ahead exceeded their expectations. Jiang Ye turned to the delicate, soft-spoken girl beside him and inquired curiously, "Do you hold a grudge against Wan Yaoyang?" "Not at all," Su Tong'er shook her head. "Then why assist us in eliminating him?" Jiang Ye questioned, puzzled. "Because you are handsome," Su Tong'er blinked playfully. Jiang Ye remained expressionless, clearly unconvinced by such a reason. Su Tong'er stifled a giggle, then, with her hands clasped behind her back, continued, "Let me be candid. I merely wanted to irritate Wan Yaoyang. As for teaming up, it's entirely up to you. I have no desire to carry 2 deadweights." Yawning, she added, "However, I might join Wan Yaoyang's team, and who knows, I could be the first to consume you." "What little demon?" Jiang Ye cursed inwardly. Lin Yushu, beside him, wore a peculiar expression, recognizing the capricious nature of this little witch. "Well, I'm off," Su Tong'er declared, clapping her hands and striding out of the hall. "Jiang Ye," Lin Yushu whispered, "perhaps we should refrain from teaming up with her?" He sensed that this woman posed a significant danger. "Do you genuinely believe that?" Jiang Ye chuckled. "She never intended to team up with us. She didn't even specify a rendezvous point." Lin Yushu realized the truth. Qingyang City boasts hundreds of starry pathways. Su Tong'er's omission of the meeting place indicated she never genuinely contemplated forming a team. Lin Yushu felt relieved, saying, "Then where shall we meet at dawn?" "Pathway 21, Jiang Ye suggested, pulling up a map on his wrist device and casually marking a red cross. "Agreed. See you at dawn." Commencing operations at dawn. "I will head to Pathway 21. Jiang Ye reported his upcoming schedule to Zhang Jianwu. Zhang Jianwu nodded. "When do you plan to rest?" After contemplating, Jiang Ye replied, "Until exhaustion sets in." In pursuit of slaying 1,000 Shadow Clan members, Jiang Ye meticulously arranged his time. For the next 5 days, he planned no rest. "First, let's grab a meal," Zhang Jianwu suggested, "then rest until dawn. I'll wake you." "Sure." The car drove onto the road. Not only Jiang Ye, but also the 1,000 candidates, without exception, swiftly sought places to recuperate, gathering their strength. Everyone understood that the forthcoming 5 days were destined to be a grueling endurance battle. Meanwhile, as all candidates fell into a deep slumber, within the Examination Bureau building, a high-level conference room hosted several distinguished men and women seated together. Among them, a stunning woman clad in a black qipao, with a figure to match, was none other than Tang Huachan, previously contacted by Zhang Jianwu. This preparatory star position assessment involved a total of 1,001 candidates. The silver-haired, crew-cut man seated in the principal position spoke calmly. University students are of no concern. Focus on observing those promising high school students. Should any excel in the upcoming shadow hunting task, they may be preemptively admitted. Understood. The group responded in unison. Tang Huachan opened her work tablet, reviewing the candidates' data files. After a brief search, she quickly located one student's information. Jiang Ye. Tang Huachan gazed at the tablet, harboring a hint of curiosity regarding this student recommended by Zhang Jinwu. Soon, Tang Huachan frowned. A primitive endowment? This revelation was quite unexpected for her. Star position practitioners typically do not accept those with primitive endowments. Although the preparatory star position does not impose this restriction, it is rare to see individuals with primitive endowments participating in such assessments. The student recommended by Zhang Jinwu possesses a primitive endowment? How absurd! Tang Huachan examined the details closely, and soon, a spark of understanding illuminated her eyes. I see. Nearly a 500-point increase in just 1 year? An extraordinary rate of progress. Perhaps he has awakened his martial bones? Observing the information on the tablet, Tang Huachan nodded slightly, comprehending the reason. Xiao Tang. The silver-haired man at the head of the table noticed her expression and inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing." Tang Huachan gently shook her head. She planned to observe Jiang Ye for the time being. Despite his rapid progress, current data indicated a slim probability of passing the assessment. Preemptive admission? Even less likely. However, she still held a flicker of hope. If Jiang Ye could indeed showcase strength far surpassing his own, even if he fell short of others, she would advocate for his prioritized admission. Such a moment would be her opportunity to shine before her superiors. As time passed, midnight arrived. In a hotel room, Jiang Ye awoke punctually from the martial ladder. After donning his attire and equipping his gear, he bid farewell to Zhang Jinwu, stating, "I am setting out." As he exited, the moon hung low, the winds howling. Jiang Ye glanced at the time, and with a swift motion, transformed into a fleeting shadow, heading towards pathway 21. Shortly after his departure from the hotel, a figure appeared atop the building, silently observing Jiang Ye's retreat. Simultaneously, in various corners of Qingyang City, numerous figures emerged, racing towards the nearby, starry pathways. The midnight bell tolled from an unknown source, echoing throughout the city. This heralded the official commencement of the hunting operation. Pathway 21, situated near a market in Qingyang City, found itself entirely sealed off. At the entrance, a group of elite individuals clad in shadow hunting bureau uniforms stood guard. By the time Jiang Ye arrived, for candidates, all female, were already waiting at the entrance. Jiang Ye, Lin Yushu had also arrived. Lin brother, Jiang Ye acknowledged with a nod. Those two from Anqing, Lin Yushu noted. Ignore them. The four were a small team, completely disregarding Jiang Ye and Lin Yushu, who hailed from Anqing. Lin Yushu, however, was unconcerned and took the initiative to greet them. "Ladies, once we enter, we shall be comrades. Please look out for us." A profound silence ensued. The four girls did not spare him a glance. Ultimately, it was the leading girl in white, wielding a sword, who disdainfully remarked, "We are competitors, not comrades." Her eyes openly displayed contempt. Anqing's finest, Anqing No. 1 High School, does not even rank within the top 50 in the entire Xishan province. For them, these two newcomers from Anqing were hardly worthy of being considered their equals. Lin Yushu chuckled, unfazed. He was accustomed to the disdain of beautiful women. Jiang Ye, too, remained indifferent to the opinions of these inconsequential individuals, calmly awaiting the proceedings. A minute later, two more boys arrived at the scene. The guards of the Shadow Hunting Bureau at the marketplace, noting that the time had come, promptly activated a nearby button. With a rumble, the sealed doors slowly opened. A chilling wind howled through the gaps, accompanied by an eerie alarm. The 7th chapter, exploring the terrifying power of star weapons, began as the icy breeze swept through the air. At that moment, it felt as though everyone had plunged into an icy abyss, as if they had arrived at the very edge of another world. "Let us proceed," Jiang Ye declared, taking the lead. "It is merely a cold wind. What is there to fear?" Having endured the second tier of the martial arts ladder, he regarded the current chill as trivial. Upon witnessing Jiang Ye enter the great door, the others followed suit. Once all had stepped inside, a thunderous sound echoed as the market's entrance slowly closed. At the threshold, the leader of the hunting shadow team turned to his more than 10 subordinates and instructed, Remain vigilant regarding the situation within. If any anomalies arise, provide timely assistance. While containing the shadow calamity, ensure the safety of every candidate. Yes, the members of the hunting shadow team responded in unison. As Jiang Ye crossed the threshold, he found the market far from dark. Rather, it was brilliantly illuminated. Although this might create additional shadows, the clarity was advantageous to humans. No matter how keen human eyesight might be, it paled in comparison to that of the shadow tribe in darkness. Jiang Ye's gaze was drawn upward, his expression momentarily stunned. Above the market, an enormous fissure stretched about 50 meters, resembling a tear in the very sky. Cold winds poured forth from this rift. The starry passage. Jiang Ye observed the crack, where he could discern a vibrant, multicolored pathway. The entire market was devoid of anyone except for the 8 candidates. As the Hunting Shadow Bureau had evacuated all personnel half an hour prior to facilitate the examination. During this half hour, how many members of the Shadow Tribe had emerged from the starry passage? No one knew. They are coming. Suddenly, Lin Yusu exclaimed, alerting Jiang Ye. He nodded, having also heard the commotion. A series of raspy roars erupted from the darkness. Shadows surged from all directions of the market, racing toward them with alarming speed. If one were to look down from the sky at that moment, they would see these shadows undulating like a tide, converging rapidly upon Jiang Ye and his companions. In mere seconds, they covered hundreds of meters. The Shadow Tribe, 20, 30, 50. Jiang Ye's heart raced as he beheld at least 50 members of the Shadow Tribe charging toward them with ferocity. Their roars were capable of unsettling the mind. The overwhelming chorus of their cries would cause an ordinary person to faint on the spot. However, the individuals present were all top-tier students from various schools and remained unaffected. Attack! At that moment, a girl in white wielding a sword led 3 other girls into battle. The 2 boys who followed swiftly joined in the fray. We shall join as well, Jiang Ye urged, aware of the limited number of the Shadow Tribe. To achieve the goal of slaying 1,000 within 5 days, they must compete fiercely. Kill! A flash of golden light appeared in Jiang Ye's hand, revealing the golden dagger lent to him by Zhang Jinwu. Brandishing the dagger, he leapt forward. The Shadow Tribe members before him were predominantly weaker infants, standing between 1 to 1.5 meters tall. Jiang Ye's mind was clear. He had dispatched countless foes of this caliber in the virtual starry realm. Only those towering over 2 meters could be considered strong among the infant forms, while those reaching 3 meters would be classified as juvenile forms. With a roar, several members of the Shadow Tribe lunged at Jiang Ye. Utilizing the shadows of the surrounding structures, their forms flickered as they perceived Jiang Ye's life force as the weakest among them. The weakest was an easy target. These creatures possessed their own means of communication. With a collective roar, they charged toward Jiang Ye. Almost instantaneously, 3 of them merged into the shadows behind him. Launching their attack, a flash of gold illuminated the darkness. Jiang Ye swung his dagger. A brilliant arc of golden light cleaved through the air, infused with terrifying star energy, producing a resounding impact. The dark blood splattered as the 3 shadowy assailants had their throats severed in an instant. They roared, enraged, and continued their assault. Truly troublesome, Jiang Ye remarked, his expression icy. The Shadow Tribe possessed remarkable vitality. Had they been human, they would have lost all combat effectiveness. Kill! Jiang Ye advanced with determination, attacking to defend himself. Silver Star energy surged from within his Guan Yuan acupoint, merging with the golden dagger. He relentlessly swung his weapon, the dazzling golden light slashing toward the 3 shadowy foes that had just attacked. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ye had unleashed over 10 strikes, each one accompanied by torrents of black blood. He surged forward over 10 meters, obliterating the 3 bodies of the Shadow Tribe. New achievement unlocked, slaying the Dark Path's minions. A system notification flashed before Jiang Ye's eyes. However, he had no time to check. Gripping the golden dagger, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, plunging into the midst of a Shadow Tribe. Golden arcs of light erupted as Jiang Ye engaged in fierce combat. My star energy, he felt a surge of delight. The power unleashed when combined with the star weapon was simply overwhelming. Had he relied solely on his fists, he could still defeat these infant forms. But he could never have done so with such swiftness. Typically, he would require several minutes, even up to 10, to eliminate a single member of the Shadow Tribe. Yet now, in just 2 or 3 minutes, he he had claimed the lives of several. His wristband continuously recorded his kills. 5 slain, 6 slain, 7 slain. Not far away, the girl in white wielding a sword sensed the immense energy Jiang Ye was emitting. A glance in his direction left her astonished. Star weapon? This bumpkin possesses such a formidable tool? Star weapons were exceedingly expensive, something even she did not possess. Behind her, the other 4 girls regarded Jiang Ye with envious eyes. How could this supposed bumpkin possess such an extravagant item? At the same time, Lin Yushu was equally astonished. Is that the weapon of Director Zhang? How could he lend it to Jiang Ye? Jealousy surged within him. As the strongest high school student in its city, he lacked such a powerful weapon. The scene was rife with the sounds of fierce battle. Those who had arrived here were the top students from various schools, each possessing formidable strength. Half an hour later, over 50 members of the Shadow Tribe were finally slaughtered. A flash of gold pierced through the head of a shadowy creature, which then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Blood splattering. As the first wave of attacks concluded, Jiang Ye opened his wristband, eagerly examining his battle results. Chapter 74. The Dark Path? Slaughter. 10 slain? Jiang Ye nodded slightly. Out of a total of 50, with 8 candidates present, his tally of 10 was quite impressive. Without the star weapon, he doubted he could have even reached 5 kills. Jiang Ye mused to himself. Even with star energy activated, it would have been challenging to achieve such speed in his kills. The star weapon unleashed the maximum potential of star energy, posing a lethal threat to the Shadow Tribe. However, the star weapon was also a part of Jiang Ye's strength. Among the thousands of candidates, he was not the sole one wielding a star weapon. Figures like Wan Yaoyang and several top students from Qingyang High School also possessed such formidable tools. Just then, Jiang Ye noticed a new notification flashing on his panel. New achievement? Slaying the minions of the Dark Path? A peculiar expression crossed Jiang Ye's face. What is this? Why have the minions of the Dark Path emerged? He was taken aback. Had the system categorized the Shadow Tribe as minions of the Dark Path? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, realizing that many in the Dark Path bore a resemblance to these shadowy beings. Given the system's apparent lack of intelligence, it is hardly surprising that the Yingzhu were mistaken for the Modeo. Moreover, in a low martial arts world, the distinction between the righteous path and the demonic path undoubtedly exists. This is entirely reasonable. I wonder what rewards will be bestowed upon me for this achievement. Jiang Ye's anticipation grew. After all, he had been vanquishing the Modeo to save the people. Surely, he deserved a commendable reward. As Jiang Ye pondered, a flurry of shadows surged forth from the surrounding darkness, more numerous than before. A cursory glance revealed that there were as many as 100. The Yingzhu emerged like a thick, black tide, encircling from all directions. The girl in white, wielding a sword, paled slightly. So soon? The previous wave of attacks had just subsided, and barely a minute had passed before a second, more ferocious assault arrived, leaving no time to breathe. While the girl in white was still astonished, a slender figure darted forward, piercing through the darkness like a shard of golden light, plunging into the endless black tide. With a swift flourish, Jiang Ye brandished his golden dagger, unleashing terrifying slashes that rent the endless tide asunder. Behind him, the girl in white quickly joined the fray. The 4 girls had all broken through a barrier and were not afraid of the current wave of shadows. However, the sheer number of Yingzhu, if they continued to come without respite, would soon exhaust even those who had surpassed the barrier. Meanwhile, Lin Yushu's eyes flickered with unease. Continuous battle? Even though I have transcended the barrier, I can only last half a day before needing rest. At this moment, he set aside his worries and swiftly engaged in combat. Time passed. Within Qingyang City, fierce battles erupted across the hundreds of starry corridors. An hour, 3 hours, 6 hours. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had elapsed. In corridor number 21, Lin Yushu, the girl in white, and the others leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Not far away, Jiang Ye squatted on the ground, equally drenched in sweat. After 6 hours of relentless combat, could they finally rest? Jiang Ye glanced ahead. If the Yingzhu left corpses, the streets would surely be a mountain of bodies. However, once slain, the Yingzhu would immediately dissolve into shadows, leaving no trace in this world. Looking at his wristband, Jiang Ye noted, had he slain 102 Yingzhu? He nodded slightly. In the previous 6 hours, they had not rested for a moment, continually engaged in slaughter. At this rate, If they could eliminate 200 Ingzu each day, they would undoubtedly reach their target of 1000 in 5 days. Jiang brother, Lin Yushu panted, you truly are enduring, able to fight for such a long time. Among the 4 boys and 4 girls present, except for Jiang Ye, all had surpassed the barrier. Even they felt utterly exhausted after 6 hours of combat. Yet Jiang Ye had not yet transcended the barrier and still maintained such stamina. Lin Yushu was filled with admiration. Jiang Ye smiled. Let us rest while we can. We do not know when the next wave of shadows will arrive. Lin Yushu nodded, then suddenly said, Jiang brother, may I borrow your star weapon for a moment? His eyes gleamed with desire. He longed to experience the power of the star weapon. Very well, Lin Yushu chuckled. Not minding, Jiang Ye shot him a surprised glance. Despite his unattractive appearance, he had a rather pleasant demeanor. Yet, no matter how close they were, Jiang Ye could not lend out his star weapon. It was his lifeline. Meanwhile, the girl in white leaned against the wall, contemplating Jiang Ye. Beside her, a cat-eared girl in a pink dress remarked, Sister Bai, why are you staring at that bumpkin? What is so special about him? The pink-dressed girl scoffed. He is just relying on his star weapon. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many. Song Wanbai did not deny this, but sighed. Star weapons are indeed extraordinarily powerful. With ordinary swords, it is challenging to unleash even 1/10 of the star energy. Yet with a star weapon, even one of average quality can exert over 50% of its potential. Unfortunately, ordinary weapons inflict limited damage on the Ingzu. Only star energy can truly threaten them. If I had such a weapon, I could probably kill 1000 Ingzu in just 2 days. As Song Wanbai mused, a sudden tremor rippled through the sky above. A dazzling star corridor began to undulate. Following this, a tide of ink-black shadows surged forth from within. Were they starting again? Song Wanbai's expression shifted. They had barely rested for 10 minutes. Moreover, this was the first time the star corridor had shown signs of disturbance. Previously, the Ingzu had emerged from the surrounding darkness, but this time, they came directly from the star corridor. Have you all rested sufficiently? Song Wanbai inquired of the cat-eared girl and the others. How could we be ready so soon? The cat-eared girl gritted her teeth. Even at their level, they were not perpetual motion machines. After 6 hours of continuous battle, they were utterly exhausted. Just when they felt overwhelmed, a figure, shining with golden light, charged ahead. This guy, the cat-eared girl's eyelids twitched. Is he not tired? Let us go. Song Wanbai gripped her sword and quickly followed suit. Even Jiang Ye, who had not yet surpassed the barrier, had charged forward. As a star martial artist who had transcended, she could not remain behind. Her inner pride would not allow it. Chapter 75, New Achievement. Priority Admission? In the dimly lit streets, the tide of shadows surged incessantly. Jiang Ye's expression turned icy as he wielded his golden dagger. Star energy continuously flowing within him as he swung his blade with all his might. Kill! He growled, dark blood splattering and staining his face, enhancing his resolute demeanor. Was he tired? Undoubtedly. Jiang Ye was not a machine. After 6 hours of continuous combat without breaking through the barrier, he was more fatigued than anyone else. Yet, he was acutely aware of his position. Compared to the others, he held no advantage in strength. What set him apart was his martial will. Only perseverance would allow the examiners to notice him, thereby increasing his chances of passing the preliminary star occupation assessment. Jiang Ye glanced up to the sky above. Several military drones hovered overhead, tirelessly recording the entire process. It was evident that the Examination Bureau was closely monitoring all regions. Jiang Ye was uncertain how the final rankings would be determined. However, without a doubt, those who performed exceptionally well in this massacre would certainly attract attention. I do not possess any sword techniques. I can only flail my blade aimlessly. If I could integrate my fist techniques with my sword techniques, might I unleash even greater power? A sudden hypothesis sparked in Jiang Ye's mind. However, at present, he had no time to experiment. Jiang Ye thrust his blade with force, the air resonating with a thunderous crack as golden light pierced through Ingzu's body. With a roar, the Ingzu fell slowly to the ground. From all directions, more Ingzu lunged towards him. Jiang Ye's expression remained unchanged as he plunged into the tide of shadows. At that moment, a massive shadow silently melded into the tide. It swiftly approached Jiang Ye. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind him. Suddenly, the shadow rose, revealing a towering Ingzu nearly 3 meters tall. A Yingzu of such height indicated a strength close to transcending the barrier. It was silent yet swift as lightning, launching a lethal strike at Jiang Ye from behind. Bumpkin, not far away, the cat-eared girl's expression changed dramatically as she shouted to Jiang Ye, "Be careful behind you." Despite her disdain for the two unsophisticated individuals from Anqing, her inherent goodness compelled her to warn him instinctively in a critical moment. To her astonishment, Jiang Ye's speed exceeded that of the nearly 3-meter-tall shadow creature, surpassing all expectations. With a swift maneuver, Jiang Ye evaded the lethal blow with the grace of a startled dragon. Then, with his knife in hand, he carved a blinding golden arc through the darkness, launching a fierce assault towards the shadow creature like a bolt of thunder. Egg against stone. When facing an opponent of a higher realm, it has a chance to increase damage by 100 and inflict a continuous bleeding effect. A critical hit of 100. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as the knife light pierced through the shadow creature. Howl! The towering shadow creature let out a piercing roar. A gaping wound of 20 centimeters torn through its chest, dark blood gushing uncontrollably. Continuous bleeding effect. This effect was evidently more than mere bleeding. It inflicted ongoing tearing of the wound. The shadow creature howled in agony, writhing in pain. Death! Jiang Ye's gaze was icy as his golden dagger flashed like lightning, unleashing over 10 rapid strikes in the darkness. Thud, thud, thud. Even the remarkably resilient shadow creature could not withstand the barrage of heavy damage. Thud! The massive body collapsed, dissipating into shadows. Kill! Without a moment's pause, Jiang Ye advanced towards his next target. This fellow, the cat-eared girl, felt a chill run down her spine. That was a creature close to breaking the first barrier. In the recent ambush, even she struggled to react in time. Yet, Jiang Ye had dispatched it with such ease. His combat prowess was formidable. The white-clad girl, Song Wanbai, was equally astonished. He is hardly inferior to those near the first barrier. Can he really be from that remote Anqing? The two other girls were similarly incredulous. Not far away, Lin Yushu grinned widely. See, you look down on Anqing, and now you are astonished by Brother Zhang's strength. He laughed heartily, wielding his machete as he charged towards the shadow creature. Brother Jiang, I come to aid you. At the Examination Bureau building, in the high-level conference room, a colossal screen displayed real-time projections of hundreds of starry passageways. The senior officials in the conference room were riveted by the spectacle. It appeared that Qingyang High School would once again dominate the preliminary star position quotas. The silver-haired, middle-aged man shook his head with a smile. The others at the table nodded slightly. 6 hours had passed since the assessment began, and among the thousands of participants, Su Tong'er from Qingyang High School shone the brightest. The performances of students from other high schools were noticeably inferior. No one was surprised. Qingyang High School, as the premier institution in Qingyang City, while not on par with the prestigious Yunqing High School in the provincial capital, was still ranked among the top 5 in the entire Xishan province. The schools participating were all from the vicinity of Qingyang City, and naturally, none could rival the Qingyang students. Yi Shilao from Qingyang University also performed exceptionally well. The silver-haired middle-aged man shook his head. What a pity. He is already a university student. Director Li, suddenly Tang Huachan, seated nearby, spoke in a low voice. I believe I have discovered a seed from another city. Oh. Director Li raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Who is it? Jiang Ye. Tang Huachan pointed at Area 21 on the screen. He is from Anqing No. 3 High School. Anqing? A puzzled expression crossed Director Li's face. In his recollection, the best high school in Anqing did not even rank among the top 50 in the province. Anqing No. 3 High School? He had no recollection whatsoever. However, upon witnessing Jiang Ye's battle scene on the projection, he nodded slightly. Decisive in combat, his practical ability is quite impressive. Suddenly, he displayed a look of intrigue. Why is Jiang Ye's combat power so erratic, sometimes nearing the first barrier, other times falling short? As the director of the Examination Bureau, his discerning eye allowed him to quickly assess Jiang Ye's destructive capability. At this moment, Tang Huachan handed over some documents. Director Li. Here is Jiang Ye's information, she reported. He has not yet reached the first barrier and has only undergone one session of celestial refinement. This information was not submitted by Jiang Ye previously. She had obtained it through Zhang Jianwu. Thus, it was not in the possession of others. Oh. Director Li glanced at the documents, a spark of interest igniting in his eyes. Original endowment? Martial bone awakening? A look of confusion passed through him. While the term martial bone awakening might be obscure to many, Director Li understood its significance well. Generally, only those with endowments above the Dao bone could achieve martial bone awakening. An original endowment, martial bone awakening? This was unheard of. Yet, Jiang Ye's exhibited combat prowess indeed resembled that of a martial bone awakening. Jiang Ye truly was a remarkable talent. Director Li nodded slightly, smiling. Xiao Tang, you are quite diligent. You have quickly discovered an excellent talent. Among the many at the conference table, only Tang Huachan had identified Jiang Ye's uniqueness, a testament to her own strength. Tang Huachan felt a surge of joy in her heart, yet maintained a smile, having worked alongside Director Li for so many years. I have learned a great deal. Learning from me requires execution as well. Director Li waved his hand, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He continued, keep a close eye on Jiang Ye. If he can maintain this performance, we can prioritize his admission. Understood. Time flew by. In the hundreds of starry passageway areas of Qingyang City, the slaughter continued unabated. Shadows poured forth ceaselessly from the celestial passageways, seemingly endless. Amid the relentless carnage, many candidates began to feel their strength waning, needing to exit the passageway to catch their breath. However, in Area 21, not a single person withdrew. 12 hours had elapsed. Brother Jiang, why do you not stop? Lin Yushu felt an overwhelming bitterness. He gritted his teeth, gazing in Jiang Ye's direction. In truth, he had long wished for a respite. Yet even Jiang Ye, who had not yet broken through the first barrier, showed no signs of stopping. How could he allow himself to falter? The other four girls shared the same sentiment, their faces displaying a stubborn resolve, unwilling to retreat. Persist. Persevere. What no one knew was that Jiang Ye was also on the brink of his limits. After 12 hours of continuous combat, his body was nearing exhaustion. Just as his energy was about to be depleted, a notification flashed before him. You have achieved a new accomplishment, bravery in battle. A window appeared, declaring, you have achieved a new accomplishment, high-intensity continuous combat for 12 hours, surpassing the limits of the low martial world, unceasing, fighting to the death. Unlocked title, bravery in battle. Rewards, 1. In battle, stamina consumption rate reduced by 30. For every hour of continuous combat, automatically restore 10 stamina points. 2. Gain Berserker's Guardian. After 1 hour of continuous combat, all negative effects reduced by 30. 3. Gain Unmatched Combat Intent. For every hour of continuous combat, attack speed increases by 5, stacking up to 10 times. As the lines of text flashed before him, Jiang Ye had no time to examine them. He felt a peculiar surge from the depths of his soul, akin to a cool spring on a scorching summer day, coursing through his meridians, revitalizing every fiber of his being. In an instant, the fatigue accumulated from 12 hours of battle diminished by more than half. He felt as though he had regained his energy, instantly revitalized. Bravery in battle? Jiang Ye swiftly scanned the panel, an immense joy surging within him. Fury Guardian? Unparalleled battle intent? A new achievement, arriving at just the right moment. He had initially planned to retreat, but was pleasantly surprised to find that he had regained a significant portion of his vitality in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, I persevered until the end, Jiang Ye thought, filled with gratitude. Had he given up even a minute earlier, he would have missed unlocking this achievement. Indeed, those who endure are the most fortunate. However, this achievement seemed unrelated to the previous demon path. Could it be that the demon path achievements require the completion of a task? After a brief contemplation, Jiang Ye dismissed the thought. Kill. He cast his gaze upon the surging shadows around him, brimming with murderous intent. With ample stamina at his disposal, he had no need for further concern. Whoosh! Jiang Ye transformed into a fleeting phantom, charging once more into the dark tide. Boom! A burst of golden light erupted from his hands, rending the air like a rainbow. Piercing through the heads of the Shadow Clan, the slaughter began anew. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Lin Yushu could finally hold on no longer and retreated to the entrance of the marketplace. Sensing his movement, 2 other boys soon followed suit, panting heavily. Before long, 4 girls, including Song Wanbai, also withdrew. Damn it! Why is everyone retreating? Lin Yushu exclaimed. Are we leaving Jiang Ye to bear the brunt alone? Upon hearing this, Song Wanbai's face flushed with shame. She couldn't help but glance forward at the golden light still shimmering in the darkness. Is he some kind of perpetual motion machine? How can he last so long? Song Wanbai gritted her teeth, feeling utterly defeated. They had already been fighting for 14 hours. Even for a first-tier warrior, such intense combat approached exhaustion. Yet Jiang Ye continued to fight. 20 minutes later, Lin Yushu stood up, rejoining the battle. Upon seeing this, Song Wanbai quickly rose as well and said to the cat-eared girl, "You and I will charge together, and the other two will rotate in later." All right, the girls nodded in agreement. The combat situation in the number 21 Starry Passage was undoubtedly rare. All members had fought for over 14 hours. In the vast expanse of Qingyang City, with its hundreds of starry passages and thousands of candidates, few could achieve such a feat, however. 14 hours was far from Jiang Ye's limit. Amidst the slaughter, time flew by. Another 10 hours passed. Finally, Jiang Ye halted, emerging from the shadow tide to rest at the marketplace entrance. At last, he had stopped. Lin Yushu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but lament. At the entrance, Song Wanbai and the cat-eared girl also gazed at Jiang Ye with peculiar expressions. 24 hours of continuous combat. Is he even human? During this time, they had rotated partners 2 or 3 times. Yet Jiang Ye had not paused for a moment. This young man from Anqing is extraordinary. Song Wanbai had long since shelved her previous disdain. She understood that her prior arrogance was misplaced. Jiang Ye, oblivious to the thoughts of others, sat down at the entrance to catch his breath. Exhausted and worn, he sensed his condition and offered a wry smile. Even with the enhancement of becoming more formidable with each battle, enduring 24 hours of combat was an arduous challenge for him. After all, his stamina depletion was only reduced by 30%, not completely. The reason Jiang Ye persevered for so long was primarily to test the effects of unparalleled battle intent. Upon acquiring unparalleled battle intent, for every hour of sustained combat, attack speed increases by 5, stacking up to 10 times. Stacking 10 times meant sustaining combat for 10 hours to achieve a 50-point increase in attack speed. Even for the nearly 3-meter-tall Shadow Clan, under the effect of a 50-point attack speed boost, he could slay them within a minute. With this thought, Jiang Ye opened his wristband to check. Beep! A projection materialized. Had he slain 401 foes? Upon seeing this achievement, Jiang Ye smiled with satisfaction. This was only the first day. 4 days remained until the conclusion. Now, he felt absolutely confident in completing this task. Replenishing energy, Jiang Ye opened the backpack on the ground. Before coming, he had prepared high-energy supplements for the sustained battles over these 5 days. 4 hours later, after replenishing his energy, Jiang Ye once again plunged into combat. This time, although he could not sustain 24 hours as before, he was still capable of enduring for over 10 hours. Time continued to pass amidst the slaughter. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. In the blink of an eye, the 5th day arrived. Within the high-level conference room of the Unified Examination Bureau, a group of executives was also closely monitoring the situation. If any teachers from Qingyang High School were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For these executives, their attention was entirely focused not on the few students from Qingyang High School, but rather on the strikingly handsome young man within the number 21 Starry Passage. For 5 consecutive days, he had managed to engage in combat for over 10 hours each time, resting only 3 or 4 hours before re-entering the fray. Such enduring combat prowess was something I had only seen in second-tier martial artists. Yet Jiang Ye had yet to reach even the first tier. The executives buzzed with conversation, their faces reflecting astonishment. Even in their discerning eyes, Jiang Ye's performance was exceedingly rare. Director Li, your keen eye truly sees through everything. You noticed this boy's uniqueness on the first day. Several individuals at the conference table complimented the silver-haired middle-aged man seated at the head. However, Director Li shook his head. In truth, Jiang Ye's uniqueness was not discovered by me, but rather by Xiao Tang, he said, glancing at a woman in a black qipao beside him. Tang Huachan proudly puffed out her chest, reveling in the admiring glances directed her way. With a smile, she remarked, I must also thank Director Li for his earlier reminder. As examiners, we must scrutinize every piece of information, regardless of background. It was with this sentiment in mind that I inadvertently discovered this child's distinctiveness while reviewing the materials. Director Li chuckled, clearly pleased. Xiao Tang, he said with a smile, Jiang Ye will be under your charge from now on. Yes, Tang Huachan promptly nodded. Director Li's words effectively solidified Jiang Ye's position. He was given priority for acceptance. Regardless of whether Jiang Ye secured a place in the top 3 during the upcoming specialized assessments, he would inevitably become a prospective star candidate. Of course, if Jiang Ye did not place in the top 3, the benefits he would receive post-acceptance would certainly diminish. The top 3 seemed unlikely. Tang Huachan shook her head inwardly, recognizing Jiang Ye's strength. The forthcoming specialized assessments, while leveling the playing field for all, would pose a challenge for Jiang Ye, who, hailing from Anqing, had yet to reach the first tier and lacked battle experience against peers of similar talent. Slaying Shadow Clan members was manageable. It merely required reckless hacking. After all, they were merely infantile forms. But in comparison to peers of exceptional talent, Jiang Ye was lacking significantly. Let us not inform Zhang Jinwu yet. We'll surprise them after the assessments conclude, Tang Huachan thought, a sly smile gracing her face. Chapter 77, Breakthrough. Great Achievement. Uft, uft, uft. Around the No. 21 Starry Passage, the glint of blades and the flash of swords continued to dance. Jiang Ye seemed to embody a god of slaughter, wielding a golden blade as he traversed the endless tide of shadows. By now, his kill count had far exceeded 1,000 targets. Yet the slaughter he engaged in was no longer merely for the sake of the task. Kill. Jiang Ye relentlessly swung his blade. If Zhang Jinwu were nearby, he would undoubtedly notice that, at this moment, Jiang Ye was not merely wielding a blade, but rather throwing punches. 8 parts Thunder Sound Fist. Jiang Ye blended his swordplay with his fist techniques, each strike resonating with the sound of thunder. His blade, growing ever swifter. Now, he has been engaged in battle for over 10 hours. Bolstered by Wushuang Zhani, his attack speed has surged by 50. In a mere flick of his fingers, Jiang Ye unleashed a flurry of more than 10 strikes. The golden glimmer of his blade, accompanied by a continuous surge of thunderous power, fiercely pierced through the surrounding waves of shadows. Faster, he could push himself even further. Jiang Ye's expression was resolute, his heart as tranquil as still water amidst the slaughter. Gradually, he seemed to immerse himself in a peculiar state. His swordsmanship and boxing techniques were both advancing continuously. In the depths of his mind, it felt as though a shackle was shattering like the spring thaw, a long-dormant surge of energy bursting forth from his tailbone. Kill! Jiang Ye, enlightened in spirit, erupted with full force. With a roar, energy flooded his body, the dwindling stellar energy within his Guan Yuan point converging into this singular strike. With a swing of his sword, in an instant, a brilliant flash of blade light shot skyward. Thunder rumbled, no longer the dull sound of before, but as resounding as the spring thunder. The air was filled with tangible ripples of lightning, wildly spreading outwards, and in that moment, deafening thunder echoed from all directions. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated from Jiang Ye's center. The surrounding shadows were bent like reeds under pressure. Jiang Ye's eyes gleamed with a newfound clarity. The 8 parts thunderboxing had broken through. He glanced at his status panel. 8 parts thunderboxing, minor completion, 99, major completion, 1. This advanced technique had finally reached its pinnacle. A smile crept upon Jiang Ye's lips. Since the 3rd day, he had been attempting to integrate this boxing technique into his swordplay. The relentless slaying of foes had also honed his boxing skills. In the span of just 2 days, his proficiency had leaped from minor completion 81 to major completion. This remarkable rate of advancement was bolstered by his exceptional physique, but more importantly, it was derived from the insights gained in battle. Upon reaching major completion, the 8 parts thunderboxing could manifest a fleeting thunder domain, creating a palpable sense of oppression. Jiang Ye surveyed his surroundings. That last strike had pushed the surging shadows away, establishing a domain exclusive to him within a radius of 10 feet. This was the might of the thunder boxing at its zenith. Jiang Ye felt a fiery sensation in his hands, his murderous intent surging, eager to further explore the prowess of major completion. Just then, a deep, solemn midnight bell tolled. In the next moment, rumble. The massive iron gates of the market began to slowly open. Whoosh, whoosh. Several figures rushed in. It was the Shadow Hunters team who had been guarding outside. Candidates, your mission has been completed. With that, he led a group of Shadow Hunters charging into the seemingly endless waves of shadows. Observing this, Song Wanbai and the others ceased their slaughter and began to retreat. Brother Jiang, we should withdraw as well. Lin Yushu joined Jiang Ye's side. The midnight bell signified the arrival of the 6th day. On this day, he must rest well. For on the seventh day, the preliminary star position assessment awaited. Whether he could become a preliminary star depended on tomorrow. Jiang Ye and Lin Yushu left the market together. Within the starry passage, shadows continued to surge forth. Why did these shadow infants seem endless? Jiang Ye's expression grew grave. He surmised that this was not an isolated occurrence. Hundreds of other starry passages likely faced the same situation. The shadow calamity was indeed a formidable foe. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly. They were merely 5 days in, and they were already exhausted. Even he, endowed with the battle-hardened enhancement, was nearing his limits. And what of the shadow hunters? They had to endure for a full half-month. Moreover, this was merely a first-level shadow calamity. What if it escalated to a second or even third level? The situation would undoubtedly be dire. This mission had profoundly impressed upon Jiang Ye the terrifying nature of the shadow calamity. A starry martial artist. A determined glimmer shone in Jiang Ye's eyes. Only by becoming a starry martial artist and breaking the shackles of life could he confront such dreadful disasters. Brother Jiang, see you tomorrow. On the street, Lin Yushu waved goodbye. At that time, we will be rivals. Jiang Ye smiled faintly. I shall show no mercy. Ha, neither will I. Lin Yushu laughed heartily and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Song Wanbai cast a deep glance at Jiang Ye. His performance over the past 5 days had astonished her immensely, continuously reshaping her perceptions. However, in the specialized assessment, competing for a top 3 position against Su Tong, Wan Yaoyang, and those university students, the probability of his success was nearly zero. Song Wanbai was acutely aware of the formidable strength of those individuals. In this preliminary star position assessment, Jiang Ye was destined to be eliminated. Yet, she did not find this disheartening. She herself had prepared for failure. After all, there would always be another chance next year. She firmly believed that this youth from the small mountain village of Anqing would one day shine brilliantly. Not this year, perhaps the next. One day, he might stand on a grand stage filled with prodigies, making a name for himself. However, that was surely a long time away. But for now, Jiang Ye's strength was still insufficient. Sister Bai, let us depart. The cat-eared girl urged. Yes, let us go. Song Wanbai cast one last glance at Jiang Ye before turning to leave. Jiang Ye, oblivious to Song Wanbai's thoughts, walked to the side of the street and got into a black car. Director, Jiang Ye looked at Zhang Jianwu. Zhang Jianwu smiled. The mission is over? How many did you kill? Hearing this, Jiang Ye remembered that he hadn't checked his battle record yet. Beep. He activated the wristband projection. Jiang Ye kills 2,340 shadow creatures. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Jianwu's eyes, followed by a smile. I didn't expect it. Not only is your combat ability strong, but your endurance is impressive as well. You're too kind, Director. Jiang Ye scratched his head. He knew that over the past 5 days, Zhang Jianwu had likely been observing his battles from some corner. Otherwise, how would he know about his stamina? With this in mind, Jiang Ye solemnly said, Thank you for your assistance, Director. Zhang Jianwu had personally driven him here and had protected him for so many days. Few other candidates received such treatment. Not a bother, Zhang Jianwu replied cheerfully. If you wish to express gratitude, then thank your own efforts. Due to Chun Zilu's influence, he had indeed taken special care of Jiang Ye. However, if Jiang Ye had not strived to improve himself, Zhang Jianwu would not have been so attentive. Viang Yin nodded, sitting in the passenger seat as a wave of drowsiness washed over him. 5 consecutive days of battle had drained all his reserves. He was utterly exhausted. In just 3 seconds, he fell asleep. Little guy. Zhang Jianwu observed the sleeping Jiang Ye, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. To enter the top 3 in the specialized assessment, the difficulty will be considerable. Over these 5 days, he had gathered information on several other candidates. Besides prodigies like Su Tong'er and Wan Yaoyang, there were also university students nearing their second breakthrough, who posed formidable competition. The challenge of securing a top 3 position was far greater than he had previously imagined. Chapter 78, Starry Chaos. In a hotel room, whoosh, Jiang Ye abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up, covered in sweat. Huh. He gasped for breath. Another nightmare. Jiang Ye clutched his head, his expression grim. For the past 6 months, he had not slept. Every night was spent on the martial arts ladder. This time, he had been so fatigued that he had fallen into a deep slumber as soon as he got in the car. Unexpectedly, upon falling asleep, Jiang Ye found himself once again immersed in a scene he had frequently dreamt of before. The man, who was suspected to be his biological father, cradled him and walked towards a resplendent palace. The plaque of the palace bore the inscription Xing Hai Shun Tuesday. In a swift transition, the young Jiang Ye was abandoned at the entrance of the palace, engulfed by unending darkness. Why does this dream return so easily? Jiang Ye gradually calmed himself, pondering, what exactly is Xing Hai Shun Tu? Could it be that something significant transpired there involving his biological father? Deep within his memories, an unwavering obsession seemed to guide him, urging him to explore that place for answers. Soon, Jiang Ye dismissed these thoughts. He rose, glanced at his watch, and noted the time, 11 o'clock at night. Astonishingly, he had slept for 23 hours. Jiang Ye smiled. At that moment, his expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards his panel. A system message materialized before him. You have achieved a new accomplishment, slaying over 2,000 members of the demonic faction, exterminating evil, and gaining a formidable reputation. Title unlocked. Demon Slayer. Reward. Level 1 Fortune Prosperity. Slaying demons is in accordance with the heavenly way. Your fortune has received a slight enhancement. Fortune Prosperity? Enhancement of luck? Jiang Ye regarded this reward with a peculiar gaze. Level 1 Fortune Prosperity? He contemplated the panel, pondering whether continued slaying of a shadow clan would further augment his fortune. However, the concept of luck felt even more elusive than the will of martial arts. He examined himself and felt no significant changes. Looking in the mirror, he appeared only slightly more handsome. A trivial improvement, indeed. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly, dismissing the matter. He proceeded to the bathroom for a refreshing shower before beginning his cultivation of the Xing Wu advancement method. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Ye's eyes. Nearly 10 strands of star energy had been entirely expended. The relentless battles over the past 5 days had drained the nearly 10 strands stored in his Guan Yuan point completely. He would have to wait for the subsequent starlit cleansing to replenish it. Jiang Ye shook his head again, unconcerned. The absence of star energy would not hinder the cultivation of the advancement method. The upcoming specialized assessment would require him to rank within the top 3, a daunting challenge. Jiang Ye had a clear self-awareness. Both Su Tong'er and Wan Yao Yang possessed talents and strengths that far surpassed his own. As for those university students nearing their second breakthrough, their combat experience undoubtedly exceeded his. Defeating such opponents would be a formidable task, even with numerous advantages. Jiang Ye felt the weight of this challenge. Moreover, tomorrow, the Unified Examination Bureau would level the playing field for all participants. He wondered if the strategy of using an egg to strike a stone would still hold effectiveness at that time. Jiang Ye mused. This strategy allowed him to harness extraordinary combat prowess against stronger adversaries, forming the basis of his ability to triumph against the odds. Without this advantage, Jiang Ye was uncertain how much of an edge he would possess. Soon, he shook his head. There was no need to dwell on such things. He dared to acknowledge the strength of his opponents while refusing to underestimate himself. Only by confronting the disparities and striving to close the gap could one truly embody the path of the strong. Jiang Ye closed his eyes, immersing himself in cultivation. Time flowed slowly. Xing Wu Advancement Method. Beginner, 45 of 46. A subtle prompt flickered across the low martial achievement panel. The next day, Jiang Ye arrived early at the hall of the Unified Examination Bureau to await the proceedings. At 8 in the morning, all those who had not been eliminated gathered. Jiang Ye surveyed the vast hall, noting that less than 200 candidates remained. Out of 1,000 candidates, over 800 had been eliminated. Jiang Ye observed his surroundings. Clearly, not everyone shared his ability to dispatch the Shadow Clan with such ease. The challenge of slaying 1,000 Shadow Clan members within 5 days was undeniably substantial. Undoubtedly, those who successfully completed the task and gathered here were the true elites. Jiang Xiong, the rotund Lin Yushu, approached him. Lin Vyong, Vyang Ye Nodit in Aknodit, preparing to speak when suddenly, a flash of purple appeared before him. Oh, you two actually made it through. A charming girl dressed in a purple gown and delicate white stockings curiously assessed Jiang Ye and Lin Yushu. It was Su Tong. Lin Yushu instinctively glanced at her slender legs, his gaze intense. Jiang Ye, on the other hand, smiled warmly. Just fortunate, that's all. Fortunate? Su Tong'er tilted her head in curiosity. Suddenly, she giggled, stepping closer and whispering, I hope you remain this fortunate in the future, especially when facing me. Su Tong'er gazed at Jiang Ye, playfully licking her delicate tongue. She yearned to experience the sensation of pressing his handsome face to the ground. A mischievous smile graced her lips, and she abruptly turned towards Lin Yushu, scolding him fiercely. "What are you staring at? Do you believe I would actually crush you?" "My apologies," Lin Yushu replied with a faint smile, displaying a demeanor of indifference. "Humph," Su Tong'er huffed disdainfully, turning away with her hands behind her back. "What a little demon." Jiang Ye watched her depart, shaking his head. He then turned to Lin Yushu, silently reflecting. It seems only someone like Lin Yushu, with his peculiarities, could contend with such a magic. Just then, a woman clad in a black qipao, with an alluring figure, appeared on the platform ahead. "Congratulations to the 190 candidates. You have successfully passed the slaying task assessment." Tang Huachan's voice resonated with magnetism. The preparatory star position specialized assessment consists of two major components. The first is the initial trial assessment. The second is the chaotic battle in the starry sky. Tang Huachan's voice, though soft, echoed clearly throughout the hall. The first assessment will eliminate 100 participants. The remaining 90 candidates will advance to the chaotic battle in the starry sky. These 90 will enter a virtual starry realm, with everyone's realm adjusted to the perfection of the Xing Wu cultivation method. Participants will be grouped into teams of 30, engaging in internal combat to determine the 3 strongest individuals. Ultimately, these 3 will be the ones admitted. Tang Hujan, Fokulim. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience as the announcement concluded. Many displayed expressions of surprise. This time, the elimination system was not based on individual duels. In previous years, the competition gradually determined the top 50, top 10, and even the top 3. Why had the rules changed this year? The crowd was bewildered. Jiang Ye, upon hearing these discussions, also felt immense surprise. The elimination system had transformed into a group combat format. Jiang Ye se gazificated. This news could potentially be advantageous for him. In the elimination system, one had to defeat all opponents to reach the end. However, in group combat, the operational space was significantly greater. This sudden alteration in rules? Jiang Ye listened intently to the murmurs around him, increasingly astonished. Why would such a significant change occur? Suddenly, he recalled the fortune prosperity he had received earlier. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. It should have no relation to this. Could a mere enhancement of luck alter the rules of the federal examination? What nonsense! Meanwhile, Tang Huachan observed the commotion below without any surprise. She thought to herself, several years prior, the Federation had already modified the assessment rules and conducted trials in major first-tier cities. Changes in rules generally occur gradually. It is unlikely for all locations to implement changes simultaneously. Xingyang City had been relatively slow to adapt. However, just last night, Director Li received orders from above to trial the new scheme during this assessment, shifting from the original elimination system to the current group combat format. Tang Huachan was quite supportive of the new rules. The 3 strongest candidates had already been implicitly determined during the previous slaying task. After 5 days of relentless slaughter, who had performed the best? It was evident. The top 3 candidates had been identified by the higher-ups, selected for admission. The so-called group combat was not randomized. Instead, these 3 strongest individuals were placed into 3 separate groups. The purpose of this arrangement was to ascertain whether these 3 could triumph over the remaining 29 participants. Should they succeed, their rewards would be elevated. If they failed, selections would still be made based on merit. One could only wonder how these 3 would perform. Tang Huachan was equally eager to see the outcome. Without further ado, she gazed downward and announced in a commanding voice, "I declare the preliminary star position specialized assessment to commence now." Chapter 79. The Primordial Trial. Are you reckless? The first assessment, the Primordial Trial, is about to begin. Everyone, follow me to the second floor. Tang Huachan's enchanting voice resonated throughout the hall. Having spoken, she sauntered toward the staircase with an alluring gait. The crowd was invigorated, promptly following her lead. As Jiang Ye walked, he curiously inquired, "What exactly is this primordial trial?" Lin Yushu replied, "It's a super-enhanced version of the starry sky refinement." Super-enhanced version? Jiang Ye was taken aback. Primordial refers to the primary level of starry sky energy. Lin Yushu explained with a grin. Our previous starry sky refinement merely diluted the star energy by several hundred times. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that mean the suffering is magnified by several hundred times? Indeed. Lin Yushu's smile faded as he sighed. This trial will not be easy to endure. Jiang Ye pondered over his words. Soon, they arrived on the second floor of the building. The entire floor contained no other rooms, only a magnificent refinement pool. Its exterior resembled that of the Starry Sky refinement pool. Its internal structure was markedly more complex. The base of the pool housed several energy platforms, each towering 3 stories high, deeply anchored into the ground like ancient titans. It was evident that once this refinement pool was activated, it would unleash an overwhelming surge of energy. Enter the refinement pool. As her words fell, everyone hurried toward the entrance. Jiang Ye and Lin Yushu also found a spot within the pool and settled down. With a hum, the entrance of the refinement pool slowly sealed once everyone was inside. The primordial trial commenced. A cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the pool. In the next moment, the energy conduits embedded in the walls and floor illuminated. A multitude of purple mist erupted from countless small openings in the walls. Within the purple haze, brilliant lights shimmered, resembling a starry mist, radiant and captivating. However, the exquisite beauty concealed an equally profound danger. Is this the primordial star energy? Jiang Ye gazed at the starry mist, remaining motionless. He recalled that during the Starry Sky refinement, one had to operate their techniques to absorb the star energy into their bodies. As long as the energy did not enter the body, there would be no pain. In that case, could one endure as long as they wished? However, Jiang Ye quickly realized that matters were not so straightforward. The surrounding purple mist seemed to possess a life of its own, actively infiltrating his pores. Before the mist could fully enter his body, he felt a surge of excruciating pain on his skin. As the mist penetrated his pores and began to traverse his meridians, an indescribable agony overwhelmed Jiang Ye's mind. Is this it? It was comparable to the hour I endured on the second level of the martial ladder. Yet outwardly, Jiang Ye remained unflinching, his expression betraying no sign of distress. Over the past few months, he had subjected himself to torturous training on the second level of the martial ladder for several hours each day. Thus, the pain he was experiencing now felt all too familiar, and he had long since grown numb to it. However, that was just Jiang Ye's perspective. The other participants present did not share his sentiment. Among the 190 candidates in the refinement pool, nearly everyone exhibited expressions of sheer agony the moment the assessment began. Only a handful of the most elite individuals managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Suddenly, a rush of wind howled from Su Tonger's direction. She was actively absorbing the purple mist into her alabaster skin. This revelation left many spectators aghast. Most participants were merely gritting their teeth and enduring the torment. The very idea of actively absorbing the mist seemed unfathomable. Su Tonger's ability to do so indicated that her strength and martial will had reached an exceptionally formidable level. With a haughty glance around, Su Tonger internally scoffed, a bunch of insignificant fish. Her decision to absorb the starry mist was not for show, but rather for the immense benefits it provided. Soon, another participant began attempting to absorb the starry mist. Wan Yaoyang? Su Tonger turned her head, unperturbed. Following suit, a third individual also commenced the act of absorption. Students from Qingyang University, a mere ordinary martial arts institution, were incomparable to her caliber. Jiang Ye noticed the movements of Su Tonger and her companions. Observing his surroundings, he contemplated, the primordial star energy seems to offer remarkably unique benefits to the physical body. This advantage starkly contrasts with the previous Starry Sky refinement, which merely enhanced physical strength. This time, it resembles a complete metamorphosis. Jiang Ye could sense that as the purple mist infiltrated his pores, it began to cleanse his meridians. Areas of congestion within his body were rapidly cleared, revealing the accumulated stagnation and hidden dangers that had been obscured. My cultivation speed is accelerating at an astonishing rate. Jiang Ye felt a wave of relief. The hidden dangers within him were dissipating, and the primordial star energy seemed to purify his body, rejuvenating him. These starry mists are indeed treasures. If I could absorb them and channel them into my Guan Yuan point, my strength would experience a remarkable leap. With this thought, Jiang Ye felt a surge of excitement. This was not merely an assessment. It was akin to paradise for him. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye commenced the absorption process. He understood that this trial had a time constraint. The primordial star energy was exceedingly precious, and even the examination bureau could not provide it indefinitely. With a deep breath, Jiang Ye began to operate the Xing Wu advancement method. As he activated this technique, the surrounding purple mist seemed to find an outlet, surging towards him in a frenzy. In that moment, Jiang Ye transformed into a vortex, voraciously consuming the abundant primordial star energy around him. His actions soon caught the attention of those nearby. Lin Yushu, seated beside Jiang Ye, quickly discerned his movements. Has this guy gone mad? His eyelids twitched at the thought. He is actively absorbing the primordial star energy. In this mist, he dared not take deep breaths, hoping merely to prolong his time within. Yet Jiang Ye, he was audaciously operating his advancement method to absorb it. Was this fellow made of steel? Meanwhile, some other candidates began to sense Jiang Ye's unusual behavior. However, most were preoccupied with their own suffering and had no time to spare. Only a select few with exceptional strength and talent could divert their attention toward Jiang Ye amidst the intense pain. Is it him? Wan Yaoyang's gaze shifted toward Jiang Ye. Recalling the previous incident where he had been humiliated by Lin Yushu due to Jiang Ye's actions, culminating in a trip to the police station. A cold glint flashed across Wan Yaoyang's handsome face. He dared to absorb the energy before even breaking through? He sneered inwardly, courting death. The concentration of primordial star energy was several hundred times greater than that of the starry sky refinement. Wan Yaoyang had the audacity to absorb it because he had already broken through the life shackles. Should one attempt to do so without breaking through, it could potentially lead to the destruction of their Guanyuan point, rendering them forever unable to tread the path of starry sky martial arts. On the other side, Su Tong'er widened her beautiful eyes, exclaiming, "Is this guy trying to throw his life away? The Guanyuan point will collapse." Chapter 80. The Might of a Wolf and Tiger. At this moment, within Jiang Ye's body, an incredibly fierce storm seemed to erupt. The purple mist entered his body, following the meridian pathways, rushing toward the Guanyuan point. In an instant, over 20 strands of mist burrowed into the Guanyuan point. Boom! It was as if a deep water bomb had exploded, causing the entire Guanyuan point to tremble violently. Jiang Ye's expression changed, and he hurriedly halted his cultivation. After those 20 strands of mist entered the Guanyuan point, they instantly expanded, unleashing a terrifying energy. Within mere seconds, they filled the entire Guanyuan point to the brink of bursting. This primordial star energy can actually expand? Jiang Ye was startled. Theoretically, his Guanyuan point could accommodate 20 to 30,000 strands of star energy. After all, he was not far from achieving a breakthrough. But now, just over 20 strands of primordial star energy, upon expansion, nearly caused his Guanyuan point to explode. One strand of primordial star energy can expand into thousands of strands of star energy. Jiang Ye thought of this and was filled with trepidation. Had he cultivated just a fraction faster or absorbed one more strand of mist, his Guanyuan point would have completely burst. If the Guanyuan point were to explode, he would almost certainly be rendered a cripple, with no possibility of stepping onto the path of stellar martial arts again. Thankfully, he had been cultivating at a significantly slower pace than usual. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Had he maintained his previous speed, he would have already absorbed over 30 strands of star energy by now. However, this time, he had reduced his cultivation speed. Absorbing just over 20 strands of primordial star energy was neither too much nor too little, perfectly reaching the critical threshold. Was this a coincidence? Jiang Ye suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Or was it due to the previous boost in luck? Luck is an enigmatic concept. Yet, this incident indeed made him sense a hint of fortuity. Seize the opportunity to refine it. Jiang Ye stopped pondering and closed his eyes. The refining efficiency in the washing pool far exceeded that of the outside world. If he could seize this opportunity, he might only need 1 or 2 more sessions of stellar washing to break free from the shackles of life and achieve a breakthrough. In the distance, Su Tong'er displayed a hint of astonishment. This guy is truly fortunate. She surmised that Jiang Ye had just reached the critical threshold. However, such a probability is exceedingly low. Even with a gifted new student, one cultivation session can easily absorb hundreds of strands of star energy. By the time they realize it, their Guanyuan point has already exploded. What Su Tong'er did not know was that Jiang Ye was not a gifted new student, but rather possessed the lowest grade primitive talent. His single cultivation session could only absorb just over 20 strands of star energy. Yet it was precisely because of this that Jiang Ye managed to preserve his life. During Jiang Ye's attempt to absorb primordial star energy, some individuals had already succumbed and opted to give up. Above the washing pool, on a transparent glass platform, Director Li with silver hair and several senior officials were gazing down. Only 3 minutes, and they couldn't hold on? Li shook his head slightly. I didn't expect there would still be students who lasted such a short time. Beside him, Tang Huachan also revealed a look of disappointment. Lamenting, this is merely primordial star energy. If it were a higher-level secondary star energy, they might not even last 10 seconds. Such individuals are not suited to become star practitioners. She shook her head. The universe is fraught with danger. Primordial star energy is only the most basic level of star energy. Most perilous areas are often filled with secondary, tertiary, or even quaternary star energy. Those regions are true death zones, with exceedingly harsh environments teeming with terrifying dangers. Yet, it is often in such places that astonishing opportunities arise, illuminating the path of human civilization. The mission of star practitioners is to venture into these treacherous territories, exploring the unknown. If one cannot even withstand primordial star energy, they are utterly unsuitable for the path of a star practitioner. Just then, Director Li suddenly exclaimed softly, gazing in Jiang Ye's direction. This little fellow is actually actively absorbing primordial star energy? What a lucky kid. He chuckled, saying, to recklessly absorb primordial star energy before achieving a breakthrough is quite dangerous. Tang Huachan's delicate face flashed with astonishment. I overlooked this. She hesitated, adding, I should have reminded them earlier. But Director Li shook his head. It's not your fault. Primordial star energy brings immense pain. Even if one holds their breath and blocks their senses, the agony is unbearable, let alone actively absorbing it. Only those with formidable strength, like Su Tong'er or Yi Xiaolaw, would dare to attempt it. Even I never imagined Jiang Ye, who is yet to break through, would take such risks. In all previous assessments for aspiring star practitioners, no one had dared to do this. However, even if something went wrong, with so many high-ranking officials present, they could swiftly rescue Jiang Ye. But if that were to happen, his future treatment would surely be downgraded. Yet now, perhaps it might even rise. Although this kid's strength does not rival that of Su Tong'er and Yi Xiaolaw, Director Li remarked. His martial will, however, is remarkably strong. It seems he is quite capable of passing this assessment. Tang Huachan note that this was evident from his performance in the previous elimination task. Sustaining a 24-hour battle requires an unwavering will akin to rock. Otherwise, it would be impossible to endure. Time flowed on. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. During this period, individuals continuously rose to abandon their attempts. Even knowing that giving up equated to elimination, they could not endure such excruciating pain. The number of participants in the washing pool dwindled. 150 people, 130 people, 100 people. Finally, after half an hour, only 90 individuals remained in the washing pool. The primordial trial assessment concluded. A cold mechanical voice echoed. The entrance door slowly opened, fresh air rushing in, diluting the mist. In an instant, the purple mist within the washing pool dissipated rapidly. Phew! The remaining 90 participants exhaled deeply, many collapsing onto the ground. Finally, it's over. The previous half-hour experience felt to them as though it had stretched into half a year, agonizing and unbearable. Only Jiang Ye's face revealed a hint of regret. What a pity, if only he could stay a little longer. Jiang Ye mused. He had not refined much of the primordial star energy within him. After all, he had only stayed for half an hour. This was still the primordial washing pool. If it had been an ordinary stellar washing pool, he might have refined less than one. Although he had only refined a little, his physical strength had noticeably increased compared to before. Jiang Ye carefully sensed himself, feeling as if his entire being was infused with the formidable power of a wolf and tiger. Star energy can permeate the bones, which is the process of the human body achieving the extraordinary. The effects of primordial star energy would be even more pronounced. How much stronger had he become? It was unclear. Jiang Ye did not dwell on it. In the upcoming chaotic battle in the starry sky, physical strength would not be the focus. As everyone would be suppressed to the same level, it would come down to pure combat ability. Finally, he advanced to the last stage. Jiang Ye silently clenched his fist. Whether he could become a preparatory star practitioner and secure bonus points for the entrance examination would depend on his performance in the next phase. Meanwhile, Tang Huachan descended from the platform. Congratulations, you have passed the primordial trial assessment. She smiled at the candidates below, her magnetic voice resonating throughout the second level. Rest for 5 minutes, then proceed to the third level to begin the chaotic battle in the starry sky. Chapter 81. Grouping. Unexpected individuals. After Tang Huichan finished speaking, she turned and walked away with a graceful stride, leaving the first level. The 90 successful candidates in a washing pool all perked up, quickly adjusting their states. Lin Yushu sat up, unable to resist glancing at Jiang Ye beside him. Brother Jiang, are you truly unafraid of pain? This initial purification is 100-fold more excruciating than the trials of the starry sky. Yet Jiang Ye remained expressionless throughout the ordeal. What is there to fear? It's only been half an hour, he replied, shaking his head as if with a hint of regret. Only? Lin Yushu exclaimed in disbelief, wondering if Jiang Ye felt the time was insufficient. Could it be that he had awakened some peculiar attribute? A sudden thought struck him as he recalled the thrill he felt from the disdain of beautiful women. His expression shifted to one of profound meaning as he chuckled. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to be a kindred spirit. Jiang Ye looked at him, bewildered. 5 minutes later, 90 candidates gathered on the third level, which was an immensely spacious hall. In the center stood hundreds of virtual pods. Tang Huichan stood at the forefront, announcing, everyone may choose your seats freely. You will be divided into 3 groups, randomly assigned to your respective arenas, with 30 participants in each group. As her words settled in, a brief uproar erupted among the 90 candidates. Did this mean we could team up to besiege the strongest among us? Many gazes began to flicker with anticipation. This rule evidently provided numerous opportunities for opportunists. Tang Huichan observed this scene with a knowing smile, undoubtedly pleased, as this was precisely what they hoped to witness. Do you wish to become a prospective star warrior? Then strive to be the strongest among this group, possessing a strength of 129. Of course, there are no absolutes. The strong may also ally with their companions to eliminate others before engaging in internal strife. This regulation brought forth many variables, and Tang Huichan grew increasingly eager to see how these candidates would perform. Everyone, take your positions. Tang Huichan Gongman Sapi. Enter the virtual pods. With that, the 90 candidates surged forward, hastily making their way to the virtual pods. Jiang Ye chose one of the seats and settled in. The virtual pod appeared far more advanced than those in school, featuring a droplet design, with an integrated virtual helmet for a superior wearing experience. However, as Jiang Ye sat down, a purple figure also took a seat beside him. It was said that sitting closer increased the likelihood of being grouped together. Su Tong, with her dainty legs crossed, looked at Jiang Ye with a cheerful smile. Jiang Ye immediately stood up, unwilling to be placed in the same group as her. After all, his strategy was to bide his time until the strongest were dealt with before considering his next move. But if he ended up in Su Tonger's group, if she targeted him right away, it would spell trouble. He moved to a few rows back and sat down again. Su Tonger's face fell instantly upon seeing this. So afraid of me? I want to eat you. She huffed, though she did not pursue him further. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wan Yaoyang cast a lingering glance toward Jiang Ye and Lin Yushu. If he encountered either of them, he would have to exact revenge. In reality, he could not act against them, but in the virtual starry sky, breaking limbs or even killing was inconsequential. 1 minute later, all participants were seated. The connection to the virtual starry sky was established. With a hum, a soft blue light illuminated the virtual pods of the 90 candidates. As they entered the virtual starry sky, Jiang Ye found himself in a dimly lit space. Before him loomed an enormous screen displaying 90 names, which were randomly shuffled and divided into 3 groups. Was it truly random? Jiang Ye observed silently. If it were entirely random, that might not bode well. What if several of the strongest were grouped together, leaving the other 2 groups at an advantage? Soon enough, Jiang Ye realized matters were not so simple. The grouping was complete, and his figure vanished from the spot. Under the vast dome of the starry sky, 3 colossal arenas materialized alongside the 90 candidates. Each arena housed 30 participants. Jiang Ye felt a sigh of relief upon noting that neither Su Tong nor Wan Yaoyang were in his group. Facing either of them would have posed a significant challenge. He glanced toward the other 2 arenas and noticed that both Su Tong and Wan Yaoyang were also separated. Lin Yushu? Jiang Ye's eyes flickered. He was in the same group as Su Tong. As Jiang Ye surveyed his surroundings, the others were quickly assessing their opponents as well. On Arena 2, Lin Yushu looked around and sighed. I can't believe I'm not with Brother Jiang. Otherwise, we could have teamed up. Nearby, Su Tonger pouted. What a pity, I didn't get a pair with that guy. She gazed at Jiang Ye's arena, her expression shifting. Yishuo is there? Seems like that guy is going to get beaten up. In Arena 3, Wan Yaoyang's expression darkened. Jiang Ye and Lin Yushu are not in my group. Such a shame. Here, all were restrained to the same level, providing him with the perfect opportunity to teach Jiang Ye and Lin Yushu a lesson. In reality, the gap between him and the two was immense, and it would only grow larger from now on. They would no longer have the qualifications to compete against him. Without granting the participants much time to acclimate, a cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. All participants' realms are adjusted to the complete level of Xing Wu cultivation method. As the words fell, an invisible wave swept over the 90 candidates. In that instant, Jiang Yi felt his Guan Yuan point completely sealed, rendering him unable to utilize any star energy. Simultaneously, his physical strength was swiftly reduced to that of someone who had just broken through to the completion of the cultivation method. Such a phenomenon was impossible in reality. Yet in the virtual starry sky, a mere data adjustment sufficed. Jiang Yi glanced around at the others. Seizing the moment when the system balanced their realms, he rapidly observed the situation in his arena. Yishuo. Jiang Yi focused on a burly, bald youth, silently acknowledging him as a student from Qingyang University. Nearing the second breakthrough, likely the strongest on this arena. Several other university students were also close to the second breakthrough. Apart from them, there were some formidable opponents from Qingyang High School. Suddenly, an expression of surprise crossed Jiang Ye's face. Song Wanbai? She was also in his arena. Not far from him stood a girl in white, wielding a sword alone. Her three friends were in the other two arenas. Jiang Ye? Song Wanbai noticed Jiang Ye as well, her expression wavering as if she wanted to greet him, but hesitated due to previous events. Reality, however, did not afford her the opportunity to speak. Half a minute later, the cold mechanical voice resounded once more. The chaotic battle in the starry sky begins now. With the echo of this voice, everyone on the three colossal arenas was momentarily stunned. Yet at the onset of the chaotic clash, nearly everyone, in an unspoken agreement, refrained from immediate action. It was not until 3 seconds later that the first participant launched an attack, and in an instant, all three arenas erupted into a fray, as the 90 candidates unleashed their might, engaging in fierce combat with bare hands. Those who arrive here have all mastered lethal techniques akin to the Babu Layin Quan. After all, before the breakthrough, the only means to contend with the Ying clan is through sheer strength. Bang! Boom! A series of astonishing sounds erupted from the three arenas. Everyone was engaged in battle. This individual appeared the weakest. A young man with yellow hair set his sights on Jiang Yi, launching a punch toward him. Whoosh! Jiang Yi, with agile movements, dodged the attack. He did not unleash his full power, but instead engaged in a continuous struggle with the yellow-haired youth. Upon sensing Jiang Ye's strength, the youth felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this boy is rather weak. He relentlessly attacked, his fist striking Jiang Yi with a weight of heavy iron. Clang! Clang! As Jiang Yi parried, he glanced around. Had Yishuo Luo already disposed of one opponent? Suddenly, he caught sight of a shocking scene. On the opposite side of the arena, a burly bald man crushed a contestant's skull with a single punch, blood splattering everywhere. The virtual starry sky, while simulated, achieved a 90 realism in terms of visuals, sensations, and pain. The gruesome sight of Yishuo Luo smashing a head sent a shudder through the remaining contestants on the platform, causing many to momentarily freeze. Suddenly, a young man in black shouted, "Let us unite to deal with Yishuo Luo. Otherwise, we shall all perish." Agreed. Let's unite. The participants reacted swiftly. In mere seconds, several contestants halted their battles and converged on Yishuo Luo to launch a joint assault. Ha ha, splendid. Yishuo Luo laughed heartily. Towering at 9 feet tall, his hands as large as fans, he unleashed his fists like thunder. He single-handedly engaged 7 or 8 experts without showing any signs of weakness. Yishuo Luo was even stronger than I had anticipated. Jiang Yi pondered calmly. Had this been a standard battle mode, he would find it difficult to overcome such an adversary. However, in this chaotic brawl, he could afford to wait until his opponent was worn down before attempting to defeat him. Dare you to fight me while distracted? At that moment, the yellow-haired youth before him hardened his gaze. Boom! A powerful elbow strike came crashing toward him. Jiang Ye swiftly evaded. Not everyone had turned their attention to Yi Xiu Luo. This yellow-haired youth remained fixated on Jiang Ye. On the platform, some individuals had formed teams of 4 or 5, beginning to sweep across the battlefield. These individuals were either the top students from various high schools or university students nearing their second breakthrough. Each possessed formidable strength, and together, they were capable of overwhelming most individuals. Fortunately, these teams had yet to reach Jiang Ye's vicinity. Jiang Ye continued to grapple with the yellow-haired youth. Time passed. The battles on Yi Xiu Luo's side concluded far more swiftly than Jiang Ye had imagined. At this moment, Yi Xiu Luo had already eliminated those 7 or 8 opponents. His momentum undiminished. Useless. All of them are useless. Yi Xiu Luo roared with laughter, his eyes ablaze with intensity, suddenly directing his gaze toward the group of 4 or 5. Kill. In the next instant, Yi Xiu Luo let out a low growl, charging directly toward those small teams like a heavy tank, crashing through all in his path. Meanwhile, other formidable fighters emerged from the 2 giant arenas. Arena number 3. Boom. Wan Yaoyang shattered an opponent's heart with a single punch, shaking his head. Too weak. There was no worthy opponent on this platform to warrant his full effort. Boring. His narrow eyes scanned the surroundings, a cold light flickering within. In an instant, all nearby contestants trembled as if paralyzed by his gaze. Stare of the abyss. Boom. In the next moment, Wan Yaoyang surged forth like an arrow, tearing through one opponent after another. Arena number 2. Slap. Su Tong-er, clad in a purple gown and sheer white stockings, was currently stepping on a young man's face. Trash. Trash. As she spoke, Su Tong-er suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow. Boom. In the next instant, she appeared before Lin Yushu, her petite fist striking out like cannon fire. I have endured you for long enough, die. Boom. Lin Yushu was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, crashing into the ground. Su Tong-er clapped her hands, her delicate legs striding forward, instinctively poised to step on Lin Yushu's face. But in the next moment, within the internal space of the Examination Bureau building, Director Li, Tang Huachan, and several high-ranking officials stood before a large screen. The screen displayed the fierce battles on the 3 colossal arenas within the virtual starry sky. It appeared that the 3 previously chosen individuals were performing admirably. Director Li chuckled. Now, they're sweeping their opponents on their respective platforms. The 3 designated individuals were indeed Su Tong-er, Wan Yaoyang, and Yi Xiu Luo, those who had excelled in previous assassination missions. All the senior officials unanimously acknowledged their prowess. Suddenly, Tang Huachan noticed a corner of Arena No. 1. This little fellow, Jiang Ye, seems quite fortunate. He is yet to be eliminated. Director Li also looked over and nodded with a smile. Indeed, he is fortunate. No strong contenders have targeted him. However, Yi Xiu Luo is about to sweep through everyone. It won't be long before it is his turn. Director Li remarked as he observed the screen. Tang Huachan remained fixated. She did not expect Jiang Ye to defeat Yi Xiu Luo. However, if Jiang Ye could endure under Yi Xiu Luo's onslaught for a while longer, the outcome would be vastly different. In Arena number 1, only a few contestants remained. Yi Xiu Luo was currently battling a student from Qingyang High School. The situation was evidently one-sided, and Yi Xiu Luo would soon eliminate his opponent. Meanwhile, Song Wanba was also fiercely engaged with a rival, her luck holding out as she had survived until now. Jiang Ye continued to contend with the yellow-haired youth. Damn it, this guy is clearly weak. At that moment, the yellow-haired youth was filled with rage. But why can he effortlessly evade every time I unleash my strength? Could it be that our levels are comparable? Contemplating this, the yellow-haired youth grew increasingly frustrated. Just then, he sensed Jiang Ye's punches suddenly intensifying in ferocity. It is time to conclude this. Jiang Ye surveyed the arena, realizing there was no need to linger any longer. His muscles tightened, energy surging upward like a vast ocean. The thunderous roar of his impending strike resonating before it even landed. Suddenly, he unleashed a fist. Boom! This punch thundered like 1,000 storms, unstoppable, appearing to the yellow-haired youth as if the heavens themselves had unleashed a cataclysm. Puffed. The yellow-haired youth was struck, feeling as if his internal organs had been shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. He was sent flying. Impossible. How could he? The yellow-haired youth stared incredulously at Jiang Ye, unable to comprehend the sudden outburst of overwhelming strength. Before he could grasp the situation, his form vanished into nothingness. Simultaneously, Yishio Luo and Song Wan Bai eliminated their opponents. Almost in unison, their gazes turned toward Jiang Ye. Chapter 83. The Nameless Ones. The arena fell into a brief silence. After dispatching her opponent, Song Wan Bai glanced at Jiang Ye and then at Yishio Luo. She bit her lip, ultimately approaching Jiang Ye and whispering, "How about we join forces?" The young woman's cheeks flushed. She had once looked down upon collaborating with this local from Incheon. Yet now, she found herself compelled to propose an alliance. She too desired a victory, despite the slender odds. Not far away, Yishio Luo lazily remarked, "You two, team up if you wish. Or perhaps compete against each other first. The victor shall earn the right to challenge me." He stood with his arms crossed, a carefree smile playing upon his lips. As the chaotic battle on the arena unfolded, Yishio Luo had nearly swept through the entire stage. The two remaining opponents had not earned his regard. However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Ye suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, moving at an astonishing speed. In an instant, he had closed the distance to Yishio Luo, delivering a powerful punch. The fierce wind generated by the blow compelled Yishio Luo to sidestep, momentarily evading the brunt of the attack. "Choosing to strike me alone?" Yishio Luo's eyes narrowed, a fierce grin appearing on his chiseled face. "Unfortunately for you, you have made the most foolish choice." As he shifted his stance, he retaliated with remarkable speed. A colossal fist, imbued with immense force, surged directly towards Jiang Ye's chest. Yet Jiang Ye stood firm, not flinching or retreating. He exchanged injuries blow for blow, his punch roaring like a thunderstorm, striking straight at Yishio Luo's face. Exchanging injuries? Yishio Luo was taken aback. In that fleeting moment, the two collided fiercely. The sound echoed like two iron machines clashing. Jiang Ye was sent flying, his chest caving in under the impact. The sound of fractured ribs resonating through the air. Yishio Luo was not unscathed either. Jiang Ye's blow had struck his right cheek, leaving a swollen bruise. This guy, Song Wan Bai's expression shifted as she observed the scene. Has he gone mad, trading blows with Yishio Luo? Although both possessed bodies at the pinnacle of martial cultivation, Yishio Luo, as a university student, had mastered more than one advanced technique, with at least one reaching perfection. Techniques could significantly enhance combat power. For instance, the Babulayin fist, through the mastery of breath, could unleash greater lethality even at the same level. In this context, Jiang Ye's decision to trade injuries with Yishio Luo was evidently irrational. At this moment, Song Wan Bai could not afford to ponder further. In a flash, she lunged towards Yishio Luo. Soon enough, she became acutely aware of the terrifying strength Yishio Luo possessed. With a single encounter, she found her arm torn apart, blood gushing forth. In their second clash, her right leg was severed, rendering her utterly powerless. The only reason Song Wan Bai had lasted this long on the arena was due to a modicum of luck, combined with her mastery of several advanced techniques. Nevertheless, she had nearly been obliterated in a single strike from Yishio Luo. Clearly, Yishio Luo's ability to dominate the arena was far greater than she had anticipated. Too weak, Yishio Luo roared, his form flashing forward like a heavy tank, barreling towards Song Wan Bai. It was over. Song Wan Bai's face turned pale, realizing her impending doom. Just then, a slender figure zipped past, engaging Yishio Luo in fierce combat. The sounds of their battle erupted with astonishing intensity. Jiang Ye was exchanging injuries with every punch. If one were to scan Jiang Ye's body with detection equipment at that moment, they would discover multiple fractures, with some areas exhibiting complete tearing of fascia. The agony from these injuries often surpassed that of broken bones. Yet Jiang Ye pressed on relentlessly, delivering blow after blow against Yishio Luo. As Song Wan Bai watched the bloodied figure before her, her mind roared, and a long-held impression began to shatter. Meanwhile, Yishio Luo's expression grew increasingly grave, even tinged with fear. Something was amiss. How could this guy's power be escalating? Yishio Luo felt an overwhelming shock. He had been confident that each of his strikes would surely defeat Jiang Ye, yet each blow fell just short. With every blow, although Jiang Ye appeared to sustain greater injuries, the next moment, the counterattack surged with even more ferocity. "I refuse to believe you can withstand this." Yishio Luo bellowed, his fists colliding with a ferocious display of power. Kill! His muscles rippled like crashing waves, bursting with vibrant life force. Then, he unleashed a punch. Bang! This strike shattered Jiang Ye's shoulder blade, leaving a gaping wound at his chest. The sight was utterly gruesome. Yet, at that moment, a smile crept onto Jiang Ye's lips. Finding joy in suffering. In a state of pain, all attributes receive a substantial temporary boost. The deeper the pain, the greater the enhancement. The excruciating pain coursing through him had already activated this ability. Following that devastating blow, his strength surged to its zenith, enough to crush Yishio Luo. Huh? Upon noticing the smile on Jiang Ye's lips, Yishio Luo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Something's off. Why is this guy getting stronger? Before he could ponder further, he saw that figure transform into a mere shadow. You had your fun, now it's my turn. Jiang Ye's voice was chilling. Swift wind step. Instantaneous speed increase of 100. Can be activated voluntarily, lasting 30 seconds, with a 3-minute cooldown. This active effect had been held back for this precise moment. Whoosh! He moved like lightning, instantly appearing before Yishio Luo. The speed caught Yishio Luo completely off guard. Boom! Jiang Ye unleashed a punch, imbued with the terrifying power of the Babu Layin fist. The sound of thunder echoed, reverberating like cascading storms. Yishio Luo's expression shifted as he raised his fists to defend. Bang! In that instant of contact, his face contorted in disbelief. How is this possible? Yet, Jiang Ye did not afford him another moment of respite. Boom! 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 Jiang Ye unleashed punch after punch, each one accompanied by a deafening, thunderous roar, striking with terrifying force. Beauty asks, when encountering a female opponent or ally, attack speed increases by 35, with a 50 chance of additional damage. Attack speed surged by 35. One punch. Another punch. The onslaught was relentless. Yishio Luo was forced to retreat repeatedly. Crack! Crack! The sound of his bones cracking under the tempest of heavy punches was deafening. No, this cannot be. He shouted in frustration. Give me strength. He was unwilling to accept it. Just minutes ago, he could have crushed Jiang Ye with a single hand. Just moments prior, he could have obliterated Jiang Ye with a single punch. But why? Now he was being pressed back relentlessly? Amidst his furious cries, under the relentless barrage from Jiang Ye, Yishio Luo, despite his immense reluctance, found himself in retreat. Finally, he could no longer defend himself. Boom! Jiang Ye's punch pierced through Yishio Luo's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Who would have thought I would be defeated by a nameless wretch? Yishio Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Jiang Ye, as his form began to fade away. Chapter 84. Admission in the office of the Examination Bureau. The room was filled with astonished officials, including Director Li, Tang Huachan, and several high-ranking members, all gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Jiang Ye, he actually won? He defeated Yishio Luo, our previously designated strongest contender on the arena? Jiang Ye's combat prowess is astonishingly formidable. The officials were left in utter shock. Prior to this, no one had anticipated that Jiang Ye could withstand such a fierce clash with Yishio Luo for so long. Most believed that, given Jiang Ye's level, he would likely be defeated in an instant, or at best, last a few exchanges before succumbing. But now, Jiang Ye not only fought with increasing tenacity, but ultimately turned the tide, vanquishing Yishio Luo. It was truly astonishing. Yet Director Li discerned a crucial point. Why does this kid's combat power escalate as he sustains more injuries? Could it be that his martial bones awaken in this manner? Director Li pondered deeply. Regardless, Jiang Ye's performance had far exceeded his expectations. This was the first time he had been genuinely surprised by a candidate. Previously, Jiang Ye had performed admirably, yet his accomplishments did not reach extraordinary heights. Xiao Tang, Li Ju glanced at Tang Huachan beside him and remarked, Jiang Ye's treatment can certainly be elevated further. Indeed, Li Ju, Tang Huachan responded with a glimmer of excitement, nodding in agreement. The higher Jiang Ye's treatment, the swifter his progress, the quicker his advancement, the more it attests to her discerning eye. Naturally, she was more than willing to support such endeavors. On arena number 1, Jiang Ye observed the slowly dissipating figure of Yishio, a contemplative look gracing his features. Although this round did not trigger a feudal confrontation, The mere enhancement derived from finding joy amidst hardship assured him of an unending capacity for retaliation, provided he was not swiftly eliminated. He had gained deeper insights into combat. Turning around, he noticed that Song Wanbai on the ground had already lost her fighting capability, her eyes filled with astonishment. Her shock stemmed not only from Jiang Ye's ultimate victory over Yi Xiaoluo, but also from his explosive resurgence after enduring numerous devastating blows. Once, she had believed this young man would only shine brightly after considerable time had passed. Now, she realized her misjudgment. From this day forth, from this very moment, this young man had begun to rise. At that instant, when Song Wanbai caught Jiang Ye's gaze, a faint smile of relief crossed her face as she softly said, "Congratulations on securing your spot." With that, she closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Jiang Ye, of course, would not hold back. He strode forward confidently. Boom! Song Wanbai's form disintegrated into nothingness. Thus, upon the vast arena, only Jiang Ye remained. Arena number 1, Victor, Jiang Ye. A cold, mechanical voice reverberated throughout the celestial expanse. In the examination bureau building, on the 3rd floor, Yi Xiaoluo abruptly rose from the virtual pod. The strongest contender of Arena No. 1 had awakened. His awakening immediately drew the attention of others. Wait, wasn't he the last to emerge? What? Someone defeated Yi Xiaoluo? Impossible. Yi Xiaoluo single-handedly obliterated over a dozen experts. Who could possibly defeat him? Many turned their gazes towards the large screen displaying 90 names. At that moment, the vast majority of names had extinguished, signifying their exit from the virtual cosmos. Only 2 names remain illuminated, Jiang Ye and Song Wanbai. I know Song Wanbai. She ranks among the top 10 in Qingyang High School, but her strength pales in comparison to Su Tong'er and Wan Yaoyang. Who is Jiang Ye? I have not heard of him. The crowd buzzed with questions about who had managed to vanquish Yi Xiaoluo. Among them, Lin Yushu's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Jiang Ye actually made it to the end? Just then, another name on the screen dimmed. Following that, a virtual cockpit opened. Song Wanbai had awakened. Moments later, Jiang Ye's cockpit gradually opened, and a remarkably handsome young man emerged from within. Instantly, all eyes turned to the striking youth. Jiang Ye? I have never heard of him or seen him before. Could he be a dark horse? The assembled candidates murmured amongst themselves, questioning how someone without fame, not even from Qingyang High School, could defeat Yi Xiaoluo. At that moment, Yi Xiaoluo suddenly stood and approached Jiang Ye. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath. Fixated on the two, Song Wanbai felt a surge of anxiety. Is it going to cause trouble for Jiang Ye? Yi Xiaoluo reached Jiang Ye and extended a massive hand. Let us get acquainted. I am Yi Xiaoluo. Jiang Ye reciprocated the handshake. Yi Xiaoluo regarded him with admiration evident in his fierce eyes. Very well, Jiang Ye. I shall remember your name. You are formidable. If my cultivation were complete, I would not be your opponent. However, should you ever catch up to me, I hope we will have the opportunity to battle again. Yi Xiaoluo declared solemnly. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback. Initially, he had suspected the other was seeking trouble, but it appeared Yi Xiaoluo was not a narrow-minded individual. Agreed, Jiang Ye replied with a subtle smile, shaking hands. Until we meet again, Yi Xiaoluo smiled back, a weight lifting from his heart. He had indeed felt a sense of discontent at losing to an unknown contender, but after witnessing the recent battle, he understood that this striking young man was destined for greatness. He believed that one day, Jiang Ye would catch up to him and they would face off again on a dazzling stage. With a nonchalant turn, Yi Xiaoluo departed. At that moment, the entire hall fell into silence. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Everyone realized that Jiang Ye was not merely a fortunate contender. He had legitimately defeated Yi Xiaoluo, earning his respect. Is it really him? Defeating Yi Xiaoluo? He single-handedly obliterated me. How could such overwhelming prowess be bested by an unknown? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Many felt a profound sense of astonishment. How could such a master remain inconspicuous? Surely, he must have a remarkable background. Only Lin Yushu stood there dazed, gazing at Jiang Ye. Is this really the Jiang Ye I know? Could he have been possessed? Just then, a young man with blonde hair dashed toward Jiang Ye, shouting, Jiang Ye, do you remember me? I fought you for an entire match. His words drew the attention of all present. He fought Jiang Ye for an entire match? Could he also be a master? The candidates were taken aback. How terrifying. There are so many dark horses this year. However, Before the blonde youth could reach Jiang Ye, a black figure appeared above everyone. Tang Huachan, clad in a black qipao, her figure alluring, surveyed the crowd. The preliminary star occupation assessment concludes here, she proclaimed. This assessment has resulted in the admission of 4 individuals, Su Tong'er, Wan Yaoyang, Jiang Ye, and Yi Shiluo. The aforementioned 4 are to proceed to the 21st floor to complete their onboarding procedures. The rest are to depart promptly. As soon as the assessment concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Jiang Ye, perplexed, muttered, "Didn't they say that only the top 3 victors would be admitted?" Tang Huachan, overhearing his murmurs, cast a glance his way. Typically, only 3 would be admitted, Tang Huachan explained. However, due to Yi Shiluo's outstanding performance, he has been granted special admission. At this point, a peculiar expression crossed her delicate face. Originally, this special admission spot was intended for Jiang Ye. Who could have anticipated that it would ultimately fall to Yi Shiluo? Life is indeed unpredictable, she thought, as she turned and sauntered away, her movements enchanting. Jiang Ye watched her depart, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. The preliminary star occupation was finally within reach. Yet, the benefits associated with this position, as well as the potential advantage in the entrance examination, remained uncertain. Chapter 85. Generous treatment. After Tang Huachan left, the candidates in the hall gradually began to disperse. Jiang Ye, the burly youth Lin Yushu, approached, his face filled with envy as he looked at Jiang Ye. Congratulations on becoming a preliminary star. The preliminary star position could add several points to the entrance examination score. Even though he was confident in securing a place among the top 10 prestigious schools, he yearned for this opportunity. His own failure stung, but Jiang Ye's success weighed heavily on his heart. Wasn't Jiang Ye's latest monthly exam score only 690? Far below mine. How did he manage to secure a spot? Lin Yushu thought, his expression growing complex. Jiang Ye patted his shoulder, offering consolation. It's all right. We shall compete again next year. I'll be done with my entrance exams by then, Lin Yushu replied, shaking his head. He did not dwell on it any longer. With a smile, he said, Jiang Ye, if the opportunity arises, we must spar together in the same realm. I refuse to believe that I am truly at such a disadvantage. Haha, indeed, Jiang Ye chuckled. After parting ways with Lin Yushu, Jiang Ye immediately headed towards the elevator. At the elevator entrance, Su Tong'er, Wan Yaoyang, and Yi Shiluo were all waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Ye approach, they turned to look at him. A flicker of surprise crossed Wan Yaoyang's eyes. Previously, he and Su Tong'er had finished their assessments early, and thus had not witnessed the intense confrontation between Jiang Ye and Yi Shiluo. What kind of luck did this kid stumble upon? Wan Yaoyang thought to himself, snorting inwardly. Su Tong'er, with her hands clasped behind her back, stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor and said, I never expected you to defeat that big bald man, Yi Shiluo. It was merely luck, Jiang Ye replied with a slight smile. Luck? Su Tong'er shook her head upon hearing this. She had teamed up with Yi Shiluo during the hunt for the Shadow Clan and had witnessed his prowess. That hulking figure was not someone who could be easily dealt with by sheer luck. Su Tong'er scrutinized Jiang Ye and said with a grin, It seems I underestimated you before, Jiang Ye. I shall remember you. Wan Yaoyang, overhearing this, thought to himself, This kid is in for it now. Being noticed by the Witch Tong means he will surely face trouble ahead. Meanwhile, Yi Shiluo cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, however, remained unfazed and cheerfully remarked, From now on, we are colleagues. I look forward to your guidance. Buzz. The elevator doors opened. The 4 of them entered together, heading to the 21st floor. Upon exiting the elevator on the 21st floor of the Unified Examination Bureau building, several formally dressed staff members promptly led Su Tong'er and the others away. Jiang Ye, however, found himself waiting, puzzled as to why no one had come for him. Just then, a striking figure entered his view. Tang Huachan waved at him, saying, Come with me. After that, she walked into an office with a sultry stride. Jiang Ye quickly followed suit. Once inside, Tang Huachan wasted no time and smiled. From now on, I will be your preparatory star position advisor. My name is Tang Huachan. Jiang Ye hurriedly replied, Hello, Sister Tang. The term preparatory star position signifies the necessity of specialized guidance, hence the role of an advisor. Tang Huachan looked at Jiang Ye in surprise upon hearing his form of address. She chuckled, I'm already 35 this year. You should be calling me Auntie. Jiang Ye exclaimed in astonishment. You look no more than 25. You little rascal. You certainly know how to flatter, Tang Huachan said, her rosy lips curling into a smile. Clearly pleased by his words, she produced a contract and stated, "This is your exclusive contract, valid for 10 years. Jiang Ye promptly took it. Tang Huachan continued with a beaming smile. Signing this contract means you will officially be part of the Federation system. Take a good look. Jiang Ye felt a stir in his heart. Being part of the system, it was something ingrained in the blood of every Huaxiao person. Now, as just a high school student, he had already achieved this dream. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ye opened the contract and began to peruse it. His academic performance had always been among the best, so he found it easy to navigate through the details. The second-level preparatory star position contract, valid for 10 years, stipulates that if he breaks through to the second level within this period, the contract will elevate to a star position contract. If he fails to become a star position holder within 10 years, the contract will be rendered void. If his potential increases and is certified, he may further upgrade the contract level. After a brief scan of the main contents, Jiang Ye quickly located the section detailing the benefits of this exclusive contract. The second-level preparatory star position contract provides a monthly subsidy of 100,000 Federation coins. Succinct and straightforward. 100,000 per month. Jiang Ye's eyes widened. He took a closer look and found no additional conditions attached. Just those plain words. Excellent. Jiang Ye felt a surge of excitement. A monthly allowance of 100,000 would suffice. He knew that his current expenses did not exceed 50,000. If he received 100,000 each month, his improvement would undoubtedly accelerate in the months leading up to the college entrance examination. However, before Jiang Ye could revel in his joy, he noticed a line of small print following the main text. Starting from the third year, the monthly subsidy decreases by 10,000 and continues to diminish annually. Jiang Ye was taken aback. Beside him, Tang Huachan seemed to sense his thoughts. She smiled and explained, "The preparatory star position contract is designed to help you become a star position holder as quickly as possible. If you do not break through within 3 years, it would indicate a decline in potential, thus the benefits will decrease accordingly." Jiang Ye nodded in understanding. Tang Huachan continued, "What is stated in the contract regarding benefits is only part of the whole. Once you become a preparatory star position holder, there will be many hidden perks." She smiled. "Hidden perks?" Jiang Ye's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "Please, Sister Tang, elaborate. For instance, you can undergo 3 free cosmic trainings each year." Tang Huachan held up 3 delicate fingers and smiled. "All expenses related to trials and assessments associated with the star position profession will receive a certain level of subsidy from the Federation." Jiang Ye's expression turned to one of astonishment. These hidden benefits were far greater than he had anticipated. Just the 3 free cosmic trainings alone were worth 150,000, equivalent to nearly 2 years' worth of his parents' salaries. Additionally, Tang Huachan continued, "The levels of the preparatory star position are divided into 5 tiers. Originally, you could only attain the first tier, but due to your performance in the assessment, we have elevated you to the second tier." She smiled and added, "In the future, should you demonstrate even greater potential, you may be promoted to a higher tier and receive more substantial benefits." Second-level preparatory star position? Jiang Ye nodded. This had indeed been mentioned in the contract. The levels of preparatory star positions range from 1 to 5, with 1 being the lowest and 5 the highest. Each level represented different benefits. With curiosity, Jiang Ye asked, "Sister Tang, what levels do the other 3 hold?" Tang Huachan smiled at him. This was not a secret, and she replied, "Yishuo is at the first level, Wan Yaoyang is at the same level as you, the second level, while Su Tong'er is at the third level." Su Tong'er, a third level? Jiang Ye nodded slightly, not surprised. During the chaotic battle in the cosmos, Su Tong'er had swept through the competition with remarkable speed, being the first to finish the assessment. This was also why she enjoyed stepping on others. Otherwise, she could have finished even faster. Such prowess indeed warranted the third level. Suddenly, Jiang Ye recalled something and looked up to ask, "By the way, Sister Tang, how much can being a preparatory star position holder add to the college entrance exam scores?" Chapter 86. As difficult as climbing to the heavens. After becoming a star position holder, the Federation offers numerous privileges. Various martial arts universities will also provide additional points to attract such candidates, thus lowering the entry thresholds. This was one of Jiang Ye's primary reasons for participating in the preparatory star position. However, He had not seen any related information in the recent contract. Additional points for the college entrance exam? Tang Huachan paused slightly, then smiled. That is not under the jurisdiction of our Unified Examination Bureau. You will need to investigate the standards of the schools you wish to apply to, as each institution has different criteria. For example, the top 10 prestigious schools offer fewer additional points, and some may not offer any at all. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered as he inquired, "What about Penglai University?" Penglai Martial Arts University is one of the most distinguished institutions within the 25-school alliance. Alongside it, there are two other universities of similar caliber, with Penglai University often regarded as the foremost among them. For a long time, Jiang Ye's primary goal had been to enroll in one of these three universities. Penglai University? Tang Huachan looked at Jiang Ye with a hint of surprise and said, "In previous years, the additional points for Penglai University were 10. However, this year, it may increase to 15 or even 20. She smiled and added, "After all, the difficulty of this year's preparatory star position assessment has notably increased. But how much exactly will be added, I am uncertain." Tang Huachan gazed at the handsome youth before her. "Little one, are you aspiring to enroll in PNGL ID Su?" Jiang Ye nodded. With a light laugh, Tang Huachan continued, "PNGL ID Su is not easily attainable. The cutoff scores have fluctuated around 870 points over the years, with the highest soaring to 900. She gently shook her head, having reviewed Jiang Ye's records. His most recent monthly exam score was a mere 690, with just over 3 months until the Gaokao. The prospect of gaining admission to PNGL ID Su seemed formidable. Jiang Ye expressed his astonishment. Has the cutoff ever reached 900 points? Such a score is the benchmark for the top 10 elite institutions. Indeed, Tang Huachan elucidated, but even at that score, one would only gain entry to the last ranked among them, and the subsequent treatment would be rather mediocre. Conversely, if one were to consider PNGL IWD, while not among the top 10, it stands as the pinnacle of the 25-school alliance, offering the finest benefits. She smiled. Many opt for such choices. Jiang Ye suddenly comprehended the adage, "Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix." The standard of 900 points for PNGLID Su was indeed daunting. He could not help but marvel. With a playful smile, Tang Huachan advised, "Focus on your studies until you break through. Simply ensure your application is submitted a month before the Gaokao. Choose wisely, for this is not merely filling out preferences. You are limited to one school. Should you fail to meet the required score, the advantages of any extra points will become void." Jiang Ye nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for the reminder, Sister Tang." Following this, Tang Huachan elaborated on the fundamental regulations for prospective star professionals, such as the necessity of weekly training to prepare for the path ahead. After half an hour, Jiang Ye exited the elevator. Upon leaving the building, he unexpectedly spotted a figure clad in purple. Su Tanger, with a charming smile revealing her small canine teeth, waved at him. "Jiang Ye, come play with me sometime. I'll be waiting for you at Q Ingyi Ing Jiazing." Jiang Ye inwardly scoffed. "Who will want to play with you?" Yet, he maintained a cheerful facade. "Perhaps another time." "All right," Su Tanger replied with a sweet smile. A moment later, she blew him a kiss, her eyes sparkling with mischief, before turning and striding away with her delicate legs. What madness is this? Jiang Ye felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, acutely aware of the envious gazes around him, and his face flushed as he hastily departed. But wait, he halted, pondering, having endured countless trials and illusions. "My heart is as steadfast as rock. How could I so easily waver?" He touched his cheek, still warm to the touch, and a sense of vigilance arose within him. The Daobone endowment is indeed extraordinary. He had often heard that those with such an endowment possess abilities beyond the ordinary, like Wen Yoying, whose innate talent allows for a brief paralysis of opponents. Su Tanger, clearly, she also possesses this ability, though she has never revealed it. He had just experienced its effects. Despite his resolute heart, he had nearly felt something unusual towards Su Tanger. Such a power is terrifying. In battle, how would one defend against such abilities? Jiang Ye silently vowed to exercise caution when encountering those with the Daobone endowment. "Director," Jiang Ye said as he took his seat in the passenger seat. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Zhang Jianwu looked at him with a beaming smile, clearly already informed of the news. Jiang Ye replied solemnly, "I have not disgraced my mission." "Oh, spare me," Zhang Jianwu teased, "it's not my command." Nevertheless, You have indeed made us proud by securing a Level 2 prospective star professional status, he said, his eyes wide with astonishment. Jiang Ye asked, Director, you already knew? What is there that I do not know? Zhang Jianwu chuckled, pressing the gas pedal. Come, let me treat you to a feast. In a lavish restaurant, Jiang Ye and Zhang Jianwu sat facing each other. So, have you decided which university to pursue? Zhang Jianwu inquired, devouring seafood. Jiang Ye contemplated briefly and replied, PNGL-IDSU. Although he was aware of the challenges ahead, he remained steadfast in his ambition. The 25-school alliance demands that he choose the very best. Zhang Jianwu, upon hearing this, neither affirmed nor denied, merely stated nonchalantly, the cutoff for PNGL-IDSU may be higher than previous years. Jiang Ye's expression stiffened. The cutoff could indeed rise? Certainly. It will not exceed 900 points. Zhang Jianwu chuckled, but it will definitely surpass last year's 870 points. Perhaps it could be 880, 890, all possibilities. Taking a sip of tea, he added with a smile. Now, let us calculate how much you still need. Jiang Ye remained silent, mentally calculating. If this year's cutoff for PNGL-IDSU skyrocketed above 890 points, that would mean he must elevate his score by a staggering 200 points within the next 3 months to even approach that threshold. 200 points. What an arduous task. He knew that class monitor Zhao Qingli spent over 200,000 monthly, and after 2 months had only improved by 35 points. As for Jiang Ye, the leap from 700 to 800 points was not insurmountable, but the jump from 800 to 890, that seemed nearly impossible. Jiang Ye thought to himself, difficult as climbing to the heavens. Once he grasped the gap, he truly understood how unattainable the figure of 900 points was for an ordinary student. It felt as if it were a celestial ascent, an insurmountable chasm. Only the truly exceptional could leap to such heights. Are you still set on PNGL-IDSU? Zhang Jianwu observed him with a smile. I will not alter my goal, Jiang Ye declared resolutely. Despite the daunting odds, surrendering due to such challenges was clearly not in his nature. Zhang Jianwu's expression shifted slightly. He had long recognized Jiang Ye's stubborn disposition. Every diligent and persevering individual possessed a tenacity of character. Once a goal was set, it would not be easily swayed. However, Jiang Ye's unwavering resolve in light of the formidable challenges surprised him. Excellent. Zhang Jianwu suddenly beamed, feeling a renewed satisfaction with Jiang Ye. Faced with such daunting odds, Jiang Ye remained steadfast, deepening his belief that this young man would surely carve out a place for himself in the realm of star martial arts. Jiang Ye, you are commendable. Zhang Jianwu drained his cup of tea and stated gravely, in that case, I shall illuminate a path for you. Jiang Ye's eyes glimmered as he straightened his posture. Director, please proceed. Zhang Jianwu continued, if you can achieve a breakthrough before the Gaokao, you should participate in the XING-HISHNT trial for strength validation. If you succeed in this certification, your abilities will experience a remarkable surge in a very short time. At that point, an overnight increase of 2 or 3 points is entirely feasible. He smiled. Jiang Ye's pupils constricted sharply, his mind buzzing. Zhang Jianwu, noticing Jiang Ye's expression, was not surprised. After all, the notion of a sudden increase of 2 or 3 points was indeed extraordinary. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhang Jianwu, Jiang Ye was contemplating something else entirely. XING-HISHNT. Images of a recurring dream flooded his mind. In that dream, he had also encountered those 4 characters. A figure resembling his biological father had once carried him toward a resplendent palace, upon which were inscribed the very words XING-HISHNT. Director, Jiang Ye addressed him, his voice laden with curiosity. Zhang Jianwu smiled gently and explained, XING-HISHNT is not so much a trial as it is a certification agency. However, it does exist in the form of trials. Only by passing the corresponding challenges will one gain its recognition. Zhang Jianwu spoke with measured clarity, while Jiang Ye listened attentively. At present, the LNX NM recognizes that the human body is bound by 7 major shackles, also referred to as the 7 breaks. Zhang Jianwu remarked that with each shackle broken, one can complete the corresponding certification trial on the XNGHISHNT. Jiang Ye found this notion rather intriguing. According to this statement, whether it be the first break, the second, the third, or even up to the highest, the 7th break. One can undergo certification on the X, NGH, ISH, and T. Wait a moment, this concept seems somewhat familiar. ISNT this akin to his martial Tao Heaven ladder? With this thought, Jiang Ye could not help but inquire, what exactly is the X, NGH, ISH, and T? Is it a path? Not quite, Zhang Jianwu responded, shaking his head with a sense of nostalgia. The X, NGH, ISH, and T is a mysterious realm that was unexpectedly discovered after LNX Eng's connection with the cosmos. Indeed, there exists a path within that space, but it leads to the starry skies. Its origins remain unknown, yet it is certain that it is immensely ancient. The mysteries contained within it have eluded human understanding to this day. At this juncture, he smiled and asked, do you know why the current martial Tao is referred to as the XNGK in WDO, and why practitioners are called XNGK in WDAG? Jiang Ye pondered it deeply. He had always assumed that the term XNGK in WDO derived from the energy of the cosmos. However, it now appeared to be far more complex. Could it be because of that path within the X, NGH, ISH, and T? Jiang Ye sipijulatit. Zhang Jianwu nodded affirmatively. Precisely. It is because of that path. Anyone who ascends that road and passes the strength certification will receive the benevolence of the X, NGHI. He revealed a glimmer of longing in his expression. Benevolence of the X, NGHI? Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. The benevolence of the X, NGHI comes from the cosmos, from the depths of the vast starry sea, Zhang Jianwu stated solemnly. Upon receiving this benevolence, both one's strength and potential will experience a significant leap. This explains why a practitioner who has reached the first break is called a XNGK in WDAG. In reality, for the Federation, only those who have been certified through the XNGH, ISH, and T can rightfully claim the title of XNGK in WDAG. They have garnered the recognition of the cosmos. Jiang Ye held his breath. Zhang Jianwu's words indeed stirred a sense of yearning within him. To obtain cosmic certification and recognition. What honor that would be for a martial artist. Thus, the origins of the XNGK in WDAG became clear to Jiang Ye, who felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Jianwu chuckled. If you can attain the benevolence of the XNGHI, I dare say gaining admission to PNGL ID Su will not pose a challenge. Jiang Ye, with bated breath, asked, Director, can one undergo the trial immediately after achieving the first break? Such trials must surely possess considerable difficulty. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be able to pass? Zhang Jianwu shook his head. The XNGHI, SH, and T does not assess your realm, but rather your combat prowess at an equivalent level. As long as your combat strength meets the standard, whether you have just broken through to the first level or are at its peak, you can attain certification. Jiang Ye nodded. The challenge would undoubtedly be formidable. Zhang Jianwu lamented, I have heard that even for the certification of the first break, the success rate is less than 1 in 5. However, that is still far off for you. He gazed at Jiang Ye. Even if you wish to attempt the trial, you must first reach the first break. So strive for an early breakthrough. Jiang Ye nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the XNGH, ISH, and T presented an opportunity for him. However, whether he could succeed remained to be seen after achieving the first break. Come, let us toast. Zhang Jianwu cheerfully raised his cup. Here's to your wishes being fulfilled in 3 months. To your wishes being fulfilled, Jiang Ye echoed, raising his cup in kind. They clinked their glasses. As the banquet concluded, Zhang Jianwu drove Jiang Ye to the Li Ying to visit Jiang Dhi. Jiang Dhi was still on duty at the Li Ying Dad. Jiang Ye entered the security room. Xiao Yi? Jiang Dhi I hurriedly approached. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? I've already completed it, Jiang Ye replied. Who is this? Jiang Dhi I asked, glancing at Zhang Jianwu with a look of confusion. This is our school's grade director, Director Zhang, Jiang Ye introduced. Hello, Director Zhang. Jiang Dhi I quickly extended his hand for a handshake. Zhang Jianwu beamed. Brother Jiang, you have a fine son. Jiang Dhi I was momentarily taken aback, sensing from his tone that perhaps his son had caused some trouble. Director, my son is still young and inexperienced, Jiang Dhi I instinctively replied. Zhang Jianwu was slightly astonished, but soon shook his head with a smile. You misunderstand. This time, Jiang Ye has accomplished a significant feat for our NCH Ing SNZHing. Do you know how valuable the status of a preparatory star practitioner is? In the entire XSHN province, out of hundreds of millions, only a few dozen emerge in a year. Yet, from the unassuming NCH in SNZHing, we have produced one. It is safe to say that Jiang Ye will undoubtedly make the headlines in NCH-ing news. Upon realizing the implications, I looked at Jiang Ye in astonishment. Xiao Yi, is this true? Jiang Ye chuckled. Can the words of the director be false? Excellent, excellent. I exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Jiang Ye truly made him proud, bringing glory to the school and to NCH-ing. What monumental news this was! Jiang Ye shook his head helplessly. He understood his adoptive father's feelings. 50,000 yuan was indeed a substantial amount. After a brief conversation with his adoptive father, he turned to leave with Zhang Jianwu. As night fell, the two would spend the night in Q-ing-sh. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Ye did not rest. He assumed a horse stance and began to practice the XNGWJ-NJIF. This technique requires both internal and external cultivation. In addition to the daily internal training, it necessitates honing the external skills as well. With each punch and clap, the overwhelming energy surged like the ocean, powerful and vigorous. At present, Jiang Ye's XNGWJ-NJIF remained at level 46. He mused that to swiftly break through to a minor achievement within the next 3 months, he must seize every moment. A breakthrough to minor achievement in the JNJIF was requisite for reaching the first break. By then, his Guanyun cavity would be capable of accommodating 100,000 strands of star energy. After undergoing several celestial refinements, he would achieve a complete elevation of his life level and shatter that shackle. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Ye ceased his training, his body drenched in sweat. Once the 50,000 yuan subsidy was disbursed, his cultivation speed should further enhance. Jiang Ye calculated. Breaking through to minor achievement within 3 months should pose no problem. He rose and headed to the bathroom for a hot shower. At 1:30 in the morning, this time, Jiang Ye did not enter the martial Dao heaven ladder, but instead lay down on his bed. Tonight, he resolved to drift into slumber. He wished to see what the XNGHISHNT in his dreams truly entailed.